shared view, and the audience chat all at once. But there's no other way, so we have to do it. And if we're doing it, we'll do it right. Is this a comeback signal? Feels too random to be just for fun. Full group radio? LOL. Taystar really can talk, huh? I quickly checked the audience's friendly reactions, kept listening to the radio, and watched Park Mundy's view to gauge the atmosphere. Occasionally, Consejin gave Park Mundy a grin like his eye was twitching, but it was fine. I cut him some slack. And finally, they got to the main topic. Back to Monday. Weekly. Lucky. Wow. This is the corner where we hear unusual Monday stories that break up the routine. There are two things radio shows do often. Reading listener stories. Sketch comedy. Which one here? It's simple. Both. Today we have some friends from a high school music club reading their story. Hey friends, say hello. Yep. Mom, I'm on the radio. They were doing a sketch where Taystar pretends to be high school students in the same club reading a listener's story. For the record, that line was Bay Sejan's. His complexion didn't change a bit. Cringe. Sketches always get awkward when you think about them too much. Just bear with it. From Friday, I haven't slept 3 nights straight, working on a project nonstop, so I'm feeling really exhausted and burnt out. We can totally relate to you. You're in high school, yet you can relate because of your job. Oh, of course Sejan's a high school student. Dreamy teens have great imagination and empathy. LOL. That dodge was divine. Did the idol persona win, or the high school persona? Sketch persona wins. Nothing went wrong until the story came full circle. It was fine when the idol self slipped out amusingly now and then. Most importantly, Park Mundy, played by Kundal, passed off his assigned story without a hitch. Okay, draw it out with an interjection. Listener 9503 says a friend they're not on good terms with transferred today, but none of us are transfer students. Kundal smoothly read my pop-up and navigated the unscripted stretch. He didn't stutter. Phew, you did well. Yes. I frowned. Kundal seemed a bit less tense now that his field of vision had steadied. Good. This nerve-wracking act was nearly over. Soon the radio would give them their scheduled guest promotion slot. The last story today is one our high school friends brought themselves. Wah. Yes. It's an honor to share a weird incident we experienced up to today. Kim Rae-bin's tone was too precise for a high school student, but he probably always spoke that way, so it wasn't a continuity error. Then Taystar began recounting a strange dorm incident. Sean Ah-hyun spoke calmly. Last week I decided to throw away something left on my desk and started sorting it out. Is that so? And then it kept coming back. Excuse me? Back to my desk. Even today, on Monday, it kept coming back. Silence. Sudden horror story. Ah-hyun. In short, the haunted aromaplaster doll that Seon Ah-hyun kept discarding always returned. Hyung, is that real? Yes. They'd reworked it into a high school version. It had actually happened at the dorm recently. It's true, everyone. Yes. As Ah-hyun's roommate, I witnessed it myself. Please call it a sketch. Don't up the realism in a comedy segment. LOL the reactions, though. The creepy tale stirred a buzz. Of course, the biggest shock of the day would still be Taystar's real-life story, but who cares whose body is whose? No one would believe or might faint, so let's move on. Anyway, the pros kept the vibe going, and the host smoothly steered it back to a radio-friendly mood. Listeners are sending in lots of questions. Is it really a ghost? What shape is the doll? Where did it come from? It's deer-shaped. But Kim Rae-bin made an off-the-cuff remark. I saw Mundy Hyung choosing it on tour. I mean school trip. Is that so? Mundy, do you remember when? They suddenly turned to Park Mundy. Damn it. Don't panic. I tried to flash a pop-up. But astonishingly, Park Mundy's calm voice came through the app first. That's right. Ah-hyun bought it herself in Japan. Last year. At a second-hand prop shop with no sign. The members and host went wild, and the audience chat exploded. How did you know that? Because it was unerringly true. My pop-up appeared proudly. Hee-hoo-hoo-hoo. It was in last year's tour behind-the-scenes video. You picked the straight antler rather than the split one. I don't even remember that detail. What all has he watched? Right. You did great, stayed calm. Better than I expected. Really? Haha, thank you. In any case, Kundal regained confidence, and his view stopped shaking. An unexpected point scored. Not bad. I smirked and refocused on monitoring. So, When did Ah Hyun first see the doll again? It was at midnight that day. The spooky tone held perfectly, and they wrapped the sketch up on a comedic note. Yeah, basically everyone's the culprit. Here's what happened. Each time someone, not the roommate, found the plaster doll in front of the dorm door, they kindly brought it back to the desk. And without fear, Si and Ah Hyun just thought, okay then. So poor Kim Rae Bin, the roommate, suffered the most. I even checked the dorm's construction year. The host burst out laughing. Why? To see if there was a story before it was built? Oh my. So how was it, Rae Bin? There lived a cow in a peaceful paddy field. LOL. What did our rabbit ever do wrong? Perfect for YouTube. They bantered enthusiastically until they steered into the truly important part. Don't they say a recording studio where ghosts appear is supposed to bring success? Right, it wasn't a real ghost, but it was close enough. Yes, although we're still just a school club, we'll take it as a sign we can do great music. At that, Bae Sejin, who knows why they chose that character for the sketch, answered in a lively voice. And here came the real moment. Exactly. Oh, did you know? Taestar is making a comeback early this year. Seriously? With that sudden announcement, the chat page went into overdrive again. Right? Taestar comeback is coming soon. It was obvious. They hadn't released an album in a while, and they'd been hinting at it on social media. Fans had guessed. But a surprise, unannounced announcement on the radio beats hearing it in a news article. I chuckled and gripped my phone tighter. For the first time, Park Mundi's view wavered in a new way, less from nerves, more like he was out of breath. Surprised? Come to think of it, Kundal was hearing that for the first time too. Anyway, Park Mundi had no lines here, so he could just relax and listen to the Taestar news. I stretched my legs. I heard something about stealing? Wow, a thief concept. And just as Ryu Jian-woo, or rather, the fans, were about to steer it back with "It's all about stealing hearts," Park Mundi blurted out. Taestar's doing a thief concept this time. Kundal had gone off script. Without warning. There was a brief, suffocating silence. Kundal clamped his hand over his mouth. Don't do it. That would be even weirder. Kim Rae Bin looked at Park Mundi as if he'd seen a ghost. Excuse me. I frowned. We're screwed. At that moment. Mundi, you really like Taestar, huh? What? Are you a fan? Did Si and Ah Hyun catch that? How? But there was no time to dwell on it. I scanned the audience's reactions first. Is this part of the act? LOL. Mundi's acting was insane. Why so good? For a second I thought he really didn't know. Did Bae Sejin train him? LOL. Surprisingly positive. Because they'd already bought the ridiculous high school setup as part of the sketch. Then wait. I tapped my chin. Could this actually work to our advantage? Si Mundi really likes Taestar. Hey, I know all your songs too. On the radio app, Sejin was deftly smoothing things over. If he just played along, the show would naturally return to its planned flow. But, Hyung, I'm sorry, what, do? No. Huh. I sat back on the sofa. Keep going as is. Just react naturally. And a moment later, on the radio app's display, Park Mundi spoke again with a serious face. That's right. Actually, I'm a huge fan of Taestar. I really am your fan. Sejin, over to you. 443 chapter. The idols' daily lives, the W app, and the radio all had something in common. Light fans tend to skip watching live broadcasts unless they're already a legend and have become famous through word of mouth. At best, you wouldn't know if you saw the highlights edited to be funny. In that sense, what Testa is doing now is, what are you all looking at? You Testa. Hurry up and listen to SBC Radio. It was an exception. From a sudden surprise appearance to a comeback announcement. Even just hearing it made me think that they had already done something since the time they made the skit about a serious ghost story, but at this point, fans SNS was excited in a good way. And in the middle of it, suddenly, Park Moon-dae started to strongly claim that he was a hardcore fan of Testa. I know. I'm such a fan that I even know the songs included in Testa. Park Moon-dae's sudden declaration of love for high school boys. What on earth is the concept of this skit? While everyone was confused by the sketch concept that was going nowhere and the lost comeback hints, clear laughter flowed out from the radio. They are good members. Yes, Testa is fine. Moon-dae. I'm K-pop #1 fan. I listen to Testa's songs too. I respect his stage too. Is this the last ship? Bae Jean still can't get used to the cafeteria character. How many years has he been the popular cafeteria character? With the addition of another person with fantastic acting skills, the skit seemed to be getting back on track. No, bro. I mean, I watch every single stage. And I've watched all of Testa's entertainment videos. I'm a huge fan. They're a source of energy in my life. Park Moon-dae started going crazy again. He broke the flow. Hey. Then, Big Sejin also took hold of the steering wheel again. He put aside the big picture of Park Moon-dae and the countless speculations and curses about the current situation. And in an instant, he came up with the most typical coping method through improvisation. That's right. I saw the Testa Awards ceremony stage too. That sword dance, you saw it too, right? That's true. Oh, and that Tibetan band. That member sang it on a variety show. Flower Moon. Is that also a track on the album? Oh, that's right. Oh, I know that. Do you know, Song DJ? Oh my. Of course I know, don't you know everything? It's a water ride. Testa has had an unusually large number of popular hits. It was because I was always so worried about every single topic that I threw in at least one hot topic. What that meant was an entertainment. Wow, Testa, honestly, everything I did with that PD seemed funny. Do you guys know that carrot coin? Of course. Yeah, I remember. Haha. Right, selling Hadiak was fun too. If you roughly compare famous songs and entertainment shows, you can't be certified as a fan just by talking about it. Everyone knows. A strange situation where an otaku tries to encourage a fight, but it doesn't work. What is this? Oh, LOL, it's a trip down memory lane. Responses are coming from all over the place. The host also chimed in and led the conversation in a friendly manner, making sure that the story about other broadcasting stations did not get too much and ended at an appropriate level. Still, we always take into account the listeners' reactions. Oh, 5,226 sent this. I remember that too. The whole family laughed while watching the Testa shipwreck. Suddenly, we had a meaningful promotional time looking back on Testa's past activities. As planned, it was Park Moon-dae's first win in Ryu Jianwoo's body. The Big Moon, unable to grasp the situation, was dumbfounded, but barely managed to open its mouth again. No, I'm really a fan. Testa won the grand prize this year, right? This year, our goal is to turn the entire nation into fans. An album coming out this year? Awesome. Ahaha. It sank. At first, Deedle was trembling and responding to Park Moon-dae's encouragement, but now he was starting to get angry. Yes. So I came up with the most reliable authentication method in a moment. He shouted so passionately that he even forgot that he had forgotten to speak informally. I went to that concert too. No matter how popular a male idol is, it's impossible for them to hold a concert unless they're a fan. But the opponent was Testa. Really? We went there too. Yes. Since I was involved, I went. Even now, I myself was a performer. Big Moon, who had completely lost the skit and the facts, staggered and tilted his head with a dazed expression. He had no choice but to adapt to the reality of failing to be a fan. It was somehow lonely, yet it couldn't be more funny. Why is he like this? LOL. Park Moon-dae's radio is self-destructing. You think he's crazy so funny. Big 3 batting average. What the F asterisk CK. Something about it brought back memories, similar to the days of Park Moon-dae's Ajusa when he was popular as a normal, self-paced character. But this one, well, it was in the same series, but it felt a little different. It looks a bit comfortable, I guess. It had a more natural and human feel to it. It was a kind of lifelike gag that didn't exist even in the days of Azusa. The host held back laughter and professionally allocated the time. So, you heard the rumor that Testa's album will be coming out soon this year. Oh right. But since Moon-dae seems to be the most interested, I think he'll have something to say first. And Ryu Chang-woo willingly gave up the first speaking spot with the good-natured thought. I guess Moon-dae really prepared a lot for the radio. Me? Huh. Deedle was flustered, but soon came to his senses when he saw a pop-up message from Park Moon-dae saying, "It's okay. Only half. I'm really looking forward to the next album." Oh, I don't mean to put pressure on you. I'm just saying that I'm really rooting for Testa's elaborate time SF worldview and unique, connected, large-scale performances. What are you saying? I really want to tell you guys through this radio. It seemed really earnest and sincere. Because it was true. because what was inside was a big moon. What the? This is the first time I've seen a male idol who is so obsessed with a group. Pagel, Gamiga is taking full responsibility for the renewal of the contract with the group. Park Gamio Group Self, why are you so bloated? Are you serious? Where did your shady business go? At this point, even underwater reactions like this were coming out. Yes, thank you. Wait a minute. Why is Ahyun saying thank you? We told you about the rumors of Testa's comeback? That's right, we were talking about that. And ultimately, the story about the comeback could have been told in a much more humorous and less promotional way. Excuse me, is this connected to the Magical Boy trilogy, and will Testa make a comeback as a magic-using phantom thief? I've never thought about it before, but I think it's a really good idea. After returning to the dorms, back to the dorms, we'll have a meeting about the next album. No, the next club activity. Kim Rae-bin is broken. Because of this atmosphere, the members were able to talk about the comeback without any burden, mixing truth and lies, and talking excitedly like high school students. So, the teaser for Testa's comeback concept ended with a burst of laughter, leaving behind countless possibilities and plausible fantasies. Honestly, wasn't the cyborg a bit convincing? First of all, I understand that you are definitely not a magic-using phantom thief. And at the same time, excellent. In Ryu Jianwoo's body, Park Moon-dae was nodding with satisfaction while monitoring all of his reactions. I thought it was time for a refresh, but it turned out to be a good thing. Park Moon-dae's image has become a bit heavy recently. There are also recent issues with stage accidents, and the accumulated professional idols who are too good at reading public opinion and dealing with it is also a negative. Because balance was everything. I guess this will lighten things up a bit. So, thinking that this was not a mental victory but a real gain, he shook his head. Now I just need to figure out how to get back. Of course, I didn't forget to take care of the things I had to do before that. Are you okay? Yes. You've worked hard. Certainly. Big Moon's response was cheerful, perhaps because he enjoyed the situation quite a bit in the latter half. Furthermore, the atmosphere of the Park Mundi he was sharing was pleasant. Testa ended his greeting with a smile and a chuckle from the host. He then seemed to leave the booth without much fuss, lightly patting the large moon as he passed by, ad-libbing slightly. I'll have to explain it to those guys so they don't get shocked. Compared to a live radio broadcast, this next step was better because there was at least time to plan. He nodded. Don't worry. I'll give you a good time to explain to the members. That's what I'm talking about. Why? I think Ahyun already knows. What? At that moment, through the shared view of the large moon, he met Sean Ahyun's gaze, staring blankly in his direction. There was no expression. I'll go right away. Yes. Ryu Jianwoo immediately called a taxi, and 30 minutes later, Testa's quarters are filled with screams and monologues. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Also, okay, seriously, we should look into something like a secret agency. This feels like some Netflix Season 4 drama. Oh my, the member's body is changed. As soon as they realized what was happening, they went through 5 stages of shock, anger, confusion, compromise, and resignation and started screaming. I nodded expressionlessly. There is also good news. What is it? First of all, it's certain that no one will die. At worst, the only thing that happens is a body swap. Hey, then you're retired. So, only in the worst case scenario. Last time, I died in a building collapse, so this is good news. I raised both hands to Bae Se-jin, who seemed to be about to have a blood clot on his neck. And we've already overcome the most critical situation. What? It's live radio. I'm serious. I thought it was going to be a disaster. And then everyone fell silent for a moment, as if recalling what had happened on the radio just before. Then, surely Se-jin and you are like that. Yes. Naturally, everyone's gaze turned to Se-jin. I paid my taxes voluntarily. Sorry. Oh, that's right. Big Se-jin seemed quite taken aback. But, like a man who was good at reading the mood, he didn't seem to have any intention of grabbing me by the collar and demanding compensation for my emotional distress. From carrots first, I gave it a thumbs up right away. It was great. I guess you tried it because you trusted your quick wit. You speak well, but you speak. But I don't think he'll deny that he was today's MVP. We all know that. Honestly, the result was that he also benefited. And I turned my head to the second super save. Did you hear that back then? Yeah. Fortunately, Sienna Hyan just had a worried look on her face. It's okay. You didn't have to tell me. I'm not really good at variety shows, you know. No. Thanks to your help, I got over it. Thank you. The big moon approached awkwardly and bowed its head. However, Sienna Hyan looked back and forth between me and the big moon with an expression that seemed happy but unsure of what to do. And it creaks and says hello. Oh no. Come to think of it, all the members were looking at the big moon with a mysterious expression. So, I'm talking about the big moon-shaped pavilion. The atmosphere seems a bit different than usual. Cha Eugene was a good student. That looks weird on your face, Hyung. Be quiet. It was originally his. Bei Se-jin also muttered with a mysterious expression. But it was a different topic. It would have been okay if radio had told me. No, that doesn't mean I would NVLIGHT have done better. I guess so. Because you're a good actor. In fact, not only Bei Se-jin but also Ryu Chong-woo are good candidates. They have good judgment, are calm, and are leaders. But the radio is on right now, so if I share more and Raven happens to hear it. Big, right? -1. I'm not good at lying. -2. Unable to control overflowing curiosity and questions in incomprehensible situations. When the name of the member who symbolized that human image was mentioned, all the members nodded. And Kim Rae-bin was greatly shocked. Am I the kind of person who cannot be trusted? No. Only when I lie on a live talk show. It's okay, Raven. It just means you have a good personality. Anyway, after the shock wore off a bit, the brainstorming began. Well, shouldn't the two of you try something? What did Eugene say earlier? Netflix. In dramas like that, they usually do something like that when they come back to their bodies. A kiss? Murder? Brother, both of them are so terrible. No, I'm not telling you to do it. I just said what came to mind. I found out what drama genre Bei Se-jin watches. It was TMI. Anyway, the initial recommendation is worth using. First, I grabbed Park Moon-dae's arm. That is, the big moon's arm. Then, let's go talk quickly and sort out the situation. Okay, if there's any problem, please share it immediately. I immediately went to my room under Ryu Chong-woo's confirmation. Bam. You've worked hard. No. And as soon as I sat down, I started checking the status window first. Outbreak. Status abnormality mission failed. Restored to original state. Everything is back to normal as if it never happened. 21 hours, 26 minutes, and 43 seconds until the end. I'm starting to think a lot. As if nothing had happened. I looked at Park Moon-dae. Yeah, I thought about it earlier, but actually, that body originally belonged to that big moon guy. As you know, this situation where I'm an idol and you're a civil servant is something that happened because I switched places with you. Well, that's true, isn't it? This guy had no intention of becoming an idol, and I failed the civil service exam. In short, this means we're both living our own lives. But, return to original state? I muttered expressionlessly. What are the odds that after 24 hours, both of them will be reverted to their previous lives? That much? You're freaking out. The big moon pointed at the hologram. Look. It's a mission failure. It's not a status ailment. The penalty doesn't seem that severe, does it? I rubbed my chin as I watched the guy who was clenching his fists and saying, let's not make such extreme assumptions. I've been thinking about this for a while, but the words seem a bit different from what I said to you before. Come to think of it, I remembered the phrase that came to me during the last building collapse. Until the final disaster, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Back then, it was called disaster. Now, it's called end. Yes, and the circumstances were a bit unusual back then. I was just trying to avoid the failure penalty. Yes, at that time, I was somehow narrowly avoiding the sudden death penalty, which was a status abnormality failure penalty. Then it turned into a mission failure. So the mission failure effect has already been activated? The fact that my body and that guy's body were switched is itself a mission failure effect. Yes, I think so. So, until that failure effect wears off, there's 21 hours left. Indeed. Well, if I just had to hold out for a day, it was worth it. That's a persuasive and advantageous interpretation. But still, the question remains. Then what mission did you fail? That The face of the big moon became blurred. I don't know either. I don't have a status screen. I came up with a few hypotheses, but I stopped talking about them right away. Confusing priorities is a surefire way to mess things up. Get the urgent stuff done first. Okay. Anyway, since this is the most convincing hypothesis, let's act on it for a day. I opened a pop-up. After 24 hours, your body will be completely transformed again. Yes. If I think about my experience during the building, of course, it would be when I got through the day well. I thought about it carefully and then nodded. First of all, are you in a good mood for your annual leave today? I guess it doesn't work. Sick leave? That would be possible, but I need to submit the materials. I laughed. It doesn't matter. If it's okay to use up one vacation day. That's okay, but then that's fine. Is this person your immediate team leader? I checked one of the guy's contacts on my smartphone. And the next morning, excuse me, team leader. I'm trying to avoid using sick leave as much as possible. There's also the issue of performance evaluations. Of course, I think it's right to manage attendance as you suggested, even if it means using annual leave. The big moon is gaping. Park Moon Day has a strong jaw, so there shouldn't be any problems. I'm truly sorry. I hope I've been a nuisance. No, it's the restaurant's fault, but still, food poisoning this morning. Yes. Then I'll see you when I get to work. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll say hello separately. Beep. I hung up the phone, and then he turned his head. Are you okay? Yes. Don't be surprised. I'll send him a drink this afternoon. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Even if you are a civil servant, if you frequently use sick leave because you are receiving a salary, it is natural that you will be disadvantaged in your performance evaluation. So, if we turn that around and make them think that they are using annual leave instead of sick leave because they are worried about their performance evaluation, wouldn't that be the end of it? Well, since you said you work at the district office, I guess you won't be going crazy like other 7th graders. Anyway, I guess this guy's work has been taken care of too. As you know, Testa is coming back soon, so we have a lot of work to do. Yes. So, it looks like there's nothing special about the schedule today. So can you accompany Park Moon Day to Testa? Don't worry. There's no filming. Schedule. There's nothing more nerve-wracking than listening to the radio. And I will follow you. Really? How? It's not for nothing that Ryu Jianwoo took a vacation. As a daily road manager. Ugh. I got up from my seat. I had to deal with it right away to stay on schedule. 444 chapter. This morning, one of TSDAR's managers found himself greeted by an unexpected new family member. Mundi's not feeling well, so Chongwoo called a relative. Apparently, you're almost like family. Family joining the schedule. He'd always been known for working by the book and never spoiled Taystar with unreasonable demands, so he couldn't exactly refuse. If the company wanted this rare favor granted, he had to comply. Sigh. Resigned, he went out to meet the members, prepared for a complicated day caring for someone he didn't even really know while nominally acting as day manager. Finally, he met that relative. Hello, I'm Inc. VLGHD, exclusive on Inc. VLGHD, Ryu Jianwoo. Oh yes. He looked like someone who'd been locked in a library for 5 years and fed nothing but vegetables. Handsome, and obviously a relative. Surprising, but not strange. I've finished head count. No member has any special issues. I've already informed the company about Monday. Oh yes. That's when things got odd. This guy was so efficient. Wow, nice to work with you, Hyung. Oh, would. You like something to drink while we go? Thanks. The members treated him like an old friend. You'd think they'd been through 7 years of hardships together. Question marks filled the manager's head, but his body simply moved on autopilot to follow the day's schedule. When they reached the car, Ryu Jianwoo raised his hand. Shall I drive? Drive? Normally the least experienced person does the heavy lifting, but this case was different. The manager hesitated, then nodded. Yes. Thank you. Of course. Thank you. Rather than risk an awkward scuffle, he let Jianwoo take the wheel. The company was just nearby. He'd punch it into the GPS and let the schedule take care of itself. After a few hiccups, he'll hand the seat back. But Ryu Jianwoo slid into the driver's seat and, without asking, expertly set the navigation. Let's head to the company first. Oh yes. He checked the rest of the schedule as they drove off. This morning we've got a meeting, then a shop visit, then consultations, should wrap by 1 p.m. Lunch. Let me know where you want to go. I want chicken. We'll vote. Anyone object? All right. But since we're right before promo, let's go boiled. The manager in the passenger seat suddenly got an unearned break. Ryu Jianwoo glanced in the rearview mirror and offered another tip. Ray-Ban your hair. Oh, thanks. He looked like a cross between a veteran kindergarten teacher and a seasoned manager, and it somehow worked. The manager blurted out, what do you normally do? Oh, I'm a civil servant in administration. Before they knew it, the car pulled up at the company. Without asking, Jianwoo tapped his ID card and breezed inside, then confirmed the members were all in. So you're not coming in? I need to get coffee. As the newbie. How did he know that? I'll get it at the discount CAF nearby. For iced decaf Americanos, 2 chamomiles, 1 hot chocolate. I ordered as soon as we got out of the car. What does the director want? The manager gave up trying to think it through. I feel like I'm going to die. You'll be fine. Lee Sejin laughed as he passed a water bottle. Park Mundy gripped it and gulped. Eek. It was a brutal marathon. Park Mundy hadn't lied. There was no schedule more nerve-wracking than live radio. TSDR's comeback recording and pre-content shoots were already done, so there was no real strain. Except the training schedule and the management schedule. I don't even know where I am. Meeting room, salon, vocal training room, bone setting clinic. He raced around so fast he was handed interview questions on the move. You don't need to read them. Not for today. That pop-up came from Jianwoo, Park Mundy inside him. But being told he could skip them didn't mean he got a break. 5 minutes later, the car stopped. Again at the company. The destination was the B1 dance studio. The bridge section you mentioned has been tweaked, but it's tricky. You okay? Yep. Always reliable. Their choreographer had combined 7 drafts into the final pick and would run it for 40 minutes. Jianwoo gently announced a special note. Mundy is excused from practice today due to injury. They'd agreed on that. Mundy couldn't be expected to do moves he'd never learned. Oh, right. I'll step out then. Without missing a beat, the revision demo started and Park Mundy was sidelined. Wow. Park Mundy, not really himself, slumped into a chair, unsure whether to be relieved or bewildered, and then promptly forgot everything. Amazing. Just repeating the bridge part up close showed its power. Knowing it was an unreleased song made his hands tremble. When he glanced over, right beside the mirror, Ryu Jianwoo, Park Mundy's body, rapidly scanned the choreography with his eyes. You're memorizing it visually. Same body, different inhabitant. Proof that first person matters. And it was supposed to be Jianwoo practicing this body right now. This won't do. As the status window entity, Park Mundy took pride in his achievements. He'd only helped his Hyung so far. Now he was the one holding things up. This isn't right. So when the next schedule appeared, it's PT at the training room at 9:10. Here we go. Hyung. Jianwoo, leaning against the wall, turned at Park Mundy's call. Can't I just skip the PT? The body's the same. Want to try it? It's pretty fun. Jianwoo readily agreed. Bolstered by that reaction, Park Mundy resolved to join the PT. Yes. He shouldn't have. He should have checked Jianwoo's expression. But lacking a 340 Eagles vision, Park Mundy now lay sprawled on the training room floor, dazed. Advanced level courses are no joke. After torturous effort, he finally felt reprieve, only because his muscles remembered enough to keep him alive. He drank the water from Lee Sejin like a life potion. But the break ended immediately. Time to move. Eek. Right, idle prep season schedules leave rest to the minute. At that moment, someone reached down to help him up. Base Sejin. Oh, thanks. No problem. Sejin murmured, then hesitated before adding. It's normal to struggle your first time, so don't overthink it. Thanks. He nodded once and walked off. Park Mundy realized Sejin truly was kind. In fact, most of Taystar was. Despite the crazy pace, no one treated the stranger in the group with suspicion or mockery. Outgoing members even checked in as they passed. Hey. Yes. By the time schedules wound down and night fell, the car pulled up at the dorm. Cha Eugene spoke up. Talk casually with me. I'm younger, it's fine. I'm sure. Exhausted, Park Mundy relaxed and let his guard down. Ryu Jianwu checked from the driver's seat as the two chatted. Not bad. I nodded. Monday had suffered, but everything was wrapping up smoothly. Ahem, good work today. Not at all. Thank you. I exchanged polite farewells with the manager. As soon as Li Sijin and Ryu Jianwu vouched for him, Ryu Jianwu's day manager interview passed in record time. Family ties are everything. With Monday ill and no direct relatives, Jianwu's excuse, bringing in his cousin, had worked. The company staff must have thought the dazed, sunny Monday version in Jianwu's body looked unwell. So Jianwu smoothly took charge of mental care. And driving, after a few nighttime rides, he'd gotten the hang of it. Thanks to Jianwu having his own car. He'd even offered, Hyung, maybe you should take your driver's test again. This is a shame. Anyway, it's been a while. Fortunately, the car hummed through Seoul without issues all day. As a one-off family helper rotating at the wheel for no pay, he got no harsh treatment. After reviewing the day, I nodded. No loose ends. I planned to head straight inside and crash when Eugene called out. Hyung Monday. Oh. Hey. Eugene quickly corrected. Oh. Jianwu Hyung. Let's get ice cream. Me, Ray Bin, and BM. BM. He said Big Moon is a special nickname, so we made it hip. Big Moon. I couldn't follow that logic. Still, Park Monday. Jianwu brightened at the offer. Rabin leaned in and whispered seriously. Hyung, given the circumstances, it might be safest to head straight inside. No. Rabin betrayed me. The one who said he wanted ice cream is gone. Betrayal? Saying you want it doesn't mean you'll buy it. Eugene's leaping in logic. Okay. Rabin was right. Going back to the dorm would be best, but gotta sweeten the deal. After eyeing the manager, I switched seats and took the wheel. He'd handle the guys. I'd tag along here. Shall we? There's a convenience store right ahead. Yeah. Oh, sure. Mask on. I drove a few seconds, parked, and stayed outside while they went in. Hyung, aren't you coming? I'm tired. You two pick. Okay. I watched the door close, then turned my gaze to the street. That taxi. Actually, I just seen it tail us. Of all times. In industry lingo, a saying, stalker. 445 chapter. People who stick to every move and breath of a celebrity's private life. Isn't that what you'd call the legendary stalker line? Well, I've had my family register and residency certificate dug up back when I was in Ajusa, so this isn't exactly new to me. It's fine inside the secure complex where our dorm is, but the moment we step outside, this still happens occasionally. The problem now is that the one inside the car isn't me. Perfect timing. Damn it. I stifled a sigh and lifted my head. A group of people had just tumbled out of a taxi and were about to swarm into the convenience store. I stood in front of the door, my back to it. Some of the faces were recognizable, so there was no mistaking me for just another customer. Hey, what are you doing? Step aside. At first they didn't seem to realize I was involved, but they quickly caught on. What the hell? After that, they stopped speaking to me and started firing questions into the store, smartphones raised. That's the type, huh? What are you doing? Why did you come out? Where are you headed? Monday? Kim Ray Bin. What's up? What did you buy? Is it for the members? For your girlfriend? Oh, I never expected to see this from a third-person perspective. No wonder it'd be nerve-wracking the first time you experience it. I recalled the one-room break-in back in Ajusa and immediately popped up a message for Kundal inside the store. Those people outside aren't regular fans. Just nod and walk by? If you can't handle it, just pretend you didn't see them. Kundal flinched for a moment, then grabbed the bag with the ice cream at the register and headed for the door. Two others drifted out beside him as if nothing was happening. I linked arms with the three of them, then spread out to keep them at bay as I steered them toward the car. Hey, why? Are you so mean, Eugen? We're calling love you. And you're not even answering. Their tone was getting more aggressive by the second. This could turn ugly if it came to a scuffle. And if I switched bodies again, Kundal would have to keep handling this. Better end it as fast as possible. Let's see. No one was clinging to the other side of the car. Since the crowd was small, they all stuck to the member side. No one was strategically waiting by the car. In that case, I gauged the distance to the car and whispered to Cha Eugene. When I give the signal, run and get in the car. But, to the opposite side. Got it. A few seconds later, Cha Eugene bolted out and sprinted around the car. Oh, The moment people reflexively turned toward him, I opened the rear door on my side and shoved the other two inside. Click. Just push and done. Cha Eugene was already in, and the distance was enough. All the members were safely inside the tinted car. They couldn't see a thing, no matter what they did or asked. Situation resolved. The disappointed group outside paused, then immediately refocused on the car as their new target. If they'd channeled that energy into something legal, they might have made a name for themselves by now. I don't know why they waste time on useless, illicit stuff. Monday, what are you doing today? Manager on duty. I gently nudged one of them away from the car and headed to the driver's seat. In any case, it was over before things could get worse. Years of experience. First as an observer selling data, then as an idol on stage, won out in the end. Although it was my first time playing manager. Thud. Once I was in the driver's seat, the door closed. Inside the well-soundproofed car, it was relatively quiet. We're moving out. I fired up the engine and pulled onto the road. Only after we re-entered the dorm complex did Kundal finally speak. That was terrifying. Kim Ray-bin immediately ducked his head. It doesn't always happen like this, but sometimes it does. I'm so sorry you had to get caught up in that. God, no, it's fine. I'm the one who's sorry for coming out to buy ice cream. I said I'd buy the ice cream. But nobody got hurt, so we're good. Mission complete. Cha Eugene chirped as he unwrapped a melon-flavored ice cream. He looked genuinely happy. True to someone from the paparazzi's homeland, bold to the last. Kundal accepted the offered ice cream awkwardly. He swallowed, then asked quietly, you don't mind? Well, Cha Eugene shrugged. Every job has its good parts and its bad parts. I just need to pick a fun job I'm good at. And I'm someone who can drive this. Oh my, I agree with that. Even Kim Ray-bin, who had been ducking his head, now nodded gravely. Talking with my older sister who recently changed jobs made me realize that every job has its own challenges. Kundal nodded slightly. So rather than denying the downsides, I want to be grateful for the positives and work on improving. Yes. The version of Monday in the car blinked his eyes and nodded. Tension had melted away. Not bad. I saw both of them finally taking a bite of their ice creams, then tore my gaze away from the rearview mirror. A little later, as the car arrived in the underground parking garage, Kundal sent a pop-up. Hyung. Why? Since he hadn't said it aloud, I guessed he wanted to talk seriously and privately. But, Taystar must be insane. I love that we'll be active for 1,000 years. Seriously. No, I didn't expect such an overjoyed message. Since what he'd just gone through, and this was his take. I'd felt from the radio days that he wasn't ordinary. Still, I couldn't help but let out a small laugh. As long as it didn't become a bad memory for him, that was fine. Yeah, that's good. Yes. And really, those two guys are exactly the kind of people who can keep doing this for a long time. Cha Eugene, wait, save that flavor. It's Monday Hyung's favorite. Okay. It seems I wasn't paying attention to the steering wheel in my previous life for nothing. I parked smoothly. Let's get out. Yep. And with ice cream in hand, the three of them safely arrived at the dorm. Officially, all schedules were complete. Good work. That's it. Now we just wait to go back inside. Yes. I climbed out, finished my final check, and looked at Kundal, who wore a contemplative expression. Something came to mind. By the way, there's something I need to tell you after work. Yes. What is it? I spoke seriously. I could see Kundal swallow. I'm not sure what he was expecting, but it was important. It was, you know that as a public official, you can't have a second job. Don't declare the manager income. If a civil servant accepts pay for a private side gig without permission, it's grounds for disciplinary action. And you wasted your vacation days for nothing. Consider it unpaid volunteer work. You can settle with me later. Why isn't he responding? At that moment, Cha Eugene in the back raised his hand. Hyung, up until 5 minutes ago you were like an action movie hero, but now you're a supporting character in a sitcom. For a real-world office worker, it's better to be a sitcom supporting actor with good attendance than an action hero who gets disciplined. I patted Kundal on the back. You took the day in via LGRHT. Don't copy. Read here. Off today for food poisoning. Got it. Yes. Right. And so the turbulent 24 hours of Kundal's mission-failed day ended without further incident. Well, until it really did end. Opened my eyes. Pairs of familiar eyes were staring down at me. And a slightly nervous question. Monday? Monday. I answered. Yes. Phew. Oh, welcome home, bro. Everyone around me seemed to relax and make a fuss. I raised my head and lifted my hand. A familiar pale hand came into view. It was Park Mundy's hand. A brief wave of relief. Phew. I clenched my fist. And just beside me, Kundal, back in Ryu Jianwu's body, let out what sounded like a deep sigh of relief. But still, I kept my expression blank and stared into the air. Mundy. The chatter around me quieted as they noticed my expression. Sian Ah-hyun's eyes trembled as he asked. See, could it be? I looked up at the status window. Sudden event. Status abnormal mission failed. Restore original state. 2. Everything returns as if nothing happened. Until next start D-. There it was again. No wonder it felt easy. Damn it. As if they'd bundled both our failures together. Now it even popped up in my status window. Did you think I'd say thanks? But this time there was a hint. Additional text appeared below. Target lost. Park Mundy, 1/2. Releasing in progress. Remaining target. Ryu Jianwu, February 2nd. So our names. Just the two bodies that swapped. This is definitely information I can work with. I need to find the hint here. It must relate to Kundal's mission. I need to figure out the mission's nature before I can resolve this. So I had to rack my brain hard to form hypotheses and tests. The problem was, I couldn't devote my entire brain to this right now. I clenched my brow, stifling a sigh. 2 weeks left. The comeback was right around the corner. We had to prepare like crazy. And of course, we had to prevent the catastrophe of swapping bodies on stage during promotions. But should I drop comeback prep entirely and focus all my mental energy on clearing this failed mission trap? I won't tank our promotions. No way. If my brain capacity wasn't enough, I'd have to borrow someone else's. The problem was there was only so much borrowed brainpower available. Everyone else who knew about our situation was also busy prepping for the comeback. Taystar had been briefed and was in emergency meetings. They didn't have time either. Could we swap bodies again at any time? You mean it might overlap with activities? Got it. Then we just need a plan. Or we could consider tweaking our comeback schedule. Sejin, hold on. We can talk about that last. First, let's check Mundy's status. Mundy, how are you? I'm fine. The problem is body swapping during promotions. I'm just glad you're healthy. That was the situation. And Kundal, Hyung, me doing the stage is seriously a no-go. Really can't do it. So that was where we stood. I know. I had no intention of making him perform. Calm down. I quelled the panic mode pop-up and wrapped up the discussion with the group. If push comes to shove, we can say it's the flu and skip 1 day of promotions, a vague stopgap. No other choice. We couldn't exhaust every hypothesis in a cram session. I then sat alone and began to think absurd thoughts. Who around here isn't busy with comebacks, but might have a unique idea? There is one. The next day, I pondered, then reached out to one person at the right time. Hello there. It was Jude Dan of VTIC. That strange guy already serving in the military. 446 chapter. Hey Hyung, but why are you calling him Jude Dan? VTIC Jude Dan. Why did this guy suddenly pop up on my list of brains to borrow? To be honest, there aren't many candidates. I hadn't been running around telling everyone about my situation in the first place. Body swapping, returning to the past, the system, no one but the few I'd had to share it with knew. And among them, he seemed the least squeamish about it. He's a bit unusual, but maybe that could help. So, with nothing to lose, I contacted Jude Dan. Out of courtesy, I asked about his NOVELIGHT life. How's Army life, Sunbae? There are plenty of issues with the conscription system's efficiency, but I'll skip that. Right. I wondered how he was treated in his unit, but decided to focus on my own problem. Let's see. He's in the barracks, so there must be guys eavesdropping nearby. A call from a celebrity always attracts attention, even if you pretend otherwise. I needed to mislead them about the topic. Actually, I was gaming and wanted to ask you something about this system. I laid the groundwork, calling it a light hobby chat, a psychological test of sorts, before mentioning the system issue. In short, mission failure led to body swapping, and these status messages popped up. After some Q&A, he finally responded. Body switching, a romantic comedy glitch, isn't it? It's not exactly my specialty. Should I hang up? Hold on. I had to use his brain, so I held back. I wanted to hear your unique third-party perspective. What do you think? Silence. Then after a moment, Dan said something I'd never imagined. Have you considered that perhaps there was never a mission to begin with? What? A few days later, TSDR's comeback preparations proceeded smoothly, without major incident. Originally, we planned a hard-hitting concept for a long-awaited album, but since Savior had already been intense, we toned down the mania. It was a wild theme. We needed a tempo adjustment before going there again. So we opted for a stylish, broadly appealing mini-album. Thus the concept was American Public High School, style high teen. The idol essential. Alright, I won't lie. I thought. We're at that age where we can still pull this off. How long do we have left before this feels forced? Sob, it's so sad. I need to manage myself better. Actors in their 30s play high schoolers all the time. Don't think so extreme. Yes. You're right. By the way, Si and Ah-hyun smoothed over that awkward back and forth. Everyone's outfits look great. You all look like high schoolers. The stage will be awesome, too. Alright, I can guarantee that. Yes, we really nailed it. Oh, no need to be this cheesy. For the music video and stage, we consulted Cha Eugene, who gleefully determined every role. Everything proceeded to schedule, and still is. Monday, about that body swap issue. You don't need to worry about it now. Just wait a bit. Okay. Thus, comeback prep went off without a hitch. No problems. But I hadn't forgotten the status window. And a few days later, on the day I checked it again. Sudden event. Status abnormal mission failed. Restore original state, too. Everything returns as if nothing happened. Until next start D-. I realized something. Kundal. What? I took a deep breath. I figured out the swap date. Look at the status window. See how D- became D-. I pointed. The countdown was ticking down digit by digit. 2 digits to 1 digit means one thing. From 10 to 9. 9 days left. And if it follows the same time window as last time, it's most likely around 11 p.m. that night. The night of January 21st. Thankfully, it's just before our comeback stage. I mentally replayed the schedule for that day. So, does that mean you'll clear the schedule at that time? Here's the tricky part. You can't do that. I go to work as Ryu Jian-woo, and you handle the schedule as Park Monday. I spoke deliberately. That's what we have to do that day. Why is that? Because that seems to be how to end the mission failure effect. I recalled my conversation with Dan a few days ago. That outlandish suggestion. What if there was no mission in the first place? Yes. You try to eliminate the culprit, only to find there was none, a hollow narrative. It's so overused it's become a glitch-breaking glitch. Honestly, I couldn't agree with that twisted logic. But the sentence itself sparked an idea the moment I heard it. You changed my status abnormal failure into a mission failure. So the system never considered there to be a mission. It was originally just a status abnormality. And, originally, a mission means the goal I set arbitrarily via the status window to earn a reward. Through the trait you gave me, mission disposition. But you can't create that to begin with. The pop-up paused. You don't have a status window. Therefore, for Kundal, the concept of a mission can't exist. So, the mission doesn't exist. Exactly. When there's no mission, a mission failure pops up and retroactively makes it seem like there was one. The algorithm got tangled by force-fitting the replacement. Thus, now, a mission failure will always occur. Instead of resolving a non-existent mission, when the failure effect happens, we should approach it by releasing the target. According to your theory, that's just like the building escape game strategy, where you escape the collapsing building and lose the system's target. Rather than guessing at a mission that never existed, focus on what happened after the failure. Then the situation becomes obvious. I chuckled. Remember what we did after we swapped bodies? I stayed with Taestar, and Hyung followed as the road manager. Right. So to put it plainly, you lived Park Monday's original daily life properly, and I went AWOL from Ryu Jian-woo's original life. That's why only Park Monday was released from the target. Like this. Target lost. Park Monday, 1/2. Releasing in progress. Remaining target. Ryu Jian-woo, 2/2. Now the goal is clear. We need to make the system think we're living our own lives without swapping. Then the target will be lost. Kundal was silent for a moment. Then the pop-up reappeared. Then I'll stay as TSDR's Park Monday one more time, and Hyung will stay as civil servant Ryu. Jian-woo. Exactly. I nodded. That's it. I felt relieved now that we had a perfect conclusion and timing. Once we execute it properly. Wow. Contacting Judan was really a brilliant move. He seems like a great person. Huh. That's kind of much. After getting his helpful response, I had asked him cheerfully, what girl group is popular in the army these days? And he answered, I don't know. We each access modern civilization on our smartphones after work. No need to gather around mass media like TV. Though security restricts our range of apps. Right? I never thought someone would say, watching idol groups on TV isn't the trend anymore. Oh, send regards to Hyung Jae-hyun. And I have no idea why he told me that, since he's not our group's leader. Anyway, Chongryo, I'll see you somewhere without having to contact you. It's awards season. Finishing my recollection of the talk with Judan, I sighed. That helped. So on the night of the 21st, if we swap, I should explain what we'll each do on the 22nd. I'm not going to work that day. Right. The 21st is Saturday, so the next day would be Sunday. I nodded. This made things much easier. Then I'll pick up where you left off that day. What did you plan to do? I was planning to rest all day Sunday. I had a feeling, but his next reply surprised me. But on Saturday night, I'll probably be out. He'd be out. At 11 p.m.? Okay. What are you doing out then? And the unexpected answer came. Actually, I'm going to a fan signing. Why would you go there? Wait a second. Right? I do have a fan signing scheduled that Saturday. Specifically, TSDAR's. Osong AI Assistant Curious Vega Advertising Model T-Star Fan Sign Event. A corporate ad model fan signing. But why would a civil servant attend? Because I want, to get his autograph. I bowed my head. I'm sorry. I wanted to surprise you that day, but I think I was too thoughtless. Hyung, should I cancel? No. As much as possible, let nothing else affect the timeline. Leave it as it is. No need to risk it. Actually, this is perfect. We can see each other's faces right before swapping. Since the signing starts in the evening, it's a perfect chance to note any oddities. All right, then please take a taxi home from there. Yes. My conversation with Kundal ended cleanly there. But when the day of the fan signing arrived, a not-so-clean incident occurred. So after the signing, you'll return to the dorm and become Kundal again? Between 11 and midnight. Yes. Okay, just confirming. Ryu Chong-woo patted my shoulder as he passed by. I drank some water in the waiting room and changed costumes. Nothing unusual. But immediately, that damned unusual happened. They're saying the organizers' issue will delay us about an hour and a half. We don't have anything scheduled after this. Maybe rest and adjust your condition? The manager trailed off. Adjust condition sounded nice, but it meant we'd be leaving late, which sucks. And since the advertiser is Osong, we can't push back. Osong is a huge conglomerate. Anyway, I pressed my temple. If I refuse and claim illness to leave early, is that too risky? Normally, I'd wait and fulfill the schedule. Damn. With no subsequent schedule, this fan signing is essentially confirmed. Canceling would cause a massive ripple effect. Should we go through with it? Or maybe I should do something unpredictable. I clenched both fists. Then, Mundi. Sienna Hyun sat beside me. It's okay. Usually, by the time you think of the signing schedule, it'll end before then. Don't overthink it. Do what feels right for you, Mundi. Indeed. Statistically speaking, it will likely be inside the car or the waiting room after the event. I looked at the others around me and nodded. Surprisingly, I felt a bit calmer. All right, but I soon regretted that decision. I never expected that during the signing, the brief talk segment would be delayed again due to equipment issues, and that this damned system countdown would move a bit earlier than I anticipated. So when I came to, I was in this state. Blink. Somehow I was holding a pen behind a high school girl. In line, a hamster headband bobbed on her short hair. Beyond her, I saw Ryu Chong-woo finishing autographs with a smile. Our eyes met. I immediately looked away. He looked puzzled. Then realization dawned on his expression. And in the seat right next to him sat a familiar face laden with all sorts of extravagant fan meeting accessories. It was me, Park Monday. Hyung. Maybe I should collapse and get taken away by an ambulance. At this point, I could consider defusing the situation and surviving this turn somehow. But having seen this, I couldn't do that. Sudden event. Status abnormal mission failed. Restore original state. 2. Everything returns as if nothing happened. 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds until end. 48 hours until termination. The time had doubled. A bad omen. If this continues, I might swap permanently soon. I turned back in line. No one was there. So it was just me and the girl in front. 2 signatures, then done. I feel like I could really collapse this time. Listen up. I squeezed my eyes shut. You are TSDAR's Park Monday. And I am just a light fan getting autographs from the members. I try not to stagger as I stepped forward toward Ryu Chong-woo. Thus began the worst roleplay on Earth. 447 chapter. A perfectly normal fan sign event was underway in front of me. Eek, you're so handsome. Haha, thank you. Despite the chaos behind him, Ryu Chong-woo, who'd clearly grasped everything, remained unfazed as he greeted the fan before me. He's definitely a pro. And I was watching Kundal's panic pop-ups as the next fan slid into the seat, passed to Ryu Chong-woo. Hi, Hyung. Please control me quickly. He was so frantic he'd started issuing orders. I understood. I sent a calm message. Yes, just say exactly what I ask. Because this is a corporate event, the staff weren't funneling fans forward quickly. That meant it didn't require the lightning reflexes of a usual fan signing. You just fill in with normal pace. You can do this. Yes. But immediately another trembling pop-up appeared. An unconscious thought, it seemed. But these people came to see you, Hyung. I really don't know if it's okay for me to do this. Sorry. I know it's unavoidable. I'll stop whining and just do it. No, that's a perfectly reasonable worry. I had the same thought myself. So we just needed to match better. You nailed my radio love you bit exactly. In T-Star Park Monday's body, of course. And I share his vision, so I could deliver exactly what this fan expected. Sure, maybe they bought the AI assistant package as a gag and then got lucky. But the odds favored a real fan. If you deliver what I send, that fan will truly believe they met T-Star Park Monday. And I was literally right beside them, hearing it. Can you help give them that experience? Yes. Good. I took a deep breath and got ready for real-time prompts. Hyung, that love you bit from the radio. I'd die if you could do it once more. I really want to see it. Please and thank you. Yep. And Kundal cleared that first round safely. Before taking the next person, I told him to stall, saying he'd lost the pen. Finally, my turn came. No one was left in front of Ryu Jian-woo. Phew. I stared at the empty space, then gave up and sat down at the long table. Thud. I planted myself in the chair opposite Ryu Chong-woo. This was a new perspective. So this is what it looks like from here. I'd always faced them from the other side. This angle felt novel, and I realized I couldn't stall any longer. Damn it. So I met his eyes. He smiled. He's smiling? Hyung, how did you get here? You could have just applied normally. You startled me. Right. Ryu Jian-woo is Ryu Chong-woo's relative. So this was natural? Controversial, perhaps, but the die was cast. I went with it. I spoke evenly. Meeting as family and as an idol are different. So I applied. I'm your fan, after all. Come to think of it, I was glad. It made shamelessness easier. Ryu Chong-woo didn't burst out laughing. He just asked kindly, you really are a fan? Yeah. When I get off work, I replay T-Star content. Whether it's me or Kundal speaking, it's the honest truth. Realizing that, Ryu Chong-woo burst out. Ha ha, ha ha. I tried to join his laughter as I offered the signing board again. He signed reflexively, still smiling. Cut it out. Stop before this pops on SNS as idol signs for cousin. What content did you like best? They're all great. Your radio appearance a few days ago was hilarious. Oh, was it? He laughed, finished signing, then scribbled a PS on the board. Here, I'll pass this straight on to the others. No worries. This was... Thanks. No problem. Truly impeccable both in character and composure. I picked a good leader. I nodded and prepared to move on. All right, Hyung. I brought a fan sign item. Everyone else is doing it. A prop? I hadn't noticed in the chaos, but I was holding something. A shopping bag. A bad feeling. But if I didn't give this, it might break the mission failure remedy by not perfectly following Monday's day. So I wordlessly plunged my hand into the bag. Each item was tagged Ryu Chong Wu, probably to avoid mix-ups in the crowd. Whatever. I yanked out the prop. It was a gat. One of those Josian-era hats. Why such meticulous historical detail? It looked like a formal gat worn by officials. Why would he buy that? But if it made him happy. The problem was, I had to give it. You want me to wear this? Go ahead. Ryu Chong Wu brought it himself, set it on his head. The high school girl with the hamster headband in front of me gave a thumbs up. It fits perfectly. I didn't choose it, but okay. Haha. Thanks, Hyung. Anyway, first member signed safely. Come again. I won't. But I couldn't move to the next member yet, because that was Park Mundy. Thanks to my stalling cue, he'd only started signing for the previous fan now. And the moment I heard that person greet Park Mundy, I sensed. Hello? Their voice was steadier, and far more natural than with Ryu Chong Wu. They're not a real Park Mundy fan. Relief. As I sent Kundal a response pop-up, I let out a small sigh of relief. Since they weren't that interested, polite bland responses would do. Oh right, could you do that Tibetan fox expression once? I couldn't script that. So I watched, impassively, as Kundal struggled to mimic a neutral fox face. I suppose that's what my usual expression looks like. I'll reflect on that. Soon he collapsed. Sorry, that was awkward, right? Oh. Yet it was surprisingly natural, coming from the real body owner. No. It was cute. Appa, you're so cute. Thank you. Hyung, sorry. I think I messed it up. You thinking of a career in this? Yes. No. Nearly encouraged this lotto winner in the 7th grade into a new profession. I dropped the thought and moved on. Thud. Now I sat before Park Mundy, wearing a world's best apple squishy speech bubble hat and puppy ears, facing himself. A very strange feeling. But knowing our roles had switched, I decided to do my best. Let's see. I steepled my fingers and spoke cautiously. Mundy, I really support you. Sob. You've been my favorite since before debut. Is that the right way to say it? Favorite. Yes, that's right. Thank you. His pronunciation slurred a bit, but fine. I nodded. Speaking of that, I needed his autograph. Your signature. Here, please. He signed very credibly. No longer surprising. Did you practice? No, my body just remembered. It was amazing. That was it. I continued the warm fan sign chat. Really? Thank you. I'll definitely follow your next activities. And I hadn't forgotten the prop. Also, could you sign this? If you don't want to, that's fine. Why would I not want to? It's cute. Hyung, you don't have to mimic me that much. Sob. He did his best. I saw Kundal barely perch a tiny golden crown on his head. Good. My self-autograph complete. Next up, the actual members. While I got his autograph, I saw Ryu Chong Wu whisper to the others behind him. And to Park Mundy's right sat Bae Sejin. A calm one as an early pick. Good. I moved over. Bae Sejin flinched. Hello. Yes. Hello. He'd obviously heard about it, but he looked at me uncertainly. Because he doesn't see it as acting? I thought it better to break the ice. So I spoke up spontaneously. Do you remember me? I greeted you in the restroom before. Oh, yes. You look even cooler now. Thank you. He studied me, surprised. Relaxed now. But Sejin gulped as if determined, bowed his head to sign, then spoke slowly. You were a great help that day, even if you weren't my fan. Regardless, I wanted to say thank you. Thank you for coming to the fan signing today. He, NVLIGHT, finished signing too. Ryu Jian Wu, then handed me the board. Well, thank you for continuing your activities. And yes, I am your fan. I'll keep supporting you. Yes. I shook Bae Sejin's hand. It felt firm. Good. I thought we were done, until one more remained. The prop. I rummaged the bag, a hamster headband. I looked at Bae Sejin. But Bae Sejin already wore the hamster headband, the same one I'd seen on the high school girl. They match. I returned Kundal's prop to the bag. Sorry, but the moment the props overlapped, the game was up. And so I moved on. The person at center was. Hello. Sian Hyun. He sat with a reassuring expression. Recalling our radio experience, I doubted this would go wrong. He's not one to tease fans. I relaxed as I took my seat. Yes, hell cough. I'd been nervous and coughed, so I cleared my throat quickly when Seeing Ah-hyun hurriedly grabbed his drink beside him and offered it. Water, here. Oh, there's green tea too. A surprise countergift? Wait. A mental flash. Fan favoritism scandal at Seeing Ah-hyun's fan signing. Only male muggles got special treatment? No, it's fine. I'm okay. I'm just nervous. It's my first fan signing even though I've been a fan since before TSDR's debut. Oh, he hastily took back the drink. No, not good to make it awkward. There were already few adult men in the hall. I couldn't stick out more. I chose the natural solution, immediate prop handover. By the way, could you sign this? The pre-gift. Of course. He hesitated, then took the deer antler wreath and placed it on his head. Ah, Ahyan. Cries erupted from behind. I understood. It fit brilliantly. Where on earth did you get this? Oh, I take custom orders on SNS. I hadn't actually asked, but I got it. I deliberately turned aside so his fan accounts could grab pics, then chatted a few more words with him. Time ran out as I read his message on the board. I'm always grateful and sorry. I'll work to be an even more reliable friend. Fighting. Break time was over. Next was, hello? Yes. Big Sejin. He beamed cheerfully. Without looking, he scribbled on the board, theatrically mouthing the words. Wow, what brings you here? I'm a Taystar fan. Oh, thank you, but whose fan are you? Mundi. Ugh. He hastily covered his face. I could practically see a barrage of kikis behind those hands. So infuriating, but stay calm. Why you two look alike? Oh, really? That's the first time I've heard that. Thanks. Of course. People tend to like those who look like them. Ugh. He laughed boldly. I'm a fan of myself. Ugh. Kim Rae-bin nearly spat out his water. Luckily, he restrained himself. I took a steadying breath and shamelessly said, actually, I'm an all fan. Ugh. Don't laugh. I'm also your fan, Sejin. Maybe it's because you and Mundi look alike. I support you too. You're amazing in so many ways. Ah, yes. He gave a sheepish grin and held out his hands. Thank you. I felt victorious. I high-fived him and moved on. Kim Rae-bin. He was serious. Is there anything you want from me? You'd think I was threatening him. Prepared to grant anything. He waited. I earnestly said, I hope you continue great activities. Yes. And please rest well to maintain your condition. Of course. And if possible, try to sleep before midnight at least twice a week. You'll kill yourself in your 30s. And also this. Oh yes. I casually pulled from the bag a white silicone lump labeled Kim Rae-bin. At this point, I wasn't sure if it was resignation or experience. When I hand this over. But what is this? A pale silicone blob. Oh, it's for your ear. Oh, you wear it on your ear. Got it. So it's an ear cuff. Almost gave him a random, unknown object. I watched him clip soft angel wings onto his ear, then rose silently. Only one left now. Hi. Cha Eugene. He'd fully enjoyed the fan signing, even interlacing fingers with his previous fan. Now he waved at me with a grin. 448 chapter. Now if I can just get past Cha Eugene, this nerve-wracking fan signing event will finally be over. I plopped down into the chair at once. Let's finish this quickly. Maybe it was just my imagination, but my back felt like it was burning. Then again, maybe it wasn't just in my head. Of the 7 chairs lined up now, I was the only one still sitting, because Ryu Jianwu was last on the roster. How did I even end up here? Sorry. If he didn't rig the order, he doesn't need to apologize. I swallowed a sigh and bowed my head. Hello. Cha Eugene flashed a grin, took my photo signboard, and hunted for his picture. Welcome. What's your name? I'll go by Ryu Jianwu. Cha Eugene pouted. Not writing BM? Don't you like that nickname? Huh. Wait, BM. That's the nickname he gave me when our bodies swapped, right? Does he not realize we traded places? I glanced over at Kim Rae-bin. His face said, I have no idea why you're staring at me. Obviously some wires got crossed somewhere. Well, that might actually work in my favor. If he doesn't know it's me, I can just pretend to be Big Sejin, get his autograph, and be done with it. I steeled myself. Ugh, I can't watch. Why are you even looking? Please just blow hearts at the camera instead. Okay. I waved hurriedly at Cha Eugene. Oh no. I like it. It's just, somehow at an event like this I feel like I should use my real name. But if you want to write BM, I'd love that too. Got it. Cha Eugene hummed a tune as he scribbled. Then he bombarded me with questions. Did you eat? You come from far away. Really? Actually, maybe I should appreciate that he treats everyone's background survey equally, regardless of whether he knows them. So I answered as best I could. Yes, I ate well. And I didn't come from far. I live nearby. Oh, I live nearby too. Maybe we've bumped into each other before. Probably, since we live in the same neighborhood. Cha Eugene beamed. But why are you using formal speech? Aren't you younger than me? Oh, right, we'd agreed to speak casually. I shook my hand. This setting felt too formal. I don't think it's right. I'll switch now. Okay, I like that. Make yourself comfortable. Cha Eugene even held out his hand for a high five, like we'd just won a basketball game. And while he never stopped talking. Anything else you want me to do? Let me know before you go. You'll regret it otherwise. Perfect timing. I'll wait. I rifled through my shopping bag and pulled out the item labeled Cha Eugene. Well, I hadn't realized it had all these sparkly beads. A face chain. A stage accessory, basically. It's so flashy that unless it's Halloween, it's guaranteed to draw attention everywhere but on stage. Which means, in terms of fashion fails, it has to rank in the top 10 of things Cha Eugene would never wear off stage. But maybe that makes it the perfect blindside gift. Whatever. I shoved the face chain toward him. Cha Eugene peered curiously at the envelope, then winked and pulled out the chain. Do you want to see me put this on? Yes. Not me. Your fans want to see it. All right. He fastened the chain to his face. I swear I could hear the fandom shrieking from here. Wah. Actually, they were shrieking. Anyone being happy is fine by me. Mission, fan service, complete. I shifted my body to show off Cha Eugene. He tilted his head slightly. Does it suit me? Yeah, it looks great on you. I know. Then why ask? Cha Eugene shrugged, then leaned in and whispered conspiratorially. I don't normally do stuff like this. But when Love You sent it, I wanted to try it. Got it. Just remember me. Wow, this guy really never lets go of a fan once he has one. All right, I'll definitely remember. Yeah. Cha Eugene lifted his pen from the signboard and handed it back to me. Finally, the fan signing was over. Done. I survived this godforsaken ordeal. Thanks. Thank you. I smiled with relief and stood up. Then, that was so much fun. Maybe we can do this again later at the dorm? Have a safe trip home. See you again. Reflexively, I looked down at the signboard in my hand. Cha Eugene's autograph. He'd drawn 2 identical signatures side by side on my board, but with different recipients. 2. BM. 2. Ryu Jianwu. I lifted my head. Cha Eugene made a little Bujium lip face and waved. Big Sejin. Perfectly timed so the camera behind us wouldn't catch it. Whether it was intentional or not, who knows? I staggered back to the audience seats and sat down. A high school student who'd just gotten his autograph was sitting next to me. He asked, "So how was it?" It was astounding. Right? Yes. Should I make that guy act next time? I didn't know whether to be amazed that Cha Eugene played it so naturally, or embarrassed that I'd been completely fooled. I'm going crazy. Damn it. I bit back the urge to bury my face in my hands and tried to readjust my posture. Then something in my shopping bag rattled. I thought only Bei Sejin's hamster headband remained. I looked back inside the bag. To my surprise, there was still another item besides the hamster headband. I pulled it out. It was a bear paw charm with pink jelly. The tag was on it, but I knew immediately whose it was. Lee Sejin. And then I remembered. In the chaos of arguing with Big Sejin, I'd completely forgotten to hand this over. I missed giving this to you. Yeah. Let me think. First fan signing. My nerves made me skip one gift, Something that can easily happen. Completely natural. I was nervous. That must have been such a shame. Kind of is. It's not really a loss for me, but I resolved to deliver it later. I tucked the bag closed again. Everyone, it's late. Please make sure you get home safely. See you next time, love you. Watching them give fan service until the very end, it seemed that the day's madness was wrapping up without incident. I waved along like everyone else. Then I caught the eye of the Taystar manager sitting behind me. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I quickly averted my gaze. Maybe a family member's a fan too. And so that whirlwind fan signing finally ended. Phew. As I merged into the crowd and left the venue. Hyung, where are you going? A startled pop-up arrived. Where else? I'm heading back to the office, Del. Now that we've swapped, we have to live each other's. Lives exactly. Oh, right. I ended the brief chat asking him to tell everyone else I said hi, then called a taxi. Only after checking the status window again did it hit me. Hold on. It's not just been 1 day since the swap. It's been 2. 48 hours means this is going through Monday. I understood exactly what that meant. Ryu Jianwu has to go to work. Idle government employee 1-day trial. Selected. A crisp Monday morning. I scrolled through SNS. -2x 0121 Taystar Osong curious fan signing Park Monday photo. Osong really botched that event. Even a big company? Almost missed the last train because fan meeting was 2 hours late. So pissed. What was the fan sign item this time? It's gone crazy. Face chain, who are you? Thank you so much. I feel like bowing to you. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary at first glance. But on private or anonymous sites. Of course. They say the last fan guy here grabbed all the fan sign items. Photo. Is he staff? I heard about a Sassying there. Anyone who still believes Sassying rumors, LOL. Don't know, but he looks seriously handsome. Anyone snap a pic? I'm dying to know. People were definitely talking. I expected at least that much. Even if it had been Big Siegen, it would have been the same. I shrugged it off. Soon enough, it would be rumors mixing in until TSDR's real comeback, and then people would drop it. Though this one caught my eye. I was sitting next to him. I think he's a real fan. He brought stuff for the other members too, but was too nervous to give it to one of them. Lol, so cute. Someone posted that publicly, and it was starting to spread on SNS. Just don't let them dig up my personal info. It probably won't get to that point. Let's trust that people online won't get that vicious over a moral issue. I shook my head and swiped to the next section. Then a few text messages appeared. Jianwu, how are you doing? Please let me see you tonight. I'm hungry, sad face. Heard you got home okay. Let's keep in touch now and then. Don't push yourself. More? Carefully crafted messages from the members, just as Ryu Jianwu would receive them. One of them still had no clue. And then a text from Ryu Chongwu. Don't forget today's plan. Right. Of course. After sending that reply, I pocketed my phone. Oh, why was I wearing my coat? Because I was on the commute bus. That's right. Finally, I'm actually going to work as Ryu Jianwu. You could take a taxi. No. I want to replicate your day as closely as possible. More important than how I get there is, can I actually handle a grade 7 civil servant's job? Don't worry. I'll explain everything well this time. Right. The roles are reversed now. Today at noon, he has to guide me. Good thing Taystar has no external schedule today. Seems Big Siegen has already adjusted to Park Monday's practice routine after 1 day. Of course, I'm a bit worried about what happens tonight. About that plan. We'll think about that when the time comes. Okay, right now the urgent matter is your commute. I got off the bus and headed into the district office. Ryu Jianwu worked in the traffic administration department. Hello. Deputy Ryu is here. Hello, Deputy. The mood wasn't bad. Seems it's not a busy season. I greeted everyone with bows and found my desk, following Big Siegen's advice. Looking forward to working with you. Yes. And so work began. Before long, I realized Big Siegen was quite skilled at document drafting. Oh, his organization was tidy. There was no filler or unnecessary phrasing, and the visuals and data were clear. I don't know much about civil service, but this seems well suited to him. If he ever fails the exam, he'd be screwed, but he clearly has the knack. Next, ink via LGRHT. Don't copy, read here. Log into that bookmarked site first. Got it. It felt a bit awkward, but we kept working without issue, until, hey, a middle-aged man leaned on the partition and called out. Deputy Ryu, have you finished drafting the guide sign proposal? Odd to hear that first thing on Monday. But while I considered my answer, he gave me a light tap on the back and walked off, leaving these words. Do it properly this time. Thanks. That felt like a dig. I called up Big Siegen and described the man, then asked, is he your boss? Well, sorta. Same grade, though. His pop-up hesitated, then answered clearly. He's always like that. Don't worry about it. Always? That's not exactly comforting. I mulled it over, then went into the document folder and scanned Big Siegen's drafts. Rejection marks on nearly every other one, but I'd never seen that many rejections before. I frowned. Listening to you, it seems like nothing crazy is happening today. Just a few urgent tasks, and we'll be fine. Okay. I started drafting proposals as he instructed, clearing weekend complaints as they came in. A few hours later, we're heading out for the field visit now. Meeting. Log our attendance. The same guy from before started chatting from across the office. Actually, Deputy Ryu was supposed to go. But the police chief, Mr. Choi, is coming. So this deputy and I will go together. Oh, I turned in my seat. When our eyes met, he waved me off. No, Deputy Ryu, just rest. You don't know much about this stuff anyway. This deputy'll handle it. Sir. The other deputy, glancing between me and his senior, shut up. He clearly preferred following the senior guy. And while you're resting, take a look at our proposal. Don't send it for approval, okay? I watched him leave without a word. Then I summoned Big Sejin, explained the situation, and asked directly, what's with that guy? His pop-up side. Yep, he does that a lot. I'm still young and don't really know many people here. So this grade 9 clerk, who's rubbed shoulders with local elites and has family ties, brings himself along in place of Ryu Jianwoo, then dumps annoying or brainwork tasks on him. I asked, was he the one rejecting your drafts? Yes. He reviews them before the team lead does. Sounds like he was taking it out on him. So it wasn't just exploiting Ryu Jianwoo. That would at least be intentional. This was pure harassment. I crossed my arms and stared at the screen. Come to think of it, Ryu Jianwoo is the only young grade 7 in this office. Does he stick out too much? It was obvious they kept trying to pick on him. But honestly, I kind of like it. I don't have to deal with people I don't like, and I can leave on time. That guy really means it. He had such a rough school life. This is probably a breeze for him. He must think, hey, this is great. But, Hyung, it's nice being comfortable, right? But wouldn't it be even nicer if that jerk stopped bothering you altogether? I spent a pleasant lunch with the team lead while waiting for that deputy to return. Hyung, afternoon, here I come. 449 chapter. Unfortunately for Park Mundy, he'd now been remembered as deputy by that grade 7 clerk. This guy even recalled Ryu Jianwoo's very first assignment. Hello. Most people roll over to the city hall side, but this fellow, either blessed or connected, ended up at the district office. Well, since he never got so much as a nice to work with you call, it was clear it wasn't connections at play. You need to stomp that kind of attitude out from the start. He'd been easy to push around. What could a green rookie fresh out of the exam possibly know? Deputy Ryu, do your parents live around here? Where's your hometown? No. I just moved here recently. With no ties to the area, he couldn't help any of the grade 7 projects around the office. Then he'll learn the hard way. I planned to show him the bitter taste of working life. But the sneer on his face, like he'd never suffered a day in his life, made me even more irritated. He clung to that unearned pride as though his exam score gave him divine right. I expected that by the next transfer he'd be crying to go to City Hall. But whatever. The setup was already complete. He dumped every annoying, responsibility-laden task with poor handover on Ryu Jianwoo and snatched up all the networking and promotion opportunities for himself. He even thought his NVIDIA LGT official version behavior was savvy and generous toward Ryu Jianwoo. If he'd gone to another district office, he'd have resigned by now. He was coasting with less work than City Hall. Anyway, there was no way that jerk could keep living high on the hog here. I had to pin him down now before he got promoted. He truly believed it. But Monday morning, hello. When Ryu Jianwoo arrived, he froze. Jianwoo swept the office with a searching gaze. Had his expression always been so cold? He usually looked mild, almost gentle, but something had changed. In that instant, he seemed like a different person. Hello, deputy. Yet when he greeted everyone else, his usual friendly face was back, even when the clerk had sneaked in a jab. This time, do it properly. Thanks. Why, yes. See, he couldn't even answer back. He shrugged. Just my imagination, he thought. But he should have noticed when Ryu Jianwoo turned to his computer and smiled. That afternoon, after returning from the meeting lunch, as usual, the office vibe was oddly different. Through the half-open door at the far end, he saw a silhouette. The team leader was seated at a table talking with Ryu Jianwoo. What's going on? They should have been pounding keys at their desks, not chatting over lunch. Yet they looked pleased, not in trouble. Haha. Then Ryu Jianwu, smiling broadly, spotted him. The team leader beckoned Ryu Jianwu over, and when Jianwu came, he called someone else in. Deputy Li. Yep. The grade 9 clerk, nephew of a former city council president and current local assemblyman, stepped forward. The team leader needs you. Oh, come on. Take a seat here for a moment. Ah, yes. At the leader's gesture, the clerk hurried in through the door, leaving Deputy staring dumbfounded. Ryu Jianwu, still smiling, locked eyes with him a moment. Click. And the door closed. Damn that. Deputy seethed silently, then headed for the break room. That was the first odd incident. The second happened 2 hours before quitting time. On his way up to the roof for a smoke, he passed the emergency stairs and saw Ryu Jianwu and that clerk deep in conversation. Unbelievable. What big secret did they have to discuss during work hours on the roof? He couldn't help himself. He smoked, came back down, and confronted the clerk. Deputy Li, what are you two talking about up there? The clerk flinched and stammered. Just helping with some complaints. Wow, Deputy Ryu helps out too? Impressive. Obviously that was a sneer, not praise. What help could he possibly offer? As always, only a terse reply came. Yes, Deputy Ryu is kind and helpful. He's actually showing discomfort? The clerk who once smiled and played along now looked uneasy. He almost took offense, but forced a hearty grin instead. Well, aside from his personality, Deputy Ryu's useful. Nice guy. Why yes. His response was lukewarm, but at least the clerk backpedaled, and that satisfied him. By quitting time, a final surprise was waiting. Deputy Li want to grab a drink before heading home? He invited every week, trying to be the genial boss who pays for dinner and drinks. But the clerk shook his head. I have plans tonight. A polite but firm refusal. Never before had that happen since the first posting. I see. Yes. I'm sorry, but I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Deputy. Then he sped out of the office, even turning back for a quick nod to Ryu Jianwu. He was stunned and chilled to the bone. What is going on? He burst out of the office and onto the elevator. 2 female staffers were already inside, whispering. No way. Yeah, totally. But the moment they saw him, they froze and exchanged awkward smiles. Ding. The elevator arrived, and they filed out, clearly unwilling to answer any questions. Thank you for your hard work. We're heading out. Deputy Li was left alone in the lobby, knowing nothing, lost and isolated. What the hell? Why is everyone acting like this? Just that morning, everything had felt normal. So what on earth was happening? The office was empty now. No one stayed late except him. All right, Jianwu, feel free to head home. Yes. Thank you. I stayed behind to grab something I'd left at my desk. Hyung, what on earth did you do? What else? I fixed it your way. Where are you off to? The pop-up wailed. It sounded like a misunderstanding. To explain, I needed to start here. I abruptly asked, why do you think Deputy Li followed you on that external meeting? Because it's part of his job. Exactly. Does anyone follow just because they like it? Of course not. I forced him to do it out of fear. In his first working experience, he didn't want to get on his boss's bad side. Everyone's the same, and a clerk who came to civil service for work-life balance wouldn't enjoy field visits, meetings, and entertaining guests, especially with a jerk like that. He must have been annoyed by your kind help, like being held up for dinner after work. So, I simply cut him loose. I needed to make him not afraid of you. First, I targeted the most influential voice, the team leader. I waited for our lunch together, then praised Deputy Li, giving it a plausible reason. Then I casually steered conversation into the leader's personal life. At the right moment, I brought the clerk into the discussion, and the stage was set. What stage? A stage to show the clerk his place. Using the team leader, the highest authority, as messenger, I gently guided the conversation, until the clerk realized how advantageous his family connections were. Then he'd think, oh, so it's okay to push back on that deputy, huh? Normally, you'd have to serve another. You're before daring such thoughts. Of course, making that thought real would take time. So I gave him one final push. A justification. A justification? Yes. I reminded him that he'd actually harassed you. Deputy Ryu, thank you. Thank you for speaking up for me. Oh no, truly deserved it. And we're both in this together, right? Let's hang in there. After this period, it'll get better. A sense of righteous duty. People value that. Add the thrill of upholding justice, and you have unstoppable momentum. I nodded. And look at the office's reaction when this upheaval happened. So many were amused. That meant Ryu Jianwoo normally had a great reputation. You earned it by being a decent person. Praising his character. He could have been happier. Anyway, from now on, if they take Deputy Lee to meetings, he won't be so cooperative. He knows how useful you are now. He'll harbor resentment and show it. And that friction will grow until Deputy Lee is furious. But now it's too late for him to switch and take you instead. He'd have to accept that he's now stuck here and managing connections in this office. So, I shrugged. Well, maybe he's aiming for the next posting. Then that jerk goes away and you get to leave on time every day. A happy ending. Ha ha ha. It was remarkably gentle justice in retrospect. Handling it all by praising leaves no losers. Everybody's happy. Just like Big Sejin's usual style. Yes. And yet nobody suffered, and all were content. Truly, I murmured my admiration. Living like you isn't a bad approach. Yes. Thank you. My pleasure. I logged off the internal system in a refreshed mood. Looks like I've had more than enough of civil servant life. So how's the evening schedule shaping up for you? It's my turn again to guide Park Monday. Ah yes. I'm all set. Good. I set out immediately. Yes. Upon arriving, I retrieved the heavy bag I'd stashed in my cabinet. I haven't carried this in ages. Shouldering it, I left the office and headed toward my destination. Jamsil Indoor Stadium. Wah! Screams and flashing lights everywhere. This wasn't a club or a battlefield, though the seat scramble was that fierce. Phew, I found my seat. It was late January at a prestigious awards show, right near the end, namely, the Psychart Music Awards. And here, Taystar would make their comeback. But my body swap is still in effect. How will I get on stage? Fortunately, the show ran past midnight. Taystar wouldn't perform until the very end, so my body swap would revert before then. Whether Big Sejin could calmly sit for the awards until that time was another matter. Meanwhile, Ryu Jianwoo has a plan of his own. His post-work plan, that is. I opened my bag and took out what I'd prepared, a black rectangular device, a camera, plus the white telephoto lens. Once that was attached, I was ready. Not bad specs. I wondered what he paid for it, but decided not to ask. Anyway, tonight, Ryu Jianwoo planned to photograph Taystar at an awards show. You kept posting videos you filmed before. I wanted to try it myself and bought one. But honestly, my shots aren't great. He'd said that himself. It wasn't a hobby I'd really recommend, yet exploring interests is healthy. So why not try people photography once? I focused the lens and raised the camera. Despite the hiatus, my framing was instinctive. Now, at the Psychart Music Awards, let's meet this year's artists. The MC's introductions kicked off the ceremony, and the audience's glow sticks and cheers ignited again. Even the artists at the table were applauding. It's only natural to film here at this moment. I zoomed in to find the table. Taystar, of course. Got them. I framed the 7 seated idols, all smiling, through the viewfinder. Especially Park Monday. He looks okay. Hiding the occasional tremor under a blanket had been a smart move. I nodded in approval. Click. I reflexively snapped a few more of the surrounding members, satisfied with the tactile click. It looked like good shots. This is kind of fun. I turned the camera again. There was still time before the stage began. Maybe I'll try others too. Let's see. Next to Taystar sat Changryo. 450 chapter. Seeing Changryo at an awards show wasn't exactly surprising. Whether VTSC or Taystar, they'd never failed to earn nominations post-debut. But from this vantage point, camera in hand, shooting him from the audience, it felt like ages since I'd seen him here. Changryo was wearing a suit. He still looked like someone who commanded a high fee. After decades on that stage, why wouldn't he? Of course, he no longer needed to be sold at a premium, but I habitually captured a few frames anyway. Then, Changryo turned his gaze. Slowly, he raised a hand. A casual wave. Yet, he pointed it almost exactly toward my section of the audience. Through the viewfinder, I could have sworn our eyes met. No way. Did he notice? No, there was no way he'd pick up a hint in this situation. Unless there was some residual GM function somewhere. A pop-up appeared. Hyung, are you here? Big Sejin. Yeah, I answered aloud and ignored the glance from the fan next to me. Inwardly, did the VTIC member beside you speak up? No? They didn't say anything. Should I try? No. Just stay out of it. Phew. He sounded relieved. I shook my head and replied inwardly. No need to worry about that. Just sit quietly and look good. Unlike the radio broadcast, there were no lines for him to read. Only one job. Sit there looking sharp. Right. Exactly. Oh, right. When other artists perform, pay close attention. A yawn or frown would go viral on YouTube, even if he relaxes once or twice. I will never relax. I wanted to say that wasn't necessary, but it was his best pep talk. I cheered him on inwardly. I lowered my camera and turned it back toward the artist's seats. Chongryo had already shifted his gaze back to the stage. Just my imagination. I clicked my tongue and shot a few more of Taystar. Big Sejin, Park Mundi, looked focused too. If that was his act, it was convincing. This must be how it feels. I kept firing the shutter in silence. Photographing Park Mundi myself felt oddly strange. Excuse me, could you move your arm? Yes. My elbow had bumped the neighbors a few times. They were shooting quite aggressively. I pivoted and glanced at the person who spoke. Their framing was strikingly similar. They were photographing Taystar too. I recognized the face. And the problem was, Ryu Jianwoo did too. Ryu Seo Jin. My senior from the University Photo Club, sibling of artist Ryu Seo Rin. In other words, a Homa who shoots me and Big Sejin. Terrible lighting. Ryu Seo Jin grumbled as she adjusted her camera. All around, people with similar rigs stood ready. This spot produced consistently good shots. And since the awards rarely film audience cameras, it's convenient. Shooters clustered openly. Her neighbor was the same, a well-built man in a black mask holding a camera. His black suit was odd, too neat and professional. Inside her, no badge around his neck, but maybe it was in his pocket. If I knew his age, I might guess more, but who cares? Too busy photographing idols to worry about the man next to me. I refocused on my camera. I wonder if they fought. With that distance, capturing a decent two-shot of Sejin and Mundi seemed unlikely. Then the stage began. Hot performance of the year, Spacer. Bands and artists streamed, NVLIGHT on. Out of hundreds of groups active last year, only about 20 made this stage, and even among them, hierarchies emerged. Need to hit my exchange target. She'd arranged trades with other Homas. She shot several teams carefully, but refused to cover any she didn't follow. After work, she had no stamina for extra favors. Time to stop. Taystar had vacated the artist area briefly. She massaged her shoulder and lowered her camera, only to catch sight of the suited man beside her. Click. He was shooting with dazzling skill. He framed flawlessly, stable support, fluid movements, deft controls. From his angle, he's only shooting the highest demand members. Not just the popular ones, but those whose data supply couldn't keep up with surging demand. Time to perfection. Like Park Min-ha from Marini, whose variety show appearance had spiked her fandom. Or those whose stage prowess kept demand constant. He'd zeroed in on exactly those idols. What the hell? Impossible without knowing the whole data game. Insider or data dealer? A current first-tier idol turned data broker. The unknowing twin Homa just clicked her tongue in disappointment. Wish I'd sat on the other side. His angle matched hers so closely she didn't need to buy his data. Well, if method applies, he'd probably focus on Cha Eugene among Taystar. She checked her own data inventory, then realized. This suited man's shooting habits felt oddly familiar. Shared club tips, stance, setup, glimpsed here and there. And his build seems familiar too. She turned, about to inspect his face, when Seo Rin, a voice behind shouted. Startled by the famous name, she reflexively turned toward the stage. And there was Yang Rin, stepping on stage. Already, by rank and schedule, she should have come later. Taystar's performance was supposed to go first, but it was a surprise feature. Oh, Yang Rin slid gracefully into the choreography. Her solo success aside, this reminded everyone she was once part of a group. She's overshadowing her juniors. If that was the intention, the agency failed. Ryu Seo Jin evaluated coolly. Yang Rin spotted her and gestured. Ah, Yang Rin. The arena went wild, surround sound screams exploding. Fans thought Yang Rin had locked eyes with them. Usually that's illusion. Ryu Seo-jin frowned slightly. It wasn't that Yang Rin spotted her. Did Yang Rin see the data dealer beside me? Thank you. I snapped a few more shots of Taystar receiving their award. Habitual, but also to monitor Big Sejin's posture again. He's good. I judged him solid, yet kept the camera on his face. Another reason. Hide my own face. In case Ryu Seo-jin recognized me. I wore a mask, and it had been years, but better safe. Until the swap ends, stay cautious. I decided to photograph every idol. My automatic ranking of resale value kicked in. One of the top female idols appeared earlier than expected. Yang Rin. The subject of my first viral fan cam that paid a semester's tuition. That rain-soaked video made her a name. I filmed that on a rainy day. I stared through the viewfinder, lost in thought. Then, Yang Rin pointed at my camera. I froze, camera raised. If not mistaken, does she remember? Impossible. That was 10 years ago. Even if she recalled, how could she spot me now? But, before the final ending, displeased by broadcast cameras missing her, she turned back. Remember me. Eye contact, then a hand sign. The signature gesture from the rain fan cam I took. This wasn't a mistake. The crowd roared as the performance ended and her gaze vanished into the lights. But I felt strange. How does she remember? I wasn't even a fan then. I'd filmed her at events since, but she never reacted like this. I assumed great eye contact and fan cams was seat luck. Maybe. I made an impression. The audience member with the camera that shot her breakout fan cam. Before, I'd have called that nonsense, but now I knew it was possible. Because we do the same thing. Feeling the audience's response, seeking your own fan cams, sensing the camera gaze. If she sees a familiar fan cam camera after years, she'd feel something. I lowered the camera and checked the clock at the top of the screen. PM 11:21. It was time. I inhaled deeply and counted down. 3, 2, 1. Then, blink. My eyes opened. The scene and sound had changed. Whoa. Cheers from a seat farther away, not beside me. I was now in the artist area next to the speakers. A hand tapped my shoulder. Ryu Chong-woo. I looked up. The others, glancing at their watches, had noticed too. Mundi Hyung. You okay? Of course. I nodded, scanning casually. The members gave subtle smiles or offered water, greeting discreetly. Had we not been seated among artists, they'd have made a bigger fuss. And they'd ask if the swap ended. I was curious too. I dismissed the pop-up. Any distractions from the stage should be cut off. Same for him. Changrio's old VTIC spot was right nearby, but now empty. He'd left to prepare the stage. Good. Perfect timing. One urgent matter remained. The time had come. Artist of the Year/album. Q2. Congratulations. Taystar/Savior. A few minutes later, I headed backstage to go on stage for the comeback I'd waited for. Excuse me a moment. Yes. Oh right, Ryu Jianwoo. Long time no see. Still doing this, huh? Hyung. He never guessed Big Sejin had just endured all that in the audience. 451 chapter. Kundal was in an unexpectedly extreme situation. He thought he'd be relieved once his body was back to normal, but now a hidden threat had appeared. Long time no see. Who was this sitting next to him, speaking like they knew him? He was sweating cold drops, desperate to send an SOS to anyone. He couldn't even run off with this camera from the audience seats in front of the stage. But selling data as a side gig after you got a job must be tough. Well, I have no idea. He didn't understand the context at all. It felt like an old acquaintance of Ryu Jianwoo's, but he couldn't be sure. Is that data seller person one of his connections? But he couldn't call Park Monday. Tester's comeback stage was about to start. He couldn't let something like this interfere with their first performance. So he told himself, I'll keep my answers short, and replied calmly, You're not charging money to sell it. It's just a hobby now. Is that so? That seemed to satisfy them. Thankfully, they didn't ask about his background anymore. I got through. Kundal let out a sigh of relief, but Ryu Seo-jin next to him was thinking, they've mellowed out. Assuming he had more cash on hand, she asked again. Oh, are you also filming Taystar? Yes. Who do you usually film? Mundi. He answered that without shame and saw the other person nod. Your eye for talent's still sharp. That choice of words wasn't casual. Kundal realized. They really are a data seller. And Ryu Seojin concluded. They're still selling data. It was a perfect misunderstanding. Then, now let's meet them. The MC's voice rang out. At once, as if by agreement, both of them thought. It's starting. The two Testar fans, each thinking the other was a data seller, turned their eyes to the stage. The white spotlight used for award ceremonies went off, and finally the prelude began. It's Savior. Kundal gripped his camera excitedly. He planned to take just a few shots after watching with his own eyes. Click. Blue and red lights flooded the stage. Before he knew it, they shone on Testar in formation at center stage. Their costumes were dazzling coats inspired by traditional Korean robes. He couldn't believe he was seeing this up close. There, a voice calling out desperately. Listen, the sound of my running footsteps. The familiar opening. Park Mundi strode onto the vast stage and launched into the song with a pointed gesture. First to appear, the vanguard. The thrill of those high notes live. Wow. Kundal felt his heart tingle as he watched. This Savior arrangement leaned more retro rock, giving it a strangely modern feel. The point where band sound and orchestral sound intersected made his pulse race. Rabin really is a genius. Thanks to his work at the ice cream shop, Kundal had struck up a rapport with Kim Rae-bin and swallowed hard. That's my Savior. Drop tension and enjoy. A victorious night. Savior tore forward into a new dance break like a runaway train, ending with a grand remix fit for an award show. Wah! The roar was ear-splitting. Kundal was overwhelmed, but he couldn't shake his camera. I forgot to bring my light stick. Still, the disappointment was brief. The lights on stage shifted and the music resumed. A brief instrumental. Hup! A new song. Kundal's eyes widened. Applause. On stage, Cha Eugene, his blonde hair slicked halfway back, had moved out of formation and sat at the edge under a spotlight. He clapped with an impressed expression at the rest of the members who'd just finished Savior. The others sighed and broke formation. Between members stretching or lightly warming up, Bae Sejin began walking around, clipboard in hand, as if giving directions. The camera caught everyone's reactions, from Seon Ah-hyun nodding attentively to Kim Rae-bin frowning with mild annoyance. Is this acting? It felt like a musical or theatrical setup. Then came a crisp whistle. Free. In an instant, every member on stage froze and looked toward the audience. The big screen lit up with comic book-style letters. Practice is over. A school bell effect played, and an upbeat riff melody and drumbeat surged in. Testar, looking relieved, tossed off their coats and dashed to the front of the stage, as if heading out for fun. Hup! Under their open coats were outfits straight out of an 80s American teen movie. Knits, jeans, each with slightly different accessories. Soon Cha Eugene picked up a star-patterned jacket, put it on, and rejoined in proper formation at center. Phew. A final subtitle appeared at the bottom of the screen. Testar pose. A mechanical MIDI sound bounced like droplets between beats. Testar bounced into new formations with their steps. Make a pose. With what you want. Find your own style. After Cha Eugene's mid-low vocals, Park Mundi's gritty high notes carried a similar verse melody. Make a pose. Maybe being bold's okay too. The tempo rose. A mirror ball spun above. In the dazzling lights, they executed light, complex steps perfectly in sync, and used full-arm, finger-point moves that made you feel like you could follow along. Like dancing flames. Melting hot summer night. Charge through this night like it'll never end. Testar blazed. Across the stage, a symbol of color, light, and youthful recklessness. The song felt endlessly ascending, racing along disco-styled steps. Then, as the pre-chorus passed, the melody locked into a catchy minor key and the bass dropped. Drrrrrrr. An engine roar. A hip-hop style chorus tied retro sound together with modern structure. In the chorus, Kim Rae-bin, stepping forward as if kicking up his feet, rapped with a playful bounce. His Yemo or Ga-style black outfit heightened the mood. Slowly. Come closer. Grab this moment so you can't move. Electronic offbeat sounds danced over a heavy rock bass. Cha Eugene, now jacketless, switched formations with steps reminiscent of Latin dance. In the pose, don't worry about going overboard. Just think about now, come in now. That undeniably catchy hook was clearly the chorus. In the pose, don't hold back today. Now's what matters, right now. Yes, right now. Then the riff melody raced on without vocals. Lee Sejin, hair swept back, stepped out with a grin. She seemed to high-five Ryu Chong-woo, then performed a solo dance in center. It was a move from their debut song, High Five. Indeed, Testar had reserved an interlude specifically for members to ad-lib, separating it in the performance. They all laughed as they followed Lee Sejin's move skillfully, naturally shifting into the next move. Yes, I'll remember. Your moment now. Slow or fast, more. Freely. Park Mundy, in bright jeans and a short denim jacket, slid forward on one knee and sang the last line. So hold on and pose. Boom. Fireworks exploded. LED fireworks lit up on the big screen. Their choreography remained crisp and lively to the very end, brimming with energy. Naturally, the audience let out shattering cheers. Why, it was a party track, everything you'd expect from a mainstream boy idol group. The flying confetti seemed to foretell the future. This is amazing. Kundal was suddenly moved and realized one beat too late that the person next to him was furiously firing off shots while he'd been holding his camera idle. Right, take photos. He hurriedly raised his camera to his eye. Then, Kundal. Kundal reflexively looked up. A pop-up glowed peacefully on his screen. There's something I want to show you. It was Mundy Hyung. He was up there on stage just now. Done. The comeback seemed to have succeeded. I remained kneeling on stage in the ending pose. The others did the same. We were all out of breath, but no one gasped here. No matter how tight the award show schedule was, they always took a few extra seconds for the headliner's ending shot, and a few more after the lights went down. I sent the pop-up to Kundal at that perfectly timed moment. Are you going to show me something? Yes. I took a deep breath and whispered, want to share my view. The pop-up shivered in puzzlement, then seemed to connect senses as I'd asked. And then, wow, he finally saw my view. Was it majestic or overwhelming? Nearly 20,000 lights, including standing fans, wavered all around. It was like the awe of nature itself. From the darkened stage, it gleamed even brighter, like standing in a sea of falling stars at midnight. I never thought I'd make that comparison. I chuckled, and Kundal seemed thrilled. It's really amazing. Wow. But thinking they're all people is a bit scary. Anyway, thanks. I've never experienced this. Right. And I said what I needed to say. Thank you. Why thank me? Because I acted well today? Not exactly. Because it's a view I got to see thanks to you. I stood, brushing the hand that tapped my shoulder, and looked at the stage again. Then I replayed a realization. Why does Youngren remember me? There were many reasons. My professional attitude, the fact that I was unknown and had few cameras back then. But if I had to pick, it was probably the meaning behind that fan cam. A chance to succeed as an idol. The impression and emotion he gave to push that opportunity forward. In that sense, he was the most direct supporter who gave me the chance to see this view as an idol, something I'd never imagined back then. I said softly, you told me there was nothing I couldn't achieve with what I had, but that wasn't true. I tried to die. If he hadn't wanted me to survive, if he hadn't persistently stayed in my status window to help me pass the idol mission, I'd never have seen this. So, I really wanted to show you this. That it's a view you gave me. I couldn't put him on the stage, but couldn't I at least let him see this too? The pop-up didn't display any text for a few seconds, but for some reason, I felt he'd quietly nodded from the audience seats. Mundy, it's time to go down. Yes. I turned away and began to descend from the stage, leaving the audience behind. Kundal's pop-up reappeared only then. I'm so happy. I let out a small laugh. I felt like everything was finally going right. That's why, as soon as I stepped off stage, before checking the monitors, I checked this first. Mission failed pop-up, and the result was Park Mundy, 1/2, Ryu Jeon-woo, 2/2. Lost target, Park Mundy, 1/2. Lost target, Ryu Jeon-woo, 2/2. Released. Success. Mission failure scenario complete. Victory. Player Park Mundy, Ryu Jeon-woo. Reward. Fragment of 2/4. I clenched my fist. Good. But then a new pop-up appeared above, as if waiting for me to check it. Fragment 2/4. Condition met. Forming. Forming? A dark premonition struck me. Seemed, by all evidence, to be that thing I called the system. If so, no way it's resurrecting itself again. So I'd helped it back to life, only for this bastard to run rampant again? Fuck. I stopped in my tracks. Park Monday. Hyung, are you hurt? Wait. I took a deep breath and stared at the pop-up. I had to see what happened, but it ended with words I never expected. Beta, bound complete. Owner, player Park Monday, Ryu Jianwoo. Owner, the system belonged Inavia LG. Continue reading to me? At the same time, on an online stock forum thread. Last chance to escape. T1 Entertainment. A major bad news hits in February. Sell now. Isn't Tester's comeback going to be huge? Are big players backing it? Sell or die LOL. The post got a few upvotes, but more downvotes, and was quietly swept away without much controversy. But no one expected its screenshot to go viral on pilgrimage sites soon after. It was the sign of the coming storm. 452 chapter. On Monday, we're getting off now. I got off the van behind Hyun. It had already been days since that absurd pop-up about the system appeared, and still nothing had gone wrong. Testar was handling their hectic comeback schedule, so while they were literally collapsing into their food, and the response was great. Monday, you okay? Yeah, no problem. I'd shared the mission failed result with the others that same day. No one on stage suddenly switching bodies and fainting meant everyone felt a lot safer starting activities. And, during that, the pop-up had announced I'd collected 2 system fragments. Beta, bound complete. Owner, player Park Monday, Ryu Jianwoo. That nonsense finally made sense. Status window. In my status window now. Item, Beta. Yes, an item entry had appeared at the bottom. And in fact, that entry hadn't existed. Kundal had manipulated the status window to add it. I remembered our conversation back then. Wah. At the news, system might come back, he panicked, then calmed after my summary. But there's no response, it seems dead. Then he searched via the status window. It looks like some kind of item. To our surprise, the fragment really had been bound to me. It wasn't that the system had latched onto me, it meant I owned it. So it is the system. It feels like it, but it doesn't give off a powerful or ominous vibe. I'll make it visible. And it was added as an item entry. Naturally, I wondered, if it's an item, can I use it? I even clicked once. Item, Beta, use. Target, _____________. The instant that pop-up appeared, I closed it. Kundal screamed too. Are you insane? Seeing a target selection box meant no escaping. It was definitely the system. Who would I use it on? This was locked away forever. Let's just stash it. I dismissed the item pop-up and resumed monitoring while the others checked schedules. Manager, didn't our group have a new TNET variety show today? That was postponed due to broadcasting issues and turned into a corporate event. Understood. That variety show was sponsored so heavily by T1 that we only agreed for the deal. I planned to check feedback from other variety appearances and stage reactions. Then I saw this popular post. Current frenzy, SciChart, shotter photos. I clicked reflexively, and there they were, photos I'd taken at the awards ceremony a few days ago. Anonymous account suddenly dumped tons of photos without a word. But they're so well shot. Photos. Debate over whether they're a photography major or veteran, but on any K-pop stan timeline, it's a festival. Link. Why is this blowing up? A few days ago, I'd finished the item talk and asked Kundal for permission. Is it okay if I share these photos with fans? If you don't want me to, I won't. It didn't seem like there'd be any problem. Honestly, judging coldly, after not shooting for a while, they didn't even look better than before. He's carried a camera into SciChart shoots plenty of times. Besides, it wasn't even his camera. I could do whatever I wanted. As long as it's anonymous, go for it. Okay, that was yesterday. And now, this was the result. Crazy, this person's back. Is this the person who shot Youngren's fancam? OMG LOL. Did they used to be a job seeker? The Monday Bingsel cuts are amazing, thank you. First, Kundal's method. Normally, even if you don't sell data, you trade with other artists or upload separately to each fan community. It's rare to post every shot of every artist on one account, especially without any caption, just tags. Of course, Kundal must have thought, great, I'll create an anonymous account and dump them all at once. So this efficient, common-sense action inadvertently stirred up the idol community. Ultimately, Kundal's Youngren shots got compared with Psychart's Youngren fancam, leading to comments like, "Whoa, this is the person who shot that legendary Youngren fancam. Amazing. Youngren must have recognized them." And tales and curiosities about Youngren remembering that debut-era fancamer dominated popular posts. That only drew more attention to the account. It became a hot topic. It's like they captured Testar. What's with the volume of photos? LOL. Right? They must have shot every member. Wow. Can you see it? I reviewed my photos again. I still couldn't tell what was so different. Did I shoot too many? Checking Kundal's status, it seemed I'd shot Testar especially heavily. Of course Testar wasn't the only subject. Changrio's shots are amazing too, but why are there no stage cuts of Changrio? So disappointing. Surely they have them. If they're editing, I hope they surface. Testar stage cuts and Changrio stage cuts, please. There were none. I'd been backstage during her performance. She did great though. I remembered Changrio opening her solo stage with a VTIC song as the intro. She'd cut it at just the right moment and carried it solo impressively. It was practically a declaration. She's staging a full-fledged solo comeback. This year's scene wouldn't be easy either. Still, Testar had kicked off their comeback so well that they wouldn't lose momentum. Let's ride this wave. Anyway, after surveying the reaction overall, I let Kundal know. Huff, I'll delete the account right now. That extreme? No, it's fine. That would stick out more. Better to let it pass as a funny incident. As long as they don't post more, it's okay. Nod. People's interests move on quickly. This would be over in a moment. I checked the responses again. I was surprised no one outright accused me of selling data. Thanks to having created a separate account for uploading unsold fancams previously, attention had shifted there. Minha is so pretty. Thanks RBN, Minha is the world's best. Haizung's acting is art. THX. Anyway, it felt strange. I'd sold off any shots that could make money. Normally my photos only surfaced after the fan buyer selected and retouched them. This direct reaction was a first. Not a bad feeling. I glanced at Kundal's Gun 4321 account and, finding nothing else unusual, was about to finish my search. Then, Mundi. That account, was that me? I turned to see Cian Ah-hyun wearing an expectant expression. What now? Were those the photos Mundi shot? How did she know? Oh, when the bodies switched. I see. I saw you doing the edits. Come to think of it, she'd been on the couch working on them with her laptop. Anyone could have watched. And Cian Ah-hyun's words attracted attention in the waiting room. Whoa, amazing, these are yours, Mundi. You posted them online. They're so cool. That's me and Chong Woo-hyung. Mundi, you really have a knack for photography. The other members chimed in, each grabbing Cian Ah-hyun's phone so they could see. Don't you guys have phones? It looked like my phone was the group's communal device. Kim Rae-bin's eyes lit up. Uploading hobby shots separately, it's like the Biogok account that used to post our arrangement works. Exactly. The difference was, no one could ever trace it back to me. Physically, I couldn't shoot myself. Come to think of it, it wasn't even me who posted it. But without needing to say that, the chatter about photos started again. Should we film another travel reality show at the end of this promotion? It'd be fun if Mundi shot photos there. We could swap hobbies and try new things. Ooh, sounds good. Maybe work part-time at an amusement park or something. Great. I want to try that. Returning with a high school concept had them chatting just like actual students. Still, it was nice the non-stop grind hadn't worn them out. Mundi Hyung, what do you think? Amusement park part-time gig sounds good. Oh, Mundi, you're so professional. I laughed, shook my head, and took back my phone. Maybe I'll shoot now and then. It was a nice change of pace. And that day's schedule ended without incident. Everyone happily headed back to the dorm, looking forward to over 6 hours of sleep. Tomorrow we just have to leave at 7:30. Oh, nice. Agreed. I quickly washed up, changed, and happily went to bed. And after who knows how long. Mundi. Park Mundi. My alarm didn't ring. Get up for a moment. This article. An article. Instantly I shook off the last dregs of sleep and opened my eyes. In the dark, Bei Sijin's face was deathly pale as he held his smartphone. What was he doing in my room? No, that wasn't it. What article? This. Bei Sijin thrust his phone at me. Reflexively, I noticed the time. 6:00 a.m. 20 minutes before my alarm was set to go off. And it was just the right time for last night's breaking news to make the headlines. What is this? I immediately read the article title. Breaking, prosecutors request arrest warrant for T1 CEO. This isn't our article, but something's off about the company. Having been harassed by our agency before, Bei Sijin must have felt the same unease seeing the headline. You're the best at handling this sort of thing. Oh, sorry for waking you. No, it's fine. He woke me exactly right. I took the phone and started reading. Please let it be embezzlement. If the CEO's alone in Inc. You're right. Read more on our source, some money-related scandal. That'd be the best outcome. Nothing to do with us. But unfortunately, no luck. CEO Lee, 58, arrested for violating the Political Funds Act. Politics? Right. Bei Sijin had reacted immediately after reading, so of course it involved politics. Damn. I read on. It seemed the T1 Inc. CEO had funneled money into some party in exchange for a promised legislative nomination. And not just him, several others were arrested on similar charges. What do you think? Wait, hold on. I filtered some keywords and reset the date range. Last 3 months. And the criterion, not T1 Inc., but T1 as a whole. I sorted by popularity and began scanning. T1 Foods violates Food Safety Act. MFDS issues corrective order. TNET warned by KCC. T1 running courier and 3 others fined 5 billion won for port. Distribution collusion. Articles on various indictments and fines poured in over intervals of days. Even when multiple items appeared, T1 was always highlighted in the title. For a conglomerate, that frequency was absurd. I scrolled quickly. Bei Sijin ground his teeth. So the problems within T1 itself. You could say that. Frankly, TNET's shady dealings while expanding business weren't new. Every time there was trouble, they'd smother it with capital and connections like any big company. But how had it suddenly exploded into headlines in recent months? Originally T1 was like this, but it seems those enforcers have gotten stricter. Bei Sijin swallowed hard. In that case, yes. I muttered grimly. There's a presidential election this year, you know. This was political. Damn. T1 got targeted. I didn't know for what, but in any case it was bad. And the branch they were making an example of, the entertainment division. Recent entertainment-related stories are topping the list. After scanning 2 months of records, I found the most frequent items. TNET unfair contract lawsuit. T1's abuse, cast in tears. T1-1 Studios runs into censorship issues. Content is crude. TNET, meaning T1 Inc. From broadcaster to production studio. They were likely targeting the division where public image mattered most for maximum impact. What would the company do? If they had to sacrifice something immediately, they'll cut tails. They'd choose one of the most problematic divisions to either ditch or appease, whatever line they took. But abandoning the broadcaster and entertainment would be insane. They'd keep the broadcaster at all costs and choose tails from subsidiaries, which would be obvious. They'd sacrifice the production labels, the various agencies under T1 Inc. as subsidiaries. And a few days later, the board members of T1 Stars, the agency to which Testar belonged, were arrested. 453 chapter. Everything happened so suddenly that anyone who hadn't sensed the signs was completely caught off guard. There was nothing to be done. T1 is T1 LOL. Even after T1 received corrective measures and TNET was warned by the KCC, neither company had ever had a spotless image, so people just clicked their tongues and moved on. Trolls trying to tie Testar to the scandals barely got any traction. Everyone simply shrugged and thought, T1 doing T1 things again. T1 Stars board members arrested for stock manipulation. The real face of T1. One day that headline appeared, plastered everywhere. The directors of Tester's agency had been arrested. T1, you insane bastards. Are they connected to Testar? Ah shit, here we go again. At first, fans thought it was just another mundane scandal, some bad press for the INC official version, agency, a bit of trolling at the expense of the group. They'll replace the board soon and pretend none of this happened. But the articles kept coming. Why did T1 build a major entertainment company? T1 allegations, prosecutors, found evidence of collusion with headquarters. The agency stayed silent. T1 didn't issue any proper response. Even casual fans began to notice an ominous premonition. They've shut down their faxes and aren't answering calls. What the hell is going on? What exactly is happening with T1? Silence reigned like calm before a storm. Tester's ambitious comeback run was abruptly cut short, barely finishing 2 weeks of music shows. They honored all previously scheduled appearances, but almost no new bookings were added. Surely some private events had been planned too, but those were all canceled. By then, the hardcore fans realized the company was in such dire straits they couldn't even support Testar. No posts on the official account or dub app. This is infuriating. The concept and song were great. The charts would have been stellar, yet they can't promote. Hope the board rots in jail. Tester's under a label, not direct T1. They just need to draw a clear line. It's not the group's fault. Speculation flew, but the longer the silence lasted, the more serious things looked. Then one day this popped up. Tnet fairness allegations, insider testimonies, true or false. Prosecutors, no comment yet. It cast a strange light on Tnet's latest hit survival show. Whoa, is Be My Girls rigged? All contestants were pre-cast, civilian auditions just for show. Producer and writers deleted all their social media. Wow. Fans eagerly pounced on the fresh controversy. Tnet, facing mounting allegations, had to confront them head-on. They canceled several planned new shows and quietly scaled back their global K-pop push. Amid that, news about Tester's agency faded, offering fans a brief sigh of relief. Under the bombardment of scandals and looming broadcaster troubles, T1 Int made a radical move. T1 Int subsidiaries to spin off, agencies stand on their own. Without warning, the announcement came. T1 Int's talent agencies would become independent entities. Tester's agency, T1 Stars, Marini, Spacer, none were spared. T1 Stars going independent? T1 must have driven them so crazy they all agreed to bail. They're even letting subsidiaries cut ties first. T1 is next level LOL. The articles framed it as the subsidiaries leading the charge, and given T1 Int's endless troubles, the public took it at face value. Subsidiaries fleeing T1. An exodus. Some speculated deeper. Are they faking a separation to save T1? But that was as far as it went. Most believe the agencies welcomed independence. Tester's a label anyway and top tier. They self-produce, quality won't dip LOL. Better this way. Good riddance. The board's gone. The artists can promote freely. The fandom mood turned overwhelmingly positive, especially for Testar. They'd already proved themselves. If they were a less established group, fans might worry, but Testar no longer needed T1's backing. In fact, T1's constant meddling had become tiresome. Better to break free now than endure rumors of Azusa rigging. Yes, nothing to lose. Go orbit label independence. It was irreversible, out of our hands. So fans steered the narrative, quickly shutting down doubts and rallying positive support. Dreaming of Tester's bright future. We're screwed. I ground my teeth. Beside me, Bayesian flipped through articles with a grim expression. They really abandoned us, right? They did. T1 had cut ties with its entertainment subsidiaries, a political signal that we've been hurt this badly, please show mercy. A surrender and negotiation move. That meant the agencies were severed. Once they cut us off, there's no going back. They'd never lift a finger to help us again. Ryu Jianwu frowned, rubbing his chin. We have contract talks next week. We were in positive discussions months ago, but no. Both named twins, who rarely agreed on anything, spoke at once and stared at each other. I agreed completely. We have to break away. Staying on a sinking ship meant disaster. We already carried the T1 label, so switching lines was hard, but being cut by T1? Game over. Even with our reputation, if we can't promote properly, we won't last. We absolutely can't renew with them. I'd have spent 3 sleepless days convincing anyone who suggested renewing. It was that dire. since our schedules already ruined. Communications with label staff and managers had been garbage. I clenched my phone like I'd snap it. A couple of softer members hesitated, then nodded. Okay. But if not them, we all need to sign elsewhere. Should we start scouting agencies now? Exactly. That was the problem. Time was tight, and it was unclear if any agency could coordinate testers' usual activities. We need a place that won't turn us into a constant touring cash cow. We'd built a label with people we trusted, only to be abandoned. Infuriating. But the biggest snag was this. And there's a high chance we can't use the name Testar anymore. Oh, I see. Testar was a name created by Idle Corporation, with the agency holding the trademark. They know that's our bread and butter. Whether by custom, finance, or sentiment, they'd never relinquish it easily. As expected, my remark cast a gloom. 5 years of history with that name made it precious. Yet in that moment, Cha Eugene shrugged. Even if we change the name, we're still Testar. I like it. We can create a cool new name. A fresh new start. Ooh. A few members nodded at his bold spirit, and Kim Ray-bin agreed too. That could be a major plus. Eugene's often right. And he's right now. I'm always right. Kim Ray-bin's wrong because he thinks I'm not. Retract that. Eugene's only right this one time. Haha. Their consistent banter lightened the mood. As veterans of countless pre-debut crises, they managed morale brilliantly. I chuckled and Big Sejin applauded. That's it. Eugene, come up with a killer English acronym. Yeep, I've got tons of ideas. Ooh. Big Sejin smiled in agreement. But I saw him force that smile when the group name was mentioned. It was inevitable. Yeah. Ideally, I wanted to keep the name. It was already a symbol. Brand value isn't easily rebuilt. A name change can alter the group's entire image. In this image-driven industry, that's a huge risk. I needed to think harder. I rubbed my hands, weighing options. First, let's avoid arousing suspicion from the agency. Tasks were assigned. Ryu Jianwu, as group rep, made a suitably vague proposal at the renewal meeting. Could we continue discussions a bit longer before redrafting the contract? Things are so chaotic right now. He expressed themselves ambiguously, buying time, making headquarters think we feared the turmoil. We intend to renew, but please give us some time. That stance worked thanks to Ryu Jianwu's credibility. In the time we gained, Bei Sejin arranged for legal counsel. Now we needed to seriously vet other agencies. But here's the catch. Usually, the agency comes to us when we're a hot free agent, right? Have you ever seen a top free agent chase agencies? Approaching them lowers your leverage. Plus, if we poke around agencies, our current label might take offense and rumors would swirl. Yet, we'd had almost no inquiries during renewal season. No incoming offers. The problem was word had spread we'd be cut. Since forming our label was treated as a done deal, few agencies reached out. Those who did were fringe offers. Sign with us, and you'll be huge. But we couldn't join an agency like DreamK, where Bei Sejin used to be. I remembered her fuming and deleting the pitch messages. Eventually, the guys sprawled out in the living room, even joked. Oh, what if we just start our own company? That might actually work. See an Ah-hyun side, a rare sight. Is it impossible to go independent with our label staff? I kind of want to try, even under a new name. I don't think that's possible, right? At Kim Ray-bin's words, Ryu Jianwu fell silent, a rare moment indeed. Everyone's exhausted. I restrained a sigh and checked my phone. If no offers came, we'd have to quietly test responses from potential agencies. But then, a text arrived. No ad, no greeting, no stalker. It was the congratulatory message. VTIC Ju Dan Sunbeam. Congratulations on your independence, happy face. I was stunned. When did that guy find out? But the next messages made me pause. VTHC Ju Dan Sunbeam. You'll need a new home. VTHC Ju Dan Sunbeam. What do you think? A new home? No. Way. Letty. It was our first scouting offer. 454 chapter. Let's think about what would happen if Testa joined Letty. First, the advantages. I've already tried it once. I already know what kind of guy the company president is and how the planning team operates. After all, I went through a debut survival there. Even if it was a few years ago and more like a system-generated simulation, I'll adapt quickly. And since Letty is a large, publicly traded company, they're unlikely to mishandle Testa's name value. Besides, there are no rookie male idols. At least while VTIC is serving in the military, Testa is likely to receive solid investment. I'll buy myself a few years. Given that T1 stars sank, this actually looks like a pretty good option. If I negotiate the contract terms well, I might even preserve Testa's identity. However, there was one decisive problem. Absolutely non-negotiable. So my answer was obvious. I finished all that thinking in 30 seconds, then responded immediately. Sounds good. Thank you for the congratulations. Yeah, I'm not going. Shortly after, a reply came back. VTIC Sunshang Ryo Sunbeam. That's a shame. VTIC Sunshang Ryo Sunbeam. What about joining the label? Oh, can you talk on the phone? After a brief text, I answered the call. Sunbeam. Hubinum. He didn't need to release the call recording, but just in case, I began politely. What do you mean by label? Literally that. Is it difficult? His smooth voice continued. I'm thinking of creating a label under LT. Well-known agencies all have a clear identity. It might feel burdensome for Testa to join one directly. If you could stay under an independent label and make albums as you wish, I thought it wouldn't be bad. Chongryo nailed every itch I had. Then he pressed again. Testa seems like the perfect group for this label. Isn't that right? I opened my mouth. That label? Yes. Are you saying the advantage is that Testa can plan things however we want? Exactly. And work will be much easier. The company's structure is pretty solid. Yes. There's a system he has set up. It wasn't entirely false when he said planning would be autonomous. But promotions and scheduling would be handled by LT headquarters, not the label itself, right? And LT is your agency. Right. What does it mean to go to LT? I lifted my phone from my face and looked at the caller ID. VTIC Sunshang Ryo Sunbeam. It meant he could hold Testa's schedule in his hand and manipulate it. Even if I tried to swoop in now, I couldn't outplay someone who's been in that agency for 10 years in just a few months. Especially someone who's strategized attacking the same company dozens or hundreds of times. I'm not some idiot. Handing over the group's fate to a competitor is foolish, but it's a windfall for the competitor. No wonder he made the offer. I recalled Chongryo's strange text from last year's year-end awards, one with a video attached. The video showed an unknown dog receiving a new cushion instead of a ruined one. A new cushion, a new company, a new home. Perhaps he'd been sizing up the T1 situation since then. It pissed me off to be outsmarted, but his behavior was clear. He calculated it. He's no saint. He offered because it benefits him. After a short silence, his smooth voice returned. Still sharp, aren't you? Isn't ignorance what's foolish? Anyway, you don't have to worry. I won't do anything harmful. If it ever comes down to choosing between VTIC and Testa, that won't happen. I'll arrange schedules so they don't conflict. All you gain is a great agency. Isn't that good for everyone? I stared at my phone. After a quick, intense moment's thought, I spoke again. I'll think it over. Oh, it probably sounded like surrender. His tone grew friendlier. Good decision. By the way, could you spread a little rumor to raise my value? A rumor that insiders think Testa won't renew our contract. Just a bit of gossip so the company wouldn't suspect me, but enough to make outsiders waver. I gave my reasoning plainly. The more competition there is, the better LT will treat us. That's the best way to get good contract. Terms. Chongryo acknowledged briefly. Good. Once that rumor spreads. Hubinum, you're not planning on coming, are you? That bastard had already guessed. I'm not going to LT. No matter how I spin it, it's asking for trouble. I doubt he'd smash things over my head now, but from a risk management standpoint, it's insane to join Tick's agency from Testa's debut. Fans would be furious. Everyone would think the same. Why not pick a NVLIGHT better option? I need leverage to get a deal. Let's test the waters. I was about to speak when Chongryo cut in. What fine? It's not hard. Surprisingly, he accepted without argument. Of course, that wasn't the main point. But remember, my offer stands only until the contract renewal. Yes, I understand. He'd secured my commitment to gain momentum. Fine, I'd play along. As I settled on that, Chongryo changed tack unexpectedly. Actually, I don't even need to say this. What? Laughter touched his voice. You'll think of this offer every time someone else contacts you. I'll email the contract terms. Once again, congratulations, Hubinum. A few days later, subtle contacts from various agencies began. As Mundy said, there really are quite a few offers. Yeah, the members each held their phones, reviewing offers that came through their connections. Seijin had proposals from agencies managing both actors and idols. Ryu Jianwu, as leader, got especially many, and Seijin had several mid-sized idol agencies that idols typically choose at renewal. I can see the network personalities. And Kim Ray-bin, a hip-hop label. Why are they offering? Are they aiming to become an idol group? Apparently from the AR Team's network that treats Kim Ray-bin like the youngest. I glanced at my own phone. And me. I had some contacts, too, but mostly from bad past ties. They reached out, too. Golden Age Group, which Gold 1 and Choi 1 Gil belonged to, the one notorious for industrial espionage. I saw a long KakaoTalk pop up from Traveler Entertainment, team leader Park Min-young, apologizing again for past incidents. I didn't click to open it. Annoying as hell, but definitely a capable agency, worth remembering. If Testa joins, Golden Age's positions and seniority line up perfectly, and it'll be a disaster. As I thought that, a question came from beside me. But Mundy, how did you spread that rumor? It was time to share. I explained the offer I'd received a few days ago. The reaction was explosive. Liliti? Chongryo Sunbeam. I hate that place. He seems to love the creepiest people he's ever met in life. Seriously, you're not considering going there, right, Hyung? I summarized briefly. I said I'm not going. But since I said I'd consider it, I spread the rumor. Phew. Kun. Seijin let out a deep sigh on the sofa. I furrowed my brow. Would I decide to go alone when we all move? Of course we should discuss it. Okay, let's vote. Who doesn't want to go to Lati? All 5 hands went up. I pressed my palm to my forehead. Wait, Mundy, you're not going? I am, you bastard. Thus, in the middle of the living room's decisive no Luti verdict, Kim Ray-bin looked at me in slight confusion and asked quietly. I remember it as a good agency, though, isn't it? He really was Letty's type from head to toe. We had a few meaningful contacts after that, but the problem was the time limit was looming. I need to choose quickly. Each member had different must-have criteria, and few agencies could satisfy all. Plus, every option had a drawback or risk, too small to manage us, too large with redundant male idols, too quirky to handle Testa. In hindsight, Letty's independent label pitch was indeed a godsend. Damn. I ran my hand through my hair. No wonder Chongryo was so confident. All right, let's say we go to Lati. Even so, the fundamental issue is unsolvable wherever we go. The Testa name. That name and concept, the trademark and copyright, all owned by T1 Stars, the agency. How could we handle that? Are you still deciding? Sian Ah-hyun sat across the table. I shoved aside my scribbled keyword paper, but he'd already seen it. Keep using the Testa name. He meant that. Keyword. Oh, you're debating because you want to keep the name. Maybe, if we negotiate well with the company, it could work. If we could buy the rights, it'd be great. It would, but they wouldn't agree unless we offered astronomical sums. And the decision-makers aren't just one person, they're multiple stakeholders. I explained that to Sian Ah-hyun, and he nodded thoughtfully. Still, even if it's hard, let's try. Okay. Yeah. Maybe the company will have other circumstances and grant permission. Other circumstances? In that instant, a lightning thought struck me. What if they won't sell the trademark? Then, we just have to create other circumstances to make them sell. I nodded. That's right. Thanks. When I thought it through, I had my answer. I told Sian Ah-hyun, who looked puzzled, with calm certainty. This company has to fail. It was that simple to conclude. Mundy. Thank you, Sian Ah-hyun. The next day, I reached out to 2 guys in the same situation. Spacer Kwon Hee-sung, Marini Park Min-ha. Both were groups from agencies in a similar bind. Spacer Kwon Hee-sung. Spacer Kwon Hee-sung, what's this group chat? Spacer Kwon Hee-sung, is this for a variety show? Marini Park Min-ha. Hello, Sunbeam. I got straight to the point. Hello. Do you like that company? If there's nothing to eat, even a straw, Hut will be sold. Let's cut off their lifeline. The answer is to ruin the company. 455 chapter. T1 Stars felt unsettled. Having broken away from its parent company, T1 Int, this company was no longer just another branch of a sprawling conglomerate. That sounded good at first, but in reality it carried tremendous uncertainty. The higher-ups who used to meddle and pull strings were gone, and so was anyone to take responsibility. What do you think? Assistant manager. Should we look into it together? Among the staff, tentative jokes about future treatment and possible job changes circulated. There was equal concern about their superiors. After the board members evaporated amid political indictments, all that remained were an externally hired CEO and various department heads and team leaders. Everyone watched their moves closely. If those people made a run for it, they'd have to act fast too. The CEO will probably head to another company, right? LOL. Maybe they won't. Yet there was still reason for hope. We still have a solid artist lineup. Indeed, they had several groups with dedicated fan bases bringing in steady income through tours. And among them, one group stood out most of all. Testa is renewing their contract, right? Testa, 3 years running, recipient of the grand prize, undeniably a top idol group. They even produce their own music, so losing the overlords wouldn't be a huge issue. The staff, unclear on exactly how T1 and its subsidiary had fallen out, were certain that just securing Testa would keep the company afloat. Even if this place falls, the label will survive, right? Staff might get absorbed into the label, or the label might swallow the company entirely. They indulged in wildly optimistic fantasies. Publicly, the mood was T1 Int subsidiary seniors. Curious how things are going. Is everyone happy about independence? LOL. Mysterious vibes. I'm still just coming to work. No real issues so far. Instead of airing petty grievances, they deflected. Their reaction came from genuine concern. Yet amid that strange mix of worry and hope. Testa Park Monday. Then I'll see you tomorrow. The CEO sat in his office, jaw dropping at the text he'd just received. Park Monday was insane. At least, that was the CEO's firm conclusion. He'd once thought the boy brash but harmless, until Testa had reluctantly signed a label contract under thinly veiled threats. Since then, his opinion was set. The timing of every move and every word was cunningly precise. I should have caught on as soon as I learned his background. An orphan who'd taken first place on a survival show at that age. How hardened must he be? The CEO had underestimated him and paid the price. Who'd expect that from a kid? After the label incident, time passed quietly. Testa kept busy without further outbursts, and Park Monday hadn't. Reached out again. Then came. Please read these. With trembling fingers, the CEO picked up the stack of papers Park Monday had left. Key sections were redacted in black, just like during the label threat. They were lawsuit documents. And not just about Testa. Starting on page 7, it covers other groups. Marini and Spacer. Next in profit behind Testa, their materials were neatly organized. All about unfair treatment by the agency. Less severe, but still troubling. Marini's centered on unapproved tours and U.S. activities. Spacer's on member neglect. Still, there was only one motive for compiling this. Next month, no later than the following month, we'll file a class action suit. It hit like a thunderclap, and it was utterly ruthless, especially toward Testa. The CEO forced down his rising panic and shook his head. No, even showing me this. He tapped the papers with a forced laugh, trying to mask his anger. Testa, you already tacked on a label contract over this, and if you do it again, it'll put us in a bind. Who'd want to work with Testa if you pull this stunt without cause? Truth be told, filing suit would let them drag in the label issue too, making a bigger mess. And as for the other groups, honestly, these aren't real grounds for suit. They're everyday mistakes anyone could make. Judges aren't fools. Half true. But Park Monday remained calm. Winning isn't what matters. What matters is what happens to this company when all 3 groups stop working. There won't be any funding. That was the core. The moment they filed suit, activities would halt. Album and merch sales would plummet. Fans wouldn't buy. The CEO pictured it instantly. A small agency, cut off from its lifeblood, it's over. The longer the suit dragged on, the more losses piled up, while fixed costs marched on. T1 had already washed its hands of this subsidiary. No more funding. Other investors wouldn't touch a company about to be sued by its three top acts. Then, shortly thereafter, bankruptcy. Park Mundy delivered the verdict. Once the company goes under, we're automatically free. A chill gripped the CEO's spine. A premonition so accurate it felt like fate. We're screwed. Simply by filing suit, they could ruin the company. He clenched his teeth, mixing English curses and Korean in his mind, then forced a casual tone. That's a wild idea. Haha. Testa could just not renew and leave, couldn't they? I don't know why you'd choose the harder path. Park Mundy nodded, having cleverly baited that exact response. I'm doing it for the other groups. As their senior, these mad bastards. After making so much money, why this grudge? The moment you say no renewal, your reputation's toast. Determined to rally public opinion against them, the CEO steeled himself to warn them. But just then, that's why I'm telling you. First, Park Mundy hesitated, then added softly. You treated us well back at the label. There was genuine warmth in that voice. I'm telling you to escape, before we file suit. Before we make our move. The CEO froze. Park Mundy showed no contempt. He'd clearly agonized over whether to tell him, knowing the risk. If he was willing to share, maybe it was out of real goodwill. Despite Park Mundy's age, he empathized. The CEO pictured a young rookie feeling indebted after duping an adult once, maybe even feeling sorry. Of course, none of that was true. He's playing me. Park Mundy had never intended to sue. File suit and ruin the company? That would destroy their image. Every agency would blacklist them. But the CEO, not an entertainment veteran, didn't pick up on that nuance. He only noticed one signal. I don't want to hurt people I know. So he assumed, if Testa stood to gain little from suit, they must have been coaxed by the other groups into taking the fall for everyone. That belief gave him the opening he needed. Look, changing jobs isn't child's play. Do you really think you can leave an agency overnight? He meant to pressure Testa into dropping the suit. Park Mundy blinked. Are you having trouble? Filing suit is impossible. When exactly do you plan to do it? Park Mundy paused agonizingly, then spoke, offering a lifeline. What if we didn't file suit? How about this? He frowned, thoughtfully, then laid out a few words like a case theory. In that moment, the CEO snapped awake. If they did it this way, this gives you time and preserves your portfolio when you move. Finishing his pitch, Park Mundy stared the CEO down. You know there's no vision for this company anymore. T1 had let them go. The CEO knew it too. He'd been hoping to squeeze more out of Testa, but now, timing is everything in business. Whoever makes the first move loses the least and gains the most. He made up his mind and spoke. Park Mundy's lips curved into a faint smile. The next evening, Hyung, what's the news? Ryu Jian-woo hung up a call from head office, grinning with surprise and relief. They want to discuss the group name. I think they'll sell the trademark. Really? Yeah. Wow. The living room erupted. Bae Sejin slapped the air in excitement. It worked. It did. See, I told you. I smirked, recalling the CEO's pleas. That selfish bastard. It wasn't genius. Just this. Sell us the trademark before the company goes under. Once the company collapses, the trademark goes to auction, and you could buy it then. But this way, he gave the CEO a chance to cash out early, book a short-term profit, and preserve the agency's image by making a generous deal. Then he'd deliver the final blow and walk away. And us? We justified it thus. The other groups will stay on the roster, so they'll feel safe. Even if the company collapses, they keep the name for their future. Instead of dragging it out to bankruptcy, we'll just buy it now. A win for everyone. So, yes. I grinned. No need for a suit. Oh, then we can leave peacefully without renewing. Awesome, best idea ever. High fives flew around, context be damned. Cien a ina via elga ht, don't copy, read here. Hyun raised a hand quietly. But then the other groups stay here? If we don't sue? I chuckled, remembering Gold 2 biting his nails in anxiety after boldly demanding. You'll save us too, right? You wouldn't just bail on Testa? No. I promised to help them escape too. It would be fraud otherwise. They'll be next. The great agency jailbreak. Now all that remained was to wait. 456 chapter. Tia. Oh, Heron. Marini's Park Minha had been looking like she was about to lose her mind lately. With the company in chaos and the group's schedule all up in the air, everyone was stuck at the dorm longer than usual, each member throwing themselves into hobbies or practice to shake off their anxiety. Yet Minha alone was behaving like that. Is she under too much stress? The weight of being leader again. Song Harin crossed her arms in concern. Then Minha suddenly spoke. Harin, if we could move to another company, would we? Oh no. Pretend you didn't hear that. Anyone able to pretend ignorance at that point wouldn't be an idol. Another company? Another company. Had she gotten some kind of tip? Harin knew the company was unstable, but deserting an agency mid-contract was nearly impossible. If something realistic was happening in the meantime, surely not. We're going to test a label? Shoo. Minha gasped, then darted her head left and hashtag #Inkviolite hashtag right as if someone might be listening, hurriedly bringing her hand to her mouth. Is it real? No, it's not that. But she hesitated and added. It might be possible, though. What? Minha wasn't the type to spout baseless rumors. She must have heard something to say that. In that moment, Harin's long-buried suspicion struck her mind. Those two had been exchanging particularly meaningful glances. Could Minha's source? Don't tell me. Park Monday Sunbeam told you. Minha froze. At that direct hit, Harin's lurking doubt rose again. Are they dating? Harin, surely you're not implying there are rumors going around about us being close? Among company people, other idols, or even fans? No, obviously not. Oh no? I was just guessing. Phew. Minha sighed deeply, then perched on her chair with a look as if she'd just been through a fire. You were right. It seemed so. But Harin decided not to dredge up that last suspicion again. Right. Minha cares too much about being an idol to be that obvious. So, they've been speaking purely in business terms with Park Monday. Then what exactly is going on? He asked us to wait a little. Minha stared at her phone with a wistful expression. Harin couldn't make sense of it, and Minha offered no more explanation. A few days later, a cautious message arrived from the company. They would let the group itself own its name rather than the company. Why are they doing that? They're probably aiming to reverse the mood. Some image-making move. The members discussed it, but in any case, buying their own name was an incredibly tempting offer. Even if the company changed, they'd still keep their name. Amazing. Harin covered her mouth, but soon reality set in. We don't have that much back pay to buy it that easily. Wait a minute. If they used the name sale as an excuse to lend them the money and then recoup it from their back pay, wouldn't that just fleece them further? If they planned to run the group only briefly, they wouldn't care about the trademark. They're doing this because they don't intend to nurture Marini long-term. Yet the company's asking price proved reasonably honest. Although the figure was in the billions of won, it wasn't some crazy hundreds of billions number. I really want us to buy it, okay? If Minha's for it, I'm in. Buoyed by Minha's enthusiastic leadership and Yulji's cheerful agreement, the members pooled their money and purchased the trademark under joint ownership. What about the other groups? They sounded like they'd buy it too. Of course, they wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity, unless you were a rookie on the brink of scandal. Though it rankled that the company spun it in the press as if they'd graciously transferred the name, the mood was positive. Public reaction. They really operate differently than T1, which treats artists like disposable goods. Bittersweet, but good long-term. We still have years left on our contracts. Testas had 5 years, but after that season hit big, they bumped it to 7. Great. Our next album will be a smash. Testa label. Here we come. Harin resolved to think positively until she saw the headline. Testa's contract renewal falls through. Where will the K-pop stars land next? They said Testa wasn't renewing. No way. Their own Testa label was about to dissolve. They're escaping, you idiots. They were running away on their own. Then what had Minha been talking about? Harin turned from the YouTube screen to Minha, but Minha, ha. Minha stared at the screen with a hollow laugh. Not shock. More like the look of someone who'd made an irreversible decision, as if she'd just put a multi-$1,000 purchase on a 24-month installment plan. Minha let Yulji poke her shoulder and pondered her choice. This is right, isn't it? She'd never steered wrong before. She had to see this through unflinchingly. Please, let it be right. Minha slumped, holding her phone. Zering. Marini Park Minha. I heard you're not renewing. Congratulations on your new home. Right on cue for the press. Deleting messages from everyone else, I replied. Thanks. She wasn't sending it to genuinely congratulate me. Testing the waters. I added. No need to worry. A reply came seconds later. Marini Park Minha. Okay. Marini Park Minha. You did invite me to the group chat, and I trust you, Hyung. Oh ho. She was warning me not to backstab her, since I could add her to that chat at any time. Sharper now. I smirked and sent understood, then powered off my phone. I wasn't the only one watching the incoming messages. Wow, the messages are pouring in. News inquiries flooded every member. And I recalled yesterday's tidbit. The CEO quit. He jumped ship without missing a beat. And the story that Testa wasn't renewing had hit the press. Of course not on the company's site. We leaked it. Not directly, but as if an insider let it slip. T1's cut off. The CEO's cut off. Testa's cut off. In short order, the company had suffered 3 monumental betrayals at perfectly unexpected times. With the company at its weakest. Time to move on to the next step? Indeed. I turned to the person I trusted most in the group. The one with the most reliable, stable image. Hyung, I'm counting on you. And I on you, Hyung. Ryu Jianwoo grinned and left the dorm, already prepared. His destination, not T1 Star's conference room, but Testa Label's meeting room. Phew. Spacer Kwon Hee-sung, still nicknamed Gold 2 by Park Mundy, was scrolling through the group chat history. The Great Escape chat that Mundy had created. I thought I'd have to use a wish token from that weird virtual world. He'd nearly been dragged into that simulation, but Mundy had reached out first, though with one condition. Stay put no matter what. So Kwon Hee-sung had stood firm through the board arrests, the trademark sale, the CEO's departure, Testa's exit. He must have a big plan. Despite Mundy's blunt style, Sung knew he valued loyalty. Though Testa's departure almost made his heart stop. It's okay. He's not ditching us. But the next news knocked even the ever-optimistic Sung's heart. Dude, I heard all the label staff have resigned. Wah. All the Testa Label and Orbit people are quitting. Good heavens. Word of mouth soon confirmed it. Nearly every staffer had resigned. Naturally, the original company went ballistic. This is serious. Could something else blow up? One by one, anyone who could leave started a relay of departures. Nearly half the staff fled in a mass exodus, and the already crippled company ground to a halt. Sung grew more uneasy but resolved to trust Mundy. He wasn't a top-tier idol anyway. Best to stay positive for his own sanity. He did message. Hyung? People are evaporating. And where's Testa going? Hyung? Replies came quickly. Not evaporating. Wait a little longer. That very evening, flashy headlines lit up the entertainment news. Testa's unbreakable loyalty. Their next nest isn't a startup, but label CEO's agency. Testa signs with newly founded agency. It's the CEO who resigned. Right. Testa didn't form their own agency, nor did they join the old one. Instead, their label CEO resigned and established a brand new agency, and they moved there. In that moment, Sung realized. All the label staff resigned. Because Mundy cooked them? He rallied them by stoking the crisis, the accidents, and the fear that they'd have to ditch the company. We really might reconsider renewing if we could keep working with you. The label's CEO snatched the lifeline. At news of Testa's move, most label staff, after checking around, jumped off the sinking ship together. So the label couldn't stay intact. It reassembled into a new agency. Amazing. So that's why Hyung said it wasn't evaporation. Sung was amazed, then realized his own predicament. Wait, what about us? Spacer. Were they going to abandon them? Hyung. A reply arrived. Wait a bit more. How much more? Sung wanted to scream and messaged again. To his relief, Mundy didn't get angry. He simply replied, until people are more anxious than you. Shortly after, news came that no one expected. The company got acquired. Testa's new agency bought T1 Stars. What? Sung nearly dropped his phone at his manager's words, then spotted a fresh message from Park Mundy. Your contracts might be voidable. Should I lift them now? Unbelievable. After ramping up the panic about the company going under, slashing its market value and prospects, at the moment when they were most receptive at the lowest price. Testa's new agency devoured T1 Stars itself. So that was why he told us to stay put. Sung realized reflexively. If he'd shown any confidence or acted hastily, it would have disrupted the plan. Wow. It was truly an unbelievable escape. 457 chapter. Testa's T1 stars have escaped, and they signed with the new company founded by the former label CEO. They kept the group name. Of course, the fans loved it. It was like the perfect scenario picked after seeing 1,000 possible futures. Just the best season-ending recontracting twist. Even if T1 Stars was no longer a subsidiary of T1, all the crap they'd pulled up until now didn't just disappear. The label's staff went along, too, and finally got to break up with that god-awful agency. Pure dream scenario. OMG, this is insane. Testa's new agency. What kind of movie plot is this? Can they really pull it off? The new agency took its name from the old label, Stars Orbit, registered as Stars Orbit Entertainment. But everyone just called it Orbit. Thinking Stars still makes me feel like T1 Stars. So weird. Only good changes, so I'm loving this. I'm so relieved. If almost all the original label staff moved over, the album quality won't drop, right? The fandom was ready to throw a festival, but the real problem was T1 Stars' pre-departure media move. Independent T1 Stars' true intention, returning the name to the artists. Independence from the cozy big corporation, trademark transferred back to the artists. It was as if Testa had poured cold water on their own planned good corporate relaunch. Payback is a bitch, lol. Wow. They gave back the name only to swallow everything. Opportunists. The old label folks must be shocked. Heard from the exec that it nearly sank the company. Resignations everywhere. Other groups' activities basically on indefinite hold. Clickbait trolls worked overtime, capturing screenshots of desperate T1 Star staff posts from anonymous workplace forums to hype up how devastating Testa's move supposedly was. Miri Yuna and Spacer fans panicked and reacted to the trolls. It nearly turned into chaos. Then, before long, the news hit everyone. Testa's label bought T1 Stars. No one saw it coming. What are they even talking about? Literally. Orbit Entertainment bought T1 Stars, lol. Well, they ate them. Insane lol. What the hell is happening? Testa's agency, Stars Orbit Entertainment's shocking first move. Push for M&A of T1 Stars. The moment the article dropped, forums and SNS flipped. But nobody knew how to react. It was hilarious, but nobody understood the situation. Why buy them? Is this good? Should we congratulate them? Where'd the haters go who said Testa ruined T1 Stars? They saved them, lol. That's real loyalty, lol. Got dragged into the clickbait. Orbit's a nobody but now stellar? Anyway, Miri Yuna and Spacer fans finally relaxed. Testa fans were a bit confused about what they gained, but were mostly relieved the trolls shut up. It felt like a funny happy ending. But someone asked the crucial question. Wait, if it's the same label staff, same artists, what's actually different? So then what's different from the original T1 Stars? It got swept up in the shock, Inc. via LGT, official version, but it was the question that mattered. A new start. A new company. Testa was now sitting in a fresh conference room discussing strategy. They decided not to use the old T1 Stars building. At least draw that line. But since they'd absorbed the subsidiary T1 had cut loose, from T1's perspective it was just the same people with new nameplates. Right. So we're still completely cut off from T1, right? Like when we were T1. Stars. Yeah. I nodded. We're still in the same shoes. No strings to T1. On the surface it looked like spending a bunch of money for nothing, but now we can make decisions however we want. That was the difference. Now we held the power. This company was privately held, and we owned a significant share. No more wasting energy persuading some higher-up. Whoa, Cha Eugene whistled. Forever done with the troll boss. And knowing that, they wore exhilarated expressions. Baesigen looked like he was about to cry. Everyone, you've worked so hard. I never thought something like this was possible. I'm so glad it worked out. This is great. Seijin Hyung. Ryu Chongwoo nodded and smiled in agreement. Really, it feels weird calling it our own company, but I love it. Right? For the next 5, 10 years, let's keep this energy going. Yes, I feel more responsible than ever. Thank you. Yeah. With everything falling perfectly into place, the mood was electric. I nodded. Ownership attitude, good. Of course, Even if T1 Star's price had plummeted, we didn't have that much cash ourselves. Once the T1 tie was gone, we needed a new backer anyway. I recalled the message still on my phone, the reply I got after I first reached out. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo Sunbae. You reached out. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo Sunbae. As expected. As expected, my ass. Naturally, I had no intention of signing with Luti, but there was no reason not to stay on good terms and use them when needed. So, I stripped it down to purely financial terms. Sunbae, would you consider just taking ROI without the hassle of setting up a label? Luti contributed substantial capital to our company launch. Not a majority, gotta prevent them from controlling votes. But it did put us on the same side as Luti. Easy platform access, but a bit harder to refuse Luti requests. That was plenty. Chongrio would appreciate the surveillance backup and know he could meddle if necessary. He intended to leverage it as debt, of course. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo Sunbae. Feels like I'm the only one helping you here. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo Sunbae, what do you think? I saw it coming. Yes. In return, I'll share valuable intel on other VTIC Sunbeam. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo Sunbae. Judan Sunbeam is doing well in the military. He asked after you. No more chat after that. He called me, and we laughed our heads off. Whatever. Better that than pretending unilateral help in financial records. I opened my phone to show him the conversation and saw other messages that had just come in. From the group chat of the other T1 Stars members who'd helped plan the escape. I told them we could annul their contracts. This popped up. Ha 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 Hyung, what are you saying? We escaped together, right? So hi Orbit, nice to meet you. Teary emoji. That was Spacer Kwan Hee Sung, ranked gold 2. If it's okay with you Sunbeam, we'd like to do our best here. And since this is now Stars Orbit, we consider it a new contract. Salute emoji. That was Miriuna Parkman Ha. I folded my arms. Honestly, I expected Miriuna to stay. Couldn't really promote due to controversies, and there was no competing female idol position here. I figured they wouldn't ditch the staff they'd gotten along with. But Spacer, is that okay? If schedules clash with Testa, they won't back down. I glanced at my phone and anticipated the PR fallout. Testa hogs all the spotlight. When Spacer getting a comeback. Did they buy T1 Stars just for this? Haha. Bias much. Shareholders do what they want. Guess my kid signed on the dotted line, so it's their fault. Maybe we should coordinate so neither side loses out. Since it came to this, maybe reposition Spacer, a non-overlapping route with Testa. Forced to consider another group's positioning gave me a frown. Monday, what's up? Something on your mind? Nothing. Just, other groups want to stay. They weren't the ones eager to leave. I explained the situation briefly. Most nodded. They were the kind who agreed to rescue people rather than sink with a dying label. Right? Good to have them with us. Yes. The staff are the same, so I would have done the same. So, basically, oh, I see. Big Sejin shrugged. He seemed lukewarm, but after a full acquisition, he didn't want to argue over a variable in another group's contract. He did add, right, let's keep doing what we've been doing. Meaning, cross the line, and we'll push back. Got it. I sent messages to Kwan Hee Sung and Park Min Ha. Understood. You're staying. Thus ended the convoluted company and other people business. Thank you for your hard work. Thanks everyone. With all the headaches behind us, the mood relaxed and the members grinned. And finally the original topic came up. So, shall we start preparing our new album? Yes. Starved for activity, they didn't care about the environment. Just wanted to make an album. Great idea. We barely promoted last time. Let's make it fast and get back out there. Wait, we're moving dorms too. Forget it. Alright, let's do our best. Whoop. Even Bay Sejin, about to hit the brakes, joined in and the conference room went wild. Me? I think we should pick songs right away. Oh, Monday. I'll contact the AR team. If we could pick Magic Boy in a month from nothing, why not now? Why couldn't we do it here? Short on cash? I can just dump my remaining settlement. We can handle 1 or 2 albums. Of course, some details worry me. We'll check those later. Focus on this first. I stopped trying to be clever and smiled around the room. Then, VZZZZ. A reply came to the message I'd just sent. Kwan Hee Sung. Absolutely. Proud to be family, Hyung. I expected that. But the next message surprised me. Ahaha, I'm using my wish ticket right now. LOL. Hyung, raise our company well. Then take us with you. We believe in you. Heart emoji. Seriously. Even if you didn't use the wish ticket, I've poured so much money into this company they're not cutting it loose. I chuckled and typed all set. Then, shard possessor confirmed. Registered. My status window popped up. I leapt from my seat instinctively. Monday. Get them. Pop-ups continued. Item, ver. Beta, used. No way. That damn system. My head went blank. Even then, I instinctively connected Kwon Hee-sung's words to the pop-up. Wish ticket. The system grants wishes. So, no way he used it on me. No. My soul-bound item. How could he use it without permission? Cancel. But the moment I shouted, the pop-up text changed. 2. Searching target. Target, Stars Orbit Ant. Company name, Stars Orbit. Familiarity, C+. Performance. Profit. Artist signed. Testa, Miriyuna, Spacer. Overall grade, D+. And above it, another pop-up lounged casually. Cancel use of item, ver. Beta. What the hell? 458 chapter. Hyung, the system's in the company. And you can cancel it? Yes. I stared at Consejin's pop-up of horrified disbelief and looked back at the company's status window. It listed everything from reputation to signed artists, even a company grade. It, NOVELIGHT, looked exactly like a demo version of a company simulation game. What am I supposed to do with this? I clicked it, just in case. Function not yet available. Reason, before mission start. So it does plan to offer some function. But since I haven't started the mission, it won't show me anything yet. It must be because of this pop-up. Item, ver. Beta. Do you wish to cancel its use? I guess I have to refuse cancellation to proceed. Phew. Since it's your item, you can do whatever you want with it. Ihihei, thank goodness. Right. I get to choose. Why aren't you canceling right away? Why are you hesitating? Well, gold rank. No, Spacer must have a system shard. A pop-up saying shard possession confirmed had appeared when Spacer mentioned the wish ticket. The system reacted because Spacer has the shard. Exactly. Maybe to take that shard from him, I need to do this. A reaction means movement. If I keep using it, I might discover a way. No one without a status window would survive random mission failure penalties out of nowhere. And whether Spacer dies or not, I owed him at least enough to give him a wish ticket. And one more thing. If one shard is with Spacer, the pattern becomes predictable. There are 4 shards total. We've discovered me, Consejin, and Spacer. Next is almost certainly Chongryo, the system experience trio. Maybe I should have him speak a wish too. I'll have to prepare what to say. But first, I shook my head and returned to pressing matters. What should I do with this system? If I simply bear Spacer's mission failure penalty, it would be too big a loss. I'd probably cut him off in reality, wish ticket or not. Honestly, I rubbed my chin. I think I can profit from this. Think about it. Attribute roles, level ups, status window access. I've wrung the system dry to maximum benefit. Suddenly being forced to debut in someone else's body and dying on failure was the only real risk. This is basically a cheat code. Hyung. But now look, growing a company? That aligns perfectly with my goals. Failure penalty? If the company fails anyway, it's the same as failing a mission. And from experience, mission penalties have been minor, not death level. And, no matter what, I don't think I'll fail. A single mission is nothing. Alright. Decided. I already wondered when I'd have to mold this fledgling company into Testa's caliber. I nodded. Judging all factors, there's no need to avoid a shortcut. But let's confirm one last time. I asked Consejin, does this look dangerous to you? This item doesn't feel threatening. But this whole situation is terrifying. So terrifying. Feels like you're sacrificing yourself for Spacer, Hyung? That's all I needed. Just nerves. The system is my item now. Good. After escaping a collapsing building, body swap hell, and gathering shards, I'll use it well. I summon the pop-up again. Item, ver. Beta. Do you wish to cancel its use? No. At once. Crackle of holographic fireworks. Beyond Consejin's exclamation pop-up, light burst forth. Item, ver. Beta. Use confirmed. dash has become company use. A translucent hologram began to take shape. Borders formed, color filled in. The completed interface looked like a slick mobile game window. As if it were evolving, a pop-up flashed at the top. Mission created new. Mission, achieve B rank 4. To reclaim the shard, raise the target's rank. Just as I wondered how company rank related to shard absorption, a help tooltip appeared below. Help. Raising S rank increases the owner's control power. Use strong control power to dominate the shard. So, because I used the system on the company, the more I grow the company, the stronger my control over the system becomes, and I can claim other shards that way. Spacer's wish and my goal fit together nicely. Not bad. However, remaining time, D100. Failure. Shard ownership revoked. That deadline is shameless. And the penalty description is vague. I have no idea what precisely happens on failure. Then, try canceling it now, Hyung. Should I try? Cannot cancel during a mission. So it says. I left Consigen's pop-up and called up the status window again. Company, Stars Orbit Entertainment. Reputation, C+. Performance. Profit. Artists, Testa, Miriuna, Spacer. Overall grade, D+. Now it's clickable. The click was for overall grade details, a promising new agency with talented artists, but no actual track record. Let's generate revenue through artist activities. Function unlocked. Album. Function unlocked. Acting. Function unlocked. Variety show. Holographic sparks flew as new buttons shimmered. It's chaos. A lot became visible. I smirked and scanned the list. Acting, variety can wait. Right now the urgent need is one thing. Official album activities. For a standard group activity cycle, push the most obvious, debut album. Need a strong first strike. A quick, precise comeback for a powerful survival announcement. And to grow the company, priority goes to the most impactful group. Who else? Obviously, Testa. Tier 1. I cracked my shoulder and said, use the album function. Immediately the interface changed. A clean input screen. Album. Manpower. Capital. Duration. Asterisk start production click. Help. The higher the star rating you invest, the better effects you're likely to get during production. What now? Does it auto-create the album for me? That would be absurd, but even support would be huge. I tapped the Manpower tab. Company staff appeared in cards. Kim Nijin, AR Team. Kim Seo-won, AR Team. Na Sejong, AR Team. Park Jin-woong, AR Team. A sight to behold. Clicking a card probably shows speed, style, strong/weak genres, but I scrolled down for higher ratings. There weren't many. They were clustered in AR, but the AR team itself was small. Of course, truly top talent would have their own separate unit. They'd earn more money that way. At the bottom was an outsource external manpower button. I clicked it. There. Kim Rae-bin. Testa? Kim Rae-bin is staying forever. He's worth feeding 6 meals a day. I set manpower, capital, and duration to reasonable demo levels. Demo album. If we never release it, no harm done. Besides, this UI is so obsequious. I expect a "are you sure you want to start?" confirmation. So as soon as I clicked start production, beep, the button bounced and a pop-up appeared. Function not yet available. Reason, company control power insufficient. Current control power. C. Again? How do I raise it? Another pop-up appeared. Investment needed to reach control B. 10 billion Korean wons. I nearly rubbed my eyes. I reread the unit. But it stayed the same. 10 billion won. This thing thinks 10 billion is a small dog's name. JJJ, shall I chip in, Hyung? Crazy. I stared at the status window in dismay. Then, VZZZZ. Spacer messaged me. Hyung, should I cancel the wish ticket? Did I go too far? Too late. Help. Company control power indicates your direct influence over the company. The higher the rank, the more functions unlock. Ranks can be raised in various ways, but the fastest is investment. And a money-guzzling hippo demanding 10 billion to go from C to B. Phew. I staggered out of the bathroom. Yes, I'd been hiding in the bathroom doing all this. Fix. SOSO. I had just cried cancel into thin air in the conference room. But when the real cancellation didn't happen, I collapsed back into my seat. The members, realizing there was no emergency, calmly made space, though they did stand guard outside the bathroom. What happened? They'd thought I'd thrown money at a growth package, but instead I'd been lured into an even worse pay-to-win scheme. That about sums it up. I swallowed a sigh and said, "Does this company really need 10 billion won right now?" Well, I mean, at least we got something that could help our activities. I briefly explained the system applied to the company. Some were intrigued, some wary, but everyone agreed we could use it. Then Ah Hyun, with a sudden resolute look, grabbed my arm. "Mundi, about that 10, if you need money, I can give it." "Thanks, but that's not what I meant. Don't forget our settlements are roughly equal." But since it was out of nowhere, mouths babbled. "So, the company really needs that much?" That's what I asked. "Oh, right." Bae-sijin's face turned bright red. The others tilted their heads, whispering, "I don't think we need that much. Our company has tons of money. We saw that number." Did buying T1 stars cost a lot? But Mundi got a steal, didn't you?" "Exactly. We probably don't need it." "Then, why are you curious, Mundi? If we put in 10 billion, the company will run better." Big Sejin's rare question mark face said, "What the hell are you talking about?" I stifled a laugh. Cha Eugene shot up his hand. "That's a scammer's line." "No, it's not. I mean, I'd invest in the company." "Wait." As I spoke, I realized. "Right. I'm not dumping 10 billion into the system. It's an investment in the company. Then, the money doesn't vanish. I can make them pay back what I put in. If the album is good and the tour makes money, it could multiply beyond that." My mind cleared. "Anyway, I was just deciding whether to invest, so don't worry." I grinned. "If we succeed, I think it could multiply many times." Okay, the conversation ended on a high note. But pouring in 10 billion nearly clears out my own funds. That's rough. At that moment, Kim Rae-bin approached quietly. "Hyung, if you're in a pinch, I can float you a loan." "Aw, thanks." He must have missed the investment part while worrying. He's probably the richest here, but somehow borrowing from him feels like the biggest scam. Still reassuring to have the option. In the worst case, I'll eat meals. I made my choice. Let's go for it. Since I can reclaim it, why not try? 10 billion invested. "Hello? Yes, I'm calling because I have something to discuss." And immediately after negotiations with the company finished, the pop-up appeared. Investment needed to reach Control B, 0 Korean wons. Control power up. Phew. 10 billion gone in an instant. I almost broke into a cold sweat. I unconsciously creased my brow, but the pop-up wasn't done. Control power C, Control power B. Reward, hint ticket, X5. Help. Hints are various pieces of information that help the company grow or overcome crises. Use hint tickets to gain valuable hints, securing high-level manpower, capital, and time. 459 chapter. Testa pumped 10 billion won into the company, and the system spat something out. 5 hint tickets. And it says a hint is information that helps the company. Then right now it has to give me information useful for Testa's next comeback success. The fate of this company was tied to Testa's successful return. I felt intrigued. I sat back down and clicked the hint ticket. The hologram shifted, showing a gray machine icon I recognized. A roulette machine. Use a hint ticket? Sure. It reminded me of the trait pull from before. I watched the spinning wheel, nostalgia stirring. You're nostalgic? Yeah. I'm not dying, so it's a fond memory. Even though I was the one who visualized the roulette in the status window, why the theatrics? Anyway, the wheel, steel blue and brass segments, rotated with a few silver slots, then. Use complete. Hint acquired. It landed perfectly on silver. That meant the highest available grade. Grade C. Let's see. Come to think of it, that's true, was a C trait. I'd used it a lot even after debut. So what useful information do you have? Defection from subsidiaries, C. Apparently, due to some recent incident, employees at multiple T1 Int subsidiaries have been resigning en masse. That was my own doing. Where's the scam here? Since when did reminding me of known facts become a hint? Is the scammer claiming I never said only unknown info? This bastard. After eating 10 billion won, this is their output? See, calm down. Hyung, your blood pressure. Sigh. I took a deep breath. Stay calm. These hint tickets were just a bonus anyway. I'd raised company control power to use system functions. Tickets were the reward. Let's pretend they never existed and keep going. I spun the roulette again. Petty embezzlement, E. Dangerous practice room, D. Shooting hobby, D. Hints did drop. E-grade embezzlement was in the millions, small enough to handle via audit. D-grade practice room hazard was about a warped floorboard, useful for injury prevention. Basic checks would find those anyway, weak, but tolerable. But the last one was intolerable. Shooting hobby, D. The leader of Testa, the agency's flagship group, enjoys shooting as a hobby. You might build rapport if you meet at the nearby range. That was the hobby I introduced to Ryu Jianwu. You idiot. Hyung. Breathe again. Sigh. I pressed my brow, and I soon realized the gap. I'm way too prominent. Testa was already a 5-star group, so D-grade info was useless for a top-tier idol. Can't upgrade the roulette machine, can I? Help. The hint ticket roulette upgrades as the company rank increases. Only then did I nod. Right. This is early stage. When the company rank rises, I'll get better hints. Consider this a demo run. I unhesitatingly fed the last hint ticket into the wheel. Oh, no tickets. Why? No. You should save them until the machine upgrades. He knows nothing. When the roulette upgrades, they'll just sell fancier tickets. That's how pay-to-win works. Sorry for taking a mechanic from mobile games. At least it's intuitive. I watched the wheel skeptically when suddenly a golden 4-leaf clover emblem appeared above it. Lucky chance. A triumphant fanfare, then all slots turned gold. Slowly, the wheel halted. Wonderhall's newcomer, B. Grade B. And Wonderhall's newcomer? A major agency. I opened the details. Wonderhall's newcomer, B. Summer 202X. Finally, a male idol rookie will debut under Wonderhall. A massive project with a $200 billion investment over 3 years, its groundbreaking concept has raised expectations internally. Wonderhall was the agency of T. Holick, the pre-VTSE national idol, now launching a new male idol rookie group. I tapped my chin. This is valuable. T. Holick was a hugely mainstream male idol lineage. Testa was almost the only group that carried that mass appeal forward. They still thrive on their own variety show as veteran idols. So a rookie on T. Holick's lineage could rival Testa's public positioning. Worth monitoring this rookie. I decided and adjusted my view of hint tickets. High-grade hints could be genuinely useful. Information from inside industry. Networks was my biggest gap, and hint tickets could supplement that. I can trade these up and expand my intel. I was very pleased. Wow, that's a relief. Right. After a few more words with Consigion, who seemed more reassured than me, I closed the roulette window. With that distraction handled, it was time for the newly unlocked album function. Okay, let's start now. Got it. This is amazing. I gathered the members in the living room of the empty dorm. We'd cleared out most furniture, but the table remained. I placed a notebook on it. What was I going to do with it? I'll share the status window visually. Album production was a group task. Since in OV, EPEL, IGHT, they knew the situation, I'd share some access. But if they couldn't see the status window, just visualize it. I sketched the album production hologram on paper. Scratch. Kim Ray-bin raised his hand. Hyung, is that barbed wire? It's cards. Well. Ha. I won't laugh. Mundy Nim. Your PPT skills are great. Let's project it on the TV screen. How about it? Yeah, Mundy, that's perfect. Okay. After switching to a laptop, the work progressed much more smoothly. This is our company's current roster. The detail page looks like this. Oh, R.A. Bin has 5 stars. Kim Ray-bin is a genius. I'm honored, though I don't know the criteria. I'll keep improving. Wait, am I weak at trot composition? Isn't that obvious? R.A. Bin likes trot music. Oh, and that was the process. Park Mundy. Did you really invest 10 billion? Yes. Phew. We're making a 10 billion won album. Eugene spending all of Mundy's money. If it succeeds, Mundy Hyung will make far more. Cha Eugene's triumphant payback meta emerged, and the final album page looked like this. Album. Manpower A. Kim Ray-bin. Kim Seo-won. Park Jae-sok. Park Won-ju. Capital S. 5 billion Korean wons. Duration, B. 60 days. Manpower bonus, plus 150%. Capital bonus, plus 200%. Start production, click. I'll press it. Sure. The moment I clicked, various effects scrolled like credits. Concept, TBD. External manpower, TBD. Production company, TBD. Predicting album production. Predicting, huh? I noted the hologram in my pad again. The members nodded. So this predicts what kind of album will come out. And since we haven't finalized concept, many items show as TBD. Still, normally you'd pay a ton for this. Amazing. Soon the hologram flashed again. Prediction complete. Completed. Oh. Expected album grade, a B. B. No chance at S or EX. B grade possible? Our album. What nonsense is this? Our first album surely hit at least a dash, I thought. I clicked for details immediately. As expected, there were debuffs. Promotion. Physical quality. Help. You lack contacts for external manpower. Expand your network. Difficulty contacting external staff? Strange. It had never been an issue before. And since we retained the same staff, if this appeared, someone was blocking contacts. And that someone would be more powerful than any solo celebrity. A corporation. Results in. How is it? I folded my arms. It seems T1 didn't just cut ties with us. What? They've blacklisted us. Looks like no one wants to work with us. New issues to address immediately. That evening, Ryu Jianwoo scrolled his phone grimly. Music Bomb is definitely out. I assumed we'd be off music shows for at least 6 months. What came next was critical. No response from T1 affiliated variety shows either. Sigh. Of course. We weren't just cut loose. We were sent to recycling. They're blocking every affiliated variety show. I thought we could at least do T1 network shows. Not at this level. I slowly grasped their motive. To attract demand for a new T-Network survival show, they'd want to suppress the Testa, Miryuna, Spacer line that holds all their existing viewership. And they'd announce themselves as a shiny new agency. People loved it. They made a big spectacle and offended T1. Public reaction was even better than I expected, so it backfired. T1 must have told insiders. Orbit? Let's crush them. Industry people would be wary for a while. Directors, photographers, entertainment journalists, few haven't worked with T1. If they hope to work with T1 again, they'll tread carefully now. So, everyone's going to find it hard to work with us. They'll feel pressured. For a while at least. Damn. I rake my hair. Meeting paused. I stepped onto the balcony to sift through the status window. I hadn't smoked in ages, but a cigarette seemed appealing. Still, my brain kept working. We have to rely on Letty's network, even if we film music video directors and album art. No, that's dangerous. If we rely entirely on that side, this company will become just another Letty subsidiary. That defeats the purpose of all this effort. We mustn't only use their line. I sighed and scrolled through the hologram again, hoping for actionable intel. Information, If only hint tickets gave useful external staff contacts. Not that C-grade rehash of known facts. I sighed, scrolling. Defection from subsidiaries, C. I skimmed past it. But then, hold on. Still odd. Why was that a C-grade hint? Just reporting mass resignations at a subsidiary is too vague for that level. Even ignoring that I already knew it. I read it carefully again. Apparently, due to some recent incident, employees at multiple T1 ent subsidiaries have been resigning en masse. Then I realized I'd overlooked a crucial nuance. The subsidiaries mentioned aren't just one. It says subsidiaries, multiple locations. And one more thing, T1 Stars wasn't a subsidiary then. Our former label had already been cut loose by T1 when the staff resignations occurred. So, this hint refers to other T1 subsidiaries. There are other companies. Those subsidiaries whose staff resigned en masse. I started searching immediately. I looked through news and SNS for subsidiaries T1 and owned. Even non-broadcast or talent agencies, film, music, home shopping, studios, and games. I found it. Apparently, everyone quit at T1 Play's Ruin Factory team. Looks like 127 Section's next project is cancelled. Saw an interview. They seemed to be at odds with T1. Ruin Factory, the team that produced 127 Section, had completely resigned and started fresh. Oh, I sensed it. This is it. Found it. External talent lead number 1. 460 chapter. Gasp. Hello, Taystar people. Hello. We entered the open office. The ones who opened the door were the very people who created 127th section. It was a smaller office than when we were at T1 Plays, a subsidiary of T1, but it was full of energy. Enthusiastic welcomes poured out. I didn't expect you to contact us. Really great to see you. It feels like it's been ages. Haha, yes. It's the first time we've met in person since the collaboration. Oh, and this is a housewarming gift, albeit late. This is nice, wow, thank you. Ryu Jianwu held out an SF-themed mood lamp chosen for the size of their staff. True to their company's style, the faces of the representatives lit up. I knew it would hit the mark. It was good that Cha Yujin's fierce objections had been ignored. Naturally, talk about past events slipped out. Seeing this reminds me of when we worked on those tutorial characters. You explained everything so well and made it fun. I really enjoyed it. Really? We did too. The atmosphere became even more cordial. Well, back then we did manage to work without flushing. There was a reason this meeting was arranged so quickly, but there was also a more practical one. I scanned the faces of the representatives. Networking. They had literally kicked T1 to the curb and come here on their own. They might have boldness, but they couldn't be free of worry. Being at odds with a large corporation carries weight. Even if T1 wasn't a huge force in gaming, their influence across culture and platforms was significant. Starting up from scratch as a startup would be stressful. Yet when a proven star marketer who had given effective publicity before requested a meeting, I would have taken it too. Especially if our situations are similar, curiosity would spark. They too had left T1, and then even left that next company. It wasn't surprising they might be mistaken for allies. That was their aim. We exchanged a few words and moved to what looked like a conference room, then sat down. Game posters, artwork, and figures were visible everywhere. Oh, they even have 127 section characters. Without copyright concerns, it felt more a show of camaraderie than boasting. I continued scanning until I spotted a strange new character poster on the wall, an engineer-uniformed figure wielding a grotesque fleshy weapon. It wasn't in the portfolios of these company heads. Good. Is this also a game character? Oh yes. It looks really cool. Really? That's your taste, Mundy. Kim Raybin peered at the poster with curious eyes. Is it for a new game? It's our main character image for a game we're currently developing, but the launch schedule is quite far off. When roughly is it? The plan is, around the end of next year. That was ages away, and they're not even specifying the quarter. It meant development wasn't proceeding rapidly or tightly. It was vague. It could slip into the year after next. I secretly smiled. Then I examined the poster again. It was oddly modern, high quality, and still maintaining clear lines. So we'll probably only start official NOVLIGHD promotion around next summer. It's about the death train, perhaps thinking we'd be interested. The male representative's eyes lit up, and he dove right into the story. Geez, they're definitely hoping Taystar will promote or collaborate again. They were somewhat clumsy in sales. I listened and glanced aside. Kun Sejin likewise nodded, clearly intrigued. But I remembered. When I told the members we had located the production team's new company, Pyoha Gongdan. This guy's reaction. Whoa. Only Mundy could find it, seriously. But you're not thinking about another game collab, right? He acknowledged the find, but meant we should drop any collaboration ideas. I remembered my own response. Of course not. We didn't need that. Honestly, from what you've said, the games made by the Pyoha Gongdan people are still uniquely awesome and fun. Oh, thank you. And there's something we'd like to propose. I got to the point. The reason we came here. We'd like to commission a game. Could you develop a game for us? Not a game collab, but a full game of our own. The representatives' eyes went wide. They glanced at each other, wondering if I was joking. But sadly, none of the other members looked surprised. Only Ryu Jianwu said, well, the scenario is all prepared. The reps looked at each other, then spoke. You know, developing a game usually takes a very long time. Even with a scenario, creating original art, graphics, UI, writing code, and implementation are a different story. It's a complex process. Instead of shouting at our ignorance, they politely explained at a general level, a plus. Working with them would be nice. I smiled inwardly and nodded seriously. Of course, we're not shameless enough to take up all of Pyoha Gongdan's time. Huh. I'm not asking you to develop the type of game you've been working on. I continued explaining. A form of game content that wouldn't seem out of place within the existing idol business's Venn diagram. Small in volume, but special. This is definitely doable within the time. We just had to push ourselves, their labor plus hours. As I spoke, the rep's expressions changed. It was clearly interest. Oh, yeah, that was enough. Thank you. After a few rounds of explanations and meetings, contracts were wrapped up smoothly. Ryu Jianwu, having sent the signed contracts back to the company, said brightly, "It's convenient since we have the authority for this. Right? Definitely nice not to take any useless feedback." Bei Sijin nodded in agreement, unusually excited. "This is settled. Now, the album prediction, we're going to do that, right?" "Yes. Of course." Then suddenly someone interjected. "Oh, Mundi, before that, one more thing. You all heard this, but just once more." Kun Sijin grinned. "Whether on broadcast or wherever, let's not say we're company executives. Huh? Like, we have contract authority and all, that kind of talk, no? Just say, as before, we're producing the album. That's enough." Yes. This was important. If we didn't want to be tied to responsibility when the company screwed up, we needed to cut that early. Now that we were independent, it was even more crucial. The risk of people conflating us with this new company was greater. Even T1 got so much hate. There's no guarantee Orbit wouldn't follow the same path. Sometimes you make choices that draw criticism because outsiders don't know the background. So, I don't need any benefit from looking like company executives. Our idol image alone was enough. Okay, got it. Yes. Sounds good. Some were convinced, others weren't sure it was necessary, but everyone agreed. Then, entering the company conference room. Mundi must be tired. So let's do the album prediction after going back to the dorm and resting? It's fine to do it now. It didn't take much energy on my part. I simply connected my laptop to the conference room screen and began typing the album production hologram. Since company people might come in, I'll hide the staffing section a bit. I filled in the rest carefully. Album. Staffing A. Kim Ray Bin. Kim. Park. Capital S. 5 billion Korean wons. Duration B. 60 days. Staff bonus plus 150%. Capital bonus plus 200%. Start production. Click. Everything looked almost the same. Staffing and duration. Only after the ellipsis in the staffing section, additional info appeared. External staff. I thought of the external personnel invited under our contract with Pyoha Gongdan. And based on that, the direction of the album project we had created. We won't expose T1's blocking decision at all. If everything went as planned, I'm sure it will be an impressive album. I pressed the Start Production button. The effect credits began to burst forth. External staff, configuring, plus effect activated. Moreover, with this method, we didn't need to compete with the industry's top 1 or 2 companies to produce a physical album. Even if T1 interferes, it doesn't matter. Production company, configuring, minus effect nullified. The concept is set. Concept, game, plus effect activated. Not only games, but it seemed unified. What matters is that the effects activated. The text popped brightly. Plus effect. External staff, new attempt. Promotion, concept, sense of immersion. Quality, predicted outcome complete. I didn't take my eyes off the screen as I read all the text. And finally, the moment the grade appeared. I clenched my fist. Expected album grade. S plus A plus. That's right. Let's produce it. A few weeks later, on a day when it began to get warm. Crazy Taystar. Comeback. Really? How did they pull this off so fast? The sudden news of TSDAR's album pre-order announcement shook the idol gossip boards. It had been less than a month since they changed companies. How was this possible? It was quickly revealed. It's a repackage. Wow. A repackage. It means adding 1 or 2 new songs to the previous album and releasing it anew. In fact, Taystar had intended to make a completely new mini-album or single album. That was the stance of some members. Let's not provoke T1 any further. But after T1's dirty tricks were exposed, things changed. It's already recorded anyway. So they boldly decided to reuse the previous songs and concept entirely. Fans were even more excited. They changed companies, but could still release the previous album. They must have bought T1 stars and all the copyrights, lol. Wow, T-Star playing the long game. Orbit loyal. I'm about to cry sob. Their high-teen concept album, active for only 2 weeks and without a proper concert, was reborn. Light fans unaware of the details saw the T1 escape as refreshing, but she knew. Cutting ties with their original broadcaster was not a good sign for activities. This comeback is crucial. Someone as smart as Mundy would know that releasing so suddenly was a concern. So results, only results, mattered. She nodded. At that moment, an SNS pop-up appeared on her phone. T-Star official account. It was definitely the album announcement. She tapped quickly. Then she reviewed the information she already knew. This album had 3 versions, and they're making exactly 1,000 limited edition sets with special bonuses. Company must be crazy. An article said they would produce only 1,000 of the limited set and then stop. A friendly note promised a general edition MD later, so it was well received, but people complained because the exact contents weren't revealed. It also looked like a money grab. Reading the SNS post in a flash, her eyes nearly popped out. A board game. And at midnight that same day, in the teaser for TSDR's new song, in a dim attic wrapped in blankets, lamp and fairy lights gathered around, the 7 in casual clothes. It was the high-teen concept T-Star from the previous album. They sat on the attic floor in a circle. A board game lay in the center. Let's start. The free-for-all begins. The dice rolled. 461 chapter. Crazy board game. With the news of TSDR's limited edition board game album, fans' SNS timelines started blazing. Once people compared the images and realized the board game looked exactly like the one in the teaser, reactions grew even stronger. They must have actually used it as a prop in the MV. Is it basically Monopoly style, but with pokage cards? No idea how it'll feel. Will we see the T-Star world? They know how to sell. Seriously, lol. Wow, I have to get this. Most posts were excitement and anticipation, but not all were positive, because of the limited quantity. Even if a regular edition came later, its contents would surely differ from the limited set. Only 1,000 copies. A group that sells millions of albums. They don't think about price gouging. So many scalpers are gonna swarm. How do we even buy this? Seriously, loudly crying face. Their label still can't shake T1's playbook. Shows where they came from. Same old story, lol. As a result, TSDR's new label, Orbit Entertainment, finally started catching flack too. In truth, they'd rushed production to meet schedule and simply couldn't crank out tens of thousands in time. But they'd also let some of the negative buzz linger on purpose, to temper the overly idolized atmosphere around the new label. It was a burden for both the fledgling company and the group. And since the regular edition would be almost identical, complaints would soon die down. Moreover, fans were focused on TSDR's comeback itself, not bashing the label. For example, oh, the album's a USB stick. This time, TSDR's album wouldn't be a CD, but a USB. And a minimalist one at that. Just the album USB, its playback case, and one photo card. Looks like they'll keep doing USBs for environmental reasons. Honestly, with so many albums selling like crazy, the trash was out of control. Yeah. Still, not getting a physical photo, booklet or lyric book left people oddly disappointed. In an era of online streaming dominance, buying a physical album meant owning something tangible, and fewer components felt somehow underwhelming. The USB no doubt contained photos and lyrics digitally, but not having them in hand was a letdown. 3 USB versions. I wish they at least showed us what the USB looks like. I'd prefer a cute figurine or something. They won't even properly reveal anything, yet they're taking pre-orders? Show some concept photos, lol. Because the teaser quality was good, and they were continuing the high-teen concept from the last album, criticisms were relatively muted. But they were there, a subtle deflation in atmosphere created by the few detractors. Sigh. Worried fans deliberately try to find more positives. On TSDR's album pre-order page, they spotlighted special content not included on a normal CD album and spread the word. This album includes an MV extended cut. Since it's on USB, they could make it huge. Can't wait. There's a QR code reader warning. Guess there's some QR feature loudly crying face. They must have prepared a lot. But that was it. No more specific info dropped as the comeback date approached. What are they thinking? As a result, even Park Mundy's first homa was at her wit's end. A few concept photos had been released, but they were similar to the teaser's comfy high-teen vibe. Pleasant and pretty, but lacking distinction. Too reminiscent of the last album. Against the 30-minute teaser procession, the cinematic trailer Better Me, or the filmic Promise. Just one teaser, a USB album, sparse contents. The scary word cost performance flashed through her mind. They couldn't have imagined this treatment from the new label LOL. My head is buzzing. This eerie concept only works on Moonbyul and her island. LOL. Moonbyul's just doing 1 week of promotions then running the tour loop. This title track feels like Pose Again, but even worse. Beneath the surface, anxieties, doubts, excitement, and expectations swirled until the fateful day arrived. On TSDAR's first comeback day under the new label, at midnight. Finally, the MV dropped. Taystar Roll the Dice official MV. The Homa took a deep breath. The title was Roll the Dice, and the thumbnail showed dice. How far would they take this? Seriously, a full board game concept? It feels over the top. But no, this is awesome. She chased away unhelpful thoughts and clicked the MV with trembling fingers. Then, the screen showed a floor, exactly the attic floor from the teaser. But Taystar wasn't sitting there. The focus was on the board game itself. Game tokens and cards lay scattered across it. It looked different than the teaser's brief glimpse. She had expected a simple, segmented path game, like Advancing Territory. Blocks. But this was more elaborate, realistic, like architectural blueprints of a building. A prison? A maze. At that moment, the camera was sucked into the board. You have my dice. A low voice echoed in the blackness. Then the view cut back. Boom. A long, straight corridor appeared. Built of gray stones with varying contrasts, it looked like part of a massive underground dungeon. A huge rusty nameplate briefly came into view on the floor. Keep it safe. The camera moved forward. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed as iron doors lined both sides, like someone's perspective. A jailer. Then the camera detached. Whoosh. It pierced through one iron door on the left and immediately approached a figure sitting on the floor. The figure wore a white harnessed outfit, resembling a stage costume reminiscent of a straitjacket or prison uniform. As soon as the viewers saw the bowed head, they immediately recognized it. Eyes closed. Park Mundy, with dark hair. Gasp. His slightly long bangs hid his eyes, as his pale face filled the frame. Pippi. A faint mechanical noise began, like a sensor activating. Park Mundy, still with closed eyes, raised his hand and struck down somewhere. Thud. The surveillance camera in midair shattered on screen. Then the music burst forth. In your hands. My tape wraps again. A crisp, refreshing mid-high tone. The image leapt upward, bursting through the dark cell and ascending to some upper floor. A single beam of light shone down through a grated steel ceiling. The tempo rose. The moment your heart pounds. All senses go slow. In that beam, someone slid down swiftly from the ripped grate. Ryu Jianwu in a sleek leather suit. Thwack. He landed with a playful smile on his face. A drum beat kicked in, merging into a more rocking sound as a heavy bass charged forward. Thrilling contact. In your silent eyes. I'll find the one true answer. Ryu Jianwu touched his ear, and the cut switched to someone making the same gesture, glasses-clad Kim Rae-bin. Only one choice. Yes, take it all one more. Even if you drop this grasped hand. In a dark monitoring room, Kim Rae-bin looked like a hacker or technician. Then, expressionless as if perplexed, he simply pulled a spike from his coat and smashed the monitor. Just before the screen flickered off. Between the distorted angle shift, Cha Eugene in the straitjacket shot a canine-toothed smile at the camera. Then the monitor died, and silence. Let's start. The mayhem begins. With a low melody, the pre-chorus exploded. Find them, confront their face. I don't care what's next. Gray corridors, the cell, the maze, the monitoring room, and other conceptual settings flashed without pause. Chaser today too. Don't let go of your hand. Just when the viewer wondered how many cuts they'd filmed, a gloved hand suddenly blocked the view. Figure 8 gloves. Reveal everything. Don't be scared what's next. The hand belonged to Lee Sejin. In a Navy uniform, sipping coffee, she smiled and then turned to look at the shattered monitor. She tucked a key into her pocket and hummed as she walked out of the monitoring room. Chaser, tomorrow too. Don't end the twist. Then the chorus. Just roll the dice. A dance break. Like a stage montage, costumes and backgrounds changed seamlessly, from white prison gear to the Navy uniform to the leather suit. Wow. How many cuts did they film? The production must have been colossal, but more than that, it was exhilarating. The Homa swallowed hard and kept watching. Trust, take my side. In the second verse, story and choreography blended, returning to a pure K-pop performance video filled with symbolism and intensity. Thanks to the early narrative, the story was fairly clear. Let's see. Mundy and Eugene are the prisoners. Ray Bin and Jeon Woo are the phantom thieves. Kun Sejin is the jailer, right? But Bae Sejin and Seon Ah-hyun appeared in various outfits, and it wasn't obvious which roles they played. This is the final round. As the bridge melody flowed, the rapid edits switched to a long take. Thud. The camera revealed a massive iron door with someone's back to it. It pivoted halfway around to show Bae Sejin. Ah, he's the phantom thief. Dressed similarly to Jeon Woo, Bae Sejin calmly stared at the door, then reached for the lock pad beside it. A strange machine-like key in his gloved hand filled the frame. Vroom. Suddenly his hand flickered between a white-gloved hand and a bloodied one, crackling with distortion. Huh. Then it returned to the gloved hand. The moment the key touched the pad, a code entry interface appeared. Underscore, 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 underscore. Oh. Bae Sejin seemed to faintly smile, but thud. With a solid impact sound, the screen went dark. Just roll the dice. Trust, take my side. No more story. Instantly, the dazzling performance video resumed. Mesmerized, the Homa still had questions, but surrendered to the performance. They'll drop a hint at the end. They did, when the song ended, but not in the way she expected. On the black screen, instead of Bae Sejin's fate, another shot appeared. A close-up circled asterisk operator in the iota GHD circled asterisk operator. Read the full story of a beautiful face. It was Seon Ah-hyun in a Navy uniform, blonde hair framing his face. He looked straight at the camera and parted his lips. Choose your side. A gentle string melody began. As the top and bottom of the screen slowly faded to black, Seon Ah-hyun turned and started walking down the corridor, the same gray hallway from the start. A black baton hung from his waist, like something used for subduing. The screen went fully black. Only the echo of heavy boots remained over the soft strings. Tap, tap, tap. Then the final text appeared. Roll the dice. Please enter the code. The blinking black box, the same interface that had appeared on Bae Sejin's pad in the MV. And, the Homa gasped, exhaling at last. Insane. I worried for nothing. The quality felt cinematic, different from any usual MV, and sure to get a reaction. Foreign fans will freak out. The world building was ambitious, to say the least. Is the board game itself that world? Playing it must unlock the meaning. As she raced through thoughts, her SNS inbox exploded with personal messages. What is it? Thinking it was just fan chatter, she clicked. The album product page literally shows the key from the MV. Holy S asterisk asterisk T. The USB is literally the key from the music video. She opened her mouth to scream. Arg. And the next day, hurry up, hurry up. She tore into the delivered album like a maniac, carefully but frantically detaching the MV prop USB and plugging it into her computer. She accessed the folder because they made it so cryptic on purpose. The MV extended cut must be in there. She had to see it. If I just click the video file. But she wasn't greeted by a video player. Taystar, roll the dice MV extended, playable, app requests permission to change your device settings. An app? In that moment, she realized. Playable. A game. The MV extended. Cut was a game. 462 chapter. Crazy. The Homa could hardly breathe as she waited for the game to finish installing. Normally, modern people would scroll KakaTalk or SNS or web browsing during an app install, but she couldn't focus on that now. How on earth did they make something like this, and when? She thought, with no time for questions or analysis. Just excitement. overwhelm, and pounding anticipation. A moment later. Installation complete. Launch now, __. Without hesitation, she checked the box. The screen went black, and a logo slid by. Ruined factory area. Star's orbit. Then a distorted adaptation of TSDR's logo descended from the top, and the title appeared. Roll the dice. Please enter the code. A faintly eerie, modern remix of the title track's main melody drifted. Behind it, a dark attic floor, the board game, and a die were projected. Perfect quality. Wow, so fully realized. The home ma felt near panic joy, but also a subtle worry. But I don't really play games. She'd thought it'd be just fan service, but now she hesitated at whether she could enjoy it properly. She didn't know gaming conventions or controls. She'd only ever casually enjoyed the mobile, 127-section game. And some people dislike games, so preferences would vary. But built-up anticipation won out. No time to hesitate. Let's go. She bravely tapped New Game. The letters vanished, as if sucked in, and a die rolled. A brief loading. Then the screen brightened. 2025-06-01 p.m. 7:03. Whoa. A sports car racing down a sunset-lit road filled the screen. What is this? Even the people in the car were strangers. A man and woman wearing sunglasses. Neither looked like T-Star. How could she be sure they were game characters? It's live action? It wasn't CGI. The sports car thundered through like a movie scene. She might have thought a defective product had arrived by mistake, but she already knew it was not. This is Pose. The song playing in the car was TSDR's previous single, Pose, a bouncy dance track perfect for a drive. So this is definitely the T-Star app. She decided to wait a bit. The sports car continued NGVL GT. Only on NGVL GT. It's run along a winding mountain road glowing red in the sunset. Then something unexpected appeared. The road was blocked. A massive yellow and black barricade and flashing hazard lights stood in the center. What the heck? The music softened. Someone approached the stopped car on foot. A tall man. Excuse me, ma'am. Whoa. It was Lee Sejan. In a neat police uniform, Lee Sejan smiled and leaned toward the car. The woman in the driver's seat idly waved her arm. Why is this happening? She asked. The road ahead is closed to traffic. Sorry, but please turn around. And use the main road. Where's the main road? It'd take me 30 more minutes to detour. At least explain why. I'd like to, but I'm on official duty. I can't give details. Please, ma'am. Lee Sejan spoke kindly, smiling warmly. He's handsome. His swept-back hair suited him perfectly. Yet the driver didn't budge. She eyed Sejan strangely, caught on camera. Sir, please turn around. Tension rose. The BGM shifted. What? The police officer is so young. I was just posted here recently. Really? Yes. I know it's inconvenient, but please. Sejan kept smiling and bowed slightly. Yet the tense BGM and amplified footfalls continued. Thud, thud. After Sejan walked into the checkpoint bathed in red sunset light. Vroom. The sports car turned and drove away. Phew. Oddly, the Homa sighed in relief. The silent passenger finally spoke. Hey, isn't this the main road? If you turn here, it reconnects to the main route straight away, honey. What? We're going down that blocked road. What? The passenger's shock echoed hers. Why there? The cop blocked it. Cop. The driver scoffed. Have you ever seen a cop be so friendly to a speeding sports car? What? And look at that barricade. As the passenger glanced, the camera shifted back to the barricade. It lingered slowly on screen, intercut with Sejan's smiling lower face. In flashback, the driver's voice sounded. That barricade isn't police. It's private. Looks like that guy isn't a cop. I see. Look how young he is. Some YouTuber? BJ. Playing a prank with a hidden camera. At that moment, the bottom of the sports car's view darkened slightly, and something popped up on the screen. Play button. That makes sense. Reassure. Play button. How can you be sure? Be cautious. It was a choice menu. Right. It's a game, so choices appear. Strange but compelling, she had to pick one. But 10 minutes. A time limit. 10 seconds. Panicked, she trusted her gut and selected the second option. How can you be sure? Inspired by movie glitches, if someone insists you go down a blocked road, it'll end badly. Sejan said not to go. Why go? Does it matter if he's really a cop? Even idols should listen. She didn't know why she was making choices for these strangers, but time pressure forced her. Don't you trust me? The driver snapped. The other party is displeased. Ah, wait, should she have soothed him? She was confused, but the game kept going. Well, that's not it. Then don't just stand there. I'll get you to your flight on time. The driver revved the car and sped off. The camera pulled back, showing the sports car forcefully entering the road marked no entry via a side path, and the darkness and eeriness of the mountain road. She swallowed, watching like a thriller film. Then, a moment later, that's random. With headlights on, the sports car passed an old building, a gray concrete structure that looked like a rough factory. Large, but no signs of life. A factory? No, maybe. Weird to be in the mountains. The view slowed, scanning the building's exterior through the car's perspective. It caught one raised inscription on the facade. K-Guess. The Homa recognized it. It was in the MV. Yes, the initials on the gray corridor floor. Were these people entering that prison as players? Sure, now it's first person. She speculated when. Oh, that is. Thud. The sports car flipped. Then exploded. Skaboom. The screen whirled and tumbled. Aarg. Insane. Unconsciously, the Homa screamed. The camera wobbled, showing the half-destroyed car, then a hand groping along the ground. And another choice appeared. Play button, grab the smartphone. Play button, call the passenger. This was it. Calling the passenger won't help. The phone is key. First, productive action. She immediately chose the smartphone. Happily, the groping hand found the phone. Yay! Just as she cheered the player dialing 119. Ag. The phone broke. Ugh. No answer. She broke into a cold sweat, regretting her choice and considering restarting when a voice called out. Are you okay there? The camera swung to show Sejin rushing in. Wait. What? Confused as events unfolded, the Homa watched Sejin extend a hand. Give me that. He gently removed the phone that was hindering support, then shrugged his shoulder. Meeting the player's gaze, he fired a tranquilizer dart. The view blurred. Her screen went hazy. Silence. After a short pause, the view reappeared behind Sejin's shoulder. She was slung over him. Still unable to process, she heard Sejin's voice. It always works. Then the screen shifted again. A red frame, the distorted metal of the wrecked car, and smoke. The player was shoved back into the mangled sports car. It's great when you break the rules for me. I've done my job, so no guilt. Then Sejin's neat face appeared outside the car. He pulled out a notebook. Now again. No entry posted check. Direct notification given check. Courtesy check. Repeated emphasis check. Sejin, like a real cop, tipped his hat and winked. I asked you to turn around, right? Ugh. Yep. I knew you wouldn't listen. Slam. The car door shut. The wrecked red sports car was towed away by a black vehicle. From the black car, Sejin hummed. A well-known, easy-listening track from TSDR's previous album. Above that eerie dissonance, subtitles appeared. Prologue end. Welcome to the KIS. The Homa screamed. Silently. What is this? Traumatized, she finally hit enter 30 seconds later to begin Chapter 1. She'd been completely convinced by Sejin's handsomeness. Mundi's going to be gorgeous too. And unbeknownst to her, the shocking, thrilling story also hooked her. All right. The main game began properly from a member's perspective. Need a ride? On a rainy autumn day, Base Sejin, having lost his wallet, got into Ryu Jianwu's car for the commute. Then Jianwu made an abrupt request. I need something stolen. What? I need a hacker. That's right. Base Sejin was the hacker. But then, what about Ray Bin? He'd been in the monitoring room in the MV. Now he stared at his laptop from the back seat, glasses on. So the Homa willingly chose the question option. Is he also a hacker? No. He's just strong. Really strong. Haha. Kim Ray Bin peeked over and then looked back down. By the way, Ray Bin heroically proved his brute force prowess after breaking into the facility, delighting the Homa. In any case, Jianwu showed Sejin information about a gem called Tukkulum. Tukkulum? In Latin it means protection, shelter. It's the key to access the facility where this gem is located. He said he'd received it from a colleague and asked for analysis. This cut turned into a flashback, then immediately to their infiltration of the facility. but I never expected it to be such a weird, protective detention site. From there, it was a nail-biting series of hide-and-seek and choices. Aark. Having been stung in the prologue by Sejin's sternness, the Homa refused to be caught, no matter how handsome he was. She avoided the jailer at all costs, selecting choices that kept her out of his path. And at this point, another system appeared, the 10-sided die. Roll. When a wrong choice was made, rolling the die gave a chance to recover if the number was low. The more severe the mistake, the lower the number required. Phew. Oh, today's coffee. She narrowly avoided Sejin's gaze and hid behind a cabinet, catching her breath. Not long after, she got to see Mundy's face. Mundy was in a laboratory. The problem was, he had an injector, sweating profusely in pain, and he begged her not to remove the syringe. No, please don't. Play button, break the syringe. Sympathy. Play button, leave it alone. Indifference. The Homa controlling Ray-Bin gasped, but trembled and chose the first option. I'm sorry, Mundy, but if she didn't break the syringe, in movie cliches, Mundy would die. And sure enough, upon breaking the syringe, Mundy stabilized. She pressed the capture button through tears at the close-up of Mundy collapsing peacefully. Ray-Bin thankfully carried Mundy to safety. Thank goodness. Overly immersed, the Homa wiped her sweat. Afterwards came Sienna. Hyun's tense standoff in the cell and narrow pursuits by Jian-woo, gathering information. Soon, the Phantom Thieves deduced that this was a strange facility imprisoning test subjects, and that the gem data was part of a baiting experiment. We have to escape. They changed course and, thanks to Yujin's distraction, found the real exit route, but then faced a final trial. Just around this outer wall. Shoo! Gasped by Hyun. Thud, thud. Hyun approached. The baton, the gloves, the boots, the gaze, all staged like a film scene. Hyun had appeared calm and composed throughout, in a style that suited him and added unexpected charm. Face value. The Homa thought. And she realized. In the MV, it was hinted that Hyun subdued Sejin during his escape. That must be the clue. Thrilled, she frantically hammered the hide option in the choice menu. Surprisingly, though it felt correct, a die rolled. Target number, 6. 60% chance. The Homa gritted her teeth. Roll. Please, please. The die slowly stopped, showing 2. Yes. Hyun calmly disappeared beyond the corridor. She'd passed the turn safely. Phew. Let's go. She sighed, watching Sejin approach the massive door. The scene from the MV. Key to the pad. Now to enter the code. Wait. She realized. Underscore. What was the code? Game progress halted. There was no 10-second time limit now. She could enter at any time. But what code? At that moment, Sejin's narration appeared on screen. It's a code I already know. When I received the key from the Phantom Thief. Then Jian-woo's voice from earlier played. I asked that you analyze the key. Sejin's eyes were close up, and I analyzed it. I found the information the thief wanted. The location, the gem's value. But there were also dummy data, seemingly placed to make it harder to find. Like padding the file size. Among the dummy files I almost skipped was a photo of a man, and on its back, the code. The narration ended. What? Flustered, the Homa reread the subtitle. A photo of a man. Could it be? Gasp. She jumped up, grabbed the album box where she'd set aside the USB earlier. Inside was the only remaining item. A photo card. On the back of the card showing Kim Ray-Bin biting a spike, alongside the logo, was the code. Roll the dice. Please enter the code. A23-5DQ2, B25E. With trembling hands, she entered it. As soon as she hit enter, Sejin's hand in the game moved over the pad too. And success. The door opened. Yes. She reflexively clenched both fists, then realized. Wow. This made buying the album feel so worthwhile. She leapt up, sensing a happy ending, unaware she'd just seen the normal ending -3. Now she could finally evaluate. Immersion was incredible. She had no idea how they'd filmed it or how grueling it was for the members, but she wanted to play again and choose different options. The costumes were perfect, and the acting-action hybrid felt natural, not cheesy. Honestly, Sejin's acting was so good it amplified everything. But one nagging thought. They did make it seem like the Phantom Thieves were protagonists. There was some imbalance in screen time, and oddly many events were from the thieves' viewpoint. Ahyun's screen time was too little, and the board game itself still felt mysterious and unresolved. But the quality was insane. She didn't know what to call it, like watching a movie but choosing what the characters do. Even fans who didn't play games would love this. Having experienced an interactive movie properly for the first time, she nodded enthusiastically. Even thinking back, the outfits were so good. It was truly amazing. She waited for the epilogue to load, finally deciding to use the bathroom. She naturally grabbed her phone, and then a notification popped up. Play the other album versions too. Loyalty, I swear. Version 2 changes the prologue, prisoner route. 3 album versions equals role choice? Thief, prisoner, jailer? What? The mainstream's almost identical, just personal events differ. Flustered, she dashed from the bathroom toward her delivery boxes. She opened the second photo card. Box. Sliding out the card of Cha Eugene with his tongue playfully shown, she yanked out the second USB album. She swallowed. Should I start with this one? To see more of Mundy as the prisoner? The Homa was in a daze when another message lit her screen. If you don't break the syringe, Mundy becomes the phantom thief route. Crazy. Park Mundy's thigh action suit is insane. What is that? Thus began the labyrinth of album Easter eggs for Taystar. 463 chapter. Please tell me the route to put Lee Sejin in a prison uniform. There was one in the MV. It's there? I swear. I just don't know it, please. The gag ending where Cha Eugene escapes on his own is hilarious. I laughed nonstop every time they showed him charging off. Seriously laughs. OMG, Bae Sejin actually lost his wallet on his way to work, and it turns out Chong Woo stole it. Laughs. It's in the guard version. Capture. Clues. Normally, after the comeback MV is released, there's a few days gap before the music show appearance. Fans usually spent that time on SNS news, teasers, or small content, building excitement. Or they'd binge-watch the MV on repeat while anxiously awaiting the broadcast. Finally, Eugene put on the guard uniform, so freaking happy. He even put it on perfectly, my baby. Everything had changed. The fan community and SNS, flooded with spoilers and guides, videos and captures and collectible photos, was like a festival. Here, TSDAR's side generously announced that the normal ending and bad ending were streamable. They'd made such a bold stunt both to spark word of mouth and because they couldn't miss a promo opportunity. Besides, you had to buy the album to experience it directly. The code on the photo card included in the package that opened the ending was tied to one account only, so pirates couldn't see the ending. Laughs, that's so slick. But I'm worried it'll be cracked soon once all the cracks are made. Still, it should hold until first week sales are tallied, right? And I love that USB sales count toward album numbers. Seriously, a new world, so fun. Moreover, the lyric booklet, audio files, and concept photos downloadable from the game title screen, when revisited after gameplay, offered a uniquely moving experience and were praised. The game really deepens the album narrative. I used to hate the world building so much, but now I'm saying this. Overall, it was a completely novel attempt. And totally unexpected. They'd definitely drawn attention. Taystar actually put a real game in the album. 127 section, Ruins Factory Team's new project, Taystar album, no joke. TSDAR's insane live-action game playthrough laughs. Fans who never imagined the MV extension would be a game were stunned, and word naturally spread online. The MV was actually a game introduction? What the heck, laughs. Taystar really does everything. Respect from Magic Boy days to staunch otaku path. I want to try it too. What's the quality? Do I just buy the album? Which one do I get? On YouTube, game streamers who couldn't miss this bait were already playing. Because Aishjin's prologue was so shocking, it made for great reaction content. Total win-win. Of course, tastes and opinions clashed, and some noise arose. But that only fueled the buzz. A promotion you couldn't buy with money. If I order from the official site now, will it arrive tomorrow? I took the bus to the store, and it was sold out. Which version do I start with? TSDAR's new title game OST? What's going on? Thanks to this, album sales skyrocketed. The simple package, USB, playback box, photocard, actually lowered the barrier to purchase. And at the start of this storm of activity, phew, The Homaru was utterly absorbed in the game. The live-action scenes felt cinematic. The interactive choices and luck-based thrills appealed perfectly to her. She poured all her free time into it. Park Mundy's cut is seriously so pretty. She was replaying the version 2 album, which focuses on the prisoner's side. Playing version 2 from the prisoner perspective through the album USB opened the chapter in Park Mundy and Cha Yujin's past. Oh, those two having that intense power struggle conversation in the lab gave me chills. Wasn't it so sad and poignant? What choice did you pick? The right one, of course. Later, when the thieves were caught, events played out with them in prison garb, and there was an event where you overpower the guard and put the guard in prison clothes. Park Mundy throwing the prison uniform at Big Sejin looked so personal, felt like true friends not acting. Laughs, and you could uncover a bit about the experiments the prisoners endured. 10 milliliters administered. Detects items beyond 100 m. Dizziness, hallucinations, headaches reported. They're experimenting to create superhumans? It had that eerie, American-style creepiness. Cha Yujin seemed super sharp with heightened instincts, and Mundy seemed to have psychokinesis, though he did vomit. After replaying the bad ending where Mundy collapses after recreating the scene, smashing the CCTV camera, she sealed away the psychokinesis. Anyway, VR2's prisoner play felt that way. Similar to the thief's side, but darker, focused on the facility. But version 3 was a bit different. On the guard side, it started from Aishjin's perspective, playing as if cooperating with the thieves. Shoo. Be quiet and follow me. Whoa. It felt like she was the guard on their side, pretending not to see them. Of course, she actually planned to betray them all at the end. Aishjin's humming line was gold. It's so comfy and nice they walked in themselves, broke the rules. Act. The spicy kick of VR1's prologue lingered powerfully. Thus version 3 became a thrilling play where the player wonders when they'll get betrayed. Wait, hold on. Suddenly she realized. The key shape in the MV was exactly the version 1 album USB. The other two versions looked slightly different in the MV. And on the product page when selling, most people buying only one album would have picked version 1. Before that, during pre-orders without info, they sold the set only. And even those who bought all three played version 1 first, since it matched the MV. She'd done the same. So most people see the thief scenario first, then the prisoner or guard stories. They enjoy the basic flavor first, then keep discovering new elements with mounting tension. Wow. She was amazed. She couldn't articulate this clever multiplay design. She's not a game expert, but it resonated deeply. Unbelievable. Anyway, so in version 3, the thieves got to roam alongside Aishjin in the navy blue uniform. No more hiding choices. Instead, new events let them access facility files or learn more. Keep it safe, so KIS. What are we keeping safe? The outside people. From what? From all dangers? I don't know, how would I know? I'm just staff. Fortunately, as Aishjin saw the thieves bond slightly with the prisoners and realized the prisoners hadn't actually broken any rules to be locked up, her beliefs wavered. They were kidnapped. Me too. Through various events, she accepted Ryu Chong-woo's offer to partner with the thieves. Shall we? My contract's about up for a new job anyway for me. Oh, she even succeeded in recruiting guard Aishjin among many Taystar members. Yet she only saw the normal ending on repeat. Why? Even though she made the syringe choice to spoiler escape and saw the thief outfit, it was still the normal ending. What the heck? Too scared to approach Ahyun, so that's why? We made it out of this damn facility. The ending credits rolled every time with no epilogue. All that remained was Park Mundy's amazing thighs. Anyway, so this time she prepared thoroughly. I'll do it. Avoiding spoilers, she searched for a guide and sat back at her computer, fists clenched. She'd figured it out. The true ending condition. First they said start with version 1. She clicked the game icon and quickly replayed, reviewing the guide. No matter which side. Recruit everyone except Seon Ah-hyun. Then meet Seon Ah-hyun at the front gate. When I hid, the dice popped up. That was the clue. That choice wasn't the right one. If you meet without all recruits, it's game over. But if you meet after recruiting everyone, the true ending event triggers. Got it. Then at the fateful moment, just around this corner, she shut her eyes and ignored the hide option. And Finally, tap, tap. Bei Sijin, who tapped the key on the pad, flinched and turned. From around the corner strode the blonde guard in navy uniform, boots first. The screen froze. Phew. She clenched her fist. And, silence with haunting BGM. Sian Ah-hyun stared at the key in Bei Sijin's hand, then scanned the 6 similarly dressed people around him. Short, suffocating close-ups alternated. Then the guard spoke. There it is. The jewel. She covered her mouth. Whoa, yes. The jewel the thieves sought was just false bait. Novellight. The facility scattered to lure test subjects. Sian Ah-hyun had told them it existed. Then he turned and walked away unfazed. Tap, tap. On screen, Bei Sijin swallowed. What now? Play button. Follow him. Trust. Play button. Ignore him. Distrust. Phew. This was a no-brainer. If following here didn't lead to the true ending, it wasn't the true ending. She confidently clicked, follow him, and the characters moved after Sian Ah-hyun. He guided them through the complex facility perimeter at a brisk pace. Down, down. After a couple dice roll checks. VRRR. Where is this? They arrived at a small iron door with a keypad beside it. To the tune of a modern organ BGM, Sian Ah-hyun stood by the door. The 6 keyholders approached the pad. Then, the blonde guard said, Front side. Front side. She panicked. What does front side mean when entering the code? Is there something on the front of the photo card? But no matter how she looked, Kim Rae-bin's photo of him biting and all had no hint. Only this on the back. A23-5DQ2, B25E. Just as she about to panic, Bei Sijin's narration played. The code was written on the back of the male's photo among the buried data, not the front. Exactly. But why say front side? Wait, front side. She realized. Reading the back text from the front perspective means it's reversed. The opposite direction. So the code. Clatter, clatter. She typed A23-5DQ2, B25E, and reversed it to E52B2QD532WA. Yes. Hit enter. VRR. A bright light, and the iron door began to open. Her toes tingled. Wow. After the light dimmed. Inside the screen, a small room with metal walls on all sides. In the center, a hexagonal glass case held a beautiful emerald green jewel. Ecstatic BGM played. The prop is so cool. The camera slowly zoomed in on the jewel. A gloved hand reached out. Then, play button, take the jewel. Play button, question him. She crossed her arms. The game had no save/load. You could skip scene events, but choices were final. However, I need to uncover the truth. That's what her SNS friends said the true ending meant. Like a detective, she swallowed and pressed question him. Then Bei Sijin withdrew his hand and turned to Sian Ah-hyun. Why did you lead us here? What's your purpose? Why give us the jewel, Tukulum? At that moment. Wait. Someone interrupted. Prisoner Park Mundy, now in thief's leather suit, swiftly asked in a low voice. Tukulum. Bei Sijin replied. This jewel is Tukulum. Park Mundy's face went pale. No, that's the drug they give inmates here. It's not a jewel. Tukulum is the code for the drug here. Crazy. The drug that grants superpowers. Come to think of it, it was green too. She covered her mouth again in shock and stared. The camera panned. Ryu Chong-woo looked at the blonde guard and asked, So then, what is this jewel? At that moment, the screen went black. Then Sian Ah-hyun's voice softly echoed in the dark. The mysterious and terrifying guard with the black truncheon did not speak. But at the end of his gaze was a prisoner. Gentle BGM, then the screen brightened again, revealing an attic. A board game on the floor, Taystar sitting in warm lamplight. The teaser scene. She was confused. But Sian Ah-hyun's calm voice continued. It's the player's turn. Cha Eugene and Park Mundy, who had played the prisoner roles, both twitched their brows. Ryu Chong-woo, resting his chin on his hand, spoke thoughtfully. They saw the prisoner. Did they want to give the jewel to the prisoner as a reward? No one's. More of a psychopath than them. Why would they do that? After Cha Eugene's grumble, Park Mundy rubbed his chin and said, If a hacker convinces multiple people so quickly to join up, they could be a future threat. Maybe they intended to give the real jewel and send us back. It's deception. Also, they have no regrets. Sian Ahyun nodded and chuckled brightly. Okay, then I'll say this. The scene sucked them back into the secret facility. There, guard-costumed Sian Ahyun said. I have a question too. Keep it safe, that motto. Isn't it actually sacrifice, guard captain? What are we really keeping safe? I thought there were rules, but you hardly keep any, do you? From then on, a true debate used the facility secrets uncovered during gameplay. And the conclusion was, not a prison, but a research institute. They were researching the drug tuculum that grants strange powers to fully control it. Oh, piecing collected info together was thrilling, right? Why it zoomed back to the attic, I still don't know, but Sian Ahyun's gentle voice was pleasant. But the blonde guard neither flinched nor answered. Yuwu, should we fight? Let's fight. I'll roll the die. At the fighter's response, Sian Ahyun, holding a book, nodded with a smile. Okay, then who? Obviously the strongest person should. Kim Rabin clicked his tongue reluctantly and picked up the dice. Sian Ahyun also picked up his. I'll roll a 6-sided. Max is 6. The players have the 10-sided, max 10. Big difference. But if the player rolls lower on the 10-sider, they can overpower the guard captain. It sounded absurdly stacked, but everyone nodded, totally immersed. She did too. Then reality hit. Wait, am I rolling? And she was right. Whoa. Seeing the dice on screen, she almost screamed, internally calculating probabilities, then hovered her mouse. And clicked. Oh. Roll. The 10-sided tumbled to a stop, showing 5. Oh no. Too low. She felt her blood run cold and swallowed as she watched. The game continued. Sian Ahyun tossed the die into his book, so the result was hidden. Then, his expressionless guard overlay flickered briefly over his face. Huh. Moments later, Sian Ahyun smiled and closed the book, revealing the black die's number. 6. He overpowered him. Awesome. Oh. Cheers broke out. So, everyone. Sian Ahyun closed his book with a grin. You've obtained the jewel and successfully escaped the KIS Foundation. I was your game master. Applause erupted. Oh, that was fun. Thanks for inviting me. It's really fun. Ah, no. Sian Ahyun smiled softly and set down the paper book he held. As he said earlier, he was the one running this board game. I feel like I've seen this in a US teen movie. No wonder it felt like American high teen style. She nodded. Ahyun really was the key role. Fans of Ahyun might be disappointed at his short screen time, but immersed in TSDR's cute on-screen moments, she let it slip by. You nerd, you hated it at first, but you actually enjoyed it? If anyone at school talks about what happened today, you'll regret it. You lousy brat. As Cha Eugene and Aishjin bantered, Kim Rae-bin rubbed his chin. His silver accessory clinked. The setting's 2025, right? They say the world ends in 1999, so playing someone just with strength in a later era. Being an abducted test subject is better than that. Test subject's better. Kim Rae-bin replied bleakly, but Park Mundi just snorted, and Sian Ahyun chuckled at that sight. Amid that gentle scene, Bae Sejin smiled and put down his die. The narration continued. A secret detention facility, superpower experiments, hackers and thieves, and a thrilling escape. What a journey. On the board game, the jewel token was shown in close-up. The secrets we uncovered were astonishing, but perhaps other stories hide beneath. Even if we replay the same story, it'd be fun. The camera panned the attic bathed in lamplight, with Taystar seated round. I hope to come play again someday. The camera rose, capturing the warm circle of Taystar. Subtitled to the album's softly rearranged subtrack. True ending. In the tuculum. It was the true ending. Huh. She leaned back in her chair. So this game was, in concept, the 80s American teen Taystar from the previous album playing a board game. So that's the repackage album. It all connects. Feeling an indescribable rush, she watched the ending credits rise again, replaying past scenes in her mind. Attic scenes, character details. Her excitement surged without end. She was eager to see the stage, but still had to wait. So, I'll play again. She handled urgent tasks, then re-clicked the icon to reconnect. This time a different version. Guard side. She'd saved Park Mundi's main finale for last. And to see the true ending again, she skipped through events. This is so fun. Her heart raced. What new surprises would this version show? At the moment, they all in guard uniforms pressed the code. Yes. She grabbed the photo card and began typing it reversed again. E52B2QD532WA. Perfect. And at enter. I knew it. The door opens, and the jewel. Instead, %EA, %B, 8%, B, 0%, EB, %8, B, %A, 4%, EB, %A, 0%, B, 8%, EC, %96%, B4. Instead, the blonde guard looked back at the camera. Sian Ah-hyun. Huh. You pressed the wrong code. This is the code for the other version. And on screen, uniformed Sian Ah-hyun smiled. It was the first guard smile. That's okay. But you pressing it wrong means. He lifted his gloved hand to the camera. That you've played a lot. Just now play? Right? So you've played enough to slip up even when you know it needs reversing. The BGM vanished. In an instant, the camera angle shifted. Where once the game world showed all the members, now only Sian Ah-hyun remained. Then, let's keep playing. The hidden route began. 464 chapter. Homa forgot to even breathe as she stared at the game screen. The screen still showed the dark, secret facility from the game, but there was no one else on it. No other characters, no BGM, no sound effects, no filter, not even a die. All that remained was a close-up of Sian Ah-hyun's smiling face. The guard, wearing the navy blue uniform and officer's cap, locked eyes with her through the screen, as if he were looking right at her. Homa swallowed hard. The mouth on screen moved. You're not going to leave, are you? At that moment, a choice appeared. But, play button stay. Play button stay. What is this? Why are they identical? Error. Like any modern person, she reflexively reached to turn the game off and on again. She moved the cursor toward the settings icon in the top right corner. No, the settings button had vanished. Click after click, only the empty background greeted her. I don't want to wait again. The blonde guard still smiled. Homa froze, mouse in hand. You're startled. It's okay. I'll handle it. Then, this time the choice moved on its own. Play button stay. Play button stay. After a brief, choice-confirmed effect, the game continued as if nothing had happened. Thanks for staying. As you know, I can't leave. Not in this game. Sian Ah-hyun's smile faded slowly. Homa screamed. Why is a character in the game telling me he's in a game? But the guard did not stop speaking. Because you can only clear this game if you either evade or overpower me. Either get outside the facility, or take that jewel. The guard shifted his gaze. The camera panned to reveal the glass case in the very center of the background. A close-up of the radiant green jewel inside the case. Stop. The screen flickered, and then the jewel was gone. Homa didn't even have time to be shocked. The cut, edited screen briefly went black before returning to a close-up of Sian Ah-hyun. The jewel is gone now. No other characters, either. Let's play like this. The guard said. You try to escape from here. I'll try to stop you. Let's keep going. Then a die appeared on screen, along with the success-failure threshold. Threshold, 7. Homa looked around instinctively, then moved her mouse forward. And when she clicked the die out of habit. 5. A number below the threshold of 7. This meant, I've already won. But at that moment, Sian Ah-hyun reached toward the on-screen die. He grabbed it and changed its top face. 8. I told you. I would stop you. The guard smiled. Fail. A red fail effect stabbed Homa's overwhelmed face. Then the guard, gloved hand outstretched, pushed the die back toward the player. Roll. Again. And so began what felt like a maddening new chapter. Sian Ah-hyun, what the hidden route FFFFF. Homa, who'd fought to avoid spoilers, didn't realize that the first witness to Sian Ah-hyun's secret route had appeared around the time she was hunting down the true ending guide. Despite initial disbelief, a few attempts confirmed the rumor, and then screams began to spread. What on earth is it? No wonder the Gothambi parts were short. There was a hidden route. The guard captain's personal story? At first, people thought everyone was screaming about the mere existence of a hidden route, but once they saw it themselves, they screamed together. Save me. What do I do? What do I do with this? By half a day later, everyone had figured it out. Those Taystar maniacs had done it again. To see the hidden route, you need a code from another version's album? Can anyone lend me that code? I really want to see it. After countless tries, the extra condition was revealed. Hidden ending entry condition. You must enter with the album code on which you've already seen the true ending. In other words, only someone who'd bought and played another version and seen its true ending could trigger this. Only real fans can see it. I was cursing why Hyun had no alternate outfit in the game, but I just hadn't played enough. You just pick the right choices to enter it, right? No special skill needed in this game. True ending does have some luck element, but playtime is short and you can skip quickly. Then everyone who tried it screamed again in a chain reaction. Wow F. So good but so shocking ah. They're perverts for giving Angel Susumi a role like this. If you didn't know the spoiler, you'd have Novel'ight crept out of your skin. Incidentally, Homa herself had no life points left, and the uproar of those who'd accidentally stumbled upon it without spoilers was already dominating SNS. Shocked reaction videos are always a hit. One streamer even said, "Wow, this is ridiculously well made. No wonder it's called Ruins Factory, more like Ruins Complex." I forgot these folks were idols halfway through. After seeing the true ending, this streamer lamented the rule banning posting it, so tried it again on another version. Of course, there was some calculated intent to satisfy new viewers. I'll watch the Prisoner version once, then you all should buy the Guard version and watch it too. This is an album, not a game, right? Haha. But while chatting with viewers, unfamiliar with idols, they mixed up the photocard version, making a hilarious mistake. And then, let's keep playing. The streamer's eyes nearly popped out, and the chat filled with question marks. Truly epic. BJ Dung Dung just rolled the dice and triggered the hidden route. Chaos. Laughs. Homa, even more strangely, watched that live stream in a daze when she heard the news. Seeing Hyun's hidden ending scenario was certainly hidden worthy. Roll. Again. As she endured the wild dice rolling with Seon Hyun, the helpless protagonist was cornered again and again. They fled from place to place in the facility. The lab, the monitor room, the corridors, even the jail cells. Each time the guard appeared in prison bondage attire saying he'd always wanted to try it on, or in thief's garb, and forced the protagonist into one-sided dice games. At last, the player saw an opening. She tricked the guard into manipulating a die he hadn't yet rolled, then seized it and rolled a moment later. And finally, she won. Oh, at that thrilling moment of escape, the game normalized. Why did it? The restored game replayed the true ending normally, but with one difference. The final attic scene. I feel someone speaking to me inside my mind. A voice like a friend who's been with me for ages. The player could now speak to Bae Sejin, who was playing the board game. Whoa. Everyone, could it be? So at the very end, let me try persuading the guard captain. Huh, really? Just before escape, you could change your approach to guard captain Seon Hyun. Instead of Kim Rae-bin overpowering him, Bae Sejin attempts to persuade. But an even harsher threshold applies. In this case, the player must roll a 1 for persuasion to succeed. Only a die face of 1 succeeds. A 1/10 chance. Just let him do it. Stronger's better. Speak like a civilized person. Sinister one. Stupid one. Leaving Cha Eugene and Kim Rae-bin's bickering behind, Bae Sejin picked up the fateful die. As Seon Hyun, the game master, hid his die behind his book again, his guard persona flickered atop. And then, this time, the player could hand over Bae Sejin's die, letting the guard manipulate it at will. Oh, and the result. 1. A grand success for the player. The guard captain has been persuaded by the hacker's words. After a moment of silence. Whoa, no way. You're amazing. All that psychopath behavior until now, what was it for? Is the hacker a counselor? The high-teen T-star in the game erupted. In the end, guard captain Seon Hyun also escaped the facility together, and the ending played out. You, alongside the mysterious and terrifying guard with the baton, head toward the exit. The game master's hand moved. A close-up showed the guard captain's token moving off the board, past the prison wall, leaving this message. Thank you. Hidden ending. %EA %B 5% AC EC A 1% B0. Huh. Truly, a beautiful ending, even on replay. Lost in the afterglow of a drama finale, Homo watched along as the streamer viewed the credits. Wow, so they all get out. They all escape. The streamer, still captivated, watched through the credits and commented on each member when they appeared. I think Mr. Mundy's test subject character looked so cool, and Mr. Chong Woo's body blow scenes were top-notch. Right. Homa nodded, wishing to hear more commentary about Mundy, when a random comment from the streamer caught her off guard. But I kind of find this person suspicious. The game master in the attic? He's playing both guard captain roles, right? Right. But he's the only one whose expression is off in this ending. The guard captain in the hidden escape ending looks uneasy. Yeah, Hyun. I think he might be the true mastermind. Am I going too far? Anyway, let me know when the next work comes out. I'll play it. Dong dong, get a grip. This is an album, there is no next work. The streamer laughed it off after the donation. But Homa did not laugh. She intuited. It's a setup. This is world-building bait for the next album. And if so, in the ending credits, Taystar was listed first in the scenario credits. They planned all this. Since when have they been planning and creating this? 60 days of non-stop work. You've all done great. No response. They all looked like corpses. Actually, they were almost corpses. I barely opened my eyes and lay there, feeling like a waterlogged sandbag as I received physical therapy. I need Bacchus. If I could just produce that effect again, I'd be willing to let them take 30% of this payout. Really, I rolled my eyes to look around. Everyone lay sprawled as if knocked out cold. Even Cha Eugene, who usually bursts with energy, looked too drained to speak. No wonder. That was insane. Instead of having a programmer build the game content, we filmed it ourselves. And on top of stage preparations. I wouldn't blame Ryu Chong Woo or Big Sejin, the ones who shot the most action, for plotting my assassination over the schedule. What's surprising is they weren't the MVPs of this hellish effort. That honor belonged to someone over there. Wait a moment. I need you to press something. Ugh. Big Sejin. He looked like he might actually die. But that guy had literally been slaughtered doing everything from guiding the members to recording narration, playing the protagonist in the album game. Literally butchered. And before the butchering, he'd already filled one absolutely crucial role. I forced myself to speak. Hyung. These people, if you have time. Who are these people? The most essential personnel to finish this madness on time. Film crew. That was the real problem. In variety shows, dramas, and other idol-friendly fields, anything with T1 money or branding was off-limits. But there was one field where pro filmmakers would cooperate with us. Movies. Because idols rarely appear there, T1 hadn't set up to block us like they did with variety or music shows. And Big Sejin had starred in a 10 million viewer film. So incredibly, that socially awkward guy scraped together his childhood film contacts and brought in a film crew to shoot the game. And that's where this insane operation began. 465 chapter. Now it's a bit funny to say this after the fact, but when we first planned it, our game wasn't meant to be this large in scope. So the USB album is a supplement scheme. That's right. And if fans play it for a day or so, they'll probably have fun. Nice, because it's fresh. Won't it spark some chatter on SNS? I'm all for it. It really was just an extended MV. Basically an hour-long movie you get as a bonus when you buy the album, now with choice points. It was a clever move to turn the weakness of a sparse physical album into extreme immersion. But the real problem began NVLG. Continue reading. Because our first meeting was at Ruin's factory. That sounds doable. Yes, I think it'll be fun. At first, when we suggested an interactive MV approach, everyone was on board. Really? Yes. Actually, we have a tool we were developing earlier. If you're okay, we can adapt this. It works, right? Yeah, it works. You said playtime is around an hour? We can squeeze it into the schedule somehow. I even smiled triumphantly inside at that point. I already knew the backstory. These people originally planned an interactive horror adventure MV for their next 127-section project. Then they got absorbed under T1 and 127 section became a huge hit. So the result was predictable. I bet T1 execs kept demanding the next 127 section installment on loop. Unable to tolerate T1 Play's crazy parachute management that tried to milk 127 section to the bone, they escaped. That's the academic consensus, No, game nerd consensus. They figured, since we halted development on that genre before, why not reuse it for next project funding? So they pitched the idea. But this engine and some physics parts are old. If you want action elements, we'll need more dev time. We really just need choice points. No problem. We weren't aiming to make an all-time masterpiece with insane gameplay. We just needed cinematic quality and branch choices. As long as fans felt they were interacting with us, that was enough. Oh, then we just need to polish the UI a bit. So everything moved quickly and pleasantly. We signed autographs for the staff and had a good time in a friendly atmosphere. Then they said, "Oh, then would you like to come watch our MV shoot?" Gulp, can we really? Of course. We'll be one team now. Having you watch would mean a lot to us. If the content creation experts see the process and give feedback, it'll be a huge help. And that's how the two company heads and a handful of core crew got invited to what was a music video shoot, but really doubled as game content and a film shoot. And on the day of filming, wow, long time no see. There's hardly a crank in here. Everyone gaped at the flashy equipment and setup base Siegen had assembled. Of course, my money paid for all this. No matter how good Base Siegen had been as a child actor or cameo, capitalism doesn't run on goodwill. This was proof that capital matters. I could practically hear 100 million won register ringing. Still, good thing the location was secured in advance. Fortunately, we found a suitable building in the provinces. If something couldn't be done, we'd patch it in post-CG, but still, it was something. Park Monday, eyes down. Yes. Following the makeup artist's direction, I narrowed my eyes and saw Big Siegen. First up, standing in a police uniform center stage. Does this vibe work? That was Big Siegen filming the prologue. He played the kindly cop-turned-urban legend kidnapper guard. He'd even written his own lines for natural delivery. We aren't seasoned actors. After all, we usually gave characters speech patterns close to each member's real voice, or cut lines drastically if not. In Seon Ah-hyun's case, his acting lessons from the virtual world he'd been in influenced his casting. While that wretched group life really helps you now, hardship and adversity truly build character. Haha, that brother is clenching his fist. He definitely has some trauma. Of course, none of this would have been possible without Bae Siegen's coaching. He watched Big Siegen's first take with hawk eyes and gave feedback. No, speak more like yourself, not forced for the story. Trying to hide something will make a newbie act even more unnatural. With BGM and reactions from the other actor, it'll look suspicious enough. Don't lead with cryptic vibes. Got it. Hey, Hyung, about how the camera should sling over your shoulder like this. Seon Ah-hyun cheerfully quizzed on camera blocking without a hint of awkwardness. Of course, with a 60-day schedule, who has time to fret? He wrapped the prologue shoot ahead of expectations. Cut. Great job. Thank you. I stifled a laugh as I heard light murmurs of not bad and approving looks passing among the crew. Well done. Thanks to your coaching. Both namesakes awkwardly exchanged compliments. Then the director couldn't resist a behind-the-scenes comment. Too bad we can't blow the car up and shoot it again. But alas, this is our limit. Even that extra camera appeal was classic Big Siegen. Then we moved immediately to the main shoot. Base Siegen hadn't promised much time. Your schedule is killer. From the main shoot onward, we passed the baton to professional actors. And we tackled the most important scene first. Base Siegen filmed the gate escape attempt in one take and got the thumbs up instantly. Overwhelming, really. His acting had a stage presence level precision, like Cha Yu-jin's on stage. Base Siegen could hold his own on stage, but compared to real acting, differences showed. Even the director looked the most excited of the day. Man, our Siegen still delivers. Thanks. He looked shy but proud. The rest of the shoot progressed smoothly, tightly scheduled. Okay, next is room 3 of the locked room. Thankfully, to save time, the costume order was fixed so we didn't have to change outfits often. I, however, stayed in that uncomfortable prison jumpsuit the whole day. If it doesn't look good on screen, I'll track down whoever made it. That thought carried me through the day. When I nodded approvingly at Seon Ah-hyun striding down the hallway with baton in hand. Excuse me. Yes. Even the Ruins factory crew who trailed along quietly suddenly spoke up eagerly. Have you considered any further production details? What do you mean? About that first ending shot we filmed, using that key-shaped device design on the album and the photo card code you mentioned, right? Yes. Well then, I saw it in person and it's fantastic. The gate design, the framing, even the costumes. The female director clenched her fists. The male director quickly added, "Hey, how about making the code-pressing character vary based on which member's photo card it is? Or have affections build from earlier choices to influence that base." Wait, voices that had been cut for time and environment started spilling out from the developers themselves. It seemed the shoot, the costumes, and Bae Sejin's performance all hit their sweet spot. Yet really, do these people not understand reality? I forced myself to ask. Sounds great, but is implementation possible? You think not. How would we know? But don't you want to try? While shooting, those ad-libs that got NGs, turn them into choice points, they'd be perfect. Oh, and Eugene solo escape made me curious. Could be used as a gag, ending mid-game. I did well. Was that good? Wait, where did you come from? Both directors nodded in unison at Cha Eugene leaping in with an excited grin in his jumpsuit. Yes, we want to use it. Then let's use it. Please let us. Wow. Even the guy who opposed the concept enthusiastically praised it. But before that, I barely managed to say, "Is there time for this?" Haha, we're just adding existing bits as choices. Then, if we staff who scoff at labor laws pull an all-nighter. Exactly. Thus, what were once cut ad-lib scenes and NGs swelled into a mad volume as choices and gag endings. And it didn't end there. And you said there are 3 versions, right? Yes. But aside from USB design and prologue, they're similar. Wow, adding personal events would amplify that feel, wouldn't it? If we revived some discarded scenarios. That was when. We had discarded scenarios? Really? Yes. Look at this. Suddenly the director jumped in. An impromptu extended shooting was decided on the spot. Sorry, but I don't have time to memorize more lines. You're already similar to your real selves. Don't stress the script. Just go with the moment. You wrote it anyway, so stop overthinking. To act, you need experiences like this. We were idols gearing up for our stage debut. Yet with Bae Sejin leading a host of idols who could act, that argument was impossible. Even our leader. Well, we're fine. So in the end, an absurdly over 2.5-hour game was born. It became 2.5 longer. Plus 3 versions, plus bad, gag, normal, true, hidden endings. Actual playtime exploded. The clickbait traction tripled from the plan. Viral clips and streams kept it trending for days. Have you tried the hot new Taystar game? Did you know there's a route where, if Ray Bin never checks in the lab, Eugene goes berserk? Great for memes. Video. Hidden ending Cian Ahyan is going nuts among Taystar fans. Horror warning. Of course, few of those people actually played our game. Most just watched short clips, edits, or fan reactions and laughed. It's not even a mobile game, but a packaged one. What mass appeal? It was purely a fan-targeted MV expansion concept. It likely helped album sales somewhat, but wasn't a massive spike. Since we unlocked streaming, some casual interest satisfied itself. However, it did draw in new potential fans via the game bait and delighted existing ones. We hit the most important mark. Wow, I didn't expect Taystar to come back like this. Laughs. I already have the title melody stuck in my head from all the reaction videos. We imprinted Taystar is making a comeback across the internet. And weaving the title song chorus into the game meant anyone who saw it, stream, or reaction would have it stuck in their head. All we needed was one listen to hook them. As expected, Taystar's streaming ranks didn't fall short compared to T1's previous insane promotions. Right. Having announced the comeback, all that remained was to land the knockout on stage. And today, we do our first comeback stage. On network TV. I smiled. It was a satisfying outcome. Only. Park Monday. Are any of you interested in more serious games too? For our next project, how about a cameo gag? Ending featuring Taystar characters. We're fine. Really fine. The Ruins Factory crew, who'd come to see us as colleagues, could mull that over later. Yes. Thank you. Bae Sejin thanked the person on the other end of the call again. Despite the long silence, the director from the drama where Bae Sejin cameoed as a shaman took his call. That same director had worked on the 10 million viewer film in which Bae Si-jin appeared as a child actor. Naturally, she wrote and directed films. She'd made time for him, so he could approach the film crew he'd known since childhood with a difficult request. I'm glad I mustered the courage. It was an insane push, but I think it was the first time he contributed so much to the team. And the feedback was great too. Now all that remained was to perform on stage. As he recommitted to the activity. Remember? When you were this small and suddenly cried like raindrops on set, everyone was so flustered. Yes. You told them. I was just feeling my emotions. Why do you care so coolly? You were so bold as a kid. Yes. Bae Si-jin stifled a cough. The director, reminiscing happily, suddenly murmured in a low voice. Still such a waste. A real waste. On this shoot, I had such a blast, Si-jin. Young-jin said she was so glad to see you again. He recalled the actor who'd played the driver in the prologue, his senior in childhood acting. She treated me well. Just then, a direct proposal came over the line. I've got one fantastic script right now. You're old enough now. Want to give it a shot? That was 30 minutes before TSDAR's first comeback live stage. 466 chapter. 7 silhouettes rose onto the stage. For the first time since TSDAR's debut, their comeback stage aired on national television. Internet users were already lining up virtual seats and chatting excitedly. Taystar not on Tnet music show. This sounds even weirder when you write it out. Can we see Music Bomb next week clench its teeth and refuse Taystar the top spot? Is Taystar the ending for today? Talk of Tnet before they'd even appeared was unavoidable. Taystar had long been the icon of success for T1's K-pop venture. Even now, after parting ways with T1, that image hadn't faded. As long as that image remained, unless something seismic happened to erase their origin, terrestrial broadcasters had no obligation to be overly friendly to Taystar. That's why Taystar landed the slot just before the second-to-last ending. TSDAR's on already? If I were them, I'd seize this chance and take the ending. Look at national TV's pride LOL. The order by seniority felt almost strict compared to their popularity. Yet regardless of that, everyone agreed the highlight of this week's KBC music show was TSDR's comeback stage. And that was enough. Let's begin. One stage. All the effort. To bring viewers here for this comeback hype would prove worthwhile. TSDR's performance began. Dung. A monotone riff as if the roar of a hull was pitch-shifted. As the lights came up, a lavish set resembling a study or a lab appeared, the KIS logo glowing above it. At the center of that elegant, conceptual stage stood 7 figures in a triangular formation, backs turned to the audience. Slowly, they turned their heads. The sheen of leather caught the lights. Tightly fitted leather suits. That's a Phantom Thief ensemble. Insane. The monotonous MIDI tones and electric guitar swelled. Then, with a crackling SFX, the drop poured in, a bold major key introduction. Reach out with your hand and rewind my tape. The formation shattered outward as Park Mundi crossed his arms in a solo gesture, prompting the rest of the members to move in unison. From the right wing, another member slid forward into frame. A heartbeat moment. Slows all your senses. Dropping to one knee, spinning, then extending one arm in a sharp dynamic move, Ryu Chong-woo's part. The formation shifted with each gesture of his arm. Whoa, look at Chong-woo's arm. Crazy. Indeed. The choreography built around the theme of the butterfly effect, with each solo gesture reshaping the formation. Wow. Please give us the camera, please. I need a fixed full cam LOL. As the stage thundered forward, the drum beat quickened like a racing heartbeat. Thrilling contact. In your silent eyes. I find the answer. Back on vocals after a while, Kim Rae-bin wore a unique turtleneck-style Phantom Thief outfit. He narrowed his eyes at the end of his part, then high-fived the next vocalist as if passing a baton. Cha Eugene stepped up. One choice. Go ahead, take it all one more. Even if Inc. via LGT, official version, you let go of this hand. His pair choreography with Kim Rae-bin unfolded crisply like a battle. Meanwhile, Park Mundi and Ryu Chong-woo bolstered the live feel with their doubling. So fresh live vocals. Can't even hear the AR. Only Taystar would take on a track this tough. Then came a breather that adjusted the tempo. Only a low voice. Let's start. Begin the free-for-all. Kim Ray Bin in the center, jaw and neck in frame. No. Then the pre-chorus. Spot the face. I don't care what's next. Chaser today too. Don't let go of my hand. Complex offbeat rhythms and challenging ranges, mirrored by an escalation in choreography. In this part, first power fell to Lee Sejin, then the nuanced control of Seon Ah Hyun drove the mood. Discover it all. Don't be scared what's next. Chaser, tomorrow too. Don't end the twist. That leather. Who chose the thin black fabric? Wow. How many beats does Ah Hyun change? I missed that move. Just as the excitement peaked, the chorus dropped. Just roll the dice. Trust, take my side. A stark contrast to the pre-chorus. A simple rhythm, a punchy main melody, and a catchy riff melody. Three core elements made the chorus memorable, filled out by a slick dance break. You can hear their footsteps lining up. They killed it. When did they even have time to rehearse this? Taestar are superhumans. That signature arm motion, snatching the tempo with unexpected acceleration, matched the Phantom Thief look perfectly, precise, yet strangely sexy. Comments flew. TSDR's still Taestar. True self-producing legends. Same vibe, but flying even higher. Where are those haters who said they only succeeded on T1's budget? The thrill came from knowing Taestar delivered exactly what fans expected. Spent the whole first verse in awe. LOL, even if nothing else, their stages are fun. Taestar remained on a high flight from that debut track. Yeah, this is the final round. The show pressed on into the bridge. The rough electric sound faded, replaced by soaring keys stacked over the drums. Bae Sejin delivered the melody cleanly, from low register to mid-high, pure and solid, without unnecessary embellishments. Pull me in. Cha Eugene burst out, landing like a big cat with both feet, then taking measured, powerful steps. Another dance break. Just roll the dice. Trust, take my side. Pure bliss. Absolutely insane. Taestar maintained their intensity to the end, flawless in every motion and note, filling the stage completely. At the ending, Ryu Chong-woo turned in the center and mischievously lifted off a glove, an ending befitting Phantom Thieves. The screen filled with roaring fans, and the chat window flew by. LOL. Taestar T-star 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 T-star. Slayed it. Give us the replay. SNS exploded with words, onomatopoeia, and emojis in sheer excitement. It was inevitable. They were that thrilling. Only when reason returned did fans form full sentences. Saving everything as soon as it's up. I realized I saved the same Chong-woo shot 10 times. Can't wait for this promotion. There was that teaser for a reality show outfit, right? Please say there was. Will they do more variety on national TV this round? I've been eyeing some shows LOL. The moment they sensed this promotion's success, happiness maxed out and anticipation soared for future schedules. Rumors and truths slipped by too. Hope that PD who invested in the coin does another variety with them. Our bro. OMG LOL. Maybe they already shot it. Wait, that PD is with T1. I'm not sure if it'll work. No Taestar on T1's channels lately. Please no. Is T1 acting up? Not rumors. Schedules might not be out yet, so chill. But most were simply brimming with anticipation for the next stage or basking in pride over this comeback response. Take these top comments, for example. Taestar, they know what they're good at, right? LOL. They'd have to be clueless to not know. LOL. Smiling to themselves, a fan suddenly wondered. When that stage ended, how did Taestar feel? Great job. Woo. Greater cheers than their last comeback filled the waiting room. Even the staff joined in, the scene warm with excitement and passion. A new company, a new environment, the obstacles they'd never faced before, and their first album born of it all. Everyone felt deeply moved. Members even swarmed Park Mundy, who'd been monitoring the pre-recording's instant reactions. Mundy, how's it looking? Good. Really? Park Mundy's simple good was rare. He seldom voiced any opinion on public reaction. And it meant, seriously, it truly was overwhelmingly positive, even considering his bias as a member. The others, stunned at first, soon beamed. Wow, TSDR's alive. Haha, they showed us something today. Oh Chong-woo Hyung. Even Ryu Chong-woo riffed on their pre-stage chant. TSDR's gonna show something today, with excitement. Bae Sejin, breathless with exhilaration, leaned in to see Park Mundy's screen. Seeing Ah-hyun smiled brightly and moved aside. Here. Bae Sejin read the unfiltered messages on Park Mundy's phone. Too good to put into words. Must watch live. I might cry from happiness. I hope this promotion lasts forever. I have a strong feeling I won't be in my seat at the concert. Those honest waves of expectation and joy hit home. Nice. Truly. He felt the same joy. Good. He felt they'd done well. Choreography on point, vocals solid. The leather costumes didn't breathe, but years of stage experience had made the discomfort barely noticeable. And so, Bae Sejin had to make a certain decision. It couldn't be helped. Taestar members, time to change outfits. Got it. He was the first to slip away and change, then made for a corner sofa. He reopened the memo he'd started jotting down. He'd closed it seconds before the stage, fearing it was too soon. Thank you so much for the offer. I'd love to appear in your production, director. He'd written that far, then clenched his teeth and began again. I'd love to appear in your production, director. But right now I need to focus on group activities so I won't regret it. That was right. If it overlaps with our promotion, it can't happen. Even if opportunities never arose during other album cycles, now wasn't the time. What mindset did we all come in with? And this time, it truly felt, not just barely keeping up, but like he'd contributed properly to a finished work. He didn't want to be the one to pour cold water on it. He understood the idol ecosystem by now. Now is the period to focus on group activities. Bae Sejin began refining his wording for the call. I'm sorry to decline despite your kind offer. Then, Young, what are you doing? His heart dropped. Park Mundy sat beside him, expression curious at what he'd been reading. Seeing that look of, what were you looking at that startled you? Bae Sejin froze. Nothing. Just some text. It's a memo. I was just checking wording because of placement. Park Mundy settled into the sofa next to him. Bae Sejin went rigid. Did you get a casting offer from that director? Lower your voice. Park Mundy thought, that's too much of a leap. But he went with the flow. Bae Sejin replied in a serious, hushed tone. Yes, but since it's promotion time, I'll decline. You don't seem like you don't want to do it. Bae Sejin felt a surge of emotion. Of course, but he knew he couldn't lash out. Park Mundy wasn't wrong. He took a deep breath and answered more calmly. It's not about what I want. It's about timing. This isn't the right time. Park Mundy fell silent, then nodded after a few seconds. Let's ask if everyone else thinks the same. Taestar meeting resumes. 467 chapter. In truth, it's natural for members of a veteran idol group to pursue solo activities. Once a group's heyday passes, profitability drops. Each member needs to explore ways to support themselves. Of course, there are many exceptions these days. Taestar is one of them. We've hardly done any solo activities so far. That's true. The group had been so successful. Even if solo activities, it was just variety shows or photo shoots. Plus, coming from a survival program, they'd held back on solo work for years to preserve fandom unity, and here they were. I spoke up. But isn't it okay to start now? Bae Sejin twitched his shoulder. All eyes reflexively turned to him. Cha Eugene raised his hand. So is this a meeting to decide whether Sejin Hyung acts? A perceptive one. I did get an offer. So that's it. Amid the well-meaning but oblivious congratulations, Bae Sejin's face flushed. I'm not doing it. I told Mundy earlier, too. We just made our comeback. If I drop out to act now, that can't happen. Exclamation marks appeared on Seon Ah-hyun's and Kim Rae-bin's faces. But then Kim Rae-bin asked cautiously, is it structurally impossible schedule-wise to do both? Of course. Then you do both. A question fitting someone who's composing speed doubles under pressure. But Bae Sejin clenched both fists. What if I make a mistake? Excuse me. Honestly, I'm the slowest learner on stage here. I started late, and talent might be an issue. Well, judging by your standards is subjective. But do you think I can handle a completely different acting role at the same time and never slip up on stage? Bae Sejin lifted his head, pale. If that happens, what will people think? He'd be the one blamed in a hail of criticism for messing up his first solo project. But surprisingly, he wasn't referring to that point. They'll think something's wrong. Why would Bae Sejin suddenly overextend himself by juggling group activities and acting? Something must have happened within the group. That's what they'll think. Uh, I'm not ignorant about idol life anymore. I know the landscape. Right. He watches those jingoistic reaction videos. Then you see K-pop reactions, public response videos, even Wrecking Crew clips. He'd learned that much just from titles. How rumors spawn secondary rumors. Which rumors make waves. Right after we switched companies and just had our comeback. It can't happen. Bae Sejin finished with a resolute expression. That's my judgment. Oh, I tapped my chin, putting aside whether his conclusion was valid. He drew a logical, in-depth process to reach it. Not avoidance, but a direct, thorough analysis. He's grown. That attitude deserved respect, so I intended to start with partial agreement. But, why? He fired a question first. Among the wide-eyed members, Ryu Jianwoo met Bae Sejin's gaze calmly. Sejin, why do you assume your acting will inevitably harm your stage activities? Who said inevitably? Bae Sejin looked on the verge of tears, then composed himself. It's just a high possibility. You can imagine it right now. An imagination doesn't always become reality. Sejin, Ryu Jianwoo spoke gently, though with a hint of sternness. I've told you before. When you imagine the future, you seem to weigh the negative possibilities more heavily than the positive. That doesn't have to be the case. Bae Sejin stared blankly. Last time we talked about this, things didn't go as you feared. Remember? A silent nod. Ryu Jianwoo's vague reference clicked in my mind. Bae Sejin had looked at Big Sejin in that moment. They'd had a brutal fight. At that time, I mediated with Big Sejin while Ryu Jianwoo spoke to Bae Sejin. Clearly they'd had that conversation. Bae Sejin probably thought Big Sejin hated him and would never forgive an apology. Ryu Jianwoo must have soothed him. And now they'd patched things up and were getting along, albeit shakily. In short, Bae Sejin had been overly negative then. But I understood why he thought that way. Their clash and pent-up resentment explained some of it, but also his past experiences. Since childhood roles. He'd suffered through a lousy agency once, and his real father's scandal was public. He instinctively plans for the worst. The problem is, so do I. I could empathize. I, too, have worst-case fears from youth. Experiencing the unthinkable worst case makes you incorporate it into future plans. You prepare for it. I've never regretted that mindset. But Ryu Jianwoo looked pitying. You've barely ever slipped on stage, even when you hardly slept. Why think you'll suddenly make mistakes this time? I don't think so. And even if you did, it could pass without issue. Setting that aside for that reason would be such a shame. Bae Sejin's eyes went cloudy. I felt astonished admiration for Ryu Jianwoo. How can he be like that? A former national athlete forced to retire at his peak. How can he live so optimistically? Having lived with him for years and knowing his struggles. No, that makes it harder to understand. People are different. Diversity keeps a team running. As proof, Bae Sejin's resolve wavered. Riding that momentum, Ryu Jianwoo turned to me. What do you think? Really? He called this meeting expecting backup. I answered reluctantly. Well, what Jianwoo said is valid. Sejin Hyung's point is also valid. There is a possibility. Right? Why the long face, Ryu Jianwoo? I shrugged. And even after that persuasion, Sejin Hyung will likely remain uneasy. I don't think you need solo activities that badly. So I want to refute Sejin Hyung's reasoning entirely. Refute, you mean? Indeed. I think the / real root of your worry is schedule density. Root cause. Look, you're concerned because during a packed promotion, there's no time to calm your mind and body for stage. That environment makes mistakes seem inevitable given your skill level. Bae Sejin's expression blinked in surprise. If the schedule were looser, you'd say it's fine. You'd have time to rehearse even if you did both. Well, that's true. I nodded. Then there's no need to worry. Why? Our schedule is more generous than before. Why? I interlaced my fingers. All T1 affiliated slots are sealed off. Right. Assuming a promotion schedule similar to previous albums, Bae Sejin missed this gap. We don't have many broadcast gigs. A couple of national variety shows, a few YouTube spots, that's it. Anything more would clash with the group's name value, so we can't even appear. but the hype covered it. In effect, the frantic 60-day album prep was promotion enough. Realizing this, Bae Sejin's eyes went wide. He was flustered. I need to think. Sure. And while you do, I have another proposal. What? This meeting wasn't just about your acting. Instead of only Sejin Hyung doing solo work, what if during this promotion we each do a few individual appearances? Excuse me? Us? Well, the album's out, but group appearances, on shows or events, are limited. It might be better to split up and show our faces individually more times. I see. That would make up for the lost T1 blocks. We need to let SNS and forum lurkers know TSDR's album dropped. And another advantage dawned on Seon Ah-hyun. Then Sejin Hyung's acting will seem like part of our individual appearances, so it'll feel like everyone's doing it. Exactly. Though Bae Sejin's acting is more serious, if we present it as a group strategy, he won't be singled out. Genius. I never thought of that. Then I'll book the slot. The room buzzed with Kim Rae-bin praising Seon Ah-hyun and Cha Eugene scouting programs. Bae Sejin bowed his head. Thank you. Truly. Not at all. I'm impressed you'd consider even declining for the album. I'll support your acting. All right. I appreciate it. Gee, good luck. Should I add one more thing? If you get cast as a thug again, ask them to change it. Okay. Laughter crept into Bae Sejin's voice. When he raised his head, fists clenched and eyes shining. I'll do well. Go ahead. I'll keep practicing the stage too. Good. I'll also promote the album hard on set. That's not necessary. It is. Even that feels ruthless. You'll get crushed. Just focus on the project. Still. Bae Sejin seemed to want to say more, but suddenly locked eyes with someone who hadn't spoken all meeting. Big Sejin. He regarded Bae Sejin with an unreadable expression. Bae Sejin reflexively averted his gaze, then steadied himself. Instead, he asked Big Sejin seriously, "What do you think about me acting during promotions?" Big Sejin glanced at the table, then spoke. "In this situation, I think it's fine." His tone was relaxed, his nod unequivocal. Bae Sejin nearly leaped from his chair, then cleared his throat. "No. I thought you weren't speaking because you disagreed." "Well, yes. I thought whatever I said, you might interpret it negatively." He hit the mark. Big Sejin teasingly raised his intonation, but he was sincere. And Bae Sejin looked stung. If he'd said solo work was a great idea, Bae Sejin would have suspected mockery. If he'd opposed it, he would have nodded. Big Sejin rubbed the back of his neck. "We're not rookies anymore. It's about time for solo work. And you already planned to decline. I hope it goes well for all of us." Big Sejin's words rang true. Right. This time, Bae Sejin seemed able to accept them. All right. I'll summarize and contact the director. Great. And so Taystar was ready to officially enter the album promotion period. In a slightly unconventional way. If all collaboration with T1 affiliates is impossible, does that mean we can't even produce a group reality show this time? Let's wait and see. 468 Chapter. Seoul. Inside a quiet office. I'll get straight to the point. Yes. Thank you. Bae Sejin sat across the table as calmly as he could. It's really happening. It was his first project meeting in years. He remembered acting in that strange virtual world. Production, but despite its recentness, the experience felt distant, like a half-remembered dream. Maybe that's why he was so nervous, he thought, taking a quick, deep breath. The person he'd been waiting for rushed in. "Sejin's here." "Hello." The director held the documents. He'd been the one to offer the role. He'd brought another person with him. Director, producer. Wow, Sejin has really grown. The producer, with his hearty laugh, sank into the sofa. So it was him. He directed the film where Sejin had played the kidnapped child. His track record, a hit roughly every other project. Good. This was worth pursuing. Bae Sejin bowed his head in greeting, then sat back down. He really is the same kid. Still so composed. Right? He still gives off that straight-A student vibe. Not quite. Sejin, who thought he'd strayed more than a little since then, now faced the offer he'd been dreading. With a flutter, the paperwork slid across the table, and the project was briefly explained. Modern mystery horror. Based on a webtoon, it unfolded a slightly eerie, cold, contemporary Korean world. As Sejin skimmed the synopsis, they continued kindly. This is a Net Plus original drama. I see. So unless the production studio itself was tied to T1, it was independent financing. That meant I can do this properly. A drama would take longer to shoot than a film, but by the time it wrapped, we could promote the next album. While Sejin was working through this thought, the producer added hurriedly, "But actually, we've already shot quite a bit." Wait, while casting me, could it be a serialized season? Maybe I appear in season 2. Honestly, we tried out a rookie, he had promise. But that crazy guy filmed a video and made headlines. Said something about the region. Our Sejin's spotless, right? But that rookie, ugh. The producer nearly foamed at the mouth complaining about kids these days only caring about YouTube, InHeart, TikTok. The director quickly offered a sugar bomb coffee and steered the conversation. So we completely cut his scenes. The schedule freed up, and your timing was perfect for a reunion. Oh, thank you. Nah, I just thought this connection was meant to be. Truly, thank you, director. Sejin saying yes is why we're doing this. The producer and director grinned. Sejin's nerves sharpened. So, am I taking the role that rookie was meant to play? But it's a substantial part. They rushed to assure him. I met so many people, held auditions everywhere, but no one fit the bill. So they persuaded investors to try this rookie first. Net Plus was generous, but even they asked why not use someone more known. It was such a great role. And since the rookie had no promotional clout, no articles ran, no talk of replacements, or anything. Understood. Sejin nodded, but the producer and director watched anxiously. Worried Sejin felt like a stopgap. But that wasn't Sejin's concern. Shorter shoot means the release will come sooner than I thought. Seeing the result quickly wasn't bad. But one thing vanished. Album promotion becomes awkward. Net Plus drops all pre-season episodes at once, at most in 2 batches. That editing window delays the premiere slightly, meaning this drama will release right at the tail end of our album promotion. In a month or 2 maybe. It wouldn't help album promotion at all. Sejin managed his expression, asking himself, could they not have known? His members knew Idol schedules far better than he did. They'd let him bury uncertain film release timing under album promotion. They were just supporting me. Regardless of whether it helped the group, they did it for him. Sejin drew in a steadying breath. Well, then I'll take a look at the role first. Sure. Wow, you sound just like you did when you were tiny. Sejin slid the script to the side and picked up the neat new draft beneath it. He flipped through it with combative focus. I'll do well. No matter the role, he'd master it. That would repay their support. How does it feel, Sejin? Repay? Well, idols often start with safe supporting roles. But Sejin, you shouldn't be treated on that same path. With your skills. Imagine this psycho character. A powerful imprint of your acting image. Wouldn't that be amazing? Cold sweat began to bead on Sejin's forehead. Meanwhile, Taystar kicked off their first broadcast music show and planned a 3-week album promotion. Fans began sensing a shift. They're not on Ding Dong Dang Karaoke? Didn't they promise to be on the next comeback? Wow, so creepy. Those variety accounts that were begging to book them suddenly silent LOL. Their variety. SBCMBS. Everyone reached a similar conclusion. T1 is so T1. Damn LOL, as expected. Seriously petty. Was blocking Music Bomb not enough? They must hate Taystar so much they want to kill them and steal fans. Now I'm done with their survival show. T1's actions were obviously malicious, and fans filled social media with curses, prime viral content. Taystar suffers economic retaliation from their original broadcaster. Taystar seems to be cut off by T1. The story's neatly assembled fan reactions and TSDR's released schedule boiled down to one fact. Taystar is marked by T1. It's not just a line in the sand. They're completely split. From the moment news of T1 executives' arrests broke, what Park Monday had since spread to the public as rumor. Whoa. Insane LOL. A group's image could be damaged if a celebrity is dropped by a platform. Loss of hype, fewer appearances, a fading aura. But it didn't go that far. They must be sharpening their claws watching T1's album and digital chart performance LOL. Free life for Taystar, congrats. Oh, not T-Net surfs anymore. Is this speculation? Maybe TSDR is just tired of them and refuses to appear. TSDR's results were strong. In entertainment, status attacks are defended by numbers and buzz, and Park Mundy trusted that logic. No special defense was needed here. PFF, big company drops them, won't last long either. That's pathetic clickbait. Dude, TSDAR's first week sales already hit 1.7 million career high. What do you think, LOL? LMAO. Seems like being dropped was a huge gain. Maybe the big company being dropped by Taystar is what won't last, huh? Thinking face. Netizens immersed more in TSDAR's story. It was more fun. What could be more satisfying than leaving your job and succeeding even more? But not every fan enjoyed that reaction. They're only acting for their own chart points. It's pure numbers game. Crying face. The reality is they have half the usual appearances. Imagine how stressed they are. Ugh. Being cut off by a platform isn't trivial. I wondered why they included a game on the album. It's because they can't appear much on TV, so they filled content this way. Loudly crying face. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. I'll buy another copy, damn tears. When individual member schedules began to be announced, most fans understood. Yeah guys, good job. It's the first time Taystar appears so much solo, but other groups do this too. I'll watch them all, fighting. They even openly posted on WAP. This time we want to show ourselves across more schedules. We each filmed solo segments. Right. We're working hard this promotion, everyone. They danced around it softly, but everyone knew it meant we wanted solo activities this time. They filled the airtime they couldn't use as a group. See? Let's enjoy it. And watching them hanging out solo will be great. Loudly crying face. Group fans felt hurt. Solo fans cried victory. Then news broke about Bae Sejin himself. TSDR's Bae Sejin returns in Net Plus's Doll Hunter, the comeback of a child actor with 10 million views. Sejin, who hadn't done any solo variety or events, finally revealed a schedule. Insane. It's time for him to act. LOL. I'm so excited. BBB. I've been waiting years for this adaptation. How's his acting? Crazy good. He was an actor first anyway. Public reaction was favorable. No acting controversies for a good-looking performer. Thanks to the groundwork, Taystar fans were cautiously supportive. Sejin's better at acting than variety anyway. I wanted to see our hamster awkwardly on variety shows too. LOL. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, go Taystar. Acting was a proper solo activity. Predatory fans ready to pounce at any slip in group activities would be watching. Sejin, even if you're tired today, watch this. Got it. So Taystar supported each other closely in live shows and schedules, giving their all. But one member had another worry. The time is almost here. Park Mundy's debut anniversary was days away, late June already. Summer weather was closing in, and he knew something peculiar about this summer. Sure enough, one day he checked the news repeatedly. T-Holic Jr. Group arrives. Wonderhall debuts boy group Itair. An article had appeared. As expected, Park Mundy immediately brought up his status window to confirm his hint. Wonderhall's newcomer, B202X. This summer, Wonderhall will finally debut a new boy group. A large-scale, 20 billion won, 3-year project whose bold concept drew internal excitement. The hint was correct. Worth using. And note, this hint was gold level B, very high. More detail usually means a higher grade, but that wasn't all. It was that useful. Park Mundy thought. This rookie's bound to blow up. Community comment heat was already strong. Wow, finally T-Holic Juniors. Wonderhall picks only friendly faces from Tofu to chill guys. Love it. Hope they keep that vibe. Curious if they'll be as big as T-Holic. But the game's changed, might be tough. Still, it's Wonderhall so it could work. LOL. Fans still longed for T-Holic's easygoing, cool senior vibe. No matter how popular TSDAR's individual members were, that was built on variety and songs, not a concept. Park Mundy judged. Coolly. I need to monitor this consistently. But the next week, when their debut teaser dropped. Insane. This is T-Holic Juniors? Well, I never imagined. Even Park Mundy hadn't foreseen this reaction. The juniors of the nation's idol, T-Holic, had chosen a fully conceptual route, just like Taystar. 469 chapter. Are they the ones? Yeah. After finishing his personal schedule, Sejin checked the link on his smartphone. For context, The guy who'd been torn between everything from performance contests to adventure variety shows made a surprisingly obvious choice. Hope Game, Choices and Reversals. He signed up for a death game survival reality show. Produced by OneTube under the public broadcaster, the program isn't exactly mainstream, but it has a dedicated fan base and strong internet buzz. And they sneak a dice symbol into everything since our album is called Roll the Dice. It's perfect cross-promo. Plus, if I shine, they'll use footage of our game in their edited clips. And true to his savvy, likable as a spice persona, he's been blending in as the affable guy, then showing up at key moments to score points. Oddly enough, this builds his image more clearly than in plain vanilla variety shows. They batch film 2 episodes at a time, and he's reportedly still surviving through episode 6. He's a veteran of survival shows anyway. He's definitely staying aware the cameras are rolling. Anyway, that meant the moment he joined, he pinpointed this situation sharp as a tack. T-Holic Seniors, Juniors, Wonderhall Entertainment. The group name is ITER. Their teaser dropped. I refocused on the phone playing the video. A ink VRIite, original source, dreamy toned background. A faint sepia filter layered like a film camera vibe. A lawn, soft smiles, subdued saturation, gentle highlights, an atmospheric vista. Then the boys. They run, leaping through countless spaces. An old-school rooftop, a bus stop, a junkyard, a city-lit bridge, a grass-covered field. Props of bygone scenery materialize or float in midair in a surreal way. Though the spaces feel deserted, a fresh filter casts even an empty intersection in a wistful glow. After a few stylized dance cuts sync to the ethereal, upbeat music, silence falls, but for their song. Leap beyond the timeline. To you I haven't met yet. A boy standing atop a traffic light launches skyward as if to greet the dawn's soft glow. A white hand points upward, sunlight glinting off his fingers. Show the way. ITER. White captions fade in soundlessly over the shot, then it ends. Kun Sejin watched it all without a word, then checked the view count. In the millions. Huh. He knit his brows and smiled. Shall we get the expert's take first? So, Ray Bin, what's your impression? There are some intriguing elements in the chord progressions and instrumentation. Soon after all of Taystar regrouped, that expert began commenting on the teaser. Kim Ray Bin. He's on a solo stint, appearing on a show where unknown singers receive songs. Of course, the composer's identity remains hidden at first. Contestants audition with 30-second snippets of given songs, snatching them up and evaluating. Only after one picks a song, and it becomes theirs do they discover the composer's identity and hear the full track. MC. The mysterious composer of track 5, Melody, is none other than TSDR's Kim Ray Bin. Kim Ray Bin. I look forward to working with you all. Contestant. Aya. Contestant. Thank you. Kim Ray Bin. Even in that moment designed to celebrate TSDR's name recognition, he didn't enjoy it. Only the viewers did. After watching the full teaser, he offered this evaluation. Our melody's development and choice of backing instruments seem quite aligned. I'd love to know how you arrived at this approach. Bae Sejin, who had held back until then, finally burst out. You literally copied us. Excuse me. Indeed. I rubbed my chin. They analyzed your song and used it as reference. To me, it feels inspired by Magic Boy and Wheel. No doubt he could list dozens of other tracks with similar sections in his head. Sean Ah-hyun blinked in surprise. Now that you mention it, even the teaser imagery, right? It has a vibe similar to our debut teaser. But it wasn't just the Magic Boy teaser. The pacing and editing resembled the Royal Procession shoot. The color palette recalled Aircraft, props evoked Picnic. They'd cherry-picked elements from TSDR's past activities, mixed them with other appealing ideas, and re-established them. A puzzle. Do you think they actually built a world narrative too? Most likely. These days, it's harder to find a boy group without a lore. I looked it up and found a summary. Superpowered boys traversing past and future in virtual reality. Guides of dreaming eternity. They wander through their individual youths in search of light. Show the way, ITER. Oh, time travel, magic, dreams. Bae Sejin's hand trembled. This is way too similar to our previous concept. Strictly speaking, only the keywords are similar. I scanned it coolly. And not identical keywords either. They replaced time travel with virtual reality, magic with superpowers, subtly twisted. More modern, tech-driven. Fits today's platforms better. And they've nailed their identity too. Where? Here. I pointed to their group name. Iter. It means path in Latin. They built their concept around guiding the way and attached a unique image. I probably should have expected something conceptual once I heard their name was Iter. Bayesian muttered. Half-heartedly. So they didn't copy us? They did copy, but it's benchmarking. Technically, not plagiarism. It's like researching the market's hottest product and making your own version. Bayesian sat with a queasy expression. I get it, but it still stings. Me too. It didn't feel great. They'd spliced from various references and mixed in the agency's own identity, so it wasn't outright theft. But if not for Taystar, that group wouldn't exist. And everyone felt that. Bayesian finally murmured with a bittersweet look. We're not the only ones who have to do this concept, but it feels like we were the only ones doing it until now. Consigian hesitated, then cracked a wry smile. Actually, there were plenty of groups like this before. Huh, what? Bayesian froze. But it was true. In the industry, followers tend to roll out whatever's proven to work. Several groups tried benchmarking TSDAR's conceptual vibe over the past few years. The only decisive difference was, but none of them got much traction, so you probably never noticed. These concepts are hard to pull off slickly. Exactly. It comes down to planning and budget. Conceptual images demand heavy investment. Cheap, quick copies rarely break even. And those Iter kids, I answered. They spent 3 years and 20 billion won. They even formed a new project planning team. They must have thrown a ton of manpower at it. That was the hint we gleaned. So, planning, capital, manpower. They had all three in 3 years. Silence fell. Ryu Chong-woo, quietly listening, finally spoke. So, they came fully prepared. Not long after, their title track dropped. Ready and shut, go. Punchy Moombaton thumps and cutting laser beams split the screen. Flashy CG bursts and rapid coding interfaces zoom by. Then superpowered boys raid a boss monster in goggles. A brutal dance break that conjures a giant beast rounds it out. Wow. Che Eugene chewed popcorn with a bored face. What do you think? The typical nerdy stuff. Seriously, when did K-pop open an academy? He claimed gaming geek types would love it. Lounging on the sofa, as if he forgot he made a game for our last album. You did it too, you know. I'm cool at everything. But those kids didn't do that. Engrossed. I rewound the music video. They've got decent visuals. The camera work dazzled. Tight close-ups and dynamic angles felt like game cutscenes. Che Eugene's point eluded me, but it didn't look awkward. Already die-hard K-pop fans were commenting. The silver-haired boy has perfect skin. They're literally 5 flawless stars. Can't wait for their music show stage. Laughing face. IMO Iter will be one of the biggest K-pop groups. Yet TSDAR's verdict was cold. This reminds me of Better Me or Drill. Yep, the dance break. Mirrors our royal procession style. Segments look similar enough. The bike prop shot recalls Drill. The combat staging and sealed facility mood echo Better Me. Of course, casual viewers might not make the direct connection. But those in the know probably caught on. Even we, who self-produced every track, noticed this more keenly. Fans must be talking, right? Park Monday, just say it. I glanced at my phone. They are. Right away, top English comments show. Is it just me? Or do they look like Taystar copycats? Sad face. But that's not necessarily bad. Bayesian looked poised to ask, why? But held back with practiced restraint. Sean Ah-hyun murmured tentatively. Well, you can't call it plagiarism. Exactly. It could even be fodder for satire. Did Taystar pioneer the dreamy ethereal trend? People must be salty because the quality's good LOL we're the only ones allowed to do this. Magic Boy came out years ago. Get over it. Iter didn't even wear school uniforms LOL. If you compare every Taystar music video frame by frame, then every idol group is a plagiarist, you losers. Debate rages. Could backfire if the crowd swings to copycat Taystar. Unless they catch on. I immediately opened the entertainment gossip board and skimmed the popular posts. That Iter visual member is the one in question. Not T-holic rookie, but reminds me of Taystar. Have you heard Itair's debut song? Wonderhall's. Rookie looks so small time. Ruthless bashing, praise for visuals, mixed takes on the song, all trending. Damn, we got played. Hyung, you look grim. Ryu Chong Woo spoke gently. Is this the so-called backlash? No need to go that far. I rub my shoulders. It's buzz. This group's trending. These controversies can be rolled out by fans over time. Good song, good choreography, makes people click more. So that's the plan. Exactly. They've massively boosted their buzz. Viral marketing. Damn, at once I sensed it. They timed this exactly. Now, I looked up. Consejin gave me a wry grin and spoke. When we were at odds with T1, remember? No industry insider would have missed those rumors back then. If they'd gone public, it would have been a sure thing. Right? The members' expressions shifted. So when we were falling out with T1, they debuted? Exactly. The moment Taystar was weakest, brutally discarded by the broadcaster's affiliates, distance from the public, low exposure, they pounced. Rising stars are hardest to challenge then. Right now, we can't book any T1 related schedules, broadcast, or OneTube. But they can go anywhere. Thus began the unfair game. 470 chapter. Itair, the rookie group from a major agency that had benchmarked Taystar, rode their buzz upward and then methodically rolled out their marketing. From that point, the next moves were predictable. If I were them, first I'd refine the stage. They'd ignited interest. Now they needed to feed in image-building content. Turns out the Itair planning team even snagged that famous producer from MS Entertainment. They've raided that whole line. Wow, must have poached talent left and right. No way, amazing. No wonder MS's quality went downhill after their second year. Everyone jumped ship. They're all over the place as soon as they debut. Their PR is filthy. Are you an apologist for failure? So sad. They bitched about plagiarism. But honestly, if you're going to copy someone, copy MS Idols, not Taystar. That shows how terrified they are. Bit by bit, people pieced together just how formidable Itair's dedicated team was, and the meticulous process behind assembling that one group. Insane. Apparently, they had 30 debut candidates in the last 5 months, then whittled it perfectly down to 5. No wonder Itair's visuals are insane.jpg. Wonderhall sat on this for 5 years and polished it into this rookie boy group lineup. Without the personal human interest stories a survival show grants, no broadcastable backstories, they doubled down on pure marketability. Luxury brand image, huh? A single group curated by a powerhouse's capital and manpower. The premium, state-of-the-art aura clearly sold. They stirred plenty of ire among fans of other lower-tier rookie groups, but Itair even weaponized the hatred, highlighting brutal insults to earn sympathy. Are you feeling proud manipulating recommend counts to push this up? These are just rookies. Stop the personal attacks. Consuming a plagiarist group makes the idol world even more fucked up, can't you see? It's because of assholes like you. It was chaos, but they didn't care if a few hated them. Their differentiation strategy was working. Wow, Wonderhall is something else. They switched from variety idol T-holic to this concept, and it's seamless. Smells like money. You can't underestimate veteran idol industry know-how. I love concept idols with big budget vibes like Taystar. More of those, please, gives me more to enjoy. But Taystar fans' reactions are scary. It only worked because they made a solid album. They'd absorbed a variety of references. A rookie hashtag Engavia Light hashtag group whose song, choreography, and MV all aligned shot up on the strength of capital and a major label's backing. Go, 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 yes, go. Their TikTok choreography challenge concept was spot on. Itair's custom filter crudely redrew the boss monster from the MV in crayon style. The gesture mimicking firing at that monster, timed perfectly, caught on among teens on TikTok. Never thought Wonderhall would steal the conceptual boy idol lineage. Wow, so fun. Finally a generational shift? No, really, no boy groups popped since Taystar. No mass appeal, so they're doomed, are? These all paid shills. Excitement, mockery, resentment, fondness. Itair had become the hottest topic in the idol world. Granted, the idol scene, especially male idols, has distanced from general audiences as they target overseas markets. But even a storm in a teacup works. With their setup complete, they now had the perfect pitch. Wonderhall's monster rookies. Their shooting challenge is hot. 1 Tube views exploded. They'd locked in keywords. Once they appeared on variety shows, everyone would know exactly why they were there and how to frame them. Public exposure began. Today's guests, oh my goodness. I thought they'd be boss slayers, but they're shooting our hearts? Please welcome Wonderhall's rookie group, Itair. Wah. Huh. We're on Ding Dong Dang karaoke. Oh, we stamped the deal months ago, yet here we are. They popped up on a few top variety shows, including the one hosted by T. Holick, showing glimpses of rookie earnestness. Not too many, just 4 high-tier appearances, carefully chosen. Their slightly awkward but polite rookie demeanor wasn't explosively entertaining, but the image stuck. Major agency, successful debut. T. Holick's bus is overflowing. Definitely the answer is debuting with a big label. Still, they seem nice. All the dancers are handsome. As Itair seeped into public awareness, they were simply seen as the new concept idols. Oh, T. Holick Jr.'s? I've heard their name. They do weird concepts too, like most idols these days. But they're trending, I guess. It was a clever in-and-out positioning move. I scanned press releases about Itair's debut PR campaign and reached a conclusion. They'd successfully solidified the field. Next, they'll push this success overseas and siphon up the global K-pop fandom. That was the textbook next step. Their meticulous game plan, built on TSDR's blueprint, was executed cleanly. And they chose the moment when T-Star was at its weakest. Meanwhile, we, the ones who'd been blindsided. It's time to wrap up activities. Yes. I gave no comment. We were simply finishing our planned group promotions over these last 3 weeks. Why? Because it was impossible to fit more group activities purely to counter that rookie group. We'd already squeezed in as much as we could. Really, though, responding would be stupid. We had to ignore them. Any reaction would only feed their buzz. As long as they remained the challengers, rookies, underdogs, the narrative favored them. T-Star showing any gesture only helped them frame the story. Probably that's exactly what they wanted. They must have figured we'd be a new label, artists with clout who might act rashly. Or perhaps they hoped T-Star would post some cryptic statement. Because we kept quiet, the story ended as Itair's debut campaign was a success. And that was the right call. Of course. Damn, I wasn't exactly calm either. Yesterday, Consejin went to boxing instead of Pilates. Maybe he wanted to punch something more satisfying than a sandbag. In any case. So for now, T-Star stuck to our original individual activity plans. For example, the members on Variety series. Ah-hyun is still out fishing, right? Yes. By the way, C and Ah-hyun had boldly signed up for a fishing boat survival program. Quite a wild concept. Almost survive with limited gear style. Isn't it hard? Everyone's been so kind. I'm learning a lot. Good. Ah-hyun's high stamina and lack of fear seemed to suit him unexpectedly well. He even caught bugs barehanded and dove fully clothed without batting an eye, impressing middle-aged viewers. What's with the fawn face? Wow, Ah-hyun's surprisingly stoic. After 3 episodes, I'll correct that. It's not stoic, it's a steel mentality madness. Can someone that prince-like really do that? His hidden route game character unpredictability drew light fans too. A full day at sea without a change of expression made him seem like a drama hero. No seasickness? Then again, someone who practiced spinning moves in midair daily through middle and high school probably wouldn't get seasick. In short, apart from the rookie group drama, TSDR's personal activities were going well. Oh, Sejin Hyung has drama filming this afternoon. Oh, good luck. Thanks. Bae. Sejin had begun official filming. Cha Eugene, the first to finish personal schedule shoots, hovered by Bae Sejin with a script in hand. Hyung, do you like filming? It's fine. Is your role fun? What kind of person are you playing? The protagonist's friend. Bae Sejin pulled the script closer and answered tersely, as if he worried Eugene might rip the pages. There are all kinds of friends. I think the best friend roles are meaty, otherwise they're minor, or the worst friend. Neither. But in a short time, we form a deep bond. He skirted the question with effort. Understandable, since the next day's meeting revealed. I signed the contract. What? He puffed his chest, then stiffened at the next question. What character are you playing? Hyung. There's an NDA. I can't reveal the exact role. Not that I don't trust you, but someone might eavesdrop. Just in case. Relax, Sejin. We get it. So we left him be. Bei Sejin resumed a serious face and cautiously elaborated. And although it's a supporting role, there's a memorable scene, in more ways than one. It's pretty good. It's the moment that triggers the protagonist's awakening. That kind of thing. From my skim of the original webtoon, a few roles came to mind, but they all die mid-season. No wonder the NDA. So that's why he's so keen on secrecy. Okay, if you like it, then I'm fine. Great. Eugene shrugged, and Bei Sejin quickly closed the script and turned away. But more importantly, are we just going to let those rookies keep copying us? He clearly tried to steer away, but I pressed on. For now, we're staying silent because that's what they want. I know that, but we can't stay like this forever. Hyung, yeah, I agree with you too. Bei Sejin turned in surprise as Sejin, fresh from his shower, perched on the table. When they see their buzz dropping next comeback, they'll latch onto us again. Maybe even overlap schedules on purpose. Bei Sejin frowned, but Sejin grinned. Come on, they're not fooling us. We just need to get ready from now. Then he looked at me. Right, Monday? Exactly. I stared at my phone. Spacer Kwon Hee-sung. Hyung Monday, congrats again to Taestar Seniors on another legendary promotion. Spacer Kwon Hee-sung. We're working hard to come back soon. Spacer. Just like last time we queued up Marini against Youngren's rookie, we deliberately bulked up Spacer to link them with Iter. Time to position them. I reviewed Hee-sung's profile and made a rapid decision. I'd meet him anyway. Taestar finally had real results for the company. Taestar. Album. Released. Album rating S. Digital rank. Number 3. Daily peak. Physical sales. 1,823,281 copies. Total revenue. Tallying. So far that's domestic only, but the real milestone was this pop-up. Company grade. D+. Company grade. Very happy face. Promotion success. On top of new rewards and perks, the most vital thing was this. Mission accomplished. Mission, achieve B- grade. Fragment, now retrievable. It's done. The system fragment, the one that caused the building collapse and swapped me and Kundal's bodies with its mission failed, can now be reclaimed from them. Before mission failed even popped up. 471 chapter. The meeting with Spacer happened the very next day, lightning fast. Technically, I met Spacer's CEO, Kwon Hee-sung, in a conference room. Oh, Hee-sung, long time no see. Ah, Hyung. I took a seat as Sejin, and Kwon Hee-sung exchanged exuberant greetings. Then, as if copying Sejin, someone slid the chair next to mine into place and sat. Cha Eugene. He folded his arms and murmured, lunch after this. Why did you tag along? If you're hungry, stay at the dorm. I'm bored. I have no scheduled shoots. Right, his personal schedule really did end early. He'd shot 4 days straight in one block. How? Because he chose. Camping Diary, Our Stories Grow. A show that gathers troubled youth for a camping retreat, with a celebrity acting as camp counselor to listen and help them grow emotionally. A network program doomed on launch day. We don't care about your problems. Use that airtime for real bullying victims, you idiots. Empathizing with perpetrators? Celebs aren't experts. This healing camp bullshit. They'll squeeze tears out again. Ugh, they should bring their scandalous celeb campers on to launder their image. Double laundering, LOL. Who greenlit this? The old school concept got roasted. Yet once it aired, it just settled into lukewarm ratings. They call them troubled youth, but they're just kids who need counseling. Half of those stories are made up, already exposed as a shopping mall owner and aspiring actor, LOL. Sigh. Even the stage sob stories were by now old hat. So when word got out that Cha Eugene would appear, what's he doing there? I'd rather see him on Waterbomb. He's so positive, going to get torn apart by those teens. Fans and general viewers alike wondered what on earth he'd say. But on air. Participant. Whoa, Cha Eugene. Participant. TSDR's Cha Eugene? Really? There he is. Cha Eugene. Cha Eugene. We do not address a counselor that way. He spoke in a military tone no one expected. Sure, it could have come off awkward, but... Participant. Excuse me, do we have to do rock climbing? Cha Eugene. No questions until the end. Participant. Gulp. A veteran of military-style reality shows, he deployed every standard phrase flawlessly. What is this even? The bewildered participants and viewers fell silent. Seizing the moment, Cha Eugene expertly took control of the late teen campers. Once he had their attention, he'd gently listen and nurture them, exactly when they needed it. Why the drill sergeant tone but camp counselor attitude? Cha Eugene is hilarious and heartwarming. So this is what an experienced American camp counselor is like. With that unique style, he mastered the room, balancing strictness and kindness, humor and seriousness, defusing any image controversy. And the show even created a meme with the on-screen subtitle Counselor Da, capturing incredible cost efficiency. Did he plan it all? Probably not. He's too impressive. I remembered what he said when choosing it. I have experience now. Right now he was next to me, nodding with a stony expression. And I have the right to hear this conversation. I'm part of the team. Fair enough. Since he's sharp, he might offer good ideas on the fly. I decided to factor in Cha Eugene's remarks. At that moment, Sijin and Kwon Hee-sung completed their pleasantries and sat down, beaming. Kwon Hee-sung's eyes gleamed. So, Mundi Hyung, are you going to produce for Spacer? Well, that was the pitch. First, I need to confirm something. Yes. I interlaced my fingers. Can I trust you? Even if we're in the same agency, you're still a competitor. Don't you doubt whether I'd hand over a plan that only makes Spacer succeed and leaves us behind? Kwon Hee-sung fell silent. Of course he'd had that doubt. The three of us from Taystar waited patiently. After a brief silence, he gave an awkward laugh. Oh no. But honestly, who doesn't do that, Hyung? Hee-sung chuckled, sounding almost enlightened. When we were at T1, every staffer designed plans to benefit the company, right? So we never got a plan that only helped us. He trailed off and then gave a thumbs up. Isn't that how society works? Everyone looks for mutual gain. I see. Right. Sure enough, a pragmatist who made money on stocks. And since you're telling me all this, I actually like it. You warn us if anything in the plan could harm Spacer or help you. Right. I wouldn't do it otherwise. Better to disclose potential conflicts now than risk an unpleasant surprise later. Feels like reading an insurance policy. Just then, wow. Why are you sighing and admiring? Hyung, that's top-tier conscience, top 1%. Be proud. Hyung, you act like you're humble, but you're basically a saint, right? You think so, Mundi? No. Seriously, there's no benefit for you. Yet you still worry about us while helping our group. I pressed my temple and spoke. Anyway, let's start. Okay. Kwon Hee-sung nodded, excitement and tension flickering on his face. Kun Sejin smiled and began. Hee-sung, you know that new Wonderhall rookie group, Itair? Yes. Kwon Hee-sung's expression briefly flickered with the controversy, then cleared as Kun Sejin continued. They're going to be a huge help to our Spacer. Promotion. Precisely. We would make them contribute. A few dozen minutes later. Kwon Hee-sung sat in stunned silence, as if hit by a storm. Clearly he was shell-shocked. Take your time. Think it over. No, can we really do this? I told you because it works. Right, if you say so, Hyung. Hee-sung stared at the table, counting patterns in the grain. Just then, roaring. Excuse me. Sure. His phone rang. He stood, closed the door, and left the conference room. Thud. After a short pause, I spoke. You called them yourself? No. I think it really is them. I'd assumed he stepped out to consult the other Spacer members. Actually, we'd planned to bring more Spacer members, but he insisted on coming alone. Is he the leader? Spacer doesn't have a leader system, but Hee-sung is ranked first and is center, so he's kind of the de facto leader. Oh, why are you looking at me? You're center. I tapped the table for a moment, then stood. Surely his call was wrapping up. I'm stepping out too, for the restroom. Okay. I quietly slipped out to speak with Kwon Hee-sung alone. Thud. But as I closed the door, I heard his voice faintly in the corridor. He was still on the call. Hey, come on. This song is really good, I swear. Believe me. Hyung, you've got a real talent for composing. Why worry? If promotion goes well, it'll chart. Now that the company's in good shape, we'll do. Even better, yeah? Good luck with recording. He ended the call, sighed, then met my eyes. Hyung, he stammered. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I figured, he cleared his throat. Damn. I held back a sigh and continued. Your team seems close. It is. He leaned against the wall and exhaled. But honestly, Not everyone works as hard as you guys. Our Azusa season was really unusual. He seemed mortified to have me over here, but he pressed on, as if resolved to tell the truth. I sometimes wonder how it'd feel if I debuted back then. But I did make it to the finals. Oh, I realized what he meant. Not the entire finale, but the last member call. Final member nomination. My first place privilege. Participant Park Monday, by right of first place, you may choose one of the 14 finalists to debut with you. And I let the viewers choose to minimize backlash. I choose the participant ranked 7th, as selected by our viewers. Yet among the remaining finalists, the one I was closest to as a teammate was Kwon Hee-sung. Gold 2. He couldn't have had no expectations 5 years ago, if even now I recall it. And Taystar wasn't exactly thriving back then. But instead of lamenting, he shrugged and said, I realized I like my team now. Sigh. I got too attached. The Hyung you called earlier has no confidence, but is so fun. He composes great songs, but our streaming numbers aren't great. Spacer is objectively stable. Their popularity dipped naturally after the survival show, and streaming fell, but physical sales steadily climbed, and overseas fandom is solid. Yet people always compare, and who's the easiest comparison? Taystar. Spacer must have heard that comparison more than once from the company. But before me, he shrugged and said, So, please, Hyung, I want to try this challenge. I'll hear the other members' opinions, but I've already decided to go for it. Let's prove Spacer is still a strong group. All right. One life. Or well, if we get another chance, anyway. I chuckled. Kwon Hee-sung winked. Then my eyes fell on the persistent pop-up still hovering. Confirm holder of fragment. Absorb fragment, 1/4, into company use. This will take some time. We're going to use him to deal with that rookie group anyway. Might as well upgrade the company's system by pulling the fragment ourselves. No need to leave dead on that kid. So why not? I silently responded to the status window. Yes. The pop-up began to glow. Shall we head back in? Kwon Hee-sung, oblivious, showed no reaction, but a stream of light from the pop-up wrapped around him. As it returned smoothly to the pop-up. Fragment, 1/4. Retrieval complete. All pop-ups vanished and a new, very simple one appeared. Updating company use. Is that it? I expected some bodily reaction, but nothing happened. As I leaned in to examine the pop-up further. Thunk. What is it? The conference room door burst open. Kun Sejin stood in the doorway, face ashen. He shouted, Call someone. Eugene collapsed. I rushed in. Under the table lay Cha Eugene. Why? Park Monday. Yes. I sprang into action, calling for staff and heading to the emergency room. Yet even as I ran, I thought, what the hell just happened? Through it all, the system window stayed right beside me. Updating company use. 472 chapter. In the conference room, Cha Eugene, who had collapsed, was instantly rushed to the emergency room. Cha Eugene? Eugene, can you hear me? All the way as the car sped away, Cha Eugene didn't stir an inch. His body, once overflowing with energy and vitality, showed no response. He looked like an object. It was strange. How did this happen? He just suddenly collapsed like that? No other symptoms. None at all. In my life, every fucking disaster always happens out of nowhere. What kind of analysis or preparation is that? No matter how hard you try to get ready, when it actually happens, it's all wasted effort. No. I pressed on his thigh. Don't congratulate yourself before you've even done the tests, you idiot. Fuck. Let's do something productive. Symptoms first. I reached for Cha Eugene's face and checked his breathing and pulse. Park Monday. I exhaled. His breathing seemed stable. I'm no specialist, but he wasn't gasping, and his heart sounds weren't erratic or too faint. At that moment, Big Sejin began kneading his limbs and checking him immediately. His complexion doesn't look too bad. He's a bit pale, but his temperature seems okay, right? Yeah. His temperature wasn't alarmingly low, at least not to my touch. Maybe because he heard us talking, the manager driving muttered frantically. In that case, it could be, vasovagal syncope. Oh, vasovagal syncope. Yes, that. It's usually caused by extreme stress or tension. And the reason I know this is the same reason any company staff member would know it. There are quite a few idols who've had it. We're all on the move right now. The environment's changed. It makes sense for Taystar members to experience it. Sure. We're in a complicated situation in many ways. But, Cha Eugene, the guy who laughed off everyone's grim votes in that minus poll, who managed his mental health even when rumor attacks rained down on him. He's the one who fainted from mere stress and tension? Is this the face of someone who's simply stressed out and nervous? He looks to sleep. I stared again at Cha Eugene's expressionless, peaceful face, his breathing faint but steady. It felt unnaturally calm. We've arrived at the hospital. Yes. The car tore into the emergency entrance near the company and stopped moments later. Cha Eugene was carried into the hospital at once. As the staff from the company vehicle followed, Big Sejin muttered under his breath, "Let's wait a bit before contacting the others." He meant after we get the test results. It might be nothing serious. I hope it's nothing. Right. But we had no idea what the results would show. Cha Eugene had collapsed with no warning, and we still didn't know why. Fuck. I leaned against the wall and replayed this fucking unnatural situation in my head. Yet something even more unnatural awaited. The results are in. They say it's a temporary loss of consciousness. Excuse me. They said it's usually stress-related, but to be precise, they might run brain scans. For now, though, no abnormalities showed up. Though they hedged their language, the meaning was clear. The cause is unknown. But they did say he should regain consciousness soon. Phew. Yes, thank you. At least it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Up to this point, fine, let them run more tests if needed. The problem came next. We should probably tell the members now. Yeah. Big Sejin and I planned to split up and inform the rest of the group ourselves. It'd be better coming from us than company staff. But in the process we learned. You had similar symptoms? Most of the members we contacted reported mild, similar episodes. Well, I didn't fully pass out, but I felt dizzy and had to pause filming for a moment. But Cha Eugene? I thought he'd just nodded off in the car, but maybe it wasn't that. Now that I think about it, he didn't seem sleepy at all. I thought it was from overdosing on caffeinated drinks recently. I don't know. I'll head to the hospital right away. What the hell? Sian Ah-hyun, still out on that fishing boat shoot, got a text, but hasn't checked it yet. Yet already 3 of them reported something similar. I met Big Sejin's serious gaze. You? I'm fine. How about you, Mundy? Me too. But at this point, that was its own problem. They said it could be food poisoning or an infection and suggested a full workup. Before the others arrived, we all underwent comprehensive tests. Hyungs, Ray Bin, even Kim Ray Bin, looking on the verge of tears, joined us in testing. But every one of us came back clean. No need to call the other members right away. Nothing leaked to the press, either. After all, Cha Eugene hadn't been in an accident or fallen ill. He'd just suddenly lost consciousness. Hey, Mundy. I looked up at the voice. Kim Ray Bin held a black envelope. He pulled out a drink and offered it to me. A common gold foil red ginseng beverage from the convenience store warmer. You might wonder why a hot drink in summer, but since you've been in strong air conditioning indoors for so long, I thought this would be better. Thanks. I quietly opened and drank the red ginseng tea he handed me. Then I heard his steady voice. Cha Eugene will be fine. I remember him bragging in his trainee days about never getting sick. There's no family history of illness. He was trying to comfort me. Seriously. I gave a faint smile. Yeah, like I said, the doctor says he should wake up soon. Don't worry too much. He's one of the healthiest guys I know. Yes. Kim Ray-bin nodded with difficulty, then sat beside me, sipping his own drink as Big Sejin patted his back. I leaned back against the wall, thinking, right. Cha Eugene is a healthy guy. Top 1% in body #InkViaLite # and mind. Yet he collapsed without warning. And half our group nearly followed him at the same time. But none of us showed any health issues, not even Cha Eugene in these tests. So the most suspicious possibility left is something supernatural is involved. I twisted my head toward the empty air. Company version updating. When I think back, it all started the moment I absorbed that fragment of From Kwan Hee Sung. And losing consciousness like this feels a lot like what happens when I enter the system's virtual world. I still remember that fucking status pop-up. Enjoy your daydream, smiley face. Enjoy your reality, laughing face. A waking dream built on coins, a world made by the system. The upper line was the status window that Big Sejin created to save me. But, wait, I realized I'd just thought of someone who could answer my question. Big Sejin. He'd made that daydream status window. And a moment later, yes, Hyung. What is it? Luckily, he replied quickly. Phew. Hyung, are you at the hospital? Nothing's wrong with you, right? I'm fine, but it happened to the others. What? I briefly explained everything. Cutting out the screams and worries, I got to the point. So, is Cha Yujin's consciousness stuck in the system? That was it. I didn't know why, but the timing was too precise. The system pop-up reacted immediately, understanding the gravity. First, I'll check your status window. Right. I nodded eagerly. But soon. Hyung, your status window and even the whole system aren't working. He brought surprising news. Not working? Yeah? It's completely frozen. See where it says updating? It's like when apps can't be used during an update. They're undergoing a full rebuild, so nothing's running. So there's no way Cha Yujin's mind is trapped by some system trick, because the system itself is frozen? That's right. And he ventured one hypothesis. If it is related, maybe an error occurred during the update. But that meant Taystar was affecting the company version update. Bad news in its own right. Are they treating Taystar as part of this corporate system? Not exactly. We've only handled the Taystar album so far, so maybe the system is reading too much into it. It felt pathetic somehow. Anyway, I didn't find any weird tampering, Hyung. Okay, then it really must be nothing serious, thankfully. Thanks for checking. I'll let you know when he wakes up. Nep, don't worry too much. After ending the chat with Big Sejin, I looked at the still open update pop-up and sighed. I asked, just in case a reply would come, how long will it take? Surprisingly, something appeared. Unavailable during update. Fuck. I knew the drill. They want us to wait without any explanation. If it really was connected and Cha Yujin stayed out cold the entire update, I resolved to pull the damned system offline the moment it finished. Guys, Chongryo Hyung's schedule just ended. He's on his way now, and, ugh. Big Sejin's sentence was cut off by a sound neither he nor Kim Rae-bin made. It came from the hospital bed. Cha Yujin. We shot to our feet. Call the company, or the doctor. Wait. Big Sejin, standing by the door, bolted off to summon help, while Kim Rae-bin and I rushed to the bedside. There he was, Cha Yujin, frowning, twisting his body to one side. He was awake. Cha Yujin. He writhed, then rubbed his face roughly with his hand, mumbling. Fucking headache. In English? Are you in a lot of pain? He froze at my question, then lowered his hand, revealing his bare eyes without lenses. They met mine piercingly. Korean? I don't remember calling 911. Who the hell are you to bring me here? What? But Cha Yujin then shifted his gaze and recognized someone else. Rae-bin. Cha Yujin. Are you okay? Yet he still looked startled. Why are you in America? Kim Rae-bin. What are you talking about? We're in Korea. Korea? You think I was kidnapped internationally? Wait, did someone give you something, like brownies? Chocolate chip cookies. What are you talking about? Kim Rae-bin was in total confusion. Then Cha Yujin mumbled a stream of colorful English curses under his breath, sighed, and muttered again. Never mind. If it's just once. I'll be fine once the meds wear off before I head back to Korea. We're not a K-pop boy band anymore anyway. Now Kim Rae-bin was terrified. He grabbed my arm and shouted. Mundi Hyung. Cha Yujin's acting weird. I know. You're the weird one, Rae-bin. But Cha Yujin spoke firmly, as if addressing someone under the influence. Then he turned back to me and ruffled my hair. Hey, Mundi Hyung, did you and Rae-bin stupidly smoke weed and bring me to the hospital? And he laughed. Thank you. Well, you're not going to say anything in Korea, right? Steers over anyway. At that moment, I realized who this Cha Yujin sitting here really was. Steer. Not TSDR's Cha Yujin, but Steer, a group that originally debuted on before I took Park Mundi's body to join. Fuck. And besides Steer Cha Yujin's face, floating in midair, the pop-up updated again. Company version updating. D30 until completion. 473 chapter. The medical team diagnosed Cha Yujin's condition as stress-induced delirium. Because being an entertainer means facing every kind of absurdity, There have been several similar cases in the past. Because he couldn't sleep, he suddenly snapped awake and started throwing things. In any case, since he's regained consciousness and the tests show he's physically healthy, they gave an inconclusive but optimistic verdict. Once his mind and body calm down, he'll likely recover fully. I understand. Thank you. Just the fact that a professional commented on previous cases seemed to ease Kim Rae-bin's expression a bit. Excuse me, could I have a moment? Big Sejin then began a separate conversation with the medical staff, probably asking what steps to take if Eugene didn't improve on his own within a few hours. Around them, company staff ran back and forth, phones pressed to ears, scrambling to reschedule everything. Half of them were booking meetings, the other half rearranging shoots. What a madhouse. By then, even this steer, Cha Eugene, seemed to notice something was off. At least he must have realized that this wasn't America the moment Korean staff and Korean hurried in. Monday, could you stay here with Eugene? It seems better to split up that way. Okay. He probably also noticed that all these strangers were acting like they knew him well. Yet during the examinations, he didn't throw a single tantrum. You want me to explain, Taystar? I guess not. Oh no. I was asleep. He simply answered their questions with minimal cooperation, sizing up the situation. Then, bang. Hey, you guys. The door burst open and in ran another member who was on schedule. But it wasn't Ryu Chong-woo, whom Big Sejin said would arrive soon. It was Bae Sejin, panting for breath. He'd sprinted so hard his face was flushed as he gripped the doorknob. My shoot wrapped early, so I came as fast as I could. Eugene woke up. Yes. He must have dropped everything and come straight here, no matter what. He greeted Kim Rae-bin and strode over to Cha Eugene. I thought Ryu Chong-woo would be first. Apparently Bae Sejin's shoot location was closer. Wait, Bae Sejin. I suddenly realized something about the life before I entered Park Mundi's body and joined. Back then, Bae Sejin had also debuted as a member of Steer for a short time. Former Idol Company member Lee Sejin arrested on drug distribution charges. That was before the 9 o'clock news revealed him as a drug supplier. Of course, Steer's early career had already struggled with agency and fandom issues. But that drug scandal was undeniably the turning point that wrecked their trajectory. And now, sitting here in this hospital bed, if this really is the Steer incarnation of Cha Eugene. Fuck. I moved closer to the bed. From where I stood, I heard Bae Sejin ask, concerned, "Are you okay?" Cha Eugene didn't reply. He stared at Bae Sejin as if spotting something bizarre in this unexpected setting. Then he spoke. Lee Sejin. Why are you calling me that? Honestly, I think you guys picked the wrong person. You really wanted this junkie. Shut up. I hurriedly leaned down, whispered to Cha Eugene, then turned to Bae Sejin. He just woke up and he's acting strange. He thinks he's in America. Why, yes, that's right. Kim Rae-bin nodded vigorously. He mentioned brownies or chocolate chip cookies. Could his stress from dieting be the cause? That wasn't it. Yet Bae Sejin's eyes grew serious. Really? Oh, there's a bakery nearby. I'll get something right away. Great. I'll come too. The two of them thundered out of the room, determined to grab every brownie and cookie in sight. Thud. Oh, maybe that's for the best. I watched the closed door, exhaled, and sank into the caregiver's chair. I couldn't make sense of any of it. Well, I should start talking, at least. It was quiet now, seemed like the right moment. But I wasn't the only one watching for an opening. Outside, each staff member was busy with their task. Inside, after they left, the room fell silent. Cha Eugene assessed the situation, then struck while attention was divided. Mundy Hyung. He used my name exactly as Kim Rae-bin had, Mundy Hyung, and broke the quiet from his bedside. Do you even know what kind of crazy shit is happening here? I might be tripping on special brownies, hallucinating a K-pop fantasy. He tapped his finger against his hair, blonde. Then he reached out, grabbed my shoulder, and suddenly shoved his head forward, extremely forceful. And you recognized me. Every time I said steer or junkie, you knew exactly who I was. He didn't release his grip. Staring me down, he tapped my arm's bicep with his other hand. Fucking whatever Taystar is, I don't care. If this is some kind of prank show, you better prepare for a lawsuit. I never signed anything. I took a deep breath. This was complicated. I couldn't just punch him. The situation was too strange. This is all fucked up. I pressed my temples, then spoke. First of all, who the hell spends their time messing with a disbanded K-pop group in America? And you didn't take any drugs. Neither did Kim Rae-bin. I didn't know why they lace brownies in America, but Cha Yujin's grip loosened just enough for me to free my shoulder. But there is one thing you're right about. What? Something really crazy did happen. Huh. I let his hand drop back onto the bed, a measure of courtesy. A new member. New activities. A new turn of events. Before Bae Sejin and Ryu Chong-woo returned with bakery goods, I briefly outlined how Taystar has been operating. Not Steer, but Taystar. As expected, his response was, well, I see 3 possibilities. Want to hear them? What? Either you took drugs, or I did. There are only 2 options. Or we both did. Fuck. Why is this junkie so obsessed with drugs? I fought the urge to smack my own head. Why are all your guesses about drugs? Because I'm hallucinating? Is that a drug symptom? That's what they say. He'd never actually done it, apparently. So at least he wasn't that reckless. So I'm the crazy one? Listen, do you know how much an ER visit costs in America? Bringing a crazy person here was crazy in itself. I told you it's not that. I pressed my forehead, silent for a moment. Look outside. What? You just need to turn your head. Look, I cracked open the blinds. Cha Eugene shifted his gaze just enough to see outside. Yep, that's Korea. The familiar cityscape and Hangul signs outside confirmed it. Seoul. He'd said he was in America, but he'd clearly lived in Seoul long enough to recognize it. Holy clatter. He opened the window to verify. The surroundings then softened slightly. You're serious? Yes. That must mean he was starting to consider the possibility that I was telling the truth. So we don't have to worry about hospital bills. We're a K-pop boy group. The company covers it. You're in a group called Taystar. And we're your members. That's bullshit. No, it's not. I heard footsteps approaching with bakery bags. Bae Sejin and Ryu Chong-woo returning, and murmured evenly. Just wait half a day. You'll believe me by then. Let's go. Nep. Since he was physically healthy and showed no violent outbursts or seizures, Cha Eugene was discharged. Of course, his next 3 days of scheduled activities were all canceled. Eugene, any discomfort? No, I'm fine. In the front seat, Ryu Chong-woo gently asked, and Cha Eugene replied calmly. But soon he turned his head, wearing a pained expression, and muttered, "This fucking weird world. What was that?" He looked at me as if to ask, "What right do you have?" but then answered politely, "Sorry, I've only been free for a few months." I remembered. The 3 who'd continued activities as Steer until the end, Ryu Chong-woo, Kim Rae-bin, and Cha Eugene, had all disappeared from the public eye after disbandment. And this Steer incarnation of Cha Eugene had immediately returned to his home country, the United States. Yet, freedom. He must have hated idle life that much. After all, doing one's job properly doesn't mean one enjoys it. Although, the whole situation was pretty fucked up. Still, a bitter aftertaste lingered. This is the new dorm we moved into. If it's too unfamiliar, let me know. It should help you settle in. Okay. Cha Eugene stared out the window in silence throughout the drive. And even at the dorm he said little. Just gave the place a cursory glance. Then this happened. We brought our music video playlist. I thought maybe watching TSDAR's videos would help you snap back to reality. Nice. It's been a while, we'll watch with you. So we started a continuous marathon from TSDR's debut video, Magic Boy. Honestly, I hesitated whether this was the right move. But if I didn't show it, he'd never buy it. Contrary to appearances, Cha Eugene was a hardcore realist. With no personal bond, he needed tangible proof to even pretend cooperation. Sure enough, this is Eugene. Anything you want to say about this song? How did you do this? A headache buzzes. He was watching the High Five video, a school playground under a bright blue sky, Taystar in baseball uniforms dancing and laughing. High Five had been the title track originally planned in disco style for the debut group. But the company wanted disco, but I convinced them, slides and all, that rock was better. And Rae-bin did the rearrangement. Cha Eugene watched the entire High Five video without comment. Then the next and the next. By the time we reached Better Me. Okay, I admit it. Taystar. When Steer Cha Eugene uttered "Tae Star" in a Korean accent, his expression held something neither realization nor embarrassment, but a heavy weight, like the shadow. I didn't exactly feel refreshed. At least he's at the starting line now. From now on, I just needed to keep him from any more surprises. What exactly is Cha Eugene saying? Of course, I still had some explaining to do before that. 474 chapter. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop beep. DRI ring. With frantic fingers pounding the keypad at the front door, In Young burst inside, hair disheveled. It was finally Seon Ah-hyun, returning from the fishing boat shoot. She must have seen the rapid-fire messages. Cha Eugene collapsed, woke up, discharged, under observation, wait his memories changed, and come running in a total panic. Hey guys, I'm... Ah-hyun. Welcome back, Ah-hyun. You must be exhausted. But the dorm's atmosphere was a complete wreck, like a wake where pouring raw soju would hardly seem out of place. There wasn't a drop of alcohol on the table, but if anyone offered to dash out and buy a bottle, no one would stop them. It was utter chaos. Why Eugene? HM. And Eugene wasn't here. The Steer version of Cha Eugene had, after announcing. He had nothing more to say, retreated to what he claimed was his room. That's all I've got to say. Damn it. It was a total no-go. Ah-hyun, take a seat and rest. You must have been scared. Why yes. I cleared a chair for Seon Ah-hyun, then downed another glass of cold water in silence. Cha Eugene's roommate was still the same as in the old dorm. Bae Sejin. Damn it. 30 days, that's what it is, right? If we do things right over that time, it should work. She nodded as if fully aware of the situation's gravity, but she didn't know the real problem. He thinks you're a drug dealer. Bae Sejin, ignorant of that massive misunderstanding, simply resolved as the eldest brother to look after the youngest until his memories returned. Yeah, Sejin's right. He wasn't. It'd be a miracle if I didn't end up grabbing him by the collar. I pressed my temple. Why did those update pop-ups suddenly restore the Steer memories in him? And why did he run off in there? Time to revise the plan. First, clear up Bae Sejin's misunderstanding. But would he believe me? Even if he did, that meant admitting his group's career was wrecked by a false drug stigma. And meanwhile, we get lucky he's not a drug dealer here. That comparison made me even angrier. He might refuse to cooperate. Sigh. I heard Bae Sejin mutter beside me. Maybe it's only natural. From Eugene's perspective, waking up somewhere. Unfamiliar, right? Then Big Sejin, who'd been quietly observing, shrugged and spoke up. Well, I don't think you have to worry that much, do you? Sejin Hyung. Even if he had a different experience, Eugene is still Eugene, right? So until about age 19, he grew up exactly the same. And so his preferences probably haven't changed much in a few years. Big Sejin glanced at the brownies and cookies Bae Sejin and Kim Rae-bin had fetched. Knock, knock, knock. Mind if I come in? Ryu Chong-woo spoke quietly but firmly. Then, seconds later, opened the door Eugene had gone through. Creak. Inside, among half-unpacked bags, Cha Eugene lay sprawled on his bed. He covered his face with one arm, then spoke without moving. Now that's going too far. I said I'm not answering. Twice. He lowered his arm, revealing his eyes, then looked directly at me. He knows you too, ask him. All eyes turned to me. I crossed my arms. Big Sejin cheerfully stepped into the room. Wait, Eugene. I'm not here to ask you again. I just want to talk. A talk? Yeah, we live in the same house now, so we should at least introduce ourselves, so you feel comfortable. You need to know what's going on, right? Big Sejin sat on the floor with a grin. Eugene tilted his head slightly. I don't need that. See? I thought you might wonder how long you have to stay here. Just my thought. Without waiting for Eugene's reply, Big Sejin calmly summarized what I told him, plus the bizarre events we'd all experienced. So, we figured you'd only need to stay about 30 days. Eugene said nothing, but after listening fully, his expression darkened. That's really, you were going to call me a nerd, right? Classic Eugene. Eugene stared at Big Sejin for a moment, then burst out laughing. Hey, yeah. The Eugene you know isn't me. Speaking like that isn't polite, in my view. Kim Rae-bin flinched at the rebuke. Is that so? Big Sejin remained unfazed. Then let's just agree on our boundaries. Sure. Nice phrase. Don't cross the line. Eugene, still smiling faintly, tried to lie back. Yet Big Sejin wasn't done. You know boundaries are mutual respect, right? I'm asking you. After all, we did participate in together, so we have a connection. Eugene paused. Ryu Chong-woo held out his hand. Right? We just want basic courtesy and respect. Eugene. Eugene got up and looked each of us in the eye, perhaps sizing us up. Connection. From his perspective, Bei Sejin had destroyed Steer with drugs. Big Sejin quit the show over school violence, and I hadn't even debuted. Yet not a word of that. Instead, he simply raised his hand and shook Ryu Chong-woo's. Understood. Thank you. Ryu Chong-woo smiled. With the friendliest and the calmest members engaged, Mission 1 was complete. Only then did the room's tension ease. Bei Sejin signaled, and Kim Rae-bin hurriedly offered the bag. Phase 2. Eugene, you haven't eaten since morning. Try these. Brownies and cookies. Eugene peered into the bag and asked in disbelief. Brownies? Did Kim Rae-bin really buy these in the hospital? Yes. Oh, at that, Eugene let out a light chuckle, like greeting an old friend. I seized the moment and reached in. One. Yes. Without looking, I grabbed a brownie, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into my mouth. Sweet. A performance to prove these were ordinary, no drugs, in the brownies. Ridiculous, but necessary. Kim Rae-bin had gone with Bei Sejin, so I had to show they weren't tampered with. I swallowed, nodded. Tasty. Mundi Hyung says if you like this, odds are it suits your taste. Okay. Eugene didn't refuse. He grabbed the bag, inspected the wrappers with a somewhat sour look, then tore them open and devoured brownie and cookie after cookie with gusto. Taystar watched the whole thing. Feels like feeding raw meat to a wild animal. If sweets cheer him up biologically, we'd see some reaction soon. I decided to wait. A few minutes later. Dinner, pizza? Bulgogi pizza? I like that pizza. Okay. Surprisingly, this was a brand new conversation, proof the mood had genuinely softened. Eugene had downed all the brownies and cookies in the bag. When he realized no one would quiz him further about his group, he gradually slipped into behavior resembling the Eugene we'd known. Though the conversation level is low. Still, it was progress. Cola. Oh, thanks. Any questions about our situation or us? Feel free to ask. Got it. Steer Eugene finally joined us around the table for pizza and light small talk. He even broached our current predicament. Well, we're wrapping up most of our group activities. Just a few schedules left, right? His reply was predictable. But I'm not part of this team. I won't participate. Okay. We couldn't force him to work. And fortunately, TSDR's group promotions were nearly over anyway. He had only a month's gap before solo activities, which could be excused for health reasons. So the issue was clear. What about our reality show? The reality program we'd ambitiously prepared was about to fall apart. Damn it. How do you film a group reality without one member? The shoot can't be postponed. Yes. We'd barely secured the slot. This format couldn't absorb a missing member. If we cut him, we'd have to insert extra footage later, or risk rumors of discord or members leaving. So I spoke up. Let's film anyway. Film. Record it now. In a month, when Eugene's back, we'll shoot his segments and splice them in. What do you think? It was our best option. But Kim Rae-bin murmured in a low voice. When Eugene returns, he'll be mad we filmed fun stuff without him. Hey, that's persuasive, Rae-bin. Thank you. I covered my face with one hand. Damn it. Was it my fault for applying that damned system to the company and causing all this? Yet if we hadn't, the album might have flopped. It was maddening. But no point whining. What we needed were solutions. Think. I racked my brain, then spoke after a moment. Statistically speaking, when Eugene returns, there's a chance he'll remember what's happening now. Like in the system's virtual world, memories created there hadn't vanished. So, having him join the reality shoot now is our best bet. But he said he wouldn't participate. I'll at least bring it up. This isn't a stage performance, so if Steer Eugene wanted something in return, we could negotiate. And I had more to say. Anything else? I stepped onto the balcony. Eugene, window ajar, stared out the glass with a less than welcoming look and then turned to me. I need to tell you about your roommate. He sighed. Hey, I'm not an idiot. Of course he's not involved with drugs. You seem to know Steer well. Calling that guy your roommate proves it. But, he spoke dryly. I don't care. Since he's not the person I knew, I won't treat him carelessly. He patted my shoulder. But don't cross my line. You know? You need to keep your boundaries too. With that, he walked away from the balcony. I stood by the window. A chill summer breeze blew. I sensed. It didn't work. No matter the deal, talking about Taystar wouldn't have reached him. Sigh. Better that I didn't broach it. But nobody expected what came next. His boundary would be crossed far sooner than any of us imagined. 475 chapter. For now, it's definitely settled between us. I can't work with the current Cha Yujin, whether it's a personal schedule, a short event, or even the group reality show shoot we barely managed to book. You can't help it. But are you really okay with ending all persuasion after just that 10-minute attempt on the balcony? It's convenient for me that things move fast, but it's what's setting next month's schedule now. Well, if Monday won't do it. Right. In that case, let's tell them next week it's for health reasons and drop Yujin's schedule entirely. Got it. And if we push back the reality show a bit, we can film the returning Yujin separately later to add footage. Exactly. I'll call the PD first thing tomorrow morning about that. Now that we hold shares in the company, it's a bit less upsetting that we have to handle these details ourselves. After quickly sorting out the situation, I spoke to Bei Sejin, who was gathering the script. I thought it might help. Hyung. What? Shall we switch rooms? What? I thought you might be uncomfortable with a stranger in here. Your schedule's busier now, so it'd be better if you were more at ease in your own space. That was half true. I was worried that Cha Yujin would feel awkward, too, and the room would end up a mess. But instead of the enthusiastic response I expected, Bei Sejin scoffed. No, I'm not that sensitive. His self-awareness, whatever, fine. Since we're so busy filming, we mostly just sleep here anyway. Chances are we'd both quietly do our own thing without speaking. Better to avoid forcing it and creating conflict. As long as it doesn't trigger any digestive issues, it should be fine. Okay, I decided to leave it for now. I'd keep the door open just in case. What I didn't anticipate was how confident and motivated Bei Sejin had become in his role as eldest. So when I heard a shout from that room late that night, fuck, Monday just now. Yes. I reflexively ran out, thinking, of course shit. Cha Yujin must have finally snapped or misheard something in his sleep. He said he'd keep his distance. Was that all talk? But when everyone crowded into the room, don't talk to me like that. The shout came from Bei Sejin, aimed at Cha Yujin. What's going on? What the hell? A few days earlier. Bei Sejin drew a short breath and stood before Yujin's door. Earlier he'd told Park Monday, confidently, it's fine. But in truth he was shaking. Sharing a space with someone unfamiliar was still torture. Cha Yujin was no exception, strangers, after all. But I've grown. He wasn't a kid who'd spring up or run away at the first sign of discomfort anymore. He could face the situation. And he'd been roommates with Yujin for over a year. Same body, same routine. That inertia would carry him through. All right. He flung the door open. Thud. Yujin didn't even look back. He just lay on the bed, tossing and catching a football. Ugh. Bei Sejin gave a quick nod to Yujin, immediately regretting it, and lay down on his own bed. Huff. He opened the script, but his mind was elsewhere. Was he annoyed? Hurt? Obligated? Hard to tell. Still, despite the feelings, he couldn't help but wonder. What was I like back then? I mean, the me who lived through the Ajusa without Park Monday. He guessed, if Yujin's attitude was so distant, he probably never debuted. And since he'd been uncooperative all through Ajusa, Yujin might only remember him by that first impression. No, it was likely. Anyway, he'd have some recognition. Maybe he's acting now, but if he stayed with Dream K, it probably wasn't much. He knew these thoughts were useless. This wasn't his story. It's just speculation. Yet overthinking was Bei Sejin's trait. Stop it. Now he'd learned to take on challenges. He drew another breath, pushed the thoughts away, read through the script, and went to sleep. Calming himself, he tackled the schedule the next day, and, late that night, made his move. He had a secret weapon ready. Want some? He pulled an envelope of recycled paper from the box by his pillow and handed it to Cha Yujin. Eugen's favorite snack from Sejin's homemade stash. Homemade candy. His mother regularly sent it from a friend's candy shop. A taste of home. Eugen always adored. Oh, nope. Ugh. He reached for it, but Eugen refused. Sejin Hyung buys a lot of these. I like them. I'll mention it to my mom. Oh, but you tried the brownies. He missed the noisy, talkative roommate terribly. Suppressing the lump in his throat, he soldiered on. Also, under your bed are the snacks and hobby stuff you usually keep. If you're bored, help yourself. Okay. Eugen agreed, but didn't move. He didn't even pretend to look. A polite cold shoulder. Until now, busy group interactions had kept Sejin from noticing. But in one-on-one conversation, his perceptive nature picked up Eugen's subtle nonverbal cues immediately. Contempt, hostility, condescension. What's his deal? Instead of anger, Sejin turned to the script, heart pounding. Why is he like this? Maybe he remembers me as that pathetic guy who Inavia Elgar don't copy, read here, failed to debut. He'd singled him out all along. Stop it. He realized it was paranoia. He refused to let one person's attitude sway him anymore. He steadied himself and turned back to the script. Then Eugen spoke. Are you close with the guy who lives here? Eugen, almost as a mutter, indifferent and incredulous. Sejin answered earnestly. We're in the same group, and we've been roommates. Isn't this the new dorm? He meant they'd only been together a few days in this new place. But Sejin shook his head. We just moved, but we were roommates for over a year before. So we're still using the same roommate setup. Eugen fell silent, but Sejin's mind clicked. As if fitting dialogue into place, an idea formed. Then, maybe this was his chance. Actually, we'll change it soon. He swallowed and spoke up again, mimicking Ryu Chong-woo's smooth style. When reality filming starts, they'll probably switch roommates. A brief glance met him. Sejin pressed on as gently as he could. So, if there's a room you'd like, would you join that shoot for us? I'll do my best to get you the room you want during filming. I don't care. Any room, any roommate. Damn, why does he speak Korean so well? Sejin squeezed his eyes shut, but pushed on. The real point was next. Okay, but it's uncomfortable, right? You'd have to stay somewhere else during filming. You couldn't go out much. They'd say he was unwell, so he'd need to stay in a hotel or hospital. That would be stifling. Better to rest an injured leg and skip the stage, but still join one group reality show. Would that suit Eugen? He tried to explain calmly. Laughter. A mocking laugh. Why me? What? Leaving the dorm is fine. Eugen looked at Sejin, expressionless. But where I live then is up to me. It's my body, and I'll do as I please. Okay. Sejin was momentarily speechless, but not because he had nothing to say. He'd tried to understand Eugen's confusion as someone dropped into an alien environment without familiar faces. During Ajusa, Eugen had it easier. But declaring you can do whatever you want, even if it harms the original occupant, that's violence. Taking someone's coat because you're cold isn't natural. It's selfishness, not individuality. He thought so. And so, no. Sejin spoke with firm seriousness. What are you talking about? Dawn. Sejin's voice echoed through the room. I understand you're confused and upset, but you can't just do whatever you want. I've also vented stress at others and apologized. I'm telling you from experience. Hyung. Big Sejin, the eldest, interjected cautiously. What did Eugen say? He said he'd skip the reality shoot. Then he'd have to leave the dorm. Sejin clenched his fist. And he said he'd wander around as he pleased. And that for the next month he'd do whatever he wanted. Damn. I looked at Cha Eugen. He was still staring at Sejin. They must have argued a few rounds. I decided to clarify first, rather than punish. Calmly ignoring Sejin's anger, I addressed Eugen. We told people you'd be out for health reasons. That's the best excuse, right? Even an idol like Eugen would admit that. So if it's okay, I'd like you to at least act accordingly. Whatever you want, just say so. Eugen replied in a low voice. I'll do that too. Fuck. He's pissed off as well. This crossed a line. I struggled to think of a sure but moderate solution. Then Sean Ah-hyun spoke in calm English. We didn't drag you into this situation. We're just as caught up as you are. She chose her words courteously. We've done our best to show consideration. If there were shortcomings, aren't you willing to discuss them? Uh. Eugen was silent, then sighed softly. Your consideration has an agenda. It's not care, it's control. Control. What? Simply put, don't do anything that could harm career prospects when our Cha Eugen returns. All eyes are on me. I'm not blaming you. But you can't blame me either. So, he moved his neck. Testa? I'm sorry, but that's none of my business. And in the next moment, he strode past us toward the front door. Wait, what is he doing? Everyone reacted a beat too slowly. Ryu Chong-woo was standing at the edge and froze. Damn. I tried to lock the door with my pad, but Eugen opened it first. He called the elevator and hit close. Hey, which meant he'd already called the elevator. That bastard. Had he planned to leave all along? I ground my teeth as I turned back. Cha Eugen. The elevator doors stayed shut, and I heard Kim Rae-bin ask, Where are you going? His lips moved, but I didn't know, and the elevator descended. Cha Eugen had left the dorm. 476 chapter. 6 years after debut, a member vanished without permission. It was bone-chilling. The instant the elevator carrying Steer Cha Eugen descended, we sprinted down the stairs, but it was already too late. Our new dorm sits on a high floor. No matter how fast our reflexes, we couldn't catch up to an elevator. And so, at dead of night, the company was thrown into chaos. What? From the manager team leader who couldn't believe it, all the way up to the president's ears, the news awakened almost every staff member, sending them scouring Seoul like vermin. Of course, we were no exception. Ryu Chong-woo's face was grim as he darted between the security office and our dorm. Have they checked the CCTV? They tracked him on foot up to the front gate. Then the footage went dark. He probably hailed a taxi. And to trace that taxi, we'd have to file a missing person report with the police. But of course filing a report would be insane. Unless we wanted tomorrow morning's entertainment headlines to preemptively splash Cha Eugen missing across every news outlet. Fuck. I almost bit my tongue in frustration. I kept my feeds on SNS open, watching for eyewitness posts while I tried to guess where he might go. Last time he bolted during a tour, we found him. If you know someone well, you can roughly predict their route. But, the problem was, we didn't know him well. Because he's Steer Cha Eugen. Right. I'll admit it. Before Park Mundi became Testa, office worker Ryu Jian-woo was intrigued by Steer. He researched him extensively. That's why in the hospital he'd recognized this Cha Eugen as the same one from Steer's era. But that doesn't mean you know the person. Everything I know about Steer Cha Eugen has been filtered through the media, idol-related info only. I have no idea what places he personally likes or frequents. And besides, well, no one else is saying anything now, so I'll speak up. Big Sejun ruffled his hair and smiled wryly. You know we have a group schedule tomorrow evening, right? The event. That's right. Our nearly final domestic group appearance is tomorrow. A summer festival. We announced Eugen's absence in advance, but if we stay up all night, hunting him down and then botch the show, that's a problem too. Exactly. Our only alternative would be canceling the event entirely, but can you salvage a headliner-level act's cancellation at this scale? It's harsh to say, but events carry different reputations. Canceling one has varying fallout. And tomorrow's event is Waterball. We're screwed. Fuck. Canceling at the last minute would leave us roasted. No excuse would fly. Once we cancel, it's guaranteed headlines. Even if we go on without him successfully, if a report surfaces that Eugen, who supposedly skipped due to illness, was spotted fine outside. Cha Eugen's crazy? Get your shit together. We all almost quit LOL. This is why you never hire foreign trainees. Always this nonsense. Yes, Ignacio like Eugen, stop peddling dirty Korean money and go back to America. Eugen already had a strike on his record for that camera assault incident. No matter what we did, he'd be dragged through hell online. What do we do? Even I had no damn answer, other than keep searching. But morning came, and still no sign of Cha Eugen. Of course, no one got a full night's rest. Half the team still at the office. I, too, welcomed dawn in the living room, bleary-eyed. I massaged my temples, thoughts spinning. If only the album had flopped a bit more. I thought that was the right call at the time, but what about Eugen's career now? How do we fix this mess? My head hurt. Too much to handle. Even if we find Steer Cha Eugen, where do we start with damage control? The company, public opinion, our activities, and what to do with him for the next month. All I can think of is an extreme solution. I pressed my eyes shut. Then, plop, a glass of cold water appeared on the table before me, as if to say, drink. I picked it up and drank. Sitting opposite was Bei Sijin. Maybe he thought Eugen bolted because of him. Sijin didn't look any better. He looked unwell. Hyung, we have filming the day after tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow too. Maybe you should rest. I'm fine. I've pulled all-nighters for shoots before. Sijin replied flatly, then frowned in confusion. I just don't understand why he'd go this far. No matter how many different experiences he's had in recent years, he's still Cha Eugen. I never thought he'd do something like this. Something like this. Though Eugen seems impulsive, when he senses someone's in trouble, he knows how to show consideration, without making a big deal of it, just naturally. Sijin must have been shocked hearing him say, I don't care what happens to you, so bluntly. True. If you don't know the backstory, you can't gauge how stressed Steer Cha Eugen is by this environment. He literally quit being an idol. Then we throw him into a month of success? No wonder he snapped. I should have handled his mental care better. In focusing on getting him through 30 days safely and back to normal, I neglected his emotional welfare. My head felt heavy as silence settled. A low voice broke the quiet. Do you really think that's the way? I looked up to see pale-faced Kim Rae-bin, tentatively on the sofa. I don't think Cha Eugen purposely ran off to cause us trouble. Sijin looked up sharply. I wish that were the case, but you heard him. He said it's none of his business. Yes, but I don't think he meant to cause deliberate disruption. Did Cha Eugen ever say he wanted to harm Testa's career on purpose? No, but if he doesn't care, of course he'd end up doing so. Wait. I felt like I'd just been slapped. Pleasantly. Wait a moment. Park Monday. Rae-bin's right. Clearing my head, I picked up my phone. It was still silent. No updates on Eugen. But flipped around, that meant no eyewitness reports either. Is that possible? He's been gone over 5 hours without a car. Without a personal vehicle, even with luck, for an idol of Testa's notoriety to wander the streets without a single sighting? Impossible. Unless he's deliberately avoiding being seen. Right now, Cha Eugen is moving in ways that avoid being spotted. If he'd wanted to blatantly sabotage Testa, he'd be clubbing or something. But he's not. He's using idol-hardened instincts to dodge prying eyes. Even now, he's respecting boundaries somehow. I don't know why. I absent-mindedly recalled his words. But where I live, that's up to me. It's my body, and I'll do as I please. Your consideration has an agenda. It's not care, it's control. Could it be he's scared? Just then, Kim Rae-bin raised his hand again. Pardon me if this is presumptuous, but you can speak freely. Thank you. Bin spoke earnestly. I think we need to have more conversation with Cha Eugen. Sijin muttered sadly. We tried, but it didn't work. Excuse me? Perhaps I chose too broad a word. What I mean is, he searched for precise wording and continued. I believe we tried persuasion disguised as conversation. But with no conversation without ulterior motive, we failed to build trust. Why so? No. We both stared at Ben in astonishment. His analysis was razor-sharp, unbelievable for someone thought to lack social intuition. You're right. Yes, because we were so worried about him, we couldn't help but try persuasion. I looked at Ben, thinking, he must have wrestled with this deeply. His usual reticence now made sense. Despite his confusion, he spoke with conviction. I don't fully know what's on Cha Eugen's mind, but I want to know. I met his gaze and nodded. All right. I agree too. I want to know what he's thinking. Since he's crossed the line, an honest talk seems best. Thank you. We needed to find him first, though? Yes. I reopened my phone. Realizing he's avoiding detection, narrowed possible locations, transport methods, and destinations. Somewhere an idol would go. Sijin nodded. In that case, we can narrow it with what we know. Focusing on Cha Eugen's ajusa, participation, and earlier info. The person who knows him best makes sense. Did Eugen ever frequent any places as a trainee? Kim Rae-bin answered seriously. He preferred crowded spots. That's vague. Can you be more specific? Scenic outdoor cafes or barbecue restaurants. Noisy, open spaces. He tended to choose outdoors over indoors. Oh, that sounds like a place that reminds him of home. We honed the range. Then one thought struck. If he wanted to escape, he might go far. Did he ever go outside Seoul as a trainee? Except for his hometown, he did visit the coast once. The coast? In Ganghwado. My mind clicked. Cha Yujin lived near a beach in San Diego. When he bolted on tour, we found him at a seaside cafe. And from that variety show he did during Steer's era, he filmed at Ganghwado. The Ganghwado beach was Steer's first variety show location. There. Yes. Let's search there. And 2 hours later, Cha Yujin, Steer Cha Yujin meets a friend. 477 chapter. Cha. Yujin inhaled slowly. The salty, exhilarating scent of the coastline, the rough waves crashing on the shore, filled his lungs. Although it was summer, the early morning breeze by the water was only moderately warm. The air at this Ganghwado beach reminded him of the shore near his home in San Diego. In the past, he would have easily regained his pace in a moment like this. But now his mind refused to clear. To be precise, Cha Yujin could no longer, with a simple breath, blow away those loser feelings like dust. It was impossible to return to how things were before. This sucks. So he decided at least to keep calm. He could endure 30 days here in silence, if only he were truly alone. But, Cha Yujin. A voice called out. He turned and saw In-young's shadowy figure, masked and blinking in the backlight of dawn. It wasn't that it was dark. She was running toward him with the rising sun at her back, making her silhouette indistinct. Yet he recognized her immediately. After all, he'd known her for years. Take care, Cha Yujin. The colleague who had bid him farewell before his return home. Kim Rae-bin. But the moment that name left his lips, he realized, she's not the same person. His stomach churned. Yet Kim Rae-bin, at least the name, had raced along the shoreline to shout. You really were here? She had found him. Does this version of Cha Yujin have some special memory here, too? Just the thought made him sick. I'm here, yes. But weren't you looking for your friend? Then go back. There's no such person here. I'm not your friend. He spoke so smoothly, words flowing without hesitation. Cha Yujin barely restrained his rising anger and turned away silently. Then, no, you are my friend. Rae-bin's voice rose. But Cha Yujin knew, she's not angry. In her tone was the quiet confidence of someone sharing newly discovered truth. Ever since we joined Ajusa, we agreed our experiences would differ. But I realized the bond we built before participation didn't vanish. Before participation? Cha Yujin asked himself inwardly and then understood. Before Ajusa, back when they trained together at the same agency. In that case, you really are the friend I met during trainee days. And you really are Cha Yujin, the one who studied math with me as a trainee. There's our proof that we're the same person. Cha Yujin was momentarily speechless. Not because he had a rebuttal, but because Rae-bin spoke with such conviction, convinced she had found airtight logic. My goodness. It was a sight unfamiliar in recent years, but not wholly strange. Before his debut, and even afterward when preparing albums, he'd seen her like this occasionally. This approach will deliver modern charm while ensuring a polished performance. He remembered glimpsing that side of her then. No, that's wrong. My friend was always like that. Kim Rae-bin had always been that person. Courteous and humble at first glance, but stubborn and uncompromising, with unshakable certainty and the talent to make it no mere arrogance. Seeing that side of a longtime colleague again stirred unexpected emotion. Cha Yujin surely recognized it too. She's not exactly the same person. He had told her as much himself, yet he could not deny it now. But we share so much in common. He was still in his 20s. Faced with a strange world and a cornered existence, he could not reject that solid bond. So in a voice caught by emotion, he answered, You're right. At that moment a wave broke against the shore. Cha Yujin turned his head. She probably didn't catch that. Without needing a Korean response, a bigger answer came instead. Yes. Cha Yujin rose from the rocks. Did you understand what I said, Kim Rae-bin? I study simple English for songwriting. Helps me nail punchlines. For a moment, Cha Yujin almost asked what song she was composing, but reality dawned, and he held back. It would serve no purpose. Rae-bin hadn't noticed his awkward pause. She forged ahead. Seizing the lighter mood, She recalled Park Mundy's advice, speak freely when meeting him. So she truly did. Rabin asked what seemed most important. Have you eaten? Food, shelter, clothing, essential. He hadn't slept, so at least he should eat. Cha Yujin hesitated, then smiled faintly and gazed back at the sea. No. Then, though it's early, let's have breakfast. I'm okay. He wasn't in the mood. Rabin looked stunned. You're skipping meals from stress? Or is it that you've been so free before that this situation feels overwhelming? His free spirit. Cha Yujin cradled his chin, stared at the waves, then replied offhand. I worked at a mechanic shop. His 5 years of activity ended as if they'd never happened. After returning home, that was his new work. My parents offered me a surfboard shop, but I refused. He'd have found meeting jokers surfing all day at the beach unbearably annoying. A contradictory feeling of hating the life he wanted, to waste his days, yet despising others who did just that. A repair garage? Yeah. Did you like it? Not really. But he didn't hate it. Cha Yujin had never failed at something permanently. He adapted quickly to hands-on work. And it was good not to think about anything. Why did Steer Cha Yujin return home the moment his contract ended? In fact, other agencies did offer him deals, not huge ones, but enough to release another album or two. Yet he refused. Nope. I've already come too far. He'd realized how foolish his actions had been. He had a simple life philosophy taught by his grandfather. If you can't find a solution, search diligently. If you really can't, cleanly give up and try a new direction. He lived by that until debut. But the past years as Steer Cha Yujin were different. He never cleanly gave up. A member arrested for drugs, a song he didn't choose became the title, his name attached to projects he didn't join, albums canceled, and rumors. Rumor after rumor in an uncontrollable swirl. Though no fundamental solution appeared, he endured by making the best choice each moment. At the time, every sacrifice felt worthwhile. Even wasting himself was acceptable. But after pouring everything out, nothing remained. Contract with Steer terminated. An ending with no growth or reversal. He had to accept it. He'd missed the moment to let go. But here, this place makes me overthink. And that was painful. A world too perfect, where refusal never had to happen and all succeeded, became intolerable. I don't understand why I have to see this damned perfect world. Unable to articulate that even in English, Cha Yujin muttered in Spanish. Rabin didn't press for meaning. She quietly focused her gentle social intuition on his tone to grasp the emotion. He's in pain. And that alone was enough. Rabin quietly sat beside him, resolved to simply watch the sea together. She knew her own limits with words. The waves lapped and sparkled. Before the calm shore, Cha Yujin felt a hint of liberation, free to voice words no one else would understand. Thanks to that, he could nod at Rabin's soft words. It's 8 already. Perfect time for breakfast. Yeah. They rose from the rocks, their footprints neat and straight. After eating at the rice and side dish restaurant Rabin had scouted, where they got private rooms, Rabin felt comfortable enough to ask his burning question. Cha Yujin, do you dislike Hyung's? Ugh. There it was, spoken outright. Cha Yujin nearly choked on his water, but held firm. Since he'd already left the dorm, he decided to answer honestly. It's uncomfortable. Because you feel we're infringing on your freedom for another Cha Yujin? Or because you feel we treat you as that other Yujin? Yeah. He reacted with hesitation. Rabin's blunt phrasing was jolting. Then, after thinking, he offered a more candid, specific response. Kindness, guilt, and a bit of worry. And, Mundy Hyung. Rabin looked up sharply. Cha Yujin frowned slightly. I find him suspicious. He knows too much about me. Rabin's jaw dropped. Hyung Mundy usually remembers all of us well, but as the planner of our group. Nope, not that, about me. Me, not you guys. Cha Yujin nodded inwardly. The person Rabin called Hyung Mundy knew Steer Cha Yujin's triggers better than anyone. Testa, objectively, hadn't had a great track record, a boy band with a rocky history. A man of the same gender hardly would know such details beyond secondhand rumors. Yet Park Mundy's interventions. Shut up. You don't need to see that. He always blocked at decisive moments. as if he knew the group's triggers based on facts. Too much, unnatural. Cha Yujin couldn't fully explain, but wanted to warn Rabin that something felt off. So he spoke up. Then, let's just ask him directly. What? Rabin immediately pulled out his phone. Rabin, are you crazy? I'm not crazy, you idiot. ID. As Cha Yujin recoiled at his first Korean curse in ages, Rabin calmly dialed. Hyung. Moments later. One more person joined them in the quiet Ganghwado beachfront restaurant room. Hello. Hyung Mundi appeared, his under eyes hollowed from a single restless day. He'd never looked robust or fierce. Now he seemed even more drained. Cha Yujin felt a twinge of guilt, but prioritized caution. As he braced himself, Hyung, Cha Yujin has questions for you. Rabin blurted out Yujin's doubts directly. Rabin. Cha Yujin prepared for any crisis, eyes sharp, reflexes ready. But Park Mundi merely bowed his head slightly. About that. And Cha Yujin, alert to social cues, noticed the nuance of that gesture. This man. I was curious. I just cared enough to follow your activities. He was embarrassed. My goodness. Park Mundi, former Ryu Jianwoo, found himself, impossibly, admitting to fangirling right in front of the singer. 478 chapter. This situation is incredibly disorienting. This situation. What were you interested in? What activity did you watch? Just overall. Wasn't the one who skipped out of the dorm Cha Yujin? I don't understand why it feels like I'm being interrogated. He said he didn't want to talk about Steer. After staying up all night and finally finding this guy, getting grilled in a seafood rice joint on Ganghwa Island about my past. Yeah, I never saw this coming. But I can't just refuse to answer. Looking over, Kim Rae-bin must have smoothed things over, because this guy's tension seems to have eased a bit, but I can't mess this up. So I'm answering every question, and they just keep coming. Why did you watch us? Damn. This question, murderer personality, must run in Cha Yujin's side too. Well, at least I'm used to it, so I'll stay calm. Meanwhile, Yujin's questions are getting more specific. What I mean is, there must have been a cause or a trigger, right? I looked at him. Steer Cha Yujin has dropped every pretense and is being blunt, like he's removing a layer of hurdles he'd set up over the past few days. So I can't give some half-assed answer here. This sharp guy will see right through it. All right, so that's it. If I tried to wrap this up with fancy wording, it'd backfire. So I just started saying whatever came to mind. It was a story I'd never told before. I saw a fan cam of your stage, and you were good. I think it was at a festival in Pohang. I actually remembered the name roughly. The Pohang Sea Festival hosted by the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. 2/0712 Pohang Ocean Leisure Festival Steer Full. It was a coincidence. When I was in college, I used to shoot idol event videos to make some spending money. It stuck as a habit, so I was watching idols videos and happened to come across yours. And the data selling instincts from back then were still there. A sense of these guys are worth about this much. So I casually looked up the rates and was pretty shocked. They were lower than my estimate. And at that point, demand was already dropping. I could see people pulling out. No major catalyst for a rebound. This idol group was destined to fizzle. Yet when I watched Steer's stage, I didn't see that lethargy typical of people who know it's already too late. I wondered if I'd miscalculated the rates. Maybe that's why I even thought, if I upload a fancam I shot, could I hit the jackpot again by luck? Like with the Yonglin Flood fancam. But I knew it was practically impossible, and I didn't have the time or money to try. I didn't even have a reason to, so that was it. As I kept watching, YouTube's algorithm recommended related videos, variety shows, and stage clips. That's all. That really was all. I shut my mouth, and Cha Yujin shut his. He doesn't seem suspicious. That was enough. I let out a quiet sigh. That should explain it. Beside me, Kim Rae-bin looked like he was barely following, but I'll worry about him later. Right now, I'm just trying to keep my own head straight. Frankly, admitting that I only remembered looking up Steer now is embarrassing. To be precise, I'd even forgotten that I'd ever looked up Steer until recently. I'd entered Park Mundi's body with no recollection of that. My memory ended with the vague information that the relisting season of had gone well in my 20s as a civil service exam student. And it was only very recently, when the system freaked out, that I regained Ryu Jianwu's memories of leaving the exam and working a job. Because I accidentally broke the system, I found them again. So questions like this. Then, are you a fan of ours? Seriously, we don't need questions like that. I've never been to your offline schedules, so it's hard to call myself a fan. Really? But Cha Eugene chuckled. Oh, so you're saying it's just coincidence that someone who never attended your shows as a fan starred in a survival program and turned a B-level boy band into a full-blown K-pop group? You had absolutely no desire to change this group's fate, right? Hell, threaten with death if I didn't debut. You bastard. Fate my ass. I've been barely surviving, fearing I'd die if we didn't get first place or win the grand prize. I couldn't say that, so I swallowed my anger. But a doubt flickered. Was it really a coincidence? Could it be that because I was interested in the group Steer debuted in, the system picked up on that and fixed my wish too? It's possible. Anyway, I calmly dispelled the misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. It's a kind of butterfly effect. My memory was a bit tangled. Then I added some context and emphasized. All I did was watch your stages and variety shows. But it didn't land. You're talking about a boy band that half its members vanished in scandals, leaving only 3. So before I knew any of that, I saw a fan cam first. This isn't working. I'll keep repeating myself. Hold it. I closed and opened my eyes to steady my breathing. Cha Eugene was now leaning on the table, nodding, not with wariness but with ease. Kim Rabin finally seemed to get it and nodded. So that's why you recommended Ganghwa Island right away. What? Unbelievable. It's true it's where we, as trainees, came for a trip, but Cha Eugene said it was your group's first variety shoot location. Mundi Hyung, you must have known that. Incredible. That bastard pretended he'd never talk about Steer, then spilled it to Rabin. Wait, he's still running his mouth. Right? The second one was on Ganghwa Island, too. Oh, really? I frowned. This is weird. They did plan a second reality on Ganghwa Island. But that one got canceled, didn't it? Fuck. I realized immediately. He's testing me with knowledge of a canceled schedule. A debut early schedule at that. You bastard. Cha Eugene laughed, readjusting his posture. I pressed my eyebrows, just in case he'd start spouting nonsense about my memory or the timeline. Instead, he's baiting me with facts. It's a misunderstanding. Okay, I said it's a misunderstanding. I've never bought an album of yours. This info is just in the timeline notes. But Cha Eugene ignored me. I think everything is clear now. Cha Eugene reached out his hand. Quite politely. Nice to meet you. It's been a long time since I met a fan. Damn. I took his hand and shook it. He offered first. Why am I surprised? And though I can't really call myself a fan, I did rely on his free content without spending a dime. That's a debt, I guess. All right, it was good to meet you. Steer Cha Eugene held the handshake for a long time in silence. Then he shrugged his shoulders. You'll miss Mundi Hyung. I'm more handsome than this Cha Eugene. That's debatable. You have proof for that. I have a tattoo here. He pointed to his forearm, while Kim Rabin looked on in shock. I let them play that out. Anyway, I think we're good now. Handled it. If I'd said I was a fan earlier, well, I'm not a true fan anyway, so that might have just made him more wary. This was best. And it seems to stress him less, too. I massaged my throbbing forehead, about to pour some water. That's when liquid splattered onto the table. It wasn't water. Mundi Hyung? Damn. A nosebleed. Are you okay? Should we go to the ER? I'm fine. I was already pressing an ice pack to my stopped nose and muttering. Having a nosebleed from pulling an all-nighter is a first. Even during it never happened. Guess I needed some Bacchus. My brain's overloaded with too much work. Blood must have been rushing to my head and bleeding out via my nose to relieve pressure. Anyway, it means my head's clearer. We're starting to see people again. Yes, we should be careful. We were sitting under a makeshift parasol in front of a convenience store. In the distance by the beach were a few people, and we were all with our hoods up and masks on. No one recognized us yet. But we'd better get a taxi soon. Hey, here, drink this. That guy is the problem. I wonder if he'll go along with it. Thanks. I took the electrolyte drink Eugene offered and paused. Isn't this the drink Steer advertised at debut? Wow, you even know that, Mundi Hyung. Nothing special. I'd read about it on Steer's wiki ad tab. I kept drinking, then heard a small voice beside me. I'm sorry. Are you disappointed in me? No. I took a sip. I should have been more considerate. I'm sorry I wasn't. I added jokingly. We went up against T1 and lost. What? That's actually shocking but true. So they canceled all our schedules with T1. We paid more attention to reputation because we got nervous. Sorry if it felt like we were controlling things. You're right. We had no right to do that when we first met. Kim Rae-bin had been right. I glanced at him packaging the rest of the ice pack, unaware he'd just accomplished a huge social feat by worrying about my nosebleed. I swear. Then, hey, Eugene pinched his nose and hunched his shoulders. I'm not trash. What are you talking about? I have gratitude toward my fans. I'm thankful that you're a fan, Mundi Hyung. I've never bought an album of yours. Some values aren't related to money. That's an unexpectedly anti-capitalist line from him. He rested his chin on his hand, leaning his head on his knee. Thank you. I finished the drink. Thank you, too. We called a call taxi right there and headed back to the dorm. Cha Eugene didn't argue or run off. He just chatted casually with Kim Rae-bin and got in the taxi with us. If only that had solved everything. Why Eugene? Thank goodness. Between their relieved chatter, I spotted Ryu Chong-woo looking grim. Damn, I felt foreboding. Chong-woo Hyung, is something wrong? Yes, something was. The company called. It's just their guess, so don't worry too much, but listen. It seems Ether is appearing today as a special guest at an event called Summer Pool. What? I realized the implication. That wasn't on the schedule, was it? Suddenly. Right. Ether is set to appear today at a small, unpaid or nearly unpaid event similar to Waterbomb. So why did our company hurriedly hear about it and call us? I think someone at the company leaked about Eugene skipping out. Meaning Cha Eugene's runaway got back to that other side through someone at our company. If you hadn't found Eugene, there might have been news articles tonight. Their people expected this Waterbomb event to become negative press for Taystar. And to have a comparison, they hastily slotted Ether into a similar but smaller event. Smart assholes. This way, even a smaller scale appearance feeds the narrative of rookie passion and daring. A first-tier idol who grew complacent and ran off, contrasted with a group that canceled Waterbomb. They're aiming for word of mouth. But that relies on Eugene going berserk first. Yes, but since Eugene returned safely, their intended effect won't happen. Right? That's why I told them not to worry. I thought if I didn't say anything, you'd worry more later. That was fair. Ryu Chong-woo gave a faint smile. Anyway, get some rest. I can handle company calls. You still have, about 4 hours before the event. You could sleep. That won't work. No, we need to rehearse one more time. We have to check the parts. Without our center, we need to focus more. They'd written the song presuming Eugene's presence. Doing it without him requires precise adjustments. But Ryu Chong-woo shook his head. You look terrible. Then let's sleep first. We'll prep and be ready. Do we have a group schedule tonight? Close call. Eugene suddenly jumped in. What the? He asked, is there a schedule? But didn't seem that curious. Yes. It's the event. Is it trouble if Cha Eugene isn't there? A little. Steer Cha Eugene stared into circle dasterisk operator inca iota ght circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story, space. Then glanced at Kim Rae-bin. Could it be? Half of your nosebleed is my fault. I take responsibility. So, I have a schedule tonight. Oh, really? I'm not lying. Cha Eugene. The living room filled with gasps, exclamations, and shock. I nearly dropped my jaw, too. I never imagined this. Steer Cha Eugene is joining the impromptu schedule, at Waterbomb, no less. But a moment later. Mundi, wait. Yeah. Big Sejin carefully called me aside. It's great that Eugene is helping, but you know there's only a few hours until Waterbomb, right? If Eugene can't keep up, it might be better to just skip. They've already covered it as a health issue. What do you think? Reasonable concern and cold analysis. Without other information, I would have nodded. But, I sneered. I think we'll be fine. Let's get straight into rehearsal. No more words needed. Just once. After that dance run, his worries will vanish. No, actually, unless some other feeling emerges in that moment. Okay. And 30 minutes later. I'll say it came true. Waterbomb was approaching. 478 chapter. This situation is incredibly disorienting. This situation. What were you interested in? Uh, what activity did you watch? Just overall. Wasn't the one who skipped out of the dorm Cha Eugene? I don't understand why it feels like I'm being interrogated. He said he didn't want to talk about Steer. After staying up all night and finally finding this guy, getting grilled in a seafood rice joint on Ganghwa Island about my past. Yeah, I never saw this coming. But I can't just refuse to answer. Looking over, Kim Ray Bin must have smoothed things over, because this guy's tension seems to have eased a bit, but I can't mess this up. So I'm answering every question, and they just keep coming. Why did you watch us? Damn. This question, murderer personality, must run in Cha Eugene's side too. Well, at least I'm used to it, so I'll stay calm. Meanwhile, Eugene's questions are getting more specific. What I mean is, there must have been a cause or a trigger, right? I looked at him. Steer Cha Eugene has dropped every pretense and is being blunt, like he's removing a layer of hurdles he'd set up over the past few days. So I can't give some half-assed answer here. This sharp guy will see. Right through it. All right. So that's it. If I tried to wrap this up with fancy wording, it'd backfire. So I just started saying whatever came to mind. It was a story I'd never told before. I saw a fan cam of your stage, and you were good. I think it was at a festival in Pohang. I actually remembered the name roughly. The Pohang Sea Festival hosted by the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. 2/0712 Pohang Ocean Leisure Festival Steer Full. It was a coincidence. When I was in college, I used to shoot idol event videos to make some spending money. It stuck as a habit, so I was watching idols videos and happened to come across yours. And the data selling instincts from back then were still there. A sense of these guys are worth about this much. So I casually looked up the rates and was pretty shocked. They were lower than my estimate. And at that point, demand was already dropping. I could see people pulling out. No major catalyst for a rebound. This idol group was destined to fizzle. Yet when I watched Steer's stage, I didn't see that lethargy typical of people who know it's already too late. I wondered if I'd miscalculated the rates. Maybe that's why I even thought, if I upload a fan cam I shot, could I hit the jackpot again by luck? Like with the Yonglin Flood fan cam. But I knew it was practically impossible, and I didn't have the time or money to try. I didn't even have a reason to, so that was it. As I kept watching, YouTube's algorithm recommended related videos, variety shows, and stage clips. That's all. That really was all. I shut my mouth, and Cha Eugene shut his. He doesn't seem suspicious. That was enough. I let out a quiet sigh. That should explain it. Beside me, Kim Ray Bin looked like he was barely following, but I'll worry about him later. Right now, I'm just trying to keep my own head straight. Frankly, admitting that I only remembered looking up Steer now is embarrassing. To be precise, I'd even forgotten that I'd ever looked up Steer until recently. I'd entered Park Mundi's body with no recollection of that. My memory ended with the vague information that the relisting season of had gone well in my 20s as a civil service exam student. And it was only very recently, when the system freaked out, that I regained Ryu Jianwu's memories of leaving the exam and working a job. Because I accidentally broke the system, I found them again. So questions like this. Then, are you a fan of ours? Seriously, we don't need questions like that. I've never been to your offline schedules, so it's hard to call myself a fan. Really? But Cha Eugene chuckled. Oh, so you're saying it's just coincidence that someone who never attended your shows as a fan starred in a survival program and turned a B-level boy band into a full-blown K-pop group? You had absolutely no desire to change this group's fate, right? Hell, threaten with death if I didn't debut. You bastard. Fate my ass. I've been barely surviving, fearing I'd die if we didn't get first place or win the grand prize. I couldn't say that, so I swallowed my anger. But a doubt flickered. Was it really a coincidence? Could it be that because I was interested in the group Steer debuted in, the system picked up on that and fixed my wish too? It's possible. Anyway, I calmly dispelled the misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. It's a kind of butterfly effect. My memory was a bit tangled. Then I added some context and emphasized. All I did was watch your stages and variety shows. But it didn't land. You're talking about a boy band that half its members vanished in scandals, leaving only 3. So before I knew any of that, I saw a fan cam first. This isn't working. I'll keep repeating myself. Hold it. I closed and opened my eyes to steady my breathing. Cha Eugene was now leaning on the table, nodding, not with wariness but with ease. Kim Rabin finally seemed to get it and nodded. So that's why you recommended Ganghwa Island right away. What? Unbelievable. It's true it's where we, as trainees, came for a trip, but Cha Eugene said it was your group's first variety shoot location. Mundi Hyung, you must have known that. Incredible. That bastard pretended he'd never talk about Steer, then spilled it to Ray Bin. Wait, he's still running his mouth, right? The second one was on Ganghwa Island, too. Oh, really? Huh. I frowned. This is weird. They did plan a second reality on Ganghwa Island. But that one got canceled, didn't it? Fuck. I realized immediately. He's testing me with knowledge of a canceled schedule. A debut-early schedule at that. You bastard. Cha Eugene laughed, readjusting his posture. I pressed my eyebrows, just in case he'd start spouting nonsense about my memory or the timeline. Instead, he's baiting me with facts. It's a misunderstanding. Okay, I said it's a misunderstanding. I've never bought an album of yours. This info is just in the timeline notes. But Cha Eugene ignored me. I think everything is clear now. Cha Eugene reached out his hand. Quite politely. Nice to meet you. It's been a long time since I met a fan. Damn. I took his hand and shook it. He offered first. Why am I surprised? And though I can't really call myself a fan, I did rely on his free content without spending a dime. That's a debt, I guess. All right, it was good to meet you. Steer Cha Eugene held the handshake for a long time in silence. Then he shrugged his shoulders. You'll miss Mundi Hyung. I'm more handsome than this Cha Eugene. That's debatable. You have proof for that. I have a tattoo here. He pointed to his forearm, while Kim Rabin looked on in shock. I let them play that out. Anyway, I think we're good now. Handled it. If I'd said I was a fan earlier, well, I'm not a true fan anyway, so that might have just made him more wary. This was best. And it seems to stress him less, too. I massaged my throbbing forehead, about to pour some water. That's when liquid splattered onto the table. It wasn't water. And Mundi Hyung? Damn. A nosebleed. Are you okay? Should we go to the ER? I'm fine. I was already pressing an ice pack to my stopped nose and muttering. Having a nosebleed from pulling an all-nighter is a first. Even during it never happened. Guess I needed some Bacchus. My brain's overloaded with too much work. Blood must have been rushing to my head and bleeding out via my nose to relieve pressure. Anyway, it means my head's clearer. We're starting to see people again. Yes, we should be careful. We were sitting under a makeshift parasol in front of a convenience store. In the distance by the beach were a few people, and we were all with our hoods up and masks on. No one recognized us yet. But we'd better get a taxi soon. Hey, here, drink this. That guy is the problem. I wonder if he'll go along with it. Thanks. I took the electrolyte drink Eugene offered and paused. Isn't this the drink Steer advertised at debut? Wow, you even know that, Mundi Hyung. Nothing special. I'd read about it on Steer's wiki ad tab. I kept drinking, then heard a small voice beside me. I'm sorry. Are you disappointed in me? No. I took a sip. I should have been more considerate. I'm sorry I wasn't. I added jokingly. We went up against T1 and lost. What? That's actually shocking but true. So they canceled all our schedules with T1. We paid more attention to reputation because we got nervous. Sorry if it felt like we were controlling things. You're right. We had no right to do that when we first met. Kim Rabin had been right. I glanced at him packaging the rest of the ice pack, unaware he'd just accomplished a huge social feat by worrying about my nosebleed. I swear. Then, hey. Eugene pinched his nose and hunched his shoulders. I'm not trash. What are you talking about? I have gratitude toward my fans. I'm thankful that you're a fan, Mundi Hyung. I've never bought an album of yours. Some values aren't related to money. That's an unexpectedly anti-capitalist line from him. He rested his chin on his hand, leaning his head on his knee. Thank you. I finished the drink. Thank you, too. We called a call taxi right there, circle asterisk operator, Ingvi Eliota GHT, circle asterisk operator. Read the full story, and headed back to the dorm. Cha Eugene didn't argue or run off. He just chatted casually with Kim Rabin and got in the taxi with us. If only that had solved everything. Why Eugene? Thank goodness. Between their relieved chatter, I spotted Ryu Chong-woo looking grim. Damn, I felt foreboding. Chong-woo Hyung, is something wrong? Yes, something was. The company called. It's just their guess, so don't worry too much, but listen. It seems Ether is appearing today as a special guest at an event called Summer Pool. What? I realized the implication. That wasn't on the schedule, was it? Suddenly. Right. Ether is set to appear today at a small, unpaid or nearly unpaid event similar to Waterbomb. So why did our company hurriedly hear about it and call us? I think someone at the company leaked about Eugene skipping out. Meaning Cha Eugene's runaway got back to that other side through someone at our company. If you hadn't found Eugene, there might have been news articles tonight. Their people expected this Waterbomb event to become negative press for Taystar. And to have a comparison, they hastily slotted Ether into a similar but smaller event. Smart assholes. This way, even a smaller scale appearance feeds the narrative of rookie passion and daring. A first-tier idol who grew complacent and ran off, contrasted with a group that canceled Waterbomb. They're aiming for word of mouth. But that relies on Eugene going berserk first. Yes, but since Eugene returned safely, their intended effect won't happen. Right? That's why I told them not to worry. I thought if I didn't say anything, you'd worry more later. That was fair. Ryu Chong-woo gave a faint smile. Anyway, get some rest. I can handle company calls. You still have, about 4 hours before the event. You could sleep. That won't work. No, we need to rehearse one more time. We have to check the parts. Without our center, we need to focus more. They'd written the song presuming Eugene's presence. Doing it without him requires precise adjustments. But Ryu Chong-woo shook his head. You look terrible. Then let's sleep first. We'll prep and be ready. Do we have a group schedule tonight? Close call. Eugene suddenly jumped in. What the? He asked, is there a schedule? But didn't seem that curious. Yes. It's the event. Is it trouble if Cha Eugene isn't there? A little. Steer Cha Eugene stared into space, then glanced at Kim Rae-bin. Could it be? Half of your nosebleed is my fault. I take responsibility. So, I have a schedule tonight. Oh, really? I'm not lying. Cha Eugene. The living room filled with gasps, exclamations, and shock. I nearly dropped my jaw too. I never imagined this. Steer Cha Eugene is joining the impromptu schedule, at Waterbomb, no less. But a moment later, Monday, wait. Yeah. Big Sejin carefully called me aside. It's great that Eugene is helping, but you know there's only a few hours until Waterbomb, right? If Eugene can't keep up, it might be better to just skip. They've already covered it as a health issue. What do you think? Reasonable concern and cold analysis. Without other information, I would have nodded. But, I sneered. I think we'll be fine. Let's get straight into rehearsal. No more words needed. Just once. After that dance run, his worries will vanish. No, actually, unless some other feeling emerges in that moment. Okay. And 30 minutes later. I'll say it came true. Waterbomb was approaching. 479 chapter. Seoul Waterbomb. Wah. Hey. The frenzy of the summer festival, trading fun for stamina, had been in full swing since afternoon. Sprays of water, laughter, screams, and music erupting from every direction. Usually most attendees at these events focus on playing rather than watching performances, but today's Waterbomb drew plenty of people who, despite the exhaustion of 10 hours of water gun battles and cheering, clearly came for one thing. They're up last, right? Yeah, I think. They're TSDAR's fans. Of course Taystar has huge public recognition, and this isn't their solo concert, so not everyone here is a diehard. But still, people who wouldn't normally brave a 10-hour water fight party showed up anyway. Even non-fans came expecting to see TSDAR's performance as famous singers. It's freezing. Well, the bigger names come out at night. TSDR's on after 9, I think. Okay, we'll hang in there. Whoa, hey, Moody's up next. No way. But among those simply enjoying the festival, some Taystar fans were anxious. Naturally, it's Cha Eugene's absence. Really bummed Eugene's not here. Cha Go-young would have gone crazy out there. Eugene must hate missing this most of all. He never gets sick, so if he is, it's serious. Let him rest and get healthy. Love you, Eugene. Pick. The announcement that Cha Eugene was suspending schedules for health reasons went up days ago, so most assumed he wouldn't show today. SNS was full of messages hoping for his recovery. But the worry didn't stop there. His star power is so huge that fans began speculating wildly. No diagnosis given, just rest? LOL. Eugen's official account hasn't posted. Pretty sus. Did Cha Mara flare up again? Eugene stress break? LOL feels so fake, doesn't suit him. Since debut, has Cha Eugene ever been ill enough to cancel everything indefinitely? And they didn't even say what was wrong. Only that he'd been advised to take a break for a physical and mental strain. So people wondered, what's really going on? Rumors flew under the surface. By dawn, some trolls even surfaced with spicy claims. Eugene's sick? Nah, he's off meeting his girlfriend, smiley face. Yesterday he went AWOL. Company's furious, idiots. The account Eugene Ignatius finds his roots. He actually did abandon the dorm. Anonymous accounts, all speaking in the same tone, spreading claims of a secret girlfriend, dorm fights with members, contract disputes, everything. Some even said Taystar might cancel entirely. Let's see if Taystar shows up. LOL pity party. If they drop a cancellation notice, don't fool yourself. Then fence sitters thinking where there's smoke chimed in. Sounds like something's up. Hard not to worry. He's always been different since debut. Come on, Big Bird, you guys search everything. Do something. It's eerily quiet. By midday it calmed, but fans remained uneasy. Even Kim Rae-bin's casual outing with friends put his fans on edge. Why of all times does Eugene get sick now? They'd spent money on tickets. Should they get a partial refund? Probably not thanks to Rae-bin, but still. He's not gonna bail. Yeah, he won't. Muttering that, Rae-bin's fan edged close to the front fence, rain-soaked and cold, determined not to miss a moment. Hey, move up here. Sure. Their friends followed, and around them people were doing the same. Eyes darting to fill gaps and check the timetable mentally. Fine. The jitters are one thing. Seeing Taystar live is another. No cancellation came. Now for the final segment. They're on. Hello Soul. Papa Baba Popang. Water cannons, pounding sound, pyrotechnic flame effects, and bursting LEDs lit up the dark midsummer evening stage, and 6 tall figures strode out. Make some noise. It was Taystar. Wah. Even as the crowd screamed, fans noticed one thing. Cha Eugene was missing. But only for a moment. Their eyes shifted to the group's outfits. They wore simple white t-shirts and jeans, a few with light denim jackets tossed on. Perfect for this setting. Simplicity lets the water be the highlight. Wah! Over the deafening roar, the familiar intro beat kicked in, an upbeat, slightly more rhythmic festival remix of Promise. Take your star. On the night the stars rained down. Ride the waves and run. Up to the sky, run and fly. A crisp idol pop hit. Everyone sang along. Exactly the college fest vibe you want. And with water as the theme, the performance fit perfectly. Wow. So damn good, holy shit. Already Taystar was splashing through the water spray on stage in custom barefoot anti-slip pads, earning bursts of pure color-bright cheers. They gave everything they had. Today is good just as it is. Let's go. In the second verse they tossed in an ad-lib break, racing around the catwalk. Sean Ah-hyun. Seon Ah-hyun popped out to the edge, spinning gracefully through the spray. Wah! She gave a shy wave with a hint of embarrassment and got doused again. Nearby, Ryu Chong-woo. Ryu Chong-woo. Over here, please. Even non-Taystar fans jerked toward the shout. Ryu Chong-woo smiled, taking water on his neck and back, playing it up. Insane abs. Holding back the urge to turn away, Kim Rae-bin's fans swiveled to her bias and froze. Yes, fly so far like this. Right in front of her, the brilliantly pierced white face of Kim Rae-bin. This is it, Kim Rae-bin. She almost lost it, but then reality hit. The member wearing a jacket beside him was letting a boisterous couple yank it off. Take it off? Take it off. Are you kidding me? That jacket really came off. Handed into the crowd. Ah! Mama! Absolute bedlam, screams, and wild cheering. Kim Rae-bin, bewildered, took it as a sign of thanks, bowed slightly, and plunged back into the performance with his shirt plastered to his back. Fuck. He still killed it. I kick myself for ever hating on him for risking himself at Waterbomb. Hot as hell. Kim Rae-bin's fan, grateful she hadn't filmed it, watched with her own eyes. Tonight will sparkle. After circling the catwalk, Taystar launched into a high-energy dance break to close the first song. The crowd's roar rocked the open-air venue. Hello, nice to meet you. Even during their light banter, water jets splashed them nonstop. Lee Sejin laughed it off, wiping her cheek and moving on. Got it. But fun is more important, right? The cheers and positivity echoed around them. Yet amid the hot, thrilling atmosphere, a frown crossed Kim Rae-bin's fan's face. This is why water bombs risky. Mindless shooters, drunk tossers, dangerous. Famous male idols attract weird fandoms and jealous haters. But then Park Mundy, the drenching stage puppy, made a bombshell comment. Then just shoot freely. We've got you. Covered. He reached into his pocket, and so did the others. Waterproof goggles. They hadn't needed them earlier, now they donned them like armor. Stylish fashion goggles, then leapt onto the catwalk in order, no pause. Next song, here we go. Wah. Perfect spot. Insane. As Kim Rae-bin's fan and her friend clasped arms and screamed, Bae Sejin at the front got showered with water gun fire. His white shirt was soaked through. Poor guy. Yet he didn't stop, encouraging his fans who aimed at his abs. Then the next prelude hit. Doom. The new track. Roll the dice. A slightly more intense remix. People screamed in anticipation. Just before the crowd could really join in. And we have a guest. Ryu Chong-woo grinned. But before he could explain, the band kicked in. In your hands again. My tape wins close. Park Mundy's high notes rang out. Wah. Goggles on. He moved freely through any spray, the crowd's lights tracing his form. The moment my heart pounds. Every sense slows. Taystar delivered signature choreography crisply, then freestyle ran the catwalk. Cameras flashed. The beat dropped. The air crackled with heat and moisture. Just before the pre-chorus. Finding the certain answer. Suddenly the music cut out. At the peak moment. A presumed audio glitch. Then, ping. From the back of the catwalk. On the main stage's LED screen, brilliant. Lights flickered. And there he stood. Blonde hair, jeans, a fitted white t-shirt, goggles, a seventh figure. Cha Eugene. He tapped the mic, matching pitch as a test. In that instant. Whoa, Eugene. Who is that? Fans, startled but thrilled, screamed. Then the band roared back in. Cha Eugene sprinted onto the catwalk. Holy shit. Sweeping his hair aside, he ran straight through the spray, never missing a breath, blasting his part through the mic. One choice remains. Take it all, one more. Even if you let go of this hand. At the very center of TSDR's formation, he planted his foot. Let's start. Let the battle begin. The drop hit, an extra dance break. Side. Cha Eugene Inivierite. Read more on our source. Popped forward. Insane. Completely insane. The water gun fire paused in awe. His presence was volumetric, violent, electrifying. What the? Just roll the dice. He executed a near-solo break, launching off the ground, sweeping across in recoil, every move breathtaking though seemingly overtaxing. No time to register. His next move, casually lifting his shirt and tossing it to the stunned crowd, revealing a sculpted torso. Whoa, on and on. Creating moment after moment no one could tear their eyes from. When the song slowed, he sat down and let the water hit his face directly, giving the shooters perfect aim. F-King. Insane. He locked eyes with each shooter, then whipped off his goggles and rose. Effortlessly, just in time to rejoin the formation for the final chorus. As the title track's last refrain exploded, fireworks burst, but even that felt like mere background, as he burned every line, every limit. At that moment, SNS blew up. OMG Cha Eugene at Waterbomb. Cha Eugene. And it all boiled down to one thing. Steer Cha Eugene wasn't innately more powerful than TSDR's Eugene. He lacked management and training, which hurt. But experience, countless incidents in his old group, forced him to gain split-second learning and adaptability or die. He nailed it. Damn. In 4 hours, he mastered TSDR's latest title remix choreography and 2 other event songs. Then, to leave a mark, he activated one hidden stat. Charisma. Yex. If an opportunity arises, he won't let the spotlight slip away. For 180 chapter, Seoul Waterbomb was utterly flooded on social media. Fuck Ryu Chong-woo topless. Waterbomb was insane. I'm using my cracked screen phone right now. What do I do? What do I do? Ha 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 ha. Everyone's lost their minds. Reactions, videos, photos poured in real time. Heat and energy. Every post felt punctuated with exclamation points, pulsing with dynamism and near-mad excitement. And without a doubt, the MVP was fucking Madman video. Cha Eugene. Clips of his abrupt mid-show appearance, tearing through the stage and into the crowd, were captured from every angle and uploaded one after another. Countless eye-contact photos and videos streamed in. In that short time, he must have locked eyes with dozens, hundreds of people. There were easily hundreds of posts frantic to claim, Eugene looked right at me. I can't hear anything. Cha Eugene? Every time he comes it's just scream sis Eugene's here. Pic. Does he normally look like this? Cha Eugene? Video. On a midsummer night, backlit by blinding stadium lights, Cha Eugene's gaze seemed ready to swallow you whole. Holy shit. He was supposed to be sick. Dudes flying around. Must be crazy. I sold my ticket 'cause I thought he wasn't coming, you bastard. Naturally, his personal fans howled in shock. A few days ago, the announcement went up that Cha Eugene would be off all schedules for health reasons. Everyone expected he wouldn't appear at Waterbomb. Yet on the day, without a word, he popped up mid-show and charged toward the crowd, leaving everyone slack-jawed. Then they screamed. But any complaints about, oh, the individual damage I took, were swamped by Cha Eugene. Holy heck. Sheer overwhelming force. Even through low-res screens smeared with water droplets and mist, you could see the intensity in his eyes, the power in his movements. Legend. Thought he'd fit Waterbomb, but didn't expect this level. Not sick, but what? Came straight from training camp? Sure, if you examine the details you might notice oddities. TSDR's choreo allotment was trimmed down, parts deliberately loosened for ad-libs. Even some signs his vocals weren't as stable as usual. But he left no mental space for the audience to nitpick. At a festival event, this stat is maximized. His charisma stat, honed to the extreme, grabbed every eye. I uploaded a 3-second clip of Cha Eugene to InHeart, and it got 50K views in 10 minutes. Just tagging it and posting a short cut racked up views. I'm going crazy. Should have gone. Do they sell VODs of Waterbomb? Please. On the ground, the crowd was going nuts too. Wah. The stage tore forward madly. In the pose. The third performance was their fresh 80s high-teen style single, Pose. Originally a playful, boyish track, it was reworked for Waterbomb into a looser, hotter vibe. Steer Cha Eugene genuinely seemed to enjoy the song, so he shut off deep thoughts, executed the moves he'd learned, and let loose. Phew. Finally, a brief pause between songs. Did you have fun? The MC's voice crackled through. Wow. He caught his breath and swept his hair back, only to see a steady hand offering him a water bottle. Leader Ryu Chong-woo. Steer Cha Eugene almost misread it. Adrenaline, but then realized the situation. It's fine. Thanks. He downed half in one gulp, smiled, and poured the rest over his head. Screams burst from the audience again. Then Sejin's warm voice. That's right. Cha Eugene appeared as a special guest, everyone thrilled. Why, yes. Yeah. Screams of praise, astonishment, and profanity mingled. The crowd, my crowd. Oh, damn. Embarrassed as it sounded, Cha Eugene felt a tickling thrill from head to toe. It had been so long since he'd seen this reaction. Park Mundy, wringing water from his jacket nearby, noticed too. Did he overwhelm them? He knew exactly why. This environment was foreign to Steer. Unlike Taystar. TSDR's the headliner energy. Their audience was primed to cheer for them. That was something Steer Cha Eugene hadn't had for ages. After the group cooled off once, the public lost interest until cool down ended. People stopped noticing. Psychology is terrifying. It blinded them to his past stages. But this miraculous moment when attention returned, he'd spent everything waiting for that single instant. Steer Cha Eugene's presence now delivered a violent, overwhelming pull. Park Mundy smiled, understanding that deeply, until another water blast hit him. Rip it off. Yes, sir. Wah. Park Mundy discarded his jacket without hesitation. A sudden cheer rose. Then here comes our encore. They slowed the tempo slightly for the final song. A summer night vibe everyone could sing along to. The OST from the Limestone movie. Black Hole. Let me swallow it. The deep timbre resonated. The crowd joined as chorus. Some fans waved their phone flashes. Cha Eugene, having practiced this unfamiliar yet beautiful song for only hours, tuned into the melody and moved. Cheers swelled. He soaked in the adrenaline, looked at the crowd, listened to the music, rich, unique melody, and recognized a riff. The guitar riff his friend had mentioned, in a low, unconfident voice. On the next album, or someday if I can. Kim Rabin wrote it. Here, it seemed he'd gotten what he wanted. But that thought vanished. This stage was too rare, too grand, and so many eyes locked on him, entranced. Cha Eugene. Eugene. Were these fans of T-Star, Cha Eugene? Or simply reacting to my stage? Impossible to tell. But in that moment, black hole. He stood on stage, and the thrill surged through him. He moved, expressed, embodied the song, and the audience reacted. That exhilaration made it clear. This was why. Hit it like a comet. He let go and forged another path. The simple principle he'd failed before. Why he couldn't quit. I love this. Shatter like a shooting star. Damn right he did. The bed was cozy. The posts on my screen were even cozier. Please come to Waterbomb one more time. Please. I flipped my phone page with satisfaction. Half a day after Waterbomb's end, every trending post was about T-Star. Risky route from revealing to near exposure, but worth the buzz. It was a payoff, despite the risk. Please come to Incheon. I'll do anything. Even fill a water gun with Evian, please. Seeing a Hyun shirt tier fancam, finally viral. How did the three jacket wearers all lose their jackets? Video. Lee Sejin's Fox vibe. Saw her teasing everyone topless. If you don't stand after that, you don't like guys. There were even memes. Idol gives a gift but boyfriend and I both think it's our scenario. Capture. Link. Couple at Waterbomb both claim they got Kim Rabin's jacket. No compromise. Need his ruling LOL. LOL. Dude says it's his size. Girl says she made eye contact first. Both convincing LOL. Rabin please show up before Solomon judgment LOL. According to him. I saw a fan freezing, so I gave them my jacket. Predictable. In conclusion, what else could it be? A smashing success. I smirked. Another challenge arose automatically. What about Ether in all this? A top-tier act at Waterbomb snatched all the hype. There's no space for a rookie at Summerpool. It was just them hustling cheap gigs. Or rather, not as charismatic as expected. Kind of solemn, right? If you sort YouTube fancam comments by newest and filter Korean, you find reactions like that. In other words, they overplayed the concept. Then at a raw, water-soaked event, their weaknesses, lack of experience, poor live adaptability, showed. I stroked my chin. If I play this right, I could turn it back on them. They went too far with the reverse viral. On Cha Eugene. But if they call it strategy, fine. I smiled and swung my legs off the bed. I'll meet force with force. Lie down, Park Monday. Damn. I leaned against the headboard. Sejin perched at the bedside, grinning. Wow, finished all schedules and got sick. Fever's 38. Of course, Monday. Always fall ill after wrapping up schedules. Knock it off. So now you'll rest properly, right? Yeah. But if the body rests, can the mind still work? And I wasn't the only one out cold. If I listened. Ugh. Phew. That was Kim Rabin and Bae Sejin groaning in their rooms. Right. They'd been the ones moving most during the Eugene stunt. But they lost their jackets and ended up running bare. No wonder they crashed once the tension broke. I'd felt it too at dawn. I nodded, then reached a plausible theory. Others also moved a lot, right? They've been up all night, running around the company, stressed for days. Then they got blasted by mystery water streams and still performed. You must be feeling pretty rough too, right? He avoided my eyes. Go lie down. Yes, sir. 2 hours later, everyone except Steer Cha Eugene was down with a proper fever. What? 481 chapter. This is the dorm. There are almost no survivors. Ugh. It's not like this is some disease apocalypse or anything. We're so busy we haven't even unpacked properly in the new dorm, and with no one walking around normally, it feels eerily empty. They're all moaning and groaning. Even worse. I haven't had body aches like this in years. Ryu Jian-woo is out cold, too. I glanced over at him from the bed next to mine, where he was popping fever medicine and laughing. after getting drenched so persistently. Of course, that alone isn't why he's knocked out. This guy did 3 concerts in a row without a hint of fatigue. It's probably stress piling up from the company's collapse, the reckless push during album prep, and then the Cha Eugene incident all hitting at once. Being the leader must have made it worse. Still, the remarkable thing is that he's actually the one in the best shape of us all. And he knows it himself, which is the problem. Once the meds kick in, I'll drop by the company for a bit. Good grief. Just rest. You've got no schedule anyway. You won't be late even if the company calls you. Nothing urgent, right? Yeah, got it. Ryu Jianwu gave an awkward smile and flopped back onto his bed. I just lay back under my blanket, too. Well, even days of total rest have to happen sometimes. At this point, the important stuff is done. Taking one day off can't hurt, right? The circulator hummed and a breeze blew. That was enough. On this summer day, it's laughable that no one's complained about the heat even without the air conditioner. Except one. Hot. Turn on the AC. That's trash talk. Standing at the door with a sour look was the only survivor. Cha Eugene. How come everyone's sick? Surprisingly energetic, he's been wandering the common room since early morning. It seems he can't go into his own room because Bei Sijin is groaning in there. Incidentally, the funniest part is that SNS is saying the opposite. Eugene pushed through and performed somehow, but his condition worsened and he's resting now. His professional spirit is insane. That's right. People firmly believe that Cha Eugene, even while sick, busted out legendary moves on stage. But officially, he's the only one who's ill, while in reality, he's the only one completely fine. I'll shake this off by tonight, so don't worry. So Steer Cha Eugene is acting nonchalant, but clearly flustered. He's been unable to sit still since earlier. Can't exactly tell him to go out and hang, though. Still, I doubt he'll try to escape claiming control issues again. In fact, Steer Cha Eugene went oddly quiet right after yesterday's show, but it seemed like thoughtful silence in a good way. He seems more stable now. Good. Then, I pressed the back of my hand to my hot forehead and said calmly, "Lock the door. And in the living room, feel free to run the AC." No. Actually, switch rooms with Lee Sijin. Do it right. Now. Yeah, I should have done this earlier. Giving him a single room and privacy would have calmed him down. I was too fixated on eliminating variables. Once I relaxed, it became obvious. Being sick can have its advantages. I looked at Steer Cha Eugene. Working the stage together loosened our tension, too. It's like a group project getting an A in the end. No matter how rough the process, teammates who did their part harbor no grudges. This guy did well. Cha Eugene. Without him, we'd have lost a huge chunk of buzz. The fact that someone who seemed unlikely to appear suddenly showed up mid-show drew attention, and his charisma EX swallowed all the popular videos. That reaction when Cha Eugene came back on stage. That might be problematic. I just hope he remembers. Anyway, in this friendly atmosphere, my suggestion should go over well. I think this time it will. I looked at him with confidence. But I'm not taking that sick guy's room. I told you, I'm not trash. Then he flared his t-shirt collar and left the doorway. What am I supposed to do now? So what do you want from me? Even when offered a solution, he spits it back. Why did I even say the heat bothered me? Was it just to set up getting ice cream? I looked back at Ryu Jianwu for objective confirmation, but found him sound asleep. Fine. I don't know. Okay, do as you please. In the end, I decided to at least guarantee Cha Eugene some autonomy, which meant I crawled out of bed and said, "The manager's out. Your phone has his number. If you need anything, ask and get ice cream or whatever. And let's not leak who's sick to other agencies. Since I saw rumors spreading, we need to clamp down on talk until we secure privacy. Not that I expect Cha Eugene to keep his mouth shut easily. This should be enough." But Steer Cha Eugene sighed. "What? Okay, I get it now. What? Go to bed now." And I shoved him back into the room. Cha Eugene, sitting on the sofa with his phone, glanced back. What is he doing? And this mystery unraveled step by step. Within an hour, something arrived at the dorm in a big box. Ding dong. Ice cream and ice packs. Plus some essentials and groceries. Did he ask the manager to do this? No. It wasn't arranged by a company staffer. You did this. Yeah. He'd ordered a delivery from the supermarket himself. I thought you hated company calls, Mundi Hyung? Oh, and any adult in Korea can use this service. No, it's not that I thought he couldn't order delivery. I just didn't expect him to take such an active gesture. I need to organize this. Nope. Yet Cha Eugene staggered over, kicked Kim Ray Bin's but back toward the room, and then unpacked the box himself. Amazingly, his do-it-yourself streak didn't stop. There, he filled tumblers with hot and cold water for everyone. I'm okay. Your face doesn't look okay. Then he handed out ice packs wrapped in towels. Oh, I didn't know you had these towels. I bought them. He even checked our temperatures and timing for medication. Your fever's still up. Use ice packs. Watching him place the thermometer down, I bit my lip in bed. By now, I was completely flummoxed. Am I being nursed by Cha Eugene? Of all people. Is this real? I turned to see Ryu Jian-woo's startled face as he opened his ice pack towel. Reality checked out. But the grand finale hadn't even arrived yet. An hour later. Hyung. What? What's that smell? I lifted my head and looked out. In the kitchen beyond the door, a pot was simmering. From it rose the rich aroma of broth. And standing before that pot was Cha Eugene. Cha Eugene cooking? I wondered what he was up to, why he insisted on making his own food. But surprisingly, it wasn't self-sufficiency. Come eat. He called the groaning guys to the table. The assembled members sat around, eyeing the dish he'd made. It was, this is familiar. Chicken soup for the soul. Cha Eugene had tried this recipe a few times before. I think his mom taught him. It held nostalgic flavor. But every time he attempted it before, he once added, honey, wah. Another time, it almost caught fire. In short, it had spectacularly failed. No one here could forget those disasters. I heard Bae Sejin's shaky voice. Choosing to cook this, knowing it could kill us. I couldn't argue. Yet I looked up at Cha Eugene in the kitchen, still cleaning up. Specifically at his hands. They moved like someone experienced. This wasn't reckless trial and error. He must have cooked regularly before. Then, was there a time the company didn't care for him properly? In other words, sheer practice had honed his skills. I thought for a moment, then replied briefly. No need to tell the whole backstory. Still, we should be grateful. Yeah. At that, everyone straightened up as if on a shared resolve. They'd eat whatever he made. Soon Cha Eugene brought a soft, white porridge-like side dish and sat at the table. The members flinched, but steered Cha Eugene calmly began speaking. It might feel strange, but this is the only dish I can make when someone's sick. Instead of the quip, then kill us with porridge, Seon Ah-hyun broke into an eager chant. All right, thank you for the meal. Thanks. After a solemn moment, spoons lifted. Tastes good? A unique flavor. Surprisingly, Cha Eugene's chicken soup was actually quite good. No, it's really good. If a sick foreigner finds it palatable, it's truly tasty. Steer Cha Eugene gave a small smile. Good. With the mood much lighter, the meal commenced. As the sick guys filled their stomachs, energy returned and chatter picked up. Yesterday's water bomb was fun. Yeah, it was so great we ended up like this, though. Right. But Eugene got the best reaction and you're the healthiest. Ryu Jian-woo was probably going to steer it too, and thanks for looking after us, in a gentle way. But Cha Eugene raised an eyebrow and replied. That's also a reaction to the taste star Cha Eugene. I held back. He's not picking a fight. It sounded more like respect. And now there were others in agreement. Still, yesterday's stage was because of you. Yeah, I think there were more random attendees than our fans. Ahem. Cha Eugene, you're really talented. We really appreciate how well you did. Cha Eugene paused briefly, then answered honestly. I know. He straightened his posture at the table with composed politeness. Thank you for the opportunity. And I apologize for my rude attitude before. I'm sorry. Steer Cha Eugene bowed his head, and several surprised members dipped their heads to the table, wobbling. Oh dear. No. I enjoyed performing together. I'm the one sorry for not understanding. Yeah, that's right. The atmosphere relaxed even further. A full reconciliation mood. All right, let's get along from now on. He probably felt he deserved that apology. In any case, the vibe of basic trust between us wasn't bad at all. Good job. I know. I smiled at Kim Ray Bin and Cha Yujin's little exchange, then continued eating. And truly, thanks to Cha Yujin's care, a few hours later by evening, Taystar had mostly recovered. Go! Sejin's winning. So now we're in the living room, sniffling and playing video games together. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I sat behind Bei Sejin frantically turning the controller and cautious Ryu Jianwu, staring at the screen with no thoughts. My head still spinning. Cha Yujin, unexpectedly, stayed out of his room and sat beside the sofa. Feeling better? Definitely. Thanks to friends and fans. Right, not fans, but still. I asked casually, how about you, Jianwu Hyung? Bei Inc via LGT. Only on Inc via LGT. Sejin's issues aside, Ryu Jianwu should be fine, right? He was active until the end. But Cha Yujin suddenly shut up and scanned me. What? Sometimes protecting a fan's dream is an artist's duty. What does that mean? Nothing. Cha Yujin pulled back, but I caught the tone. Nothing my foot. Steer Ryu Jianwu must have had his mental breakdown, too. He's not the same as now. Well, whatever. Anyway, Steer Cha Yujin seems to have adapted well here. Not uncomfortable or on edge like before. Even now, seeing Ah Hyun with Peaches is chatting him up fine. I hope we get along well for the rest of our time. If you want to try something, let's do it together. Sure. Feel free to say it. Steer Cha Yujin paused, then shrugged. Okay. Woo. A brief cheer rose from the living room, like welcoming a new member. Not bad. I chuckled. Then, update complete. Early achievement. Huh? 482 chapter. I had formed such a hypothesis once, that this system update meant Cha Yujin had reverted to his steer persona. I didn't know the precise mechanism, but given the timing and circumstances, it seemed convincing. And the status window had notified that the update would take 30 days. Naturally, I assumed we'd be spending another 3 to 4 weeks with Steer Cha Yujin. But then, update complete. Early achievement. It was the moment I never expected that this pop-up would suddenly appear. Applying, ver.2 beta. Zing. The hologram, which had been nothing but basic lines and fonts, suddenly regained its ink via LGHD colors. The UI reactivated, assembling into a dazzling, game-like system framework. More refined graphics formed a translucent window. And then, done. For some reason, it was over. I sensed it intuitively. I turned my head and looked at him, the one staring at the TV's dizzyingly fast kart racing game. And I spoke. Cha Yujin. If the update finished early, then the strange phenomena he'd experienced should be over. Why? It wasn't over? Cha Yujin rested his chin in his hand without the slightest abnormality. He looked exactly like Steer Cha Yujin. And when I called his name and got no response, he shrugged and turned his gaze back to the TV. Feel free to tell me if it comes back to you. Wait a moment. Is my basic assumption wrong? It had nothing to do with the update. Just as my head threatened to become even more muddled. Ding. Another pop-up appeared. Would you like to restart company use? I see. I pressed my brow with my hand. I even had the choice of timing. All right, let's see. If I cancel the system now without restarting it, Cha Yujin might never return. But if I restart this damned system immediately, apart from the uneasy feeling, will this Cha Yujin just disappear immediately? Probably. Of course, it was correct to send him back quickly and restore the original Cha Yujin. But now that I could choose, I hesitated. Should I even tell him about this possibility? Could I suddenly say to his face, "It looks like we can restore you now, so go back," without doing mental damage? His memories are Steer's version of Cha Yujin's after disbandment. I'd only just begun to open the conversation. Was there any guarantee he hadn't hoped to enjoy 1 or 2 more performances here? Sigh. I stifled a sigh and perched on the edge of the bed. This sort of thing rarely had a satisfying answer. For now, everyone's in poor condition. I'll keep it on hold. I decide tomorrow. Good night, Monday. Yes. You too, Hyung. Even after Ryu Jianwu, narrowly edging out Bei Sejin in a controller duel, fell asleep in his own bed, I couldn't drift off quickly. About an hour passed. Maybe it was the body ache medicine, but my consciousness was in chaos. I knew this would happen. Moreover, the pop-up's glow was so intense I needed an eye mask. Grumbling, I finally got up. Sigh. I headed to the living room for water when. You're not sleeping? I came face to face with Cha Eugene, still sprawled on the sofa. I slept too much during the day. That wasn't sleep, it was sickness. He spoke well. Despite having nursed everyone all day, he still looked too lively for past midnight. I chuckled and filled a glass of water in the kitchen. Why wouldn't he go back in? Oh, maybe Bei Sijin was uncomfortable. Want to switch rooms? No thanks. He answered firmly, stretched, and muttered. If I just keep talking with a friend, you know? I wanted to stay awake a bit longer. All right. You talking with Kim Rae-bin? Yeep. He rambled something about not spilling his drink, sounding like American slang. I guessed he meant it wasn't gossip about us. I'm not good with slang. Sorry, but you seem to understand, Mundi Hyung. By context and intuition. Got it. Cha Eugene laughed and flopped back on the sofa, in the most comfortable pose I'd seen since he arrived. Drinking my water, I briefly considered whether now was the time. Then, hey, shall I guess? Cha Eugene sprang upright off the sofa. Maybe you found a way to send me back already? Yeep, I told you I figured it out. He smiled as he set down his cola. We've formed all kinds of relationships, and everything's going well, so why would you suddenly worry about me? The situation's reversed. Right. I couldn't dodge. All right. I sat across from him on the sofa. It seemed better to explain rather than tangle the situation further. Should I hint that it's okay if he wants to fill the full 30 days? Just as that thought crossed my mind, Cha Eugene grinned. Why are you hesitating, Hyung? Don't get confused. I'm not one of your team members. He said it firmly. Oh, but I am your K-pop idol. Right. He added it as a joke, but I caught the nuance. He's telling me not to pity him needlessly. He didn't want me thinking, I want to give this steer Cha Eugene more stages under TSDR's reputation, or believing he couldn't give it up. No idol wants to be treated like a charity case. Well, it was stupid to think that way in the first place. All right. So I simply answered that. But I had to add, it's true I was glad to see your stage again after so long. Steer Cha Eugene was silent for a while. Past midnight, with only an indirect lamp in the living room, silence held sway. Maybe we'll meet again someday, he shrugged. I didn't ask how that might be possible. I'll show you an even better stage then. Okay, I merely affirmed it. Great. He smiled and crossed his arms, an unspoken signal. A proper goodbye. I already did. He shrugged. I said it to a friend just now, and I apologized to everyone else. I'm satisfied. And I'll do it for you now. He reached out his hand, not for a handshake, but in a high five or fan sign pose. My thanks, my fan. I reached out too, palm to palm, not diagonally like a handshake. Thank you for the great performance. You're welcome. Our high five was brief. Would you like to restart company use? Yes. Click. A flash burst from the pop-up. New sounds of renewal, effect tones, and notifications erupted quickly and brightly, demanding attention. But I didn't turn to look. Instead, I saw him off. Bye. Cha Eugene didn't wince, but he blinked as if dizzy, then leaned back on the sofa and slowly fell asleep. Steady breathing followed. Silently, I entered his room, retrieved a blanket without waking Bei Sijin, and draped it over the sleeping Cha Eugene on the sofa. Then I gathered bedding from my room and laid it on the living room floor. Sleep came very slowly. The next morning, hey. I opened my eyes and immediately recognized the voice. Cha Eugene. I turned toward the sound. There, right beside my head, Cha Eugene stood holding a large pot in both hands. Wait, a pot? What is this sudden situation? At that moment, Cha Eugene's wide-awake eyes met mine, and he exclaimed, Mundi Hyung, you're awake. Bei Sijin, you're up? Then a chorus of frantic shouts erupted. It was as if they'd found a lifeline. Members charged in, babbling. Cha Eugene's back. Yes, but he cooked something. He's making breakfast. Cha Eugene flung off the lid with gusto and thrust it toward my face. Hey, wait. But the aroma and appearance. Dakbo Kumtang. It was exactly that. A fiery menu for breakfast when half the team had the flu. No, hold on. More importantly, his memory had returned, and instead of a tearful reunion, he grabbed a pot of Dakbo Kumtang and thrust it at the head of the man who'd been sleeping. This is confusing. Yet Cha Eugene was just the same, utterly consistent. He then bombarded us with new information without pause. This is my apology and thank you gift. We've been through so much. What? Wait, that means. You remember? A little. Bad Cha Eugene enjoyed water bomb. I want to do it again. Everyone, eat breakfast. Bei Sijin was stunned, but Cha Eugene marched everyone to the table, and the meal descended into further chaos. Eugene, are you okay? Your memory. I'm fine, and I remember everything. His condition was confirmed completely normal. Awakening at dawn, he naturally retained memories of the past few days, and after thinking it over, decided we needed breakfast. Bad Cha Eugene is still me, so I have to take responsibility. One meal isn't enough. That's why I cooked. Eugene. Apparently, inside him, the bad prefix for Steer Cha Eugene had solidified, and I expected an emotional reunion to follow, but instead, Cha Eugene. Kim Ray Bin's a traitor. He told my secret. I didn't. I told Bad Cha Eugene. You just said he's the same person. That's invalid. What a mess. But from the side came a slightly misty murmur. It's been a while. I finally left my long-lost roommate, Bei Sijin, at the table and decided to eat. And when I took a bite of the dakbo kumtang. Why so surprised, Mundi Hyung? No reason. Cha Eugene interrupted. Is my cooking bad? No, it's good. Hee. Yes, it tasted good. But still, this isn't just dakbo kumtang. It was chicken soup. Almost identical to the chicken soup Cha Eugene tried on W Live that I salvaged by turning it into dakbo kumtang. And consider this. Cha Eugene probably never made dakbo kumtang before. Yet the one who cooked that excellent chicken soup was Steer Cha Eugene. I watched Cha Eugene continue bickering with Kim Ray Bin. No way. Does he actually retain all the memories from Steer mode? For 183 chapter, Steer Cha Eugene spent his return day full of energy. Not just hanging out. I'm going to practice. He checked choreography, worked out, even called the crying manager himself. After talking with his family in the US, he started racing games with Kim Ray Bin. Yeah. Wait. Left. Press jump on the left. His whirlwind enthusiasm swept the other members along. It was as if he were recalibrating his life and checking off a bucket list. He even video called Mungi at Bei Sijin's parents' house. Woof. Oh, hi buddy. The furball that used to barely fit in one fist had grown too big for his hands, though he still flipped over his back. Still looks stupidly adorable. On screen, his white head and wagging tail shook relentlessly. Since we moved, should we call Gamhee over? I'd love that. He even video called his own dog in the US, ready for a puppy housewarming party with the members. And I watched him quietly. What surprised me was watching someone unexpected get caught up. Hey Mundi, do you feel sad? Sian Ahyun asked. Gently. Me? MMH. He flushed slightly, then nodded firmly. Of course I'm glad and relieved Eugene's back, but I could also be sad about saying goodbye again. Isn't that natural? Well, that was exactly the ambiguity I'd been wrestling with. Anyway, Sian Ahyun also must have worried about Steer Cha Eugene disappearing. I did explain a bit. That Cha Eugene himself asked me to notice his change, and then the system ended. Still, from their perspective, it was like he vanished without a farewell. That morning, they'd been so happy Eugene was back, they hadn't felt the discomfort, but now a little unease was natural. Right. Thanks. Oh no. Maybe I should bring it up. Yeez. Ugh. Watching Cha Eugene's victory ceremony with his game controller, I decided on the timing. And it came sooner than I thought. That evening. Oh, Eugene's really good. After his whirlwind day, Cha Eugene was noodling around a guitar in Big Sijin's solo room. He'd eased off his previous pace, finally relaxing. I called him. Eugene. I want to talk about Waterbomb. Okay. I led him to the balcony, planning to talk about Waterbomb, and read his mind carefully. I can stop if he's not into it. But I didn't even get that far. As soon as Cha Eugene stepped onto the balcony, he spoke. Directly. I remember. What? I turned. Bad. Cha Eugene. He wore a calm expression. He shrugged, stretched, and passed me to stand at the balcony railing. But it's not precise. It feels more like a vivid dream, or a childhood memory. He squinted one eye, as if recalling an elusive word. But the emotions that Cha Eugene felt. Moving? Touching? Overwhelming? It's harder than I thought to find the right word. Anyway, leaning against the railing, He looked at me, just like one day when he was steer Cha Eugene. I remember that. I watched him. The same positive, clear thinking, the friendly, assertive manner, the fact-first attitude. This was Cha Eugene, the member of Taystar. But it wasn't as if he simply knew steer Cha Eugene as abstract knowledge. No, he was just himself. And he spoke as himself. I think I was exhausted. Really exhausted. Maybe bad Cha Eugene wouldn't admit it, but it was a kind of burnout. And anyone can hit that wall. He cheerfully shrugged. Even I could. So it's not especially shocking. I nodded. But realizing his past self hadn't succeeded couldn't have felt great. Despite performing spectacularly, he'd been ignored. And to know he'd quit because he was burned out as an idol. What do you think? What? About what? Just. That summer night air on the balcony was hot and stifling. Overall, how do you feel about this situation? Oh, are you worried about me? Hyung. I nodded slightly. He seemed surprised, then bowed his head, unexpectedly serious. I won't lie. Honestly, when I woke this morning, I felt a bit confused. He continued calmly. At first, I felt like I was bad Cha Eugene, and Taystier's memories had returned. After a while, I came back to me. Hyung, it was kind of a trauma. 5 years without being valued. So that was it. He sighed briefly. I took it in quietly. But he didn't stop. But, Hyung, I know this. He raised his hand, then gently tapped my back. Time heals everything. So even if you hadn't come in the past, I would have gone back on stage. I looked up. He was smiling. Others are the same as me. No way. Before I could ask, he mouthed steer. 5 years. Feeling undervalued is how Cha Eugene felt then. Who knows what happened after? Life is long. Chances keep coming. He shrugged. Maybe 2 years later I'd return to Korea and debut with Kim Rae Bin's killer track. Or maybe we'd release an album in the US. He wasn't talking about huge success. Just that the Cha Eugene who'd given up idols and gone home to the U.S. wouldn't have given up forever. We'd kept doing it somehow. Because we loved it too much. Oddly, I thought of my own experience. My first concert. Countless voices harmonized, shooting from every direction like stardust in the lights. My breath caught. Knowing the impact it had on me, I understood him. And understood the next line. Waterbomb made bad Cha Eugene realize it sooner. Right. So, that's why he became so cooperative. But even without Waterbomb, whether I ran a repair shop or surfboard store in the US, I eventually would have realized it. I know me. He spoke confidently and laughed. Because I believe me. I believe you, Hyung. That's good. So that was that. Had slash Ryu John Woo not died and held on for years, they'd have another stage somewhere. I would believe that, too. Whoosh. A breeze blew. I looked at the starlit city from the balcony and spoke. Yeah, thanks for telling me. Don't mention it. A slightly more polite phrase than he usually used. My pleasure. I realized he wasn't saying it to his older brother Park Mundy, but to the younger Ryu John Woo he'd cheered on. Silent nod. I lingered a while longer with him on the AC-less balcony. So, I have something to say. What is it? Hyung, I'm your fan. No, you're not. I am. I do fan service. Then cook me dak galbi. Fan service that charges money. That's Konglish. Service originally means you pay money. Oh boy. Moments later, having dropped back into the youngest kid role, he chattered away, and I, used to being drained, left the balcony. Dak galbi. Haven't we eaten too much chicken lately? But watching him head for his room, a thought struck me. All right. I hurried back. By the way, about Sejin Hyung. Oh, Bae Sejin, of course. I worried how he'd regard the recovered memory. I don't know. He'd already begun to forget details of the drug scandal, only vaguely recalling the chaos of Sejin's arrest. And yet, but I think there was a misunderstanding. Honestly, he'd have joined the military before dealing drugs, wouldn't he? Cha Eugene's faith in Sejin's character, and perhaps in the legal outcome, had hardened over the years. You're right. Sure. I'm always right. Sometimes you're wrong. At the moment, maybe. But in the end, I'm right. Oh ho. I laughed and ruffled his hair. All right. We'll see. Hee hee. And truly, completely, Cha Eugene was back. The next day, he loaded up on homemade candy from Bae Sejin and posted on SNS. Love you, it's Cha Eugene. Sorry I was late. I'm all better now. T.T. I'm totally healthy, sunglasses emoji. Can't wait to get back on stage. Thanks for worrying. I'll find you cooler performances. Photo. Feedback's hot. Comments and shares exploded positively. I nodded, ended my call with the company, and saw Ryu Jianwoo approaching. Now everything was ready. We're filming the reality show as scheduled, right? Yes. Our talk went well. That's right. With Cha Eugene safely returned, it was the perfect time to shoot group reality content. Next week. We're on track. Yes. Satisfied, I gathered my thoughts. All priority tasks were done. Nothing left but to handle this. Taking a deep breath, it was time to face it. Status window. Ding. Brilliant lines began to appear on the screen. New. Update completion reward. New. Features unlocked. New. Survey. The items flashed, tempting, as if they were great benefits, which was suspicious. As I examined them carefully, a strange word caught my eye. New. Survey. Survey? What did that mean? I considered several possibilities, rubbing my chin. One thing was certain. I'm not getting fooled. I wouldn't click. I'd call Big Sejin and tear it apart from inside. No real risk there, right? Hurry up and cancel this damned system. Big. At that moment. Zing. My smartphone buzzed. A text. Thinking it might be from the company, I opened it. VTIC applicant senior. Junior, are you interested in featuring? Wait. Reading it again, the sender and the message were correct. What? The start of an offer I'd never imagined. 484 chapter. Featuring. In music, it generally means when a guest artist participates in another musician's track to sing certain parts. Typically, the guest style differs from the original artist's, which adds a fresh twist or strength to the record. For example, a rapper gets a vocalist, a male artist gets a female artist, or a senior artist lends support to promote a less-known junior. But now here's the thing. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo. Junior, would you be interested in featuring? You don't mean on a VTC song? A top-tier male idol featuring on another top-tier male idol's song. I can already picture the verbal abuse flooding the internet. It would be a disaster. Sure, it'd stir up plenty of attention. Why me? No need to think twice. I'm sorry, but we've recently taken on so many new projects. We can't take on another challenge right now. I paused looking at the status window and immediately sent my reply. They can't seriously want me to feature. I wanted to see what angle they were working, why they'd text out of the blue. Moments later, my phone buzzed again. The reply read, VTC Shin Chong Ryo. Oh? VTIC Shin Chong Ryo. You should be interested, though. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo. Doesn't it feel better to help each other than collect debts? It looks good, too. Look at that. Are you really bringing up that debt you racked up because you helped me? The same guy who threatened to break my skull, but he did follow through afterward with some cooperation, and later provided critical help. It was mutual, you bastard. He acts like he was the only one helping, and he even backstabbed me a few times. I started typing a refusal as if I hadn't understood him at all. You don't have to feel indebted to me. But I stopped mid-sentence. This doesn't feel like mere provocation. It's annoying but strangely intriguing. I rubbed my chin, revised my reply, and sent it. Whose song is it? I hate asking, but he's smart enough not to randomly want to feature with just anyone. He wouldn't demand my feature on his own album, so this must be a lead. Who could it be? Surely not Malrang Dalcom. Brian. VTIC Shin Chong Ryo. Obviously, it's my song. Happy face. Is he crazy? I called him. Senior. Junior. Care to explain more? I heard soft laughter on the other end. Sure. And so an impromptu meeting was arranged. Almost felt like a duel. Shin Chong Ryo called me to an outdoor CAF we'd visited once before. Did he lease the place? There was still no one else around. But this time a yellow dog was happily running across the lawn. It's summer, so the grass grew well. Kongi seems excited. Woof. I placed a ball at my feet and watched the dog wag its tail fiercely. Was I supposed to throw it? Here. I tossed the softball in a wide arc across the yard. The dog shot after it like an arrow. Then I looked back at the human across from me. If it's too hot, we can go inside. I'm fine. It was still early morning, almost dawn, so it was cool. I crossed my arms and waited for him to explain, because that's proper. And propriety was observed. Anyway, you know I'm preparing an album. Right. And you know all VTIC members have enlisted, yes? Of course I know. I nodded, and he nodded in that obnoxious way. I have a song I want to use, but the bridge has a part that doesn't fit the vocal range. Oh. Well, given the situation, I thought you'd be perfect. What do you think? Is he serious? Does a guy on leave even have a voice? You'd think he's staging a recording strike. But Shin Chong Ryo didn't even blink. You can't profit from activities during service. Work made before enlistment should be an exception. Recording while on leave still counts. If details leak, it'd be a problem. He smiled gently. You understand, right? Understand? That leaking would be a problem? Oh, damn. He must have heard. I drank down my ice water and spoke. Did it leak through Lati? Cha Yujin's dorm escape. That story about him planning a reverse viral campaign against us reached even the Wonderhall agency quickly. Was Lati the route? Lati poured nearly half the investment into our company. Naturally, there'd be contact channels among insiders, so info could have leaked in that network. But Shin Chong Ryo twisted the words lightly. Yeah, it leaked to Lati is the right expression. Oh, I get it. You've got a lot on your plate. Hard to control every leak, right? He leaned forward, propping an arm on the table. If you feature on the track, I'll reveal where that rat is hiding. Oh, that seems #Innovia-lite hashtag like a fair trade. What do you say? I placed my empty glass on the table. First, I need to verify. I have to confirm whether your info is accurate. About the leak to Lati. Listening intently, he answered without hesitation. Cha Eugene did leave the dorm. You don't know why? Rumor says stress-related hospitalization and conflicts with members, but who knows? He seemed utterly sure only about Eugene's escape. Confident bastard. Fine. So he's well-informed. Next question. Why pick me? Hold on. Stop saying I'm the only fit. For quality or promotion, there are plenty of options. There's Ju Dan's pre-enlistment recordings, male soloists who emerged later. They could just rearrange the track. So why choose a rival top-tier male idol? There must be a precise reason you need me. That's right. He confirmed neatly and grinned. Want to guess? I could kill him. Well, I already guessed, didn't I? I was just asking if you think I can. He's got info I'm supposed to deduce, but it's not a guessing game. Getting angry is losing. So I answered directly. I'm not a mind reader. But I can think from my standpoint. Flip the perspective. If I were Shin Chong Ryo, and I absolutely had to feature Park Mundi, how would I benefit? Whatever you do, you lose out on costs. It sparks controversy that you have to defend. Fandom splits, fights, rumors, public opinion would get ugly, requiring a slick defense. That defense takes time, money, manpower, better spent on album promotion. So you'd think how to block controversy in advance. Only one way. If we were on the same label, no controversy. Right. Senior, junior features within one company carry a wider understanding from fans. If TSDAR's Orbit Stars Entertainment were wholly a subsidiary of Lati, then it works. By now I could deduce his motive. He wanted to set the narrative. By including my name in your project, you show that our company is aligned with Lati. He drew back his arm and smiled. You got it. Lati invests in platform businesses, online concerts, broadcasts, fan social media. He fiddled with his iced Americano. You felt the importance of platforms in this industry. So long-term, we need to boost the image a bit now. He's practically running Letty's planning department, so he can pour resources into his solo album to showcase the company's strength. For the group's long-term survival, he can run the company. Crazy. So you want to flex that influence? It's just stating facts. They didn't vanish, right? He studied me. And, you know this isn't a one-sided benefit for Lati. I cooled my thoughts, then began. Calculating TSDR's gain. Recover our bad standing with T1 through Letty's platform? You know well. Even so, T1 is a giant broadcaster. Can Lati really compare? But showing a bit of line crossing now isn't bad. I kept my expression hidden and answered crisply. It's just rationalization. Clearly Lati benefits. I anticipated that, so I prepared another compensation, referring to revealing Eugene's hideout. I crossed my arms. The mental scale tipped back and forth. It made sense. This isn't a friendship decision. Then he spoke softly again. There's one thing I want to make certain. Oh, I mean no harm to Taystar. Just, he smiled. I intend to do everything I can under the circumstances. Oh, you're doing that too, right? I realized whom he meant. The newcomer eater. Oh, in that sense, a strategic partnership. He extended his hand. What do you say? Oh, I sighed and asked. What's the deadline? This year. He answered immediately. I shook his hand firmly. Of course, this is my independent decision. If it's rejected at the group level, we're done. Understood. His eyes said otherwise. One more thing. I adjusted my posture. You know featuring on the title track is too risky. Make it a B-side or second subtrack. Oh, that was obvious. He'd know without my advice, but Shin-Chong Ryo paused, and then faintly smiled. I think there's a misunderstanding. Huh. I never said the feature was for my solo album. I said it's needed for the track I'm using. Oh, don't worry. Neither side will have any issues. Oh, damn. I'd underestimated him. He'd never take a loss on his own album. From now on, I'd focus on my stamina, not his career. I petted the dog's scruff roughly. It panted loudly. He spoke again. Oh, and the rat. Perfect timing. I was going to mention it anyway. You don't need to know that. I'll handle it myself. I inwardly smiled. By now, I knew he wouldn't back out. Instead, I want to add one more condition. I'd refined it while coming here and during our chat, then I stated it. Shin-Chong Ryo's expression shifted, and then he laughed. Haha, Junior, you're really ambitious. Who isn't? I tousled the dog's head and threw the ball back. Want to cancel? No. He stopped laughing and nodded. All right, let's do it. I smoothly concluded our conversation. Then, in the summer morning sky. Hyung, is something wrong? You haven't been reachable lately. A pop-up. Oh, Grand Haldao. He'd finally messaged. I'd been out of touch thanks to the Cha Eugene chaos, so he'd worried. I was about to reach out to him anyway. I explained some background and gave a brief status update. The system upload is already complete. What? New pop-ups kept appearing. There's even a survey. A survey? I was baffled. I'll head back and tell you everything. Then I heard it. Junior. What now? But before I could reply, that strange voice spoke again, with unexpected content. A survey? What? I turned my head toward Shin-Chong Ryo, so fast my neck hurt. He was staring not at me, but at empty air, where the pop-up hovered. Do you see it? Yes. He raised a finger and tapped toward the pop-up. It's clear. And thus, an unwanted status window counselor was added. 485 chapter. Chongryo watches Grand Haldal's IGHT message pop up. Ironically, the one most dumbfounded by this situation is the very person who isn't here. The one who triggered the pop-up. What the F? There's even a typo, Chongryo said, as if observing an interesting phenomenon, propping his chin on his hand. Grand Haldal shrieked again from the pop-up. What a racket. I resisted the urge to rub my brow and asked, when did it start appearing? This is the first time right now. Chongryo replied without blinking, watching Grand Haldal's crying pop-up for a few more seconds. Then he said dismissively, that must be the version of your previous body inhabiting the system. Ryu Jianwu. Chongryo smiled faintly. It seems your body swapped recently. I'd like an explanation. He meant the body swap. Incident between me and Grand Haldao, right? Wait, did you notice at the awards ceremony? Somehow, when he zoomed in with a telephoto lens and locked eyes with me, I sensed something odd. That's right, he admitted readily, tapping his chin with a finger. Your judgment seemed clouded, uncharacteristically so. Was he saying Grand Haldao looked stupid? Look at his choice of words. He isn't even in the industry. An outsider inhabiting an idol's body and judging my faculties. Ridiculous. TCH. Anyway, the mood was ripe for me to explain why I'd looked that way. Something did happen, I said, summarizing the shards of system code tied to Grand Haldao and the events at the time. Chongryo's reaction was mild. Perhaps because, unlike the horror of a building collapse, everything had been contained at a moderate level. Or maybe he'd already guessed. I see. Oh, and you uploaded the photos you took online, right? I enjoyed them. How did he know that? Forget it. He was thanking me with a smile. I had no comeback. Let's drop it. This guy really is spooky. Anyway, I guessed why Chongryo was watching the status window. It must be because, in the system's virtual world, you were the GM. Makes sense. Indeed, Changryo had once been the game master for the system's in-story game, able to pause the game and manipulate settings. It had even let him pull my leg once, but also let me land a counter-strike on the system. If that GM role's power returned when I rebooted the system. All right, time to test. I silently summoned the status window pop-up into the air. New. Reward for update completion. New. New feature unlocked. New. Survey. Positioned away from Grand Huddle's pop-ups. Hyung. I deliberately didn't react. Changryo spoke up. It looks like someone's calling you. Yeah. I'm sending a message so he won't panic. That confirmed it. Changryo only responded to Grand Huddle's pop-up. So, he really can't see the others? I watched his pupils, expression, and gesture. Natural. After decades in a profession requiring extreme emotional control, a fake reaction isn't impossible, but unlikely. I uncrossed my arms. This level is acceptable. He wouldn't hide it this thoroughly just to screw with me. Our history has trust at that level. But Changryo's analysis was only beginning. He traced the condensation on a chilled glass with his gaze. Then the thing you call the system hasn't vanished, but is inhabiting multiple bodies. Even if it's loot, absorbing and using it, don't you think that's too risky? He lifted his eyes from the glass to meet mine. What if you want to restart? His look said exactly that. That conviction only someone who'd repeatedly experienced and theorized the system could have. Using it would be addictive. Feels almost like fanaticism. A creepy chill ran up my spine despite the summer heat, making me doubt my own decision to exploit my system-altered body. Fuck, I swallowed and said. I used it only to break away from T1 and go independent. I won't use it again. I see. Changryo shrugged as if to say suit yourself, then casually added, I'd like to verify something. The status window? Yes. Attracted by that, another pop-up appeared instantly. Designate GM as system administrator. Are you insane? This guy can't tell when to dial it back. Fuck off. Revealing internal info to a competitor? Unbelievable. I closed the pop-up. Finally, I spoke. I summoned the status window just now. Really? You still can't see it. Right. That ended the conversation, but I felt unsettled, having realized something new. I did say I'd shut down the company system, but damn, I can't just scrub it without care. I remembered the pop-up that appeared when I ran into Kwon Heesung last time. Confirm holder of shard. That shard must be another piece of the system. Heesung had it, so Changryo, who's also experienced the system, likely has a shard too. That's the problem. To absorb more of these shards, the company tier must rise. In other words, if I terminate the system, the company tier vanishes, and with it the shard in Changryo's possession. He'd face mission failure without the status window. Being experienced doesn't guarantee he'd be okay. Who knows how many restarts he's done. If his reset syndrome flares up again, it'd be a nightmare. And if it backfires on me, I could die. Plus, he once gave crucial help during the building collapse. Right. For conscience's sake, there must be a line. I concluded. Keep the company system intact. But I can't let random updates blindside me. I must understand the cause and principle of shard-triggered updates. Why did my pre-swap self appear? Why Cha-Eugene? I need to anticipate and minimize variables, then build a stable structure to recover shards without mission failures. For now, I'll refrain from tampering with the system. Let's watch, at least until Grand Haldao finishes his analysis. The quiet pop-up blinked again. I will do my best. Thanks. I'll pay you well. Hyung, but I actually have more money than you right now. So sorry. I mean, since you made this system, just feel free to use it. It's fine. With the pop-ups, we reached a dramatic resolution, an invitation to a concert's VIP seats. By the way, Changryo watched excitedly, asked a few questions, then belatedly checked on my news. By the way, your group is filming a reality show, right? That leaked too? Yeah. But the director you used to work with belongs to a studio under T1. Right. All the reality show crews from Travel Diaries to Carrot Coin Schemes are under T1. We had a lot of trouble. Changryo smiled and spoke gently. Shall I introduce you to someone good? Oh, this guy really wants to fleece me. We've already booked someone. Use your paid behind-the-scenes platform, buddy. Because the person we booked is, hello. Wow, greetings, writer. Great Sejin stood across from TSDR's table, energetically greeting the main writer of our reality show. Long time no see. Ah yes, Ryu Siren, the very writer from. Also my university senior and twin Homa, Ryu Seojin, but more on that later. She was one of the key staff we secured for our Taystar reality program for two simple reasons. First, it's great to work with you again. Yes, very. She'd been dropped by T12, the insider who made the series a hit. She was pushed out by internal politics after we and others who debuted on that show all left to go independent. Second, about this reality show. She knows how to craft a program, whether by using contestants as sacrifices or building emotional arcs from 1 to 10. She's great at variety. She even has a good eye for talent. No better partner for Taystar. You're not looking for those cute little idol reality programs most groups do, right? Her tone said, find your own. Ryu Siren nodded once. Yes, we've always preferred spending more time to make true, fun reality shows. Exactly. Then let's pick a PD with that style. I know their production team too. Her confident voice left no doubt. They'd recreate that vibe, teasing the cast, pulling pranks. And since we'd worked with that PD's team before, the public would accept it as Taystar style. But I said, no. I didn't want a copycat. Ryu Siren's specialty was a different style. There's no need to sacrifice originality. So please do it your way. We each stick to what we do best. Ryu Siren narrowed her eyes, asking in disbelief. You mean, like your previous work? Yes. We all know the prime example. This Taystar reality will go. Like. Ryu Siren looked stunned, as any sane person would. But investors hold the power. A few days later, TSDAR's reality filming began as planned. I opened my eyes. Above me, the familiar ceiling of my old dorm room. It felt natural, waking up and seeing a familiar ceiling. But there's a catch. Taystar moved. This was the pre-move dorm. What the hell? I sat up. The dark room, and something resting on my abdomen. A yellow file. Squinting for clarity, I read the cover aloud. Your profile file. I opened it. Your occupation is doctor. Below, its description and features were listed. So that's how it is. Taystar had intentionally avoided detailed briefings on the reality show's internal settings to preserve authenticity. They only knew the format and purpose. What's it for? I mused aloud, rising from the bed. In my head, I replayed the group meeting when we hired Ryu Siren. We're veterans, so we already know how it goes. The concept for this Taystar reality program. That writer's survival shows are fun. A death survival format. 486 chapter. After absorbing all the information from the profile folder assigned to me, I opened the door of the dim, former Taystar dorm and stepped out. The door was locked. I felt slight resistance, gripped the doorknob firmly, and pushed. Screech. WH. Who is it? It's me. Park Mundy. A few of them were already gathered in the living room and leapt up at the sight of me. In the darkness, I could just make out their builds and faces. Kim Rae-bin and Bae Sejin. It looked like they'd been huddled on the floor instead of the sofa and scrambled up. Did you all wake up in your own rooms? Yes, that's right. Kim Rae-bin nodded, proud. Bae Sejin cut to the chase. How did you do this? It's exactly like our old dorm. He wasn't just talking structure. I'd heard that since we'd effectively taken over our former company, T1 Stars, the old dorm lease was still in place. We could easily use that dorm for the reality shoot, but that wasn't what surprised them. I turned to the unlit TV and the plaster air freshener in front of it, a flower crown shape. Sien Ah-hyun had displayed one in the old dorm and, apparently, they'd recreated it here too. That's right. The props are almost identical. They'd replicated nearly everything from when Taystar lived here. But it's a bit spooky since the lights don't work. Exactly. The light switch did nothing. Only a few corridor lamps and indirect ceiling lights were on. Anyone with an active imagination would feel uneasy. The place felt like something terrible could happen any moment. I noticed two people who thrived on this sort of environment were missing, Ryu Jian-woo and Sien Ah-hyun. Wait. I scanned the faces of the others and asked, did any of you have roommates? Oh, the others looked thoughtful. Come to think of it, you were all alone in your rooms, right? Yes, at least I was. Indeed, the three of us each had our own rooms. Kim Rae-bin's roommate was Sienna Hyun. Bae Sejin's was Cha Yu-jin. Mine was Ryu Jian-woo. So none of us had roommates. Then are we each being drafted from our rooms? In other words, these three of us formed the dorm team. Of course, being a group reality show, we wouldn't film only among ourselves. Eventually the others would join. But if they'd divided teams, one room would remain. A single room. Seems Bae Sejin realized it too. He balled his fist. Right? Then let's find Lee Sejin. She's the only one alone. Yes. But when we cautiously approached Lee Sejin's locked room door, it was bolted tight. In the dark dorm, we heard no sound at all. Is she in there, staying quiet to scare us? That's possible. She knew variety shows. But Lee Sejin didn't burst out of the room. For at least 3 minutes, it was eerily silent. By now there'd be an audio gap if someone stayed silent so long. And someone so skilled at timing Inc. via LGT, official version, for maximum scare wouldn't abandon the main storyline. So the door was simply unopenable, for now. Doesn't look like it. Or she's unwilling to come out. We couldn't know. Bae Sejin and I stared at the locked door, feeling odd. Then, hey, there's something under here. Kim Rae-bin bent down and lifted something halfway under the door, a white sheet of paper with writing on it. An instruction? It had a single line. I opened from the end. Cryptic. Looks like an escape room hint. Right. We studied the paper with grave faces. The corridor's indirect light barely reached us. Cool air, maybe from the air conditioner, brushed the back of my neck. They set the mood well. Could have used a flashlight. This felt like a zombie could jump out any moment and turn it into a real survival scenario. Not impossible. I nodded. But first, let's do the segment the producers asked for. Please introduce yourselves for the viewers. Shall we sit and introduce ourselves? Okay, time for self-introductions. First off, my profession is doctor. Oh, very fitting for Hyung Park. Monday, as if chosen, Kim Rae-bin exclaimed. Actually, we all drew lots before being placed here. The folder allocation probably happened like that. Might even have split teams. But I'd leave that twist for the behind-the-scenes reveal and nodded. Thanks for the compliment. Now, Sejin Hyung. I'm lawyer. What? No. I could hear my own interview voice. Wouldn't prosecutors suit him better? Everyone would agree. But lawyer makes me think you get missions deceiving people. No way. Bae Sejin bristled. Oh, what's our first mission? Profession mission. Complete it before the first game ends. It was in my folder. Each profession differed. Remembering mine, I nodded. Understood. Hyung, I'll be suspicious of you. You're supposed to say you'll trust me first. I'm not usual. A little comedic back and forth broke the ice, and we got that variety show vibe. Then Rae-bin. I'm journalist. Nice to meet you. Got it. After hearing Kim Rae-bin's curious fit, I asked, shall we explore more? We need to find an exit. Let's. The patio door's blocked by a thin wall. Clearly an escape room setup. And crucially, the front door had a translucent inner door with a keypad, locked for extra security. Looks like no power here either. Phew. We confirmed that and resumed searching. Split up. Better to stick together for safety. Right. We moved as one, enjoying the escape room content, rifling rooms, gathering hints that led us to the locked bathroom door with a combination lock. If we map colors to numbers. 2,724. That's it. Excellent. Surprisingly, they were actually enjoying it. Once our eyes adjusted, it felt like a normal escape room CAF. No horror elements, no zombies or jump scares. Kinda boring. Hope Ryu Seirin's got a twist up her sleeve. I imagined a brisk, warm edit and dove into the hints. Soon we unlocked the bathroom lock. 2,724, correct. Oh, at least our dignity is intact. Clack. The moment I opened the bathroom door, the lights flicked on. Oh, the power's back. The fluorescent glow dazzled us. Instinctively, we filed into the newly brightened bathroom. I inspected inside. Everything replicated the old dorm, except one dissonant detail. A black rectangular handheld device on the sink. Walkie-talkie. Why in the dorm? Could it be? I picked it up. It had batteries. It works. I pressed the button and spoke. Can you hear me? Chong Woo Hyung? Hyun. Lee Sejin Cha Eugene? No response. I lowered it, shook my head. No reply. Thought it might connect to the others. Maybe Hyung's or Eugene haven't found you yet. Could be. Hey, can I hold that walkie-talkie? Sure. Time for some deductions. Then, flicker. Blink. Blink. This wasn't an illusion. I looked up. The bathroom light. It flickered twice in a row. And this kind of staging usually means, oh damned. Park Monday. Grabbing their shoulders, I backed away. Then, flicker, flicker, flicker. Wah. I shoved them and bolted from the bathroom as the lights strobing rapidly. A shadow loomed behind me. Damn it. I'm not alone. Bursting from the bathroom, I threw out my hand and slammed the door. Bang. I closed and locked the door again. What was that? Felt wrong. This was a classic haunted cabinet stunt. A ghost or zombie jumping out. Did anyone see it? I didn't look back. Me neither. Phew. I stared at the silent door, breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't get caught. Better to come back later with more people. I might have looked like a scaredy cat on camera. Bae Sejin tapped me encouragingly. Annoying. I'll keep the walkie-talkie. Good move. Whoever grabs it last keeps it. Amazing. Oh, looks like the living room switch works now too. Meanwhile, Kim Rae-bin deduced the other lights had power again. Then maybe the keypad too? I stood. How's the inner door keypad? Yes. Lights on. Kim Rae-bin waved. I exhaled. Okay. The inner door should open now. I moved toward it. Hey, Park Monday. Bae Sejin whispered to me, out of Rae-bin's earshot. Something's on the bottom. Looks like blood. I looked at the underside of the upturned walkie-talkie he held. Sticky dark red gunk was smeared there. Is this the cue? A zombie? As I gauged camera angles to predict the scare location, Bae Sejin whispered. Rae-bin might freak out, so let's not mention it. Okay. I nodded. Bae Sejin nodded back and gripped the walkie-talkie, stepping forward. And I thought, should I retrieve the walkie-talkie? His reaction had been odd. Rae-bin wouldn't be scared by fake blood. He's the wild type. Raised on a farm, he's used to guts. Bae Sejin must know that. Maybe he panicked, and protecting the youngest? But one more thing unsettled me. Bae Sejin's profession. A lawyer defends suspects, who might be criminals. If the show noticed that trait, maybe he's been tasked with trolling or defending a villain. Let's keep an eye on him. In Variety, shows you don't have to win, but I'm done being backstabbed like during that carrot coin heist. I quietly joined them at the inner door. Rae-bin and Bae Sejin peered at the incorrect code message. The code doesn't match. Of course, they wouldn't use the original password for security, but finding another code seems dull. I thought briefly and offered, how about 0000? The default code. Then, beep beep beep. Oh, it worked. The inner door swung open, revealing the front door. Check ahead. First. Then. Hyung. Guys. Me members. Shouts came from the other side of the door. They must have been waiting over there. Right. They're joining us. We hurried to the door. Voices grew louder. Get us out. Sounds like they wanted rescue. I nodded and stepped forward. At that moment, the front door began to glow. What is that? They both jumped. Good reflexes, but it's okay. I reached out and touched the door. Swish, screech. Like peeling a sticker from paper, a layer of coating peeled back from the edge. It was a paper cover. A cover. By the backlight, I saw the outline of a paper cover I hadn't noticed. The light source was a panel, a pad, like a smartphone or monitor screen. Wow. Is it safe to install this on a residential door? Voices on the other side sounded startled too. Then, ding. Welcome to the Lamb game. The screen on the door flashed bright, then displayed large text with a jingle. Kim Rae-bin gaped, covering his mouth. What is this? Let's step back a bit. Swish shash. We three backed 3 paces in unison, and the screen changed dramatically. First game. Choose a sacrificial profession to open the front door. Time until results. 3 hours. What? 487 chapter. Taystar is trapped in the dorm before moving out. And, at last, at the front door reached by opening the inner gate. A flashing panel appeared. Sacrifice 1 profession to open the front door. The moment I read that, I understood. Someone here would be eliminated. So this is a survival format. They want us to vote among ourselves to choose one profession as a sacrifice? My brain tingled at the thrill. I nodded, raising my estimate of Ryu Siren's planning. Wait, if we split up like this to vote, we don't know who holds which profession, we can't communicate with the other side. No shouting, no tricks, no comic relief, just a dull vote? That can't be. I spun around and shouted. Hyung. What? The walkie-talkie. Then I called out beyond the front door, loud enough for the other side to hear. Did you find the walkie-talkie? Walkie-talkie. Walkie-talkie. Really? I faintly heard frantic thumping on the other side. Are you using the walkie-talkie now? Just press here and speak. Yes, but if you hold the button you can't hear the response, so keep it short. Got it. Bae Sejin raised the walkie-talkie and began to call. If we're lucky, they'll hear the static and locate the walkie. So this is how we're meant to discuss by radio which profession to sacrifice? As I thought that, the panel on the door suddenly updated. Sacrifice selection complete. What? Monday Hyung? Did you choose? No way. But before I could speak, the door opened. Click. The front door was ajar, and standing just beyond it, catching their breath as if they'd sprinted here with the walkie, were 4 other Taystar members. Their eyes widened. Guys, Monday, Rabin, Hyung, thank goodness you're all here. In that moment, they forgot the game and rushed together like a flock of penguins, delirious as if rescued by family. Hyung, we came to save you. Yeah. I half-heartedly returned Cha Yujin's hug and counted heads again. All 7 are here. Yes. More numbers bring more reassurance. But still, why did the door open? The likeliest explanation was this. Did the other side choose the sacrifice profession? Nope. The door just opened. Ryu Chongwu shook his head firmly. I thought you chose it. Since we were trapped in the dorm, I figured we had no choice. What? What are you talking about? We were trapped in the dorm. Sejin, what? Impossible. I squeezed through the 4 of them and peered past the front door to the other side, and gaped in horror. This is insane. The other side was also a dorm. Wait, beyond the front door is. This is a dorm too? Those who noticed began to panic, turning their heads back and forth across the threshold. Holy moly, there's a living room. Wow, this is crazy. Before I knew it, Cha Yujin and Big Sejin had dashed into the living room we'd just escaped from, shouting, and I stepped over the inner gate threshold onto the other side. It's exactly the same. Oh, so they were trying to escape too? Each side had mistaken the other for the outside, but in fact they were Dorm A team and Dorm B team. What on earth is this place? A set, obviously. Only a set could be disguised so thoroughly, not just props, but the entire house. I felt a punch to the gut. I smiled wryly and scanned my surroundings again. I knew there would be an escape method revealed at the end. There has to be catharsis. Yet the front entrance itself was fake, arranged as a mirrored double room. It's a brilliant double-locked room that heightens fear and tension. Then where's the exit? No, first things first. I turned my head. The others flinched. So, neither team has touched or pressed anything on that panel since it showed selection complete, right? Right. I reached out and pointed to the panel. The message still glowed. Sacrifice selection complete. Then why did it say complete? Big Sejin furrowed his brow thoughtfully, then crossed his arms. Maybe it's part of a profession mission? Like there could be a role in our profession assignment to choose a sacrifice. Think board games. That made sense. Sharp thinking. Okay, then let's ask everyone what their professions are. About that. Just as Big Sejin was about to respond, the panel spoke. Participants. Ugh, what the? A distorted mechanical voice came from the front door panel. They packed in a lot of features. We rushed to stand before it. The screen changed, displaying new lines. The sacrifice profession has been decided. A mark of fate has been bestowed. Against a black background, white letters flashed ominously. Is it over already? What does this mean? The air chilled with confusion and dread. But I was tense for another reason. Hey, they said the game time limit is 3 hours. So what are we supposed to do for the next 3 hours? Wouldn't the tension just fizzle out? Then, click. A wall beside the front door opened. Something poured out. Wah. Amid the commotion, I checked the items. Cards. They looked like poker cards, 7 in total. On each backside was printed a name. What are these? A QR code. Wait. I nudged the others. The panel's message wasn't finished. Among the 7 cards, one belongs to the participant with the sacrifice profession. The screen showed 7 cards flipping, then one enlarged, its face stamped with a crimson mark. A sheep skull. That is the sacrifice's mark. This is serious. You may exchange this mark card for 3 hours. At game end, the participant holding the NVLGT, continue reading, mark card becomes the final sacrifice. On screen, the cards shuffled like a shell game, then flipped one by one, backsides showing. The card bearing the crimson sheep skull blinked. Pop. It exploded. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Only the black screen remained, with a white countdown blinking below. I immediately checked my card. It too had a poker pattern and name on one side, and a QR code on the other. I tapped the frozen panel. How do we make an exchange? No further narration appeared, just a new line on the black screen. Show the QR code. I held the card with the QR code face forward and scanned beside the panel. Is there a scanner here? Monday. Hold on. I stopped a few panicking members from grabbing me, then scanned the card's QR code. What happens? The screen changed again. Required currency, 1 gold. Gold. This doesn't look like a free exchange. Nope. It seems to cost something. Going on a wild card swap spree would be insane anyway. At that moment, Cha Eugene shot his hand up. I know where it is. Wait a second. He dashed to the bathroom on his side, yanked open the door, and brought something out in an instant. This is gold. It was a gold piece stamped with a QR code. Wow, where was it? Under the shelf. Eugene, you're amazing. The others crowded around Cha Eugene, showering him with praise. Then a decisive voice spoke. There must be more hidden in both dorms, right? Probably. If so, I removed my card from the scanner. Then let's look for gold first. And so the treasure hunt began. Monday, didn't you miss our members? Yeah, of course. Big Sejin, still excited, began recounting what happened on their side. I silently ransacked the living room they'd escaped from. Though I don't know if there's more here. We tore up this place. Looking at the upended sofa, they had indeed searched thoroughly. I dusted myself off and rose. Then I remembered what I wanted to say. You were about to say something earlier. Did you ask about everyone's professions? I meant their professions. They haven't mentioned them yet, even while talking about their ordeal. Big Sejin shrugged, as if reading my mind. Yeah, that was what I was about to say. We were busy searching, so we didn't get to it. Really? You? Not intentionally avoiding it. The show's best entertainer, skipping the introduction the writers asked for. But as if reading my thoughts, Big Sejin shrugged again. I thought it'd look better when we're all together, but now it seems like a lie, right? Probably. Anyone whose profession is awkward would lie. I nodded. That's so like him. In this game, you can't fully trust anyone. I shrugged inwardly and let the conversation drop as I headed toward the kitchen. Park Monday. Big Sejin approached in a low voice. You didn't get a weird profession, right? You're sure? Yes. But someone with a weird profession would also answer like that, wouldn't they? Maybe, but you scanned your card immediately. If someone wanted to hide their profession, they'd be too nervous to do that. Sharp observation. And you're good at things like this, so I'm relying on you. Big Sejin swallowed and spoke. My profession, lawyer. Okay, it has a special ability. What? I can learn other professions' details. That's what it said, so I knew what everyone's professions are. Big Sejin lowered his voice further. Rabin said he was a journalist, right? Yes. He swallowed. There is no journalist. There's no journalist profession. A betrayal I never saw coming. I replayed Kim Rae-bin's behavior in my mind. No sign of guilty awkwardness. Is Kim Rae-bin really that good at lying? Even with past variety show training? I'm starting to suspect Big Sejin too. But hiding it, I widened my eyes in mock shock, then adopted a resolute expression, as if intrigued. Big Sejin matched my expression. Hyung, could you share the professions you know? I want to list Rabin's real candidates. Sure. But first, tell me about your ability. Good negotiator. I nodded. As Big Sejin swallowed, I revealed. My ability was a question mark. No joke. Special ability. To be revealed during play. That's what the profile said. I guess they didn't want to spoil it. Oh, if I left it there, I wouldn't earn full trust. I added my speculation. If this is like mafia, the doctor usually protects the victim. So they might reveal them when someone's about to be sacrificed. Makes sense. Right. I hadn't lost their trust. I gathered Bay Sejin's list of professions. Doctor, sheriff, detective, scholar, mortician, lawyer, and clown. A modern-day lineup. Very plausible, useful intel. This is a gain. If true, I bowed my thanks, and Bay Sejin beamed with pride. But if it's just me sharing, you might not trust it fully. Should I recruit another trustworthy person? Who? I raised my hand, pointing at the one rifling through our dorm's kitchen. Ryu Chong-woo. Bay Sejin grew urgent. This isn't about personality, it's about profession. It's a show. Exactly. That was my point. I nodded in agreement. Think about it, Hyung. Yeah. In our own content, Chong-woo was the betrayer last time. The zombie. Right. So by cooldown theory, Chong-woo won't be it this time. What do you think? It would be stale if the same person were chosen twice. Even if random, production wouldn't let it happen. They'd claim an error and make them redraw. My reasoning sounded plausible, and Bay Sejin pumped his fist and agreed. All right, let's do it. Good. I sidled over to Ryu Chong-woo and whispered, Hyung. Yeah. Come here for a sec. We three began to speak quietly, as if searching similar spots. Sejin Hyung wants an alliance, but you have to reveal your profession. I see. We've all introduced ours already. If you speak up, we form the party. But Ryu Chong-woo, peering under the table, smiled wryly. I can't tell. Sorry. Bay Sejin's face fell. You're not. Wait, Hyung. I cut in before he could react. You're not unwilling. You're unable, right? Ryu Chong-woo gave an ambiguous smile. Of course. I nodded and whispered to Bay Sejin. Chong-woo Hyung seems to have a profession where he can't directly say what it is. If he were mafia, he'd lie. He wouldn't refuse to say outright. Ugh. Bay Sejin hesitated, then nodded. Then, maybe he's the detective. In detective stories they shine at the end. Oh, a solid, show-friendly deduction. Then, great. Let's hear it. Bay Sejin nodded. I gave Ryu Chong-woo time to explain to Bay Sejin, and Ryu Chong-woo was impressed. He even had that ability. Amazing, Sejin. Ahem, thanks. But like you said, Rabin is definitely suspicious. Right now the urgent thing is that someone will be sacrificed. I want to discuss that. Too. Right. If one of us could choose the sacrifice profession directly, which profession would it be? That was easy. I answered without hesitation. Detective or clown. At the same time, on the internet. What did everyone vote for in the Orbit poll? Since there are 7 options, people think it's a Taystar poll, lol. On idol forums, chatter about the Orbit poll exploded. The word sacrifice itself was thrilling, and voting was fun. Surprisingly, opinions converged. Obviously pick clown, right? LOL, just seeing the profession name feels troll why. Clown. It sounds like the culprit or mastermind. But many argued the opposite. You guys don't get it. Trolling from the voting side is what makes it funny. It's clearly a self-variety stunt. No, it's totally Dr. LOL. Kill off the detective, please, so the chaos is hilarious. As word spread, more people called for detective and doctor. Shortly after, Orbit Star's account posted a new update. Voting complete. View results. Curious fans clicked to view results, and the link led to a video. The game begins now. Taystar coming soon. Taystar variety show trailer. OMG insane. Taystar variety. Wow, as expected. Already hyped. What do we do? Fans rejoiced at the long-awaited variety show. Meanwhile, one fan faced reality. Wait, did the member we voted for just get eliminated? No way. Stop. No. Fan sites and communities reignited with speculation and excitement. And in that moment, Taystar's strange filming set burned with a different kind of heat. Monday. Wanna swap cards? The first trade request was made. 488 chapter. I looked at Sian Ahyan. He's asking to trade cards? And the one who'd called me to the outer edge of his room pulled something from his pocket. A piece of gold with a QR code stuck on it. The currency used for card exchanges. Where did you find that? Actually, Sian Ahyan whispered quietly, saying that when he'd opened his eyes in his room, He'd read his profile and searched the room at the same time. At that time, under the bed. I found it. So he'd found it at the start of the game. And he's kept quiet until now. Seeing Hyun, I couldn't help but admire him. They really know variety show tactics. It was impressive. I couldn't wait to see how this would be edited according to Ryu Siren's scenario. But I'm not sure if I should use it now. I might want it at a decisive moment. Seeing Hyun nodded with a determined expression. I need information, so it's okay to use my gold. Strategically, it might make sense to wait until someone else uses theirs first. But this is a variety show. It was better for the story to make the first move quickly, so I nodded. Then let's share our professions with each other. That seems best. Okay, I'm a scholar. Oh, I nodded. Mundi Hyung. I'm a doctor. Seeing Hyun blushed and nodded, pleased with the good profession. That was the end of the conversation. We'll exchange cards now. Did you find gold? I gathered the other members and stood before the front door panel. Let's try it once as a test. Okay. Big Sejin nodded. I went over the game rule again. If one of us is going to be the sacrifice, this card exchange will change who it is. Right. Like passing a joker in a card game. A bomb pass. But this felt more like a mafia-style survival game with hidden killers. Still, whether mafia or civilian, professions like scholar or doctor wouldn't draw as much attention as detective or clown. I recalled what I'd told Ryu Chongwoo earlier. Which profession was most likely to die? Detective or clown? If the sacrifice chooser is mafia, detective. If civilian, clown. That's the standard route. Scholar or doctor aren't flashy targets. So before the dark panel, with only its light to guide us, we held up our cards. Let's do it. Okay. Seeing Hyun and I scanned our cards and the gold's QR code. The panel screen silently swirled dark red. Whoa, this is scarier than I thought. We listened to the others' tense voices and stared at the panel. The swirl lasted 3 or 4 seconds, then vanished. Only 2 card backs remained on screen. Mark exchange complete. Park Mundi left right arrow seeing Hyun. Oh, so that's how it works. We heard small murmurs of awe from the others. I smoothed my card. No other info stored. It seemed only the exchange record was saved. Nothing special. Still, that was cool. True. With no extras, seeing Hyun and I, satisfied with the demo, stepped back from the panel. After that, the search resumed. Mundi Hyung, no way they couldn't open the bathroom door here? If it's this hard, there must be gold in here too. There's a ghost in here. Ugh. And then a skit. There's chicken in the fridge. They really feed us. How touching. As another skit loosened the mood, the members, growing accustomed, fanned out to poke around both dorms. Has it already been 2 hours? Shortly after. Beep. An alarm sounded at the front door, followed by a repeated siren voice announcement. Warning, please return to your starting room. Warning, please return to your starting room. Warning, please return to your starting room. What is this? Starting room. Scattered members rushed back. I shouted over the siren. I think they mean each of our own starting rooms. I'll see you in a moment. Those who had gathered at the door dispersed in perfect coordination, typical of guys with broadcast experience. I returned to the room where I'd started. The room recreated from the previous dorm's layout. Click. I entered and shut the door, muffling the siren. Ding dong. Mid-game announcement time. There was a speaker here too. Phew. Probably to startle us again. I found myself sitting on the bed in one dark corner, no lights on. Then that eerie tone played through the speaker again. Check the drawer by your bedside. All right. I moved and opened the bedside drawer to find an electronic device inside. It definitely hadn't been there before. Someone must have snuck it in. Working staff are hard at work. I murmured, spotting a black box with a camera peeking out in the corner. I carefully powered on the device's screen. It was an Osong tablet, maybe product placement. Beep. The lit display cut through the gloom. Reveal profession ability. Your profession ability is... Oh, they'd split us up for this reason. I read the text slowly. So this is where it goes. Quite interesting. As I rubbed my chin, thinking of possible uses, another alert sounded. The pad screen changed again. 1 hour. Mark can now be checked. The remaining game time, and my card's mark. I raised my hand and tapped the pad. Kaya-ha-ha. A child's laughter rang out first. That innocent sound felt unsettling, sending chills down my spine. Then, without warning, a huge red circle filled the screen. A lamb skull emblem. Your card is the sacrifice marked. Current lamb, Park Monday. I averted my eyes from the pad and drew a breath. I held the sacrifice mark. If this continues, I'll be the one who dies. Did everyone enjoy the show? Yeah, bro. The sirens sounded again, and the members emerged from their rooms. The final hour flew by. Instead of gold hunts, they focused on talking and watching. Huh? Where are the two Hyungs going card exchange? Heating leftover chicken. Understood. Publicly, the last hour passed smoothly, no incidents or conflicts. But a strange tension simmered. Soon. It's the end. I watched the time, awaiting the finale. Shortly after. Beep. Oh. The time's up. This time, I wasn't startled. Everyone looked somewhat tense. The sacrifice has been decided. After hours inside, immersion grew and the word sacrifice felt a bit terrifying. Like entering a haunted house. It's here. The front door panel's countdown had indeed reached 0. Midnight. Then, covering it, huge letters appeared. Exchange closed. The speaker emitted a distorted mechanical voice. Pre-announcement notice. Your initial sacrifice mark was chosen by sponsors' votes. As sponsors? By the votes of fans who love you. Fans. A crimson graph climbed endlessly on screen, showing 20,374 votes. Putting that number and the explanation together. Wait, this was a fan vote. When did they vote? I told you. Chaotic as the members were, the panel continued its narration. The profession with the most votes, 20,374, was. Everyone held their breath, staring at the panel. And now that time has passed, the profession holding this sacrifice mark is. Gulp. At that ominous moment. It's Scholar. Oh. I reflexively glanced at Sean Hyun. His face was pale. Okay, I'm a scholar. He had definitely said that. The members immediately started scanning the room for the person. Scholar. Who was the scholar? Speak up. But there was silence. No one stepped forward, and Seon Hyun kept his mouth shut. Why won't anyone come out? Bae Sejin narrowed his eyes, and Kim Rae-bin looked around in panic. Isn't it impossible to change INF original source? The result now? Right. But why? As confusion broke out, the panel spoke again. The sacrifices room has opened. Screech. Gasp. The front door opened automatically. And behind it, another door opened too. It was the single room in our dorm. The one that hadn't opened before. That must be the sacrifices room? Looks like it. Suddenly, I remembered the note Kim Rae-bin picked up under that door. I open at the end. That meant this room opens at game end. Or, when someone's fate is sealed. I followed the others, deciding this was an interview moment. At the open room's threshold. I'll go in. Cha Eugene stepped forward without hesitation. But, oops. Why? He frowned and stepped back. What is it? We all peered inside, startled. Inside the room was like a cult's sacrificial altar. Torn black wallpaper and flickering red candles swayed eerily. And in the center stood a giant coffin-shaped altar, bearing a crimson lamb skull emblem. This is insane. Boom. There was even thunder sound effects. Before the art team's work, the members again huddled like penguins. Park Monday, I don't think I can sleep in here now. Glad we're moving afterwards. Yeah. Still, we entered cautiously. There are nameplates. Ugh. We gathered around the coffin altar, lining up according to names, like awaiting guests. At that moment, participants. I knew this would happen. Me too. That strange narration echoed through the speaker. The camera on the altar rotated, capturing our faces. Welcome to the sacrifices room. Are we really going to offer up a member as a sacrifice here? Calm down, Rae-bin. Here, you must identify the Black Lamb. Black Lamb. The participant who passed their sacrifice fate to another via the final exchange. In other words, the one who made Scholar the sacrifice in the last exchange is the Black Lamb. No way. This is getting impossible to figure out. I organized my thoughts quickly. So we must find the person who traded with the final sacrifice, Scholar. They judge that act as mafia, or the culprit. Then if we find who last exchanged with the Scholar, we win. Too easy, right? Another condition followed. If you correctly deduce the Black Lamb, the the culprit is burned with the sacrifice. But if you fail to find the black lamb, then everyone except the black lamb and the sacrifice is burned. Ah, this is a horror game. Screams and over-the-top reactions broke out. Oh, so if the sacrifice stays silent, they survive. No one will say who they traded with then. I marveled at the production's cruelty. Good luck. Luck, Lou. The speaker crackled and went silent, and the altar's skull emblem glowed red. Oh, it's time to start. Even as I gasped at the incredible room, the group regained focus. They seemed to be forming talking points based on their thoughts so far. Obviously, the first priority was who the sacrifice scholar is. If we corner that person, we find the final exchanger. But the first to speak up was Bei Sijin. Wait, I have something to say first. He spoke calmly. I knew everyone's professions. Huh, I'm a lawyer. Then, as he had told me, he began sharing all the information he'd gathered. Makes sense at the end. If you know everyone's professions, you can use elimination to deduce who is who. But there's one person who named a profession that doesn't exist. That person is. And just as Bei Sijin was about to name Kim Ray-bin. Hold on. Big Sijin suddenly cut in. Bei Sijin froze in surprise, and Big Sijin asked directly. Hyung, what's your profession again? Lawyer. My ability lets me learn other professions' details. Wait, you said you're a lawyer? Big Sijin scoffed, then dropped a bomb. That's odd. I'm a lawyer. What? There can't be two of the same profession, right? The members, mouths agape, looked between the two namesakes. Big Sijin rubbed the back of his neck. From the reaction, it seems Sijin Hyung has been telling everyone he's a lawyer, but that profession can't be shared in this mission. Big Sijin surveyed the group's reaction, frowned, and forced a bitter smile. Then he sighed. You've all been fooled, Hyung. Completely fooled. A stunned silence fell. Then, wait. Bei Sijin spoke with a deathly calm resolve. You're the one lying. My God. I swallowed my shock. One of them must be trolling. I could already envision viewers crunching popcorn, unable to breathe. It was literally the start of utter chaos. 489 chapter. A namesake claiming to be lawyer. Bei Sijin and Kun Sijin were locked in a heated debate. Lee Sijin stayed silent all this time and only spoke up after they decided who would die. That's obviously strategic, on purpose to confuse everyone. Come on, Hyung. It's the opposite. It'd be more unnatural to blurt out your profession and ability from the start. Think about any mafia game. Good citizens wouldn't do that out of caution. Both had valid points. In any case, neither could actually both be lawyers. One of them must be bluffing. Impressive, really. I inwardly admired it. Oh, Monday Hyung, who do you suspect? From the situation, both are possible. One's an actor, the other a natural variety show talent. Either could smoothly pretend to be a different profession. Both could troll with their professions if they wanted. Right now, neither claim felt logically off. That's sophistry. I spotted someone suspicious early and shared with reliable people. But if you were mafia, that'd all be lies too. Then it's baseless. This is chaos. I could almost see the other's eyes spinning. I clicked my tongue and raised my hand. I have questions for both of you. Could you explain your lawyer ability? Liars usually show gaps. Good point. If you detail it, someone will slip up. Ryu Chongwu nodded. Right? Keep probing, and unprepared fabrications collapse under pressure. Okay. Both Sijins seemed intrigued. Great. Idea. Monday. Then I'll go first. Bei Sijin jumped in, eager to claim the floor. As a lawyer, I can learn exactly how many professions there are and what they are. He then listed what he knew. The others nodded as they repeated them. Doctor, sheriff, detective, scholar, mortician, clown, and lawyer. Exactly. Bei Sijin nodded seriously. If your profession isn't listed, raise your hand. No one objected. No one's expression changed noticeably, meaning their profession was among those listed. So Bei Sijin's likely telling the truth. Sensing that, Bei Sijin stared challengingly at Kun Sijin. But Kun Sijin gave a wry smile. You know what professions exist? He shrugged. But from your tone, you really seem to know. You're admitting you lied about being a lawyer. No. Kun Sijin shook his head and spoke earnestly. I think Bei Sijin Hyung actually has a different ability. He's lying only about being a lawyer. So Consejin's theory was, Bei Sejin used another profession's ability to learn the list, then impersonated a lawyer? That was possible. Honestly, lawyer doesn't seem to fit that ability. Whoa, Kim Rabin gasped. At the same time, Bei Sejin bristled. A lawyer should know the defendant well? How is that odd? No, that ability screams culprit or mastermind. It's perfect for constructing a scheme. For a moment, the members' faces flickered with maybe so. Now Bei Sejin narrowed his eyes coldly. Method acting or genuine obsession? I shrugged and asked Consejin. Then what is the true lawyer ability? Consejin smiled and answered confidently. It lets you designate one person and learn if they're innocent. My goodness. And he didn't stop there. By the way, I've already used it. The room's atmosphere shifted instantly. Even Sean Ah-hyun, who'd stayed silent, reflexively asked, W who? The member right next to me. Consejin tapped the person beside him. It was Kim Rabin. That's right. He grinned. Kim Rabin looked as if his eyeballs might pop out, but still nodded in puzzled agreement. I'm not the culprit, of course. I've never exchanged cards. Bei Sejin clenched his fist and interrupted. That makes no sense. Kim Rabin was shocked. You said you're a journalist. But there's no journalist profession. Oh, now that you mention it. Kim Rabin's eyes spun around. Classic. And every time I tried to reveal this, that guy blocked me. Excuse me. Aisjin, Bei Sejin shouted, clasping his hands and muttering. And one profession was odd. Clown. Oh ho. Remember our last card game? The Joker, or Clown. Whoever holds it last loses. A shell game rule. Bei Sejin swallowed hard. So maybe Kim Rabin is Clown? Losing is the mission. What? Kim Rabin looked even more horrified. If he's acting, I'll double act. But Bei Sejin, as if his logic suddenly clicked, spoke with conviction. And Aisjin is the scholar. What? Aisjin is the sacrifice, and he wants to prevent me from naming Kim Rabin, so they'll both win. That rule existed. If you correctly identify the black lamb, the culprit is burned with the sacrifice. If you fail, everyone except those two is burned. Meaning the only way for the sacrifice to survive is to mislead us. What do you think? It was a decent theory. But then Consejin burst out laughing. I get it. Consejin declared like a bomb. No, you're the clown, Hyung. Bluffers usually speak first to set the stage. What? Wait. That's just a tired tactic to pin me, because I'm cornered. You're just parroting me. No, you're insecure, that's why. Hey, their obsession was escalating. It felt like we needed a caption. They're really fighting happy-faced. Ryu Chong-woo hurried to mediate. Sejin Hyung, Aisjin. Yes. Can you explain your logic? Sure. Consejin grinned. I think Sejin Hyung is Clown. He's most likely the Black Lamb. Our mafia. What? Calm down. Sejin Hyung, let's hear him out. As Ryu Chong-woo calmed Bei Sejin, Consejin winked at me. And before we entered here, I heard something from Monday. Right. The one with the strongest speaking rights had private info shared beforehand. I have something. May I share? Go ahead. I nodded. Consejin began. Ah-hyun said he's the scholar. That was it. Suspicious. Scholar, the profession chosen as the sacrifice. I don't know what the sponsor's first vote was, but the final sacrifice is scholar. I continued calmly. And the person who said their scholar is right there? Ah-hyun. So, we should question Seon Ah-hyun first. Excuse me. Seon Ah-hyun spoke with a pale face. I never said that. What? In the dark, cult-like chamber, the circle of people floundered in endless revelations. I have a different profession. Had any participant truthfully revealed their profession in this game? Kim Rabin was stunned again. Even Seon Ah-hyun was caught in this. Bei Sejin and Consejin claim lawyer. Monday Hyung says doctor. He quickly organized his thoughts. So, equals. Taste our professions, claims. Ryu Chong-woo. Bei Sejin, lawyer. Seon Ah-hyun, scholar. Consejin, lawyer. Park Mundy, doctor. Kim Rabin, journalist. Cha Eugene, equals. They all claimed differently, and accusations flew. Now Seon Ah-hyun even denies being scholar. Then what's your profession? I have the ability to learn others' professions. Gasp. And I used it on Monday and learned something. Sian Ah-hyun said with determined eyes. Monday isn't a doctor. He lied about his profession. Again? Kim Rae-bin swiveled his head as if his neck might snap. Monday, Hyung definitely said. I am a doctor. Bae Sejin shared the same look. Park Monday. Park Monday said nothing. Sian Ah-hyun continued. You said you were doctor, but you're a mortician. What? In an instant, shock rippled through the room. Mortician? Kim Rae-bin turned to him. He needed to stay calm. Monday Hyung's reaction. He looked remarkably calm. Slightly embarrassed? Park Monday scratched his head. Well, mortician ends with ishin like physician, so doctor still fits, right? Everyone was speechless. Hey, no. I thought it was a mafia game, so it felt weird to be so upfront. Park Monday scratched his cheek, and the tension snapped. What on earth? There's a saying, bad law is still law. Mortician ends in ishin. This is insane. You're an idiot, Hyung. Park Monday muttered shamelessly. Anyway, I didn't lie. And they all cracked up. Bae Sejin was near despair. Anyway, admit it, what does a mortician do? Do they fool people? No. It lets you communicate with the dead. We haven't had any dead people yet, so I don't know how to use it. Ugh. I actually learned that at the mid-game announcement. I told you I didn't know that ability. Ugh. Park Monday didn't look cornered, just impulsively strategic early on. Bae Sejin groaned, then shouted. Well, you should have said it at the start. I tried, but with two lawyers and Ah-hyun lying about scholar, mine would have been drowned out. Fair enough. With that face, Bae Sejin was convinced, and Kim Rae-bin half believed it too. And Park Monday turned to Kim Rae-bin and stared. I find Sejin Hyung's list of professions quite convincing. Yeah. Not sure if that's a lawyer ability, though. Hey, ignoring Bae Sejin's protests, Park Monday challenged Kim Rae-bin. So, Rae-bin, are you sure you're a journalist? Silence fell. He bit his lip. Is this it? Just as Kim Rae-bin was about to speak. Wait, we lost sight of our goal. This time Cha Eugene interrupted, eyes blazing. Our goal is to find the sacrifice and the culprit. So what matters is something else. What is it? Cha Eugene asked bluntly. How did the card exchanges happen? The important thing is the sequence. We need everyone's info. Don't prejudge anyone, or you'll be biased. Park Monday summarized. So you mean we should map out all the exchanges first? Yes. That makes sense. Many nodded, but Park Monday added. Calmly. But I think it's still wise to keep suspicion. It seemed like Eugene was covering for Rae-bin. I agree. Right. Let's map the exchange history and then grill Rae-bin. Understood. Kim Rae-bin nodded firmly. He decided to do everything he could. He hadn't forgotten his profile's advice. It's best to hide your identity. Okay, let's organize it. Meanwhile, the members began sequencing what they'd witnessed at the front door panel. First was Sian Ah-hyun left right arrow Park Monday. Yes. Then Cha Eugene left right arrow Ryu Chong-woo. After that, the announcement sounded, and they returned to their rooms to check cards. Then, in Ink VLG De, continue reading, the late game, that was it? Seems so. Summarized. Equals. Sian Ah-hyun left right arrow Park Monday. Cha Eugene left right arrow Ryu Chong-woo. Mid-game announcement. Ryu Chong-woo left right arrow Bae Sejin. Cha Eugene left right arrow Park Monday. Equals. Exactly 4 exchanges. The person with the coin was in front. The one who initiated. Got it. Kim Rae-bin nodded. Hyungs, claiming you were just heating chicken, but you still exchanged. Were you sneaking off? You were causing a ruckus. I did it when you were in the bathroom. Everyone else saw. My goodness. Nearby, another banter broke out, but he focused. Then the culprit is among us. Is that what they see? Still, that left 5. Trapped in this bizarre situation, including himself hiding his profession, Kim Rae-bin felt dizzy. Anyone else exchanged besides those mentioned? Kun Sejin's question was met with silence. His smile deepened. Then, at mid-game, who had the sacrifice card? That mark. No answer yet. Then, I know. Cha Eugene eyes gleamed as he raised his hand. At mid-game, the person with the sacrifice card is Mafia. Because they didn't exchange, meaning they don't want to reveal their exchange history. If they weren't the culprit, They'd surely cooperate and reveal who they traded with. Oh, the members murmured in awe. But then, that could be the opposite, Eugene. Kim Rabin spoke carefully. The person with the sacrifice card may have stayed silent, and thus still be the sacrifice. Oh, the sacrifice survives if the mafia guess fails. There was a reason for the sacrifice to keep silent. But the sacrifice is scholar here. Consijan suddenly said, as if recalling. Would the viewers vote for scholar as a profession to kill? They'd pick something more eye-catching. Right, Monday. That's true. Park Mundy nodded lightly, and Bay Sejan agreed. Yeah, Park Mundy said detective or clown would get the first vote. Yes. So the culprit is definitely among the exchangers. But it could still be someone who exchanged early and kept the card. Then Rabin was the sacrifice, like you said. At that moment. Oh. Sian Ah-hyun covered his mouth. What's happening? Kim Rabin was about to ask, then saw Sian Ah-hyun's pale face. It was me. I think I passed the sacrifice to Monday. Sian Ah-hyun said, white as a sheet. I'm the detective. He straightened up. But Monday isn't scholar. So I passed the sacrifice mark to someone who said they're scholar. Kim Rabin checked the exchange list. After mid-game, Cha Eugene left right arrow Park Mundy. If this was true, no way. Cha Eugene was the sacrifice. Monday is the culprit. Cha Eugene is the sacrifice, scholar. Realizing he didn't know Cha Eugene's profession, Kim Rabin clenched his fist. If that's right, should I act? He was still looking for a chance to use his profession ability. If you correctly shoot the culprit, you can die in their place. Culprit shot. Yes. Kim Rabin's profession was sheriff. For 190 chapter, Kim Rabin once again reaffirmed his professional ability. Security guard. If he identified the criminal before the game ended, he could snipe the criminal. Then we can catch only the criminal and save the member who was the sacrifice. Originally, the rules of this game were simple. Participants can pass the sacrificial marker to each other by exchanging cards. If you correctly deduce who the last person to receive the sacrificial marker, the so-called black sheep, is, then that criminal and the sacrifice die. If you fail to deduce, everyone except the criminal and the sacrifice dies. Deathmatch team battle. In other words, the criminal and the sacrifice automatically become one team, and the remaining 5 members become the other team. Only one team can survive. But if the security guard succeeds in sniping the criminal, the story changes. Instead of both the criminal and the sacrifice dying, only the criminal is sacrificed and the game ends. In other words, the sacrifice can survive. Minimal deaths. The best route one could imagine. However, there was a condition. If the security guard shoots the wrong criminal, that innocent person is immediately burned at the stake. Even if Kim Rabin mistakenly sniped someone who was not the criminal, that person would die. Burned sacrifice, that is, burned to death on that coffin-shaped altar. So he had to identify the correct criminal in one shot. Let's do our best. Kim Rabin secretly clenched his fists. And in the meantime, the situation in the room was descending further into shock and confusion. Sian Ah-hyun's reveal. Yes, you are the detective? And when you exchange cards with Mundy, you think the sacrificial marker was passed? Yes. The two Sejan homonyms, for the first time since the start of the deduction, stopped fighting and turned to ask Sian Ah-hyun in unison, and both were cryptic expressions. Then, if what you say is correct, equals. Sian Ah-hyun left right arrow Park Mundy. Cha Eugene left right arrow Ryu Jian-woo. Mid-check. Ryu Jian-woo left right arrow Bay Sejan. Cha Eugene left right arrow Park Mundy. Equals. Based on that order, NOVLIGHD after exchanging with Sian Ah-hyun, the person Mundy exchanged with was the last fourth. Cha Eugene left right arrow Park Mundy. Everyone turned their heads. Cha Eugene. An hour before the end of the card exchanges, Cha Eugene, who had newly found a coin near the entrance, had a few words with Park Mundy and instantly completed the exchange in that spot. Kim Rabin swallowed. Really? But Cha Eugene himself wore a nonchalant expression. I am not the sacrifice. Because I am not the scholar. I can swear. I swear. He was completely calm. The members were somewhat taken aback. Then, what is your profession? I am a doctor. At Cha Eugene's bold statement, the members began to murmur. Now that Mundis revealed is not a doctor but a mortician, the timing is a bit suspicious. I did not know Mundy was a doctor. I was just quiet. I observed what the members said and tried to figure out the answer. Bei Sijin asked cautiously, "Can you prove it?" No one here can prove their profession. But I am a doctor. If there is anyone here who is a doctor, come forward and say so. No one says anything. You know why? Because the doctor is me. Cha Eugene shrugged his shoulders. That confidence definitely seemed real. Is that true? Then they had to deduce again who the scholar was and who the criminal was. Kim Rabin tried to rethink in any way. It was then. Park Mundy, after a moment of silence as if in thought, placed a hand on his chin and spoke. Ah Hyun said you are the detective, right? Yes. Then, even if we take it as true that you are the detective, there is another possibility. What possibility? The one who became the first sacrifice by viewer vote could be the clown, not the detective. Yes. If the starting point of the rotating sacrificial marker was the clown instead of the detective, then I have this thought. Park Mundy turned his head. There is only one suspicious person who might still be lying about their profession and has a record of exchanging cards. And he naturally looked at that person. Bei Sijin. Hyung. After the mid-check, you exchanged with Jian Wu Hyung, right? Bei Sijin's eyes widened. And among the professions, there is no journalist. But Kim Rae-bin claimed to be a journalist, right? But Kim Rae-bin has no record of exchanging cards. You claimed that Lee Sejin was a lawyer, but that Lee Sejin also has no record of exchanging. So among the people whose profession was still disputed and not firmly claimed, only Bei Sejin had a card exchange record. Impossible. Kim Rae-bin opened his mouth, staring at Bei Sejin. Wait. Bei Sejin responded in a calm tone. Cha Eugene is just confident, but he has no evidence. There could be another doctor who is silent because of the profession mission. And yes, Cha Eugene also exchanged a card with Ryu Jianwu before Monday. If Jianwu was the clown and, as you said, the first sacrifice by viewer vote was the clown. Ryu Jianwu, with an exasperated expression, raised his hand and answered. But in the end, Eugene exchanged cards with Monday. Then the sacrificial marker moves from Eugene to Mundy. It was accurate. Then Mundy would be the sacrifice. But Mundy's profession is not scholar but mortician, so impossible. It was a contradiction. The final profession didn't match. Impossible. Kim Rae-bin swallowed. If Eugene was the clown and had the marker first, it's also strange. Because it passes through me and then goes to you. Sejin, are you the scholar? The final sacrifice. At Ryu Jianwu's question, Bei Sejin's face hardened. No way. And if that were so, it would mean you are the criminal. Because you exchanged last. Yes. So that's not it. Then since we are on the same team, we would not be interrogating each other like this. Ryu Jianwu continued. Calmly. And Sejin, earlier you kept insisting that Lee Sejin was the clown. That was true. Until now, Bei Sejin and Lee Sejin have been fighting fiercely over lawyer versus clown. Now it was difficult to suspect someone else of being the clown. In the end, Bei Sejin fell silent. Really? Hey Lee Sejin, reveal your profession honestly. We can't deduce otherwise. You're really good at acting. Wow Hyung, you be honest too. Eek. Lee Sejin also looked like veins were about to burst from his forehead. He explained fiercely with a smiling face. From the beginning, even if I were the clown, it would be impossible to pass the sacrificial marker midway. I didn't exchange. Exactly. One of the names without an exchange record was Lee Sejin. The only other one is me. Kim Rae-bin swallowed. Lee Sejin's friendly explanation continued. But the final sacrifice profession is scholar, right? Neither detective nor clown, which are likely to be voted first. The final sacrifice's profession is scholar. Whether viewers voted detective or clown, that profession person is not the sacrifice now. That means the marker was passed by card exchange. I don't know how it circulated, but in the end it ended up with the scholar. Lee Sejin's words had no logical flaws. Even Kim Rae-bin unconsciously nodded. I see. Then truly, Lee Sejin and himself, with no exchange record, were innocent. Then, Cha Eugene is the scholar, and it's true that Mundy passed it to Cha Eugene. I am not the scholar. There is definitely another possibility. So I'm not the criminal either. Silence fell. No one seemed to be lying. Even Park Mundy said this. Could it be that from the start the viewers voted for the scholar? Production tampered with something? The silent members now looked like they all had headaches. Their professions were mismatched, so no combination fit. But Kim Rae-bin knew one more piece of information for certain. Information no one else knew. Himself. I am the security guard. From there he began to fill the gap. Kim Rae-bin clasped his hands. The two homonym brothers argued over one profession, both claiming clown, and claimed to be lawyers. Assuming each one told the truth, and with correct deduction, then the votes could be easily completed. He slowly recalled everyone's testimony and matched people to professions by process of elimination. One slot remained. He realized. Kim Rae-bin took a deep breath, and he called out one person's name. The remaining person, Jeon Woo-hyung. Yes. Kim Rae-bin turned to him, recalling the chart he made. Matching members and professions. Equals. Ryu Jeon-woo. Bae Sejin, lawyer, or clown. Seon Ah-hyun, detective. Lee Sejin, lawyer, or clown. Park Mundy, mortician. Kim Rae-bin, security guard. Cha Eugene, doctor. Equals. If you fill it like this, one question mark remains. And one profession remains. If you insert, it becomes. Equals. Ryu Jeon-woo, scholar. Equals. Then there is no contradiction with the profession testimonies. This is where deduction starts. Now he must speak. Kim Rae-bin opened his mouth with determination. I am the security guard. Therefore, Hyung is the scholar. I matched all profession testimonies, and the only one left is you, Hyung. Kim Rae-bin diligently explained the chart he made. He felt the members were listening intently. That's it. Kim Rae-bin caught his breath. Will they believe me? He looked around with desperate eyes. And Park Mundy raised his hand. Wait, is there a chance that Bae Sejin Hyung or Lee Sejin is not the clown? That is. It seems a bit uncertain to me. There is no evidence. It was possible, just as Kim Rae-bin was about to be struck by shock. Wait. Bae Sejin narrowed his eyes and interjected. Park Mundy, aren't you protecting Ryu Jeon-woo? That's how it feels. Yes? I don't know what you mean. Right. Seon Ah-hyun also calmly chimed in. Naturally, Mundy Hyung would have at least said let's think it over. But Rae-bin had the courage to speak, after all. Yes, he could be trying to deceive. Rae-bin would. Everyone was silent. Kim Rae-bin was a bit flustered, but Bae Sejin nodded vigorously. Right. If Rae-bin is the security guard, he would have pretended to be a journalist because of his mission or ability. That's easier to understand. Sejin Hyung. A security guard sounds like a good profession. Maybe he wanted to hide it. Kim Rae-bin was deeply moved. But Park Mundy was composed. Yes, I hope this is correct too. But if Jeon Woo-hyung is the scholar, by the card exchange record the criminal appears right away. What? Hyung. Ryu Jeon-woo left right arrow Bae Sejin. The last exchange record for Jeon Woo-hyung is with Bae Sejin Hyung. Bae Sejin's face turned pale, and Kim Rae-bin realized. Then assuming Bae Sejin Hyung is the clown. Clown Bae Sejin was the first sacrifice and passed it to scholar Ryu Jeon-woo. Everything fit perfectly. Oh my. As he was wondering whether to prepare the shot, someone raised a hand and shouted. That's strange. Cha Eugene. He spoke distinctly. Then Bae Sejin Hyung would have opposed talking about Kim Rae-bin, because he shouldn't be discovered. But Sejin Hyung suggested trusting. However, Mundy Hyung opposed. So Mundy Hyung is more suspicious. Could it be that Mundy Hyung secretly exchanged cards? Right, if he exchanged secretly without telling. Kim Rae-bin, about to think that way, soon realized reality. Then a small laugh was heard. It was Park Mundy. Impossible. As you all know, the entrance door is exactly in the center of the two dormitories. It is impossible for people attempting to exchange to approach without being seen. Yes, the entrance door was exactly in the middle. If more than two people approached, they would be seen. Looking at Cha Eugene, Park Mundy added kindly. If someone tried to exchange there, they'd be noticed. Actually, whenever more than two moved, everyone watched. Then Park Mundy gave decisive testimony. Moreover, I did not go near the entrance at all. What? Since the mid-check, I stayed in the dorm where I started. Sejin Hyung saw it too. That's correct. After checking for the marker in their starting rooms at mid-check. Bae Sejin, Park Mundi, Kim Rae-bin. The three who woke up in those dorms. Park Mundi did not leave there and continued exploring. Why? I wanted to see if there was a way to exorcise the bathroom ghost. His explanation, that as a mortician he might communicate with the dead, was seamless. Since my profession is mortician, I wondered if I could talk to ghosts. Wow. So the conclusion was this. Park Mundi did not approach the entrance after the mid-check and has no coin. Therefore, Mundi Hyung did not exchange cards. As a result, based on the circumstances, I could not exchange cards. I think everyone is convinced of my innocence now. It was only circumstantial, after all. Park Mundi shrugged and added, irrefutable. Kim Rae-bin looked to his side. Someone who claimed to be the detective was standing. He looked shocked with wide eyes. Unbelievable. Kim Rae-bin hurriedly spoke to encourage him. Hyun, then we must suspect the other people who attempted to exchange cards. Oh no. It's possible. Even Mundi Hyung. Seon Hyun muttered firmly with a pale face. Park Mundi calmly asked, by what means? You are not going to say they used a walkie-talkie or something. The production staff are not fools. They would not include something so unfair in a deduction variety show. Seon Hyun quietly shook his head and spoke. Mundi Hyung does not need to go to the entrance. You just need to bring his card to the entrance. Bae Sejin gasped. He understood what it meant. And Seon Hyun explained clearly. The exchanger just needs to bring Mundi Hyung's card and go to the entrance. Yes, and pretend to pass by the entrance. Then quickly use both cards to exchange, right? Oh. The atmosphere flared. Up in an instant. Kim Rae-bin blushed and gave a thumbs up. Precisely. Thank you. Seon Hyun, who found the loophole that the two did not have to go themselves, smiled slightly. But Park Mundi nodded. It could be. He admits that? Of course that was impossible. Then anyone could have done that. Anyone else could have just handed the card to the partner and done it. That was correct. Silence fell again. Lee Sejin sighed and asked, does anyone remember which members lingered near the entrance? From there it was back to square one. And even if someone testified, it was the same. Anyone could lie. Everyone mentally suspected Park Mundi as the criminal, but admitted there was nothing more to discuss. Park Mundi was very capable of rebuttal. I see. So Kim Rae-bin realized. When there is no physical evidence, I must use the security guard ability. Only then could he avoid the greatest risk of all 5 others dying during the criminal deduction. Use the security guard's ability to verify. Of course, the risk was great. If he shot the wrong criminal, an innocent person could die. And in that case, the security guard would also die. Kim Rae-bin recalled the next rule line. If the security guard shoots the wrong criminal, that innocent person is immediately burned at the stake. And the security guard is also burned. In other words, the security guard's bullet was fired at the risk of his own life. Still, better than naming the wrong criminal and having everyone die. It's time to try. Kim Rae-bin steeled his resolve and raised his hand. Kim Rae-bin. He shouted. I, the security guard, will snipe participant Park Mundi. At that moment, a blinding light effect erupted from the giant coffin placed in the center. 491 chapter. Kim Rae-bin's declaration that he, the security guard, would snipe Park Mundi triggered the mechanism. VRRR. Wah! What is that? A flash burst from the coffin like a camera, the beams swirling around the members like a spotlight, ratcheting up the tension. Buzz. Then, like a roulette, it finally settled on one person. Security guard will snipe participant Park Mundi. Park Mundi. Right at the target Kim Rae-bin had named. Kim Rae-bin swallowed hard. Park Mundi stared impassively at the beam emitted from the coffin. A suffocating silence filled the room. And then, bang, gah! A harsh gunshot echoed, making several members flinch. The speakers crackled. A mechanical voice announced. Correct. The criminal is the mortician. Wah! The light that had been aiming at Park Mundi turned blood red. The security guard has shot the criminal. Everyone forgot to breathe. It was a success. So, Park Mundi really was the criminal. Ugh. Kim Rae-bin's legs nearly gave out, and he almost fell. Kim Rae-bin. Rae-bin, What did you just do? That was your security guard ability. Why, yes. Amazing. The atmosphere instantly brightened with excitement. If we'd known this, we could have just shot someone every time the game started. But if we'd been wrong, 2 people would have died. Kim Rae-bin was about to explain this to a red-faced Bae-sijin when Park Mundy chuckled and shrugged. Yes, you got me. Rae-bin, that was incredible. We could all have used that trick of taking 2 cards to the entrance, but I was the one who asked Jian-woo to do it. Your deduction was perfect. Ugh, and I really am the scholar. Wow, unbelievable. Good grief. Kim Rae-bin looked over at Ryu Jian-woo, who was smiling broadly. When? It happened then. Park Mundy tapped Rae-bin lightly on the back of the head. You figured it out without any proof. Well done. Thank you. See? Without proof, your security guard role mattered most. Amazing. A few members replayed events in their minds and shook their heads in astonishment. In fact, Park Mundy had used no ability at all, just his wits, to come up with an unprovable trick. Sean Ah-hyun, who had spotted it exactly, was equally amazed. You played the detective role so well, Ah-hyun. Seon Ah-hyun's face brightened at the praise for a moment, then fell. Mundy, I'm sorry for passing you the sacrificial marker. You didn't know either. But still, there was a reason. Seon Ah-hyun hesitated, then answered. As the detective, when you exchange cards, you learn the other person's profession. So before I told you mine, I wanted to confirm what your profession was. Of course. Ah-hyun wanted to form an alliance with Mundy and so checked in advance. Kim Rae-bin nodded at the realization. And Park Mundy nodded too. But then suddenly the mortician came up. Yes. From that point it all descended into chaos. Park Mundy commented briefly. I would have suspected myself first. Ha ha ha. The members burst out laughing. The mood lightened further, as if the game were already over. You were awesome, Hyung. But when did you actually exchange cards? Please check the broadcast for that. Ha ha. Ryu Jian-woo smiled sheepishly. Bae-sijin's face turned crimson. And why did you even ask Mundy to exchange? That was a suspicious request. We'll cover that in the broadcast too. Ugh. We'll also see on the broadcast which of you and Lee Sejin is really the lawyer. No, I want to hear now. Hey Hyung, are you going to hold out until the end? Hey. Bae-sijin was huffing but didn't seem genuinely upset. He ended up chuckling. Well, anyway, we succeeded. Yes. I'm not sure it's right to say that in front of the captured criminal, but the tension had definitely eased. Suddenly, the room's lights went out. One by one, LED candles reignited. A deep crimson glow, and they began blinking mercilessly. What now? Oh, this atmosphere is. From the speakers, a chilling voice began to whisper. Criminal, burn the mortician, the black sheep. As the crimson LED candles cast a gruesome light, a low-quality string ensemble played over the speakers. An amusement park-style orchestral theme. Criminal, burn the mortician, the black sheep. Criminal, burn the mortician, the black sheep. 100 seconds remaining. Kim Rae-bin's heart dropped. Wow, what a mood killer. The art team really outdid themselves. I looked around at everyone's expressions. Not great. I'm off duty now. Then I'll be going. Everyone, stay alive till the end. But. Ryu Jian-woo raised his hand. Then me too? And no, you won't. Why not? My reason for sniping Mundy Hyung was to save the sacrifice too. Kim Rae-bin began explaining vigorously that if the security guard hits the criminal, the sacrifice survives. In other words, replacing the sacrifice with the criminal on this cultish altar. Security guard really is cost-effective. I thought it was unbalanced, but after hearing the rules, I see Rae-bin would die if he picked wrong. Well, at least his conscience is intact. It would have been hilarious if he'd shot the wrong person. I mean, for a variety show. Imagine discovering 2 dead participants at the start with no explanation. Peak chaos. Of course, it would have been a total wreck, but that's a crowd pleaser too. They could have gone even crazier. I clicked my tongue at production for not rigging it, so the security guard targeted Bae-sijin. But thanks to that, we got this. I tapped the coffin's crimson surface a few times. Tap tap. So how do I become the sacrifice? Eek, creepy. On cue, the coffin opened automatically. Screech. Inside. Good lord. A ruin of wood. as if it had dried blood baked into it. 60 seconds remaining. At that cue, the BGM grew even more grotesque. Normally, two people would enter and joke around, but now I was going in alone. Maybe that's why everyone's reactions shifted. This is way more realistic than I thought. Monday, you're scared, huh? Enough. What are you doing with this thing? It's not like there's a real corpse. Why all the fuss? This food dye is going everywhere. I'm going in. I climbed into the coffin. It wasn't as sticky as I expected. I can even see infrared cameras in here. Honestly, fine by me. Is it closing now? Monday, you sure you're okay? Yeah. Why do they treat me like a coward? Nothing can jump out in this cramped space. Just keep eyes closed. I nodded, fists clenched, and the lid shut. Thunk thud. With a heavy Enkvir LGHD sound, darkness enclosed me. But I could still hear outside perfectly. Good that it isn't soundproof. I pressed myself against the lid and listened. First, the creepy mechanical voice. Place the candles on the altar. What? It looks like we just need to place the candles here. Amid panicked voices, the coffin trembled. Members were placing those grotesque red LED candles on top. They'll think of anything. I folded my arms. What now? Just place them. Hey, these circles match the candle holders exactly. Okay, let's put them there. Got it. We need 7 candles. Moments of vibration, shuffling, footsteps outside. Is this right? A brief silence. Burn. Arg. Suddenly a chorus of gloomy shouts rang out and wind howled. Then the chaos outside grew. Yikes. Oh my. What the? Did the bathroom ghost escape or something? Glad I'm inside this coffin. I was about to nod in relief when, a small mechanical sound and vibration right beside me, like an engine or device activating, right by my head. What the hell? I turned my hand toward the sound in the pitch-black darkness. My fingers brushed sticky dye and wood as I probed sideways, and then, click. Hold. On. I think I pressed some button. At that moment. What is that? Another intense reaction from outside. I gritted my teeth. You crazy producers. The coffin trembled violently. What now? And, 2 seconds later, the bottom of the coffin I was lying in began sinking like an elevator. Where are they taking me? 492 chapter. Tester's Death, Game Survival. The much-anticipated live broadcast. The individuals, products, and organizations appearing in this program are fictional and bear no relation to real entities. The show opened with that ominous disclaimer, setting the mood. And then, Bay Siegen, where on earth is this our dorm? The members awaken one by one in the exact same venue as their previous dorm. Although eerily desolate, the set's painstaking recreation of a top-tier idol dorm was itself a selling point. Oh, crazy. Is that really the Tester dorm? So cool. A horror variety show giving a dorm tour, seriously? Since Tester had already moved out, there was no invasion of privacy risk, so fans' curiosity skyrocketed. And this /setup helped viewers immerse themselves as the members. Kim Ray Bin. The lights won't turn on. Already scary. Waking up somewhere else would freak me out. Their reactions looked genuinely terrified. This was the plan of head writer Ryu Seo-rin. A show like this needs to open by letting viewers fully inhabit the characters' perspectives. True to her emphasis on narrative immersion, the editing did just that, clearly showing 3 members' situations. Here's your cue to immerse yourselves. First, the lawyer Bay Siegen. Bay Siegen, your profession is lawyer. Bay Siegen, and your profession mission. Convince at least 3 people to believe your profession and ability. Here Bay Siegen played the lead. Viewers knew as much about the roster of professions as he did. Bay Siegen, I'm a lawyer, and I know every possible profession. Sien Ah-hyun. Viewers naturally decided whether to trust or doubt him. Why did Kim Rabin say he's a journalist? There's no journalist on the list. Feels off. How many people has he told? Monday, then Ah-hyun, now Jeon-woo? Ah-hyun seems suspicious. In that way, viewer suspicion was steered. Then, just as things might drag, the segment shifted to the second member's perspective, the Dr. Cha Eugene. Bay Siegen, guys. Right after a dramatic meetup with the other dorm team at the entrance, the show recapped how 4 members there had proceeded via Cha Eugene. Opening the entrance and finding the same dorm is terrifying. Then boom, this dorm's bombed? Why is this so crazy? They completely swapped out the dorm. Eugene as a doctor. Does that mean he'll pulverize enemies so no patients get hurt? Haha. Quarterback Eugene's epic door smashing. How did they even split teams like this? Group. Baymundi as one team and these four as another. That's totally unbalanced. Unreal exploration power, lol. And Cha Eugene's role had one more purpose. Curious how Eugene reacts when he meets a fake doctor, lol. Yes, the producers gave viewers the last member's true profession from the start. Park Mundy, mortician, posing as doctor. Even though his real profession was mortician, Park Mundy was pretending to be a doctor. By revealing the real and the fake side by side, that relationship dynamics became clear. Of course, it was edited for humor. LOL. That trolling is insane. Park Mundy cracked doctor jokes left and right, while the genuine Dr. Cha Eugene just happened not to call him out, sending viewers into fits of laughter. It felt like a breath of fresh air comic relief. Park Mundy. I am a doctor, though. Ryu Jianwu. Oh, I see. Cha Eugene didn't hear that. A floating subtitle didn't hear that. Drifting past Cha Eugene as he walked by the two was a perfect streak of levity in a tense show. LOL. Wonder when Eugene will catch him, lol. Huh, he's dodging it, lol. Mundy is so cute. Meanwhile, a grad student who missed episodes 1 to 2 and was catching up on YouTube watched along. She hadn't seen the live broadcast because she was stuck in the lab, striving to become a pro-doc rather than a pro-solver. Next year I'll pass my thesis defense and finally get a job. Her dream. Use that salary to follow Tester on world tour and travel the globe. But for now, just spending her sweet weekend watching Tester content lifted her spirits. She flopped on her bed. This genre? I've never watched a variety show like this before. Thankfully, the producers displayed the professions and exchanges in graphics, making it easier to follow. Though the two crimson sheep skulls were a little spooky. When you use the entrance door device to exchange cards, each person's profession stays the same. Only the sacrificial marker transfers. So the person the viewers vote out isn't eliminated immediately. They pass the marker by card exchange. She nodded, understanding. The marker would bounce around with each exchange. The final holder would die. Her burning question. So what profession did the viewers choose? Hardly had she wondered when a cut appeared. Just a moment. A special preview just for viewers. The profession you voted for as the sacrifice is... Whoa. Huge letters slammed onto the screen. Detective, 20,347 votes. Gah. The grad student was stunned. Are they allowed to reveal that? More importantly, who was the detective? Well, Mundy's mortician, Eugene's doctor, Sejin's lawyer. So it must be one of the other four. Detective candidates. Ryu Jianwu, Sean Ah-hyun, Lee Sejin, Kim Rae-bin. Which one is the detective? At that moment, the producers even showed a 4-split face shot of the candidates. The screen switched again. Answer announcement. Oh, Ryu Jianwu. I see. Ah-hyun is the detective. Ryu Jianwu. And viewers voted for the detective. It was the mid-check moment. Jianwu reading his tablet. Detective, Seon Ah-hyun/1SD place vote. Then Jianwu's profile file appeared in crosscut. Scholar. The scholar can learn which profession was chosen as the first sacrifice and who holds that profession. However, the scholar cannot reveal their own profession or ability. That's right, Scholar Ryu Jianwu. He'd known at mid-check that Ah-hyun was the detective and that she'd been chosen as the first sacrifice. Ryu Jianwu. Then Mundy, who exchanged cards with Ah-hyun, is now the sacrifice. And that the marker then passed to Park Mundy. Jianwu knew everything. Viewers went wild. No way. Jianwu knows everything, but can't say a word, lol. Now he absolutely has to save them in the final trial. Will anyone trust him? He can't explain how he knows, though, lol. Anyway, this is deduction. I deduce it must be me. I insist I'm right. Oh well. Viewers furiously munched popcorn at Jianwu's struggle and hard carry. Then after mid-check, Park Mundy. Eugene, did you find another gold coin? Cha Eugene. Yep. Park Mundy. Not much time left. Does it vanish if you don't spend it? Cha Eugene. Ugh. Mundy's sly comedy played out. He casually mined Eugene for a coin, predicting Eugene would say he'd lose it if unused, then coaxed an exchange offer from him. Cha Eugene. So, Hyung, exchange with me. Park Monday. You're definitely not the sacrifice. Cha Eugene. Yes. Park Monday. All right. I trust you. LOL. The fake doctor scammed the real doctor, passing him the sacrificial marker successfully. LOL. Goodbye, Eugene. The mortician even scammed the genuine doctor. Monday actually used Eugene's coin in the card exchange trick. LOL. But then, exchange closed. Current profession holding the sacrificial marker. Scholar. What the heck? Why is Jian Wu the sacrifice? It was revealed that the scholar Ryu Jian Wu was the final sacrifice, and the viewer comment section erupted anew. What the? Wait, who exchanged with Jian Wu last? Bei Sijin. But Bei Sijin is the lawyer, what gives? Yeah, he should have only exchanged with Jian Wu. Amid that chaos, the members entered full deduction mode, accusing each other to find the black sheep who passed the marker last. Viewers were deducing too. So, is it Bei Sijin, since Jian Wu exchanged with him last? No certainty. Maybe they just didn't show some exchanges. Tester variety shows love twists. But Monday passed to Eugene, so why did it end up on Jian Wu? It was then. Bei Sijin, hold on. I have something to say first. Just as the members encircled the altar to begin deducing, Bei Sijin revealed his profession and launched into his introduction. Yeah, lay it all out now. Nice job on the mission, LOL. Sijin's lawyer mission really helps the deduction, good boy. Viewers, having seen this before, eased their tension to refocus. Then Lee Sijin crashed in. Lee Sijin, that's strange. I'm a lawyer, you know. Huh? Now I'm totally confused, tester folks. They're scamming not only Monday, but Lee Sijin too. Sijin, LOL. When viewers thought Lee Sijin was trolling, the serious face of Bei Sijin suddenly got a close-up. An interview cut followed. Bei Sijin. When Lee Sijin said he was the lawyer. Bei Sijin. That's when I realized. What did you realize? Sijin? Bei Sijin. I might be mistaken about my own profession. Bei Sijin. I knew a bit about each profession's traits. But a flashback showed Bei Sijin scrutinizing his profile document. The job info section was highlighted. Clown. I mimic another's profession. Bei Sijin. That's me. Bei Sijin. Hearing Lee Sijin, I thought it would be overkill if my ability were lawyer. Bei Sijin. I think. I've been misremembering and really am the clown. Bei Sijin. Since it's confusion, I automatically mimic the lawyer. On-site, clips showed Bei Sijin disputing Lee Sijin's claim, insisting he was the lawyer, only to discover the truth in narration overlay. Bei Sijin. No proof, but yes. I do seem to be the clown. Oh. Arg. Viewers were stunned. That's the acting chops of a genius child actor, LOL. Insane. Is this guy nuts? Bei Sijin must be losing it. Yet, even amid chaos, Bei Sijin kept insisting on camera that he was an innocent lawyer. So Lee Sijin is the real lawyer? Viewers believe Bei Sijin's conviction even as they watch him melt down, LOL. He's gone mad. Everyone knows, but Bei Sijin looks so wronged. His performance carried the show forward with fresh momentum. Who's going to pull the rug out next? Then at the climax of deduction, the criminal's trick was finally revealed. It was Park Monday all along. Park Monday. Yes. I lost. Ray Bin, you were amazing. The mortician, who'd seemed all comedic trolling. This is insane. So that was the plan all along. They lulled us into a false sense of security, then pulled off that atrocity. Exhausted viewers could no longer laugh. So Monday's exchange with Eugene was fake, too, to further scramble the marker route. LL, brilliant. Then did Jian Wu exchange with Bei Sijin to confuse things, and only later receive the marker from Monday? Why would he make himself the sacrifice, LL? Maybe he was just fooled. How do you fake something so perfectly that you even do the two-card entrance trick? He must have been in on it. Obsessed fans hammered out pages of theories. Then, narration, I think it worked. He got caught. What is he talking about? An interview with. Park Monday played, then the scene froze. A film rewind effect cut in, and the screen changed. Reverse button, reverse button, reverse button. Start of filming, Park Monday's room. In the rewinded footage, Park Monday read his profile. He cocked his head. Park Monday. The criminal. Then the viewers saw the mortician backstory on his profile, previously hidden. The mortician is the criminal in this case. The criminal? Isn't the criminal the black sheep who passed the marker last? That's determined during the game. Why state at the start that the mortician is the criminal? Viewers spiraled, and the cut shifted again to mid-check. Your card is the sacrificial marker. Current Lamb, Park Mundy. When Mundy realized Ah-hyun had passed the marker to him, his tablet displayed another warning meant only for whoever held the marker at mid-check. Warning. Anyone who makes an innocent person the sacrifice becomes the black sheep. The black sheep may have to pay the price. The interview voiceover overlapped. Park Mundy. That's when I realized. Park Mundy. If you pass the marker like a hot potato, in the end the one who passed it, not the one who received it, can suffer. Park Mundy. And one more thing. As Mundy narrated, the camera showed him handing off the tablet. The screen Mundy laughed at small. Park Mundy. Ah, so the criminal and the black sheep are two different people. Exactly. The person the security guard must shoot. And the black sheep were originally separate. Park Mundy. But if those two roles coincide in one person, only that person needs to die. Park Mundy. Makes the deduction easy. Whoa. And so Park Mundy's strategy began. Park Mundy. I will become the black sheep. Upon utilitarian logic. The grad student covered her mouth in shock. 493 chapter. I'm going to take down both the culprit and the black sheep. Having settled on his strategy, Park Mundy moved without hesitation. After confirming at the mid-game check that he'd received the sacrificial bomb, the very first thing he did was recruit Ryu Chong-woo. Park Mundy. Hyung, I found a gold. Of course, by this point Ryu Chong-woo already knew that Park Mundy had dumped the sacrificial bomb on him. Investigator Sean Ah-hyun had tipped him off. In other words, there was no way to lie. Why'd you pick someone who already knows? Wow. Only Mundy could pull off recruiting someone who already knows LOL. How'd you talk him into it? They cut to Park Mundy's interview. Park Mundy. I figured that since he wouldn't say his profession, he must have some sketchy job, so I thought I'd recruit him. Park Mundy. But nope, that wasn't it. Meanwhile, on screen, Ryu Chong-woo smiled gently and answered the proposal. Ryu Chong-woo. Mundy. Are you trying to swap because you saw a sacrificial mark on your card at the mid-game check? Park Mundy. Huh? What? Ryu Chong-woo. Your reaction gave it away. I didn't react at all. Yeah, the answer was decided. Just admit you're the sacrificial lamb LOL. Viewers laughed, while on screen Park Mundy's eyes narrowed in alarm. Park Mundy. Hyung. Ryu Chong-woo. Park Mundy. How are you so sure? Ryu Chong-woo. Just a guess. Park Mundy caught on by now. Park Mundy. Is that your profession's ability? No wonder you wouldn't reveal it. Ryu Chong-woo. They cut to another interview. Park Mundy nodded calmly. Park Mundy. That's when I changed tactics. Park Mundy. It's all about sincerity. Let's be honest. What? What are you talking about? Since when is deception sincere? Back on screen, Park Mundy really laid it on the line, sincerity and all. Park Mundy. But Hyung, I actually have a proposal that'll benefit me whether I win or lose. Ryu Chong-woo. Park Mundy. Hear me out. Park Mundy boldly outlined his plan, an explanation of the culprit and the black sheep, and how it'd work in his favor if they turned out to be the same person. Park Mundy. After that, it's easy. If neither Park Mundy nor Ryu Chong-woo got caught, the show's genre-bending twist would revive the entertainment. And if they were exposed? At worst, the game clears with minimal sacrifice. Either way, it was fresh. Park Mundy. Ryu Chong-woo is surprisingly easygoing about this stuff, you know. As Park Mundy's interview played like narration, Ryu Chong-woo on screen nodded, as if he'd heard it. Ryu Chong-woo. Sounds fun, and the spirit's good. I'm in. And just like that, Ryu Chong-woo joined forces. No way. These gamers are insane. Then they deliberately tangled their exchange order. Ryu Chong-woo traded with Bae Sejin first, and Park Mundy traded with Cha Eugene right before the deadline. To avoid detection, quick-handed Ryu Chong-woo went alone to the entrance. He cracked the door just enough to stay out of view, then in 2 or 3 seconds swapped 2 cards and the gold back-to-back. No one saw a thing. Ryu Chong-woo. If you'd just said you'd die alone, I wouldn't have gone for it. Ryu Chong-woo. But you didn't give up so easily. You were clearly set on using a trick. I like that. As Ryu Chong-woo said, apart from gut feeling there was no witness, and anyone could have been suspected. A perfect trick. If Seon Ah-hyun's deduction and Kim Rae-bin's decisiveness hadn't kicked in, it would have been total carnage. How did they know? Idol survival show with real brain games. Unreal, LOL. With only Park Mundi's faint suspicion left, it was Seon Ah-hyun's reasoning and Sheriff Kim Rae-bin's quick action that dramatically caught them. Park Mundi. Thanks to Sheriff Rae-bin, Hyung Chong-woo survived too. Park Mundi. Thanks, we really only lost the minimum number. Park Mundi, smiling in his interview, looked proud and unashamed for someone eliminated. I win anyway, LOL, congrats me. Wow, win or lose you win. No idea about the radio, no clue about the bathroom, ghost caught the culprit and cleared the game. GG staff, LOL. Hey guys, I'm off work, got all my screen time, LOL. Comments poured in, carried by the thrill. Even as eerie BGM played in the speakers and they chanted, "Burn the sacrifice," Park Mundi gave a cheerful farewell and stepped lightly into the coffin-shaped altar as if clocking out. At the moment, the other members placed 7 candles in the grotesque pattern. Woo dash. With the roaring sound came an explosion. OMG. So scary. What's that effect? The dark, chilling room brightened with actual flames burning atop the blood-soaked coffin. Bae Sejin, Park Mundi. Ryu Chong-woo, Mundi, are you okay? None realized the flames were just low-temp stage fire. Fans covered their mouths at the shocking cut. After the flames died down and the members rushed to open the coffin. OMG. The coffin was empty. All that remained were 5 or 6 pieces of gold, looking like spare change. Crying face. This is way too real. Scary. The atmosphere froze. The members seemed stunned, but the game wasn't over. A dark, low bell tolled slowly, and narration whispered, "Undertaker's sacrifice. Undertaker's sacrifice." And then, "A new sacrificial mark has descended. You may change the fate of the sacrifice via card swaps. Also, from this game onward you may swap even without the other's card. Choose a profession on screen to pass it." With a rule designed to sow discord, a new game began. Do we have to keep going until NVLIGHT, the set number die? OMG, so scary. Everyone's faces are frozen. Thus, the first 2 episodes aired in simultaneous broadcast, inducing over-immersion. Crazy, really. A grad student, binge-watching without breathing, swallowed hard, and recalled Mundi's exploits. The standout wasn't just that she was his fan, but it's a shame Mundi got eliminated so fast. Could it be he wouldn't appear anymore? Normally, she wasn't into these shows. Without Mundi, it'd be half as fun. As the grad student watched the credits roll, "Someone die already, please." A trailer suddenly appeared. The bloody radio crackled to life, its first real use on screen. Kim Rae-bin. Aya? Bae Sejin, what is that? WTF, WTF, WTF. Finally the ghost shows up? People panicked. On screen, a pale, bony hand grasped the radio. And then, Seon Ah-hyun Mundi? Speculating on the voice's identity, the trailer ended. OMG. Park Mundi? Is it a ghost? The grad student immediately rewound and listened carefully. Then she checked her subscription SNS. It really sounds like Mundi. Trusting someone had cleaned up the audio, she waited for confirmation, and minutes later, a post shared over 10,000 times vindicated her belief. Insane, that's definitely Mundi, audio fixed. Several days later, episode 3 aired. Curious about the radio's purpose, viewers. That's the coffin Mundi went into. OMG, LOL. They got an infrared view of the coffin housing Park Mundi. He looked scared. This is uncomfortably tense, crying face. When he listened intently and pressed the button above his head, viewers held their breath. And when the coffin itself descended, comments exploded. OMG. It's going down. What the heck? Where's it taking him? Dragged as if unwilling, Park Mundi arrived at. Park Mundi. Park Mundi, the dorm. It was TSDR's former dorm. Same layout upstairs. But instead of a cult-like altar, the coffin-shaped platform stood right in the center of Lee Sejin's room. And the room was pitch dark. So far, so eerie, but the decisive difference was Park Mundi, blood. Thick, huge streaks of blood, as if dragged from inside the coffin, led right to the door. Oh my God. Yeah. That blood trail formed a pair of red sheep skull symbols on the door. Park Monday. A few seconds of silence passed. Then, as Park Monday cautiously took a step toward the door, bang! The coffin in the middle shot back up, a roar echoing as lights flickered. And the door swung open. Screech. Save me. What do we do with Monday, LOL? Crying face. This is the real deal, damn. The door revealed the living room floor, with blood streaks continuing inside. Park Monday, mid-reach for the door, froze in place. Park Monday apparently fainted standing up. It should have been a funny caption, but fans screamed even through laughter. They even begged the sheriff. Ray Bin, don't save Chong Wu, let's burn them all. The radio was legit. Please someone die, so we can offer Ah Hyun or Chong Wu as the sacrifice. WTF is this, some afterlife? What is going on? Crying face. Why is everyone freaking out? He's known to be the biggest chicken in Taystar. Crying face. Knowing Park Monday was a scaredy cat, fans wrung their hands. But on screen he continued to move forward. In the hallway, right beside the blood trail, he spotted an object. Park Monday. The radio? No way. OMG LOL. Is this what we use here? He slowly picked up the radio. And for the first time on broadcast, his profession ability showed. Undertaker ability. Can make the living and the dead communicate. Park Monday pressed the radio. Beep. Signal sent. The moment he put it to his mouth. Park Monday. If anyone's there. Park Monday. Someone please die. Huh? Lolalalal. His desperate sincerity broke the tension. Park Monday would later insist. It changed the situation. I did it for fast investigation. But the audience saw it as a blunt truth. Park Monday. Just kidding. That wasn't a joke, LOL. Anyone could tell he meant it. Viewers chuckled. But then the mood shifted instantly. Park Monday. Remember this. All the funny effects and captions vanished. Clutching the radio, he spoke in a low, even tone. Park Monday. Don't go into the locked bathroom. Ominous violin and percussion run softly as BGM. The tension built. Wait a sec. Park Monday looked up, and the camera panned with him. The blood on the floor grew darker, turning into a pool that led to the bathroom door, covering it. Don't open it. Monday, don't open it. Oh man, crying face. Hurry and open it, LOL. This is 100% ghost territory. The live chat mixed curiosity, fear, and worry. On screen, the camera cut back to Park Monday. Park Monday, and the button in the coffin. Park Monday. The signal's gone. He lowered the radio, took a deep breath, and looked up again. His shot ended. Lamb. With a blast of music, the program's opening began, but viewers were still reeling. What's happening to our guy? Monday must have had nightmares that night. Crying face. He got paid to experience a solo horror ride after dying, LOL. Lolalalal. Recruiting party members to save Monday. Requirements. Must die? Shocked by the afterlife sequence, they stayed glued to the show. Did the others get his radio message? Fortunately, help arrived not long after, about 30 minutes into the program. Is that a sound? The coffin moved again, and Lee Sejin. Monday. Bae Sejin. Hey, Park Monday. The next to descend the altar were the two namesakes, the Sejins. Park Monday. It was the signal that the program was racing toward its climax. 494 chapter. While Park Monday was suffering in that blood-soaked, afterlife-style dorm, the game above was in full swing again. A sacrificial mark has descended on one participant's card, but this time, the atmosphere had shifted. If we do the same thing again, it'll get boring. Yet changing the format would force viewers to relearn rules from scratch. So the writer, Ryu Seo-rin, tweaked the tempo instead. A speedrun. Time limit, 30 minutes. Any participant who fails to swap at least once will be immediately incinerated. Well, not participating in the sacrificial bomb relay meant automatic elimination. Unlike the first game, where everyone tiptoed around trading cards in secret, now everyone brazenly schemed out in the open. Since you could simply scan your own card at the entrance machine and instantly choose a new profession, no one's consent was needed. The result: the profession currently bearing the sacrificial mark is lawyer. The two Sejins, each claiming to be the lawyer, ripped at their hair in frantic argument until they both got marked. Then the comedy hit full force in the deduction segment. Bae Sejin. Okay, Actually, I'm the clown. Lee Sejin. Hyung, you were furious when everyone accused you of being the clown. Bae Sejin. Lee Sejin. Yup, I'm the clown, everyone. Bae Sejin. Hey. As soon as lawyer popped up, they switched tactics and both insisted they were the clown instead. Then, turning the tables again, they fought over who was the lawyer and self-destructed. Bae Sejin. I'm telling you, I picked lawyer in the swap. It had to be my third record. If I'd actually been the lawyer, I'd never choose myself. Sian Hyun. Bae Sejin, why? Ryu Chong-woo. Sejin, didn't you just admit you swapped with the lawyer? Bae Sejin. Lee Sejin, incredible. Thus, both the lawyer and the clown cheerfully entered the coffin. Lee Sejin. Hyung, when you get upset, you reveal too much. Bae Sejin, shut up. This is the taste of trolling, huh? LOL, too funny. Monday, you came to save me. Sejins. No, we fought each other. Lol. And, heeding the radio's advice, Lee Sejin and Bae Sejin pressed the coffin's bedside button and were whisked directly into the afterlife-style dorm. Park Monday. When the coffin descended, they sprinted over in relief, and Park Monday, having heard the absurd tale of this variety show version of events. Park Monday. Poker face. Park Monday. So which one of you was the clown? Since you're both dead, feel free to tell me honestly. He finally asked the question everyone was dying to know. At last, both adopted solemn expressions. Bae Sejin. Well, I was the clown. Lee Sejin. I was the clown. Bae Sejin. Lee Sejin. Park Monday. What are you guys doing? Two clowns. Even the subtitles freaked out. What is even happening? Reverse button, reverse button, reverse button. So they cut to a flashback of Lee Sejin. Early in the game. Bae Sejin. I know this because I'm the lawyer. Lee Sejin. Pretending not to listen. In fact, Lee Sejin had stealthily overheard Bae Sejin proclaiming his ability and realized. Lee Sejin. No wonder they told me not to blurt out lawyer on my profile. I'm the clown. I'm the fake one. Self-proclaimed clown, too. Huh? Say Sejin. Indeed, each truly believed himself to be the clown, and each tried to pin the clown role on the other. Lee Sejin. Wow. Hyung, you're really good at acting. He was, indeed, acting. Bae Sejin. What? You're the suspicious one, obviously. He was, indeed, suspicious. It was a show-style performance on another level. These guys are insane, LOL. The two lawyers who thought they were clowns, what a showdown. Lol. A crazy, spinning day in the life of the clown-minded. And so they cheerfully became the black sheep and sacrifice, and got incinerated together. Finally, chatting in the afterlife-style dorm, they realized the absurd conclusion. Park Monday. Bae Sejin. Lee Sejin. Park Monday. Shall we move on? Lee Sejin. Yes. After a dizzying silence, they solemnly rose and followed Park Monday. LOL, what do we do? My sides hurt from laughing. Taystar must have been cracking up watching live. Clown party, LOL. But that laughter didn't last long. The true nature of this place was about to circle dasterisk operator Envia Aliota GHD circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story, be revealed. Lee Sejin. Monday, about that radio. Did you really contact us from here? Park Monday. Yes. Lee Sejin. Oh, Bae Sejin. But you told us not to enter the bathroom then. Why'd you say that? Park Monday shone his flashlight toward the door across the living area. Bae Sejin. Gasp. Flash. A lightning bolt graphic flashed on screen. A close-up of the blood-spattered bathroom door pounded in edit. The members screamed. Bae Sejin. Blood, blood. Lee Sejin. Aya, what is that? Monday, what is that? Park Monday. If you understood, do you think I'd still be here? After 30 minutes, he's playing scaredy cat, but acting tough. LOL, so cute. He found only a flashlight in the living room and pretended he wasn't shaking. As expected, someone pointed it out. Lee Sejin. We played the game for more than 30 minutes up there, and we never even tried to open that? Monday's the Park Monday. Then you open it yourself. Lee Sejin. Sorry. Lol. These adorable scaredy cats. None of them were brave or cunning enough to die, which made it even funnier. So the eldest stepped up. Bae Sejin. Let's go. I'll open it. Lee Sejin. Park Monday, thank you. Lee Sejin. Quick. LOL. Rare sight. The the elder at a loss for words. Former toddler shaman struts in. So the three of them huddled, each armed with flashlight, radio, and their wills, and approached the bathroom. Screech. Wearing rubber gloves from the kitchen, Bei Sijin gripped the doorknob and opened it. What they saw? Thud. Cuckoo cuckoo cuckoo. Thud. With eerie BGM pumping, the bathroom interior was revealed. A blood-splattered floor, and sitting there. Victim. A collapsed figure in front of the cabinet. Eek. Oh God. What is that? They all froze. Park Mundy. It's not moving. Yes. It should be okay to examine it. Meanwhile, he himself can't move. This time I get it. I wouldn't be able to move either, damn. The dorm was silent as a grave. In the dim room sat a corpse-shaped doll. The members crept closer. Lee Sejin shone his flashlight slowly. Lee Sejin. It looks like a man, and his outfit, it's unusual. The doll clutched a knife and wore a black-robed, cult-like garment, its face hidden by a mask. The strange lambskull symbol was now familiar to them. Park Mundy, like the one on the door earlier. Lee Sejin, yeah? And that sacrificial mark card? That's it too. So creepy. Crying face, crying face, crying face. Confirming it was a doll, not an actor, the members gently flipped it over. In that moment, Bei Sejin noticed something crucial. Bei Sejin, there's no wound. Lee Sejin, huh? Bei Sejin, look, there's so much blood but no wounds. His clothes aren't torn. In fact, this corpse is holding the knife. The mood turned ice cold. Then what's that blood? Save me. So scary. Crying face, crying face, crying face, crying face. The Undertaker killed the victim? What is going on, crying face? At that moment, Park Mundy, who'd been silently following the flashlight, suddenly straightened up, radio in hand. Huh. He turned the radio's dial and asked, Park Mundy, before you entered the coffin, when you contacted via radio, who was holding the radio and where? Bei Sejin, That was Lee Sejin, the living room. It rang there first, and Rabin checked it first. Park Mundy. Lee Sejin, why? Park Mundy paused, then asked again. Park Mundy. After that, Rabin grabbed the radio and ran toward where the others were. Bei Sejin. Right. He came toward the kitchen. Park Mundy nodded, realization dawning. What's happening? How did he figure it out? Park Mundy. Wait a moment. He dashed out of the bathroom and then ran around the dorm, radio to his mouth, shouting, Park Mundy, can you hear me? Park Mundy, do you respond? As if forgetting his fear, he flung doors open and spoke into the radio in every room. After a few rounds, he returned to the spot where the coffin moved up and down. Crackle. Whoa. The radio lit up with a reply. Radio Mundy? Mundy? The members poured out of the bathroom too. Bei Sejin, how did you do that? Park Mundy. I located the position. Bei Sejin, huh? Park Mundy. It seems this radio works only when the uneliminated people's radio and this radio are in the same dorm-style location. A grad student watching in suspense slapped her thigh. Oh, the radio only activates when the living upstairs and the dead downstairs share the same room. Amazing. It felt like the same physical space split by time or dimension. Maybe that's how they depict the afterlife. What happens next? She watched eagerly. Park Mundy was speaking again. Park Mundy. Earlier, I told you not to enter the bathroom. I'm changing that. Park Mundy. You must go in. There'll be a ghost. Or a person. Then he said something even more earth-shattering. Park Mundy. And I think that ghost, the Undertaker, probably killed it. Killing it was the right move, I guess. On screen, Park Mundy spoke matter-of-factly. Park Mundy. Lure that ghost into the coffin and burn it, just like what happened to us. Park Mundy. That's how you survive. At that moment, the BGM shifted. Park Mundy. That ghost seems to be the cult's leader. In a sleek, monochrome living room, home to only a few dog supplies, a giant TV showed the live feed of Taystar monitoring the coffin scene. Ryu Chong-woo, wait a minute. It was their self-assigned break time. Watching their competitors, one idol tapped his chin. Nice twist. Woof. His dog shook near his thigh. He petted it and smiled, then checked his smartphone. Good boy. A notification pinged on Chongryo's phone too. Director Jang. Yes, PD's reply. Of course that person from Taystar can appear. It was only natural. Chongryo grinned as he watched. That person from Taystar passionately speaking into the radio. It was 7 days before his collaboration with Park Mundy. 495 chapter. When I first read it, something felt off. Over bright deduction success BGM, Park Mundy's narration began as he flipped through the profile. Park Mundy. It said the Undertaker is the culprit in this case, but there was no explanation of what the case actually is. Strange, right? Above the line, "You are the culprit in this case," the photo was stamped with a red X, the black robe and eerie skull mask. They matched exactly the corpse they'd seen in the blood-soaked afterlife bathroom. Peering closely, Park Mundy turned the page and cocked his head. Park Mundy. But the mission itself was way too simple. The Undertaker's mission was just one sentence. You will be incinerated. It meant, if you're eliminated, you die. Once you learn what incinerated means during the sacrifice deduction segment, it's a very simple, terrifying concept. Park Mundy. Actually, if the Undertaker gets caught, he dies too. And aside from that, there are plenty of ways to be eliminated. Park Mundy. Once I knew what incinerated meant for the sacrifice deduction, it was so easy that I thought it was odd. Then he realized. Park Mundy. The story only progresses if the Undertaker dies. Park Mundy. Only if the Undertaker dies can someone else escape and the story continue. Park Mundy. So I realized, I have to transmit one critical piece of information using the radio. He needed to leverage the Undertaker's ability, communicating between the living and the dead via the radio, to share that information. What was the most striking clue in this bizarre afterlife? Park Mundy, the bathroom corpse. That grotesque, chilling body drenched in blood, yet wound-free. Park Mundy. I thought there had to be something there. The scene cut to the survivors unlocking the bathroom. Kim Ray Bin. This code is correct. Ryu Chong-woo good. Click. The lock dropped, and they quietly approached the bathroom. Seon Ah-hyun whispered into the radio. Seon Ah-hyun, we've entered. Inside. The bathroom was spotless, just like when Park Mundy's team first discovered the radio by the sink. It was eerily silent, but they weren't fooled. Park Mundy. I thought it was in the cabinet. Recalling his radio tip, the survivors formed up and pushed toward the sink cabinet. Then, Ryu Chong-woo, I'll open it. He nodded to the others waiting, then swiftly swung open the cabinet. Flicker. Flicker, flicker, flicker. Kim Ray Bin. HNGH. Cha Eugene. Okay. The bathroom lights began flickering wildly. Yet this group, more than half unflappable, did not back off. They peered straight into the cabinet and saw Cha Eugene. Oh my. A ghost holding a knife, staring back at them from inside the dark cabinet. Eek. It was identical to the corpse downstairs. The grad student gripped her pillow and screamed. Could that have been standing behind Mundy and the others when they escaped the bathroom? So terrifying. A truly natural reaction. The tense, chilling BGM played like a horror thriller. Characters should be sprinting away in panic. Instead, Ryu Chong-woo grab it. They chose brute force. Cha Eugene got it. As Cha Eugene lunged at the cabinet and grabbed its waist, the ghost actor froze in surprise. Viewers froze too, then burst out laughing. LOL. You could see his expression even through the mask. We're sorry, our kids are survival show pros. They don't hold back. The ghost dropped its knife, what now? Ryu Chong-woo even snatched away the prop weapon mid-struggle. As this was a show, the ghost couldn't actually stab them. But even so, their swift, prepared counter was impressive. Ryu Chong-woo lifted. They hoisted the bound ghost, tied in curtains, and ran in sync down the hall. LOL. Like a log carry exercise? Carrying the ghost into the coffin, LOL. It brought to mind military obstacle training. Then, Seon Ah-hyun, the doors open. They dashed through the already unlocked door and dumped the ghost into the coffin. Wow, insane. Comedic yet thrilling. Their seriousness kept the comedy in check, while fast editing preserved the danger of losing the ghost. Viewers even cringed when the ghost thrashed and the youngest struggled to slam the lid shut. Bang. Bang. Oh my god. Brutal, scary. The lid rattled as if the ghost was inside. Calmly, the survivors pressed down and attempted protocol dialogue. Ryu Chong-woo. Shall we speak with you? Sir, by your attire you seem to be the one who created this altar. Huh. Cha Eugene. This might be an American ghost. Hey, can you hear me? No response. Cha Eugene shrugged. Viewers chuckled. An American ghost? LOL. They caught it physically but still treat it like a ghost LOL. Perfect pacing for a ghost. Amid the stunned laughter, the cast remained earnest. Xian Hyun, should we light the candles now? Ryu Chong-woo wait. Ryu Chong-woo paused thoughtfully, then split the team into two pairs. Himself with Xian Hyun and Cha Eugene with Kim Rae-bin. Ryu Chong-woo, we'll hold it here. You two go check that cabinet where the ghost appeared. I feel like something's behind it. Kim Rae-bin, yes. So while the two older pros guarded the coffin, the two juniors sprinted to the bathroom. In their scramble, they thoroughly searched the fake blood cabinet and discovered Cha Eugene, Kim Rae-bin. Look, Kim Rae-bin. Oh my. The cabinet's back panel spun like a revolving door. Behind it lay a dark concrete staircase descending downward. Cha Eugene. Looks like the way to hell. Kim Rae-bin. The road to hell. And indeed, it appeared to lead to hell. As Cha Eugene spoke, the camera panned down the dark stairwell. Then a question crackled over the radio. Park Monday. Any inscriptions there? Kim Rae-bin. Yes. On the concrete wall beside the stairs, crimson letters were scrawled. At last, the outline of the case emerged. A cult's altar, indeed. The leader was murdered in a bizarre ritual to resurrect as a famous offering? Insane. Whoa. In short, the cult leader had been killed mid-ritual. The culprit was the Undertaker. To come back to life, he had planned to reenact his own murder, using Taystar members as successive human sacrifices. Random occult chills. If they'd continued, only 2 survivors would remain. They'd learned how to stop this horror in the afterlife. Lee Sejin, there was writing in that bathroom cabinet too. Directions on how to resurrect, warnings, that sort of thing. Kim Rae-bin, indeed. I see. They discovered that by incinerating the ghost on the altar, they could break free from this twisted ritual site. They'd find the emergency exit open, but what did that mean? Viewers speculated. Then, Bae Sejin. Also listen. Bae Sejin, this cabinet, it opens too. Wait, what? Then? Suddenly, the broadcast cut to the afterlife world. Park Monday calmly held the radio, eyes fixed on the cabinet's interior. Park Monday, there are stairs both up and down here. Kim Rae-bin. Indeed, the afterlife cabinet led to 2 staircases. Park Monday explained. Park Monday, we descended via the coffin to get here, so those stairs up must be your side. On screen, the 2 cabinet's stairs were linked. Park Monday, then the ones down. I want to bet that's the exit. Kim Rae-bin, huh? Their flashlight shifted downward, revealing the staircase ceiling sign's outline, even though its light was off. Park Monday, there's an emergency exit sign. Cha Eugene, oh, incredible. Thus began the final, heart-pounding timed escape. Ryu Chong-woo quick. As they lit the candles to burn the altar's coffin, the dorm quaked as if collapsing. The surviving Taystar raced down the cabinet passage into the afterlife. With the coffin descending and the ghost possibly emerging, they sealed their lead. Bae Sejin, this way. Luckily, they met up with departed members waiting on the stairs and dashed back down. Park Monday, emergency exit. The exit lights flickered on as they descended the stairs. The door glowed. The members flung it open and ran outside in turn. Cha Eugene, woohoo, they emerged. Outdoors, outside the set at night, under filming lights, greeted by staff applause. All escaped successfully. Cheers rang out. The sense of liberation overflowed. Behind the scenes rolled immediately. Production. As mentioned, this game would determine roommates for your new dorm by mission success and escape order. Highest scorers choose rooms first. Production. Members who completed the mission and escaped early, please pick your rooms. The top finishers scrambled to select rooms, Park Monday included. They cut to his interview. Park Monday. I did a quick survey of the members' preferences. Park Monday. I'm aiming for a room where the quiet members would be. He sounded confident right after the game ended. But soon reality hit. Production. Unfortunately, Monday did not clear the mission. Park Monday. Huh? He was incinerated. Why? Park Monday voiced viewers' confusion. Park Monday. I did clear the mission. I was incinerated. He still looked puzzled. The producers stifled laughter. Production. That. Production. Our doctor saved Monday. Round of applause. Park Monday. He turned, surprised. Dr. Cha Eugene waved cheerfully. Wait, what? Lol. Indeed, Cha Yujin's profession was doctor. He could save one person before the game started, and the mission aligned perfectly. If the designated person survived a death threat, the doctor succeeded. So Cha Yujin had deduced immediately. From profiles, Cha Yujin, the culprit always kills the smart people first. Cha Yujin, so I'll save Mundi Hyung. And it worked flawlessly. Park Mundi was the first sacrifice, i.e., total success. Cha Yujin, Mundi Hyung incinerated? No way. Park Mundi. Normally, Mundi would have reappeared late in the game to reveal the cabinet passage, but TSDR's brute force playstyle left no room for that. As a result, production. So here's what happened. Cha Yujin took first place, and Park Mundi last. Lol. Mundi carried hard, then sacrificed. So touching, Mundi. We won't forget you, we won't forget you. Mundi lost his room choice privilege. Poor, but so cute. The grad student winced in sympathy, but couldn't stop laughing. Yet a happy ending awaited Park Mundi. Upon hearing the backstory, he trudged to the only room left. But then, Kim Rae Bin, Mundi Hyung. Please. Park Mundi, no? Kim Rae Bin. Park Mundi, thanks. He ended up with the best roommate by sheer luck, a stylish happy ending. Congrats. LOL, too funny. Live harmoniously with the rabbit, Mundi. Ah, so cute. The grad student smiled. Meanwhile, Cha Yujin's first choice room filled up fast with Ryu Chong-woo. Cha Yujin, welcome bro. Ryu Chong-woo, haha. Yes, looking forward to it. Next, Seon Ah-hyun and Lee Sejin paired up, showcasing TSDR's same-age camaraderie. Seon Ah-hyun, Sejin, Lee, Sejin, oh wow, Ah-hyun, we're roommates at last. At that point viewers realized, wait, that means someone's in a single room lol. Indeed, the final single room went to Bae Sejin, huh. After 6 years of waiting, Bae Sejin finally got the solo room. Wish-fulfilled ceremony. He celebrated alone on the bed, a rare sight, captured by surprise cameras. Lol. Hamster. One hamster per cage, okay. Viewers showered the introvert Bae Sejin with laughter and congratulations. Taystar has moved into their new sweet home. The caption flashed cheerfully, ending on a triumphant, joyful note. The grad student applauded. That was great. But suddenly the video brightened again. On screen, Cha Yujin in a hoodie, pouting as he tossed down a card. What's happening? Cha Yujin, that game wasn't fun. Cults? Ghosts? Too childish. Kim Rae Bin, you were the most into it, though. Cha Yujin, hey. As they bickered, the camera pulled back to reveal their location. The grad student recognized it instantly. Whoa, it was the attic set, from the last album's MV, no less. They were playing a board game again. Only this time, the title on the board read the variety show's name. At that moment fans clicked. OMG, could this really be that board game? Chills. Wow. As chat buzzed, the member acting as game master spoke. Seon Ah-hyun, so, shall we try another game? Seon Ah-hyun, this one will be even more fun. We've been preparing for a long time. His gentle, quiet smile filled the close-up, and the show ended. To be continued? On a black screen with a cryptic caption. Wait. Hello? Is this a teaser for the next album? Fans caught on instantly. Yes, this is the comeback teaser. I'm watching from the beginning again. They'd have a week's worth of fodder speculating on this new world building. Are they really coming back this year? The grad student quickly messaged her home-off friend. As Taystar fans screamed over the unexpected universe tie-in, other fandoms were erupting too. One Take 4K, Chongrio, CHR, Ash at Music Bomb. OMG. Crying face, this is insane. Because Chongrio's solo album Comeback Week music show promotions were airing at that very moment. And a few days earlier, Park Mundi had received a text. VTIC Senior Shin Chongrio, filming scheduled September 13th, WED, at 5 p.m. VTIC Senior Shin Chongrio, be there on the dot happy face. Featuring. After his main activities wound down, Park Mundi's personal debut had just begun. 496 chapter. 2 weeks ago, just as Park Mundi had finished filming TSDAR's own content. Chongrio was in the midst of wrapping up his comeback preparations. Next is the interview, right? Yes. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Letty's staff moved as if ensuring Changrio's every activity proceeded without error were their highest virtue. You've been waiting for a while now. Could we get you in as quickly as possible? Oh, yes. Changrio was famously meticulous about self-management. Though businesslike yet gentle, and never prone to impulsive irritation, he still wasn't someone people felt entirely at ease with. Changrio knew this, but he never altered his demeanor merely to reassure others. People listen more when you stay slightly distant. That rule had been honed through countless trials and inductive reasoning. Changrio wasn't the type to feel comfort or belonging just by sharing everyday life. He might have wanted to talk about his dog Kongi, but that, too, would require a receptive listener. Changrio checked the time and called that listener. But this time, unlike his usual texts, he wasn't sending a photo of Kongi. After a brief ringtone, the other party answered. Did your own content filming finish well? Yes, Senior. It was Park Monday. Oddly, this junior always used honorific speech in their calls and texts, despite having spoken casually before. It was a habit meticulously maintained. That's not so bad. An ever-vigilant attitude never leads to losses. Changrio found it mildly satisfying. Working with such a reliable collaborator was a pleasure. Soon Park Monday's flat congratulations came through. Congratulations on your solo album. Come back, Senior. Thank you. Changrio brushed off the familiar well wishes ink via LGT, official version, and got straight to business. It's about time we prepared for what we agreed on. As I mentioned before, you're not featuring on a track in my album. Yes. Changrio almost laughed remembering how flustered Park Monday had been, but kept his expression neutral and continued. The plan he'd proposed. There's a show I'm going on. Let's go together. I think you'll like it too. Changrio had done the math. The show's name is Nice to Meet You, a variety show on MBS airing Saturdays at 5:40 p.m. One of the few long-running competition programs on terrestrial TV that actually features singers. By its title, you'd expect a typical broadcast showcase for unknown talents or masters from non-pop genres. That's right. Yes, that broadcast favorite style. But that's only half the story. That alone won't pull ratings. What's needed to sell? The answer is simple. Bundle selling. Not only non-mainstream artists but also established stars, hoping for album or concert publicity, appear as contestants. Pair two cast members for a stage, and you get all sorts of storylines. That's how this show has lasted until season 7. The guest lineup was still impressive, though the core audience skewed older, giving it an old-school vibe. But is he really on it? I glanced. At Changrio. VTIC didn't belong on such a crowded program. He was famous enough to warrant his own special, yet here he was, just appearing? Of course, there must be a strategy. I recalled his candid answer when I asked why he chose this show. Because I have something I want to show. So today we were at the pre-production meeting. By the way, the main PD had taken over in season 3 and, despite 7 seasons, neither handed it off to a junior nor launched a new show. After talking with him, I understood why. Ego, good to see you, Monday. My niece is a fan. Could you sign an album for her? A fresh one, please, not an already signed copy. Of course. Classic old-timer move. He wasn't doing it from a sense of mission, but because the cost-benefit ratio was perfect. Still, it was amusing how a broadcast PD could wield such power even after elevating an idol this far. At least they didn't push too hard, but they treated VTC, whose overseas recognition was insane, with extra deference. And our Hallyu star VTIC. It's an honor you're on the show. Please take care of us. Haha, thank you. Please take care of me, too. So the answer really is nationalistic pride. For typical senior types, that was the highest praise. I nodded inwardly. Let's see after the next album release. Aiming for that cultural medal, you know. Anyway, the fan who wanted the autograph was blameless. It was nice they could come. And via family, I carefully signed an extra album I'd brought, and the PD took it, then finally moved on to show details. So, you two will perform together. But how did you two become close? Oh, Monday and I did a variety show together when he debuted. That was also on MBS. Oh, I remember now. I don't. He really knew how to play the corporate game. To secure success on terrestrial TV, that was the way. In any case, we're thrilled to have you both. And instead of naming the variety show, the PD trailed off, then slipped in his concern. But since you two share a profession and similar images, I worry it might be hard to build a climax segment. Are you okay with that? Sure. I am. Once two top-tier idols team up, the buzz is already explosive. Climax? What climax? He wants to extend ratings by splitting airtime. He was angling to feature each separately in different episodes. No way. And Chongrio, the person in question, answered immediately. Yes. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, okay. He sounded confident. I didn't need to speak, which was convenient. Working with someone seasoned was pleasant. And I heard our director brief you earlier. About this? Oh, yes. From there was no more baiting. We spoke with the show's writers and sub-PDS, and the meeting flowed smoothly. I nodded along, thinking, so what exactly does he want me to do on stage? That question was answered immediately after the meeting. At the Luti headquarters conference room, 20 minutes from the station. First, I'll show you the music video. Chongrio turned on the projector and dove into stage design discussion. Normally, you'd include scenes planning concepts for show filming, but with rehearsal time tight, those are often reenacted. It's all scripted. I understood that. It's a rough cut, just missing the intro and credits. You shouldn't have trouble grasping the album concept. Wait, something felt off. Why are you showing your music video when we're not performing an album track? I meant, we're here to plan a stage for a non-album song, so why boast about the unreleased MV? But Chongrio answered as if the question were obvious. This is a stage aimed at album promotion. Of course, you watch it so my title track comes to mind instantly. That title track is the base concept for our stage. Study it well. I can't send you the pre-release file. All right. He's sharp. I stifled a sigh and nodded. I wondered if I'd been foolish to agree to follow his plan unilaterally. But with such a clear vision, I hope I'm not just a high-note shuttle. Actually, I'd rather not do a mismatch concept. I clicked my tongue and watched the MV still playing. A marble floor turned to ashes. In the center of that ruined, classical gallery floor, a spot where paint had burst in chaotic swirls. Lying there alone was Chongrio. That contrasting image drifted slowly in an aerial shot. Wind could be heard. Then, the devil is in the details. A cryptic phrase appeared, and the song began. Ash, the title of Chongrio's solo album. Or maybe we're just in pain. A wistful, minor medium tempo, with jazz-style accompaniment. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. In the charred ashes. The same story. And love is dead. From the intro, it delivered a highly addictive chorus. Then, before the verse, a slowly descending hum. An offbeat choreography. Barefoot, in a turtleneck and black slacks. Dancing on Ash felt charged with power, pulling and pushing the camera angles. His proportions and physique, maintained to the extreme, made the minimalism most striking. Damn, he never loses form. I almost bit my tongue. A perfect fusion of easy listening melody and impressive choreography. And this choreography, anyone can mimic the moves, but nailing the vibe is hard. It meant plenty of people would try the challenge, and ranking them would be easy. I could already picture the comments. Wow, this is so similar to Chongrio. Stop outsourcing lessons. Haha, burn. He dances well, but nobody nails the original vibe, lol. Why so many hate comments? He seems to try so hard. Sad face. Such challenge videos would flood in. Perfect for a dance confidence solo artist. If you could engineer it, it was the ideal outcome. Even if Taystar members delay military service, some would have to enlist eventually. Cha Eugene and Ryu Jianwu would need solo or unit stages. Could they plan such a refined product? A competitive spirit ignited. I stayed silent and watched the rough cut to the end. As backgrounds and costumes grew more extravagant, it ended minimally with the ashes again, masterful tempo control. And love is the end. The screen cut to Chongrio standing on black water in darkness. Only after the rough MV ended did Chongrio smile and speak. Do you like it? He skipped objective feedback, jumping straight to a personal question. He's confident. Is that so? I nodded. Yeah. It's well made. Why the surprise? Give credit where it's due. There was no point in a pride battle when we had to work together. Our comebacks aren't overlapping anyway. But still, I can't capture this choreography's vibe. Just so you know, don't plan on me nailing a similar choreography vibe in 2 weeks. Advice for stage quality. Only top-tier dancers could match this. Besides, this is a show for established artists. Viewers are forgiving if they see growth, like in a debut survival story. That narrative would feel ridiculous here. If I did something similar, I'd have to be good enough not to break his concept. But that wasn't cost-effective. I'll end up just hitting the high notes, damn. Yet Changryo burst out laughing. Haha, I think we agreed you'd do it your way, didn't we? Are you serious? I'm joking. He grinned, tapping the table like he was counting. Each of us should do what we do best. Then our agreement holds real value. Right. But we still need to cover the basics. Changryo asked lightly. How many hours have you practiced in a day? And the idea of practice at the level of hit me like a hammer. 497 chapter. Are you okay with this? I could kill him. No, I don't even have the strength to kill. You motherfucker. I'm lying sprawled out in Tick's dedicated practice room at Luti. 7 hours. One of those hours was spent running choreography drills with Changryo. Is he insane? With our comeback approaching, there shouldn't have been time to drill one performance for 7 straight hours. The best part? It's far from over today. He pushed me to my absolute limit, only letting me gasp for breath before sending me right back to work, like some extreme personal trainer. It was art, in a sadistic way. If he'd become an instructor, he'd be rolling in cash. Wait, no point saying that to a guy who's already made a fortune. Does his brain even work? I took a deep breath. Taystar isn't a group that shies away from intense practice volume. It just meant that hitting us with this sort of all-out time siege wasn't unusual. But forcing unfamiliar choreography into my muscle memory this fast was something else entirely. I couldn't help but remember learning those rigid dance lines in for the first time at that age. I stared up at the ceiling, still lying flat on my back. Odd fluorescent lights were glowing above me. I spoke without thinking. Did they remodel the lighting? Changryo, pausing the track, looked puzzled. Well, yeah. 3 years ago. Oh, that's when it hit me. This wasn't the practice room I'd spent nearly a year in. That place didn't actually exist. It was the ceiling from the virtual world system built for the mixed VTAC Taystar group we filmed when Ryu Jianwu and I debuted together. My words just slipped out. It seemed Changryo noticed, too. Does it feel like when you debuted with your junior? Maybe so. I remodeled it myself. He launched into a ridiculous explanation that after building it several times, a standard spec naturally emerged. I snorted. Does a practice room really need efficiency? Absolutely. If he'd figured that out, he must be ancient water, utterly stale from experience. I realized anew that in terms of know-how and information, nobody could match him. Indeed. I thought VTIC would dip a bit after their military hiatus. I needed to prepare even harder. From rookie acts benchmarking us with money to VTSE still in peak form, Taystar was utterly sandwiched. I can't let my guard down just because they won an award. I swigged water and rapidly outlined ideas for my next album. That was when Changryo sat down beside me. Your learning curve's solid. Naturally. If you can't pick it up at this stage, you should quit. Haha. That laugh was an amusement. He'd probably had members who couldn't keep up before. He must have thought they were intolerable. Looking at his stats panel would show it. He'd refined his natural talent all the way to its limit. He believed in his routine completely. So anyone who fell behind that quota wasn't even human to him. Then I had a question for the only person I could ask. Consejin. Yes. He replies at lightning speed. I'd figured he might be slow if he was on duty, but not like this. Anyway, after some small talk, I got to the point. About those potential stats in the status panel. Oh, my infinite potential trait? That wasn't given by the system, but my innate ability. No, that wasn't it. I mean the limit stats shown next to other people's panels. The numbers in parentheses that mark someone's cap. They measure that person's ceiling. The very reason they could earn a living in the arts, talent. And I wanted to know this. Is there no way to surpass those limit stats? Silence fell, then a timid pop-up appeared. Probably, followed by an explanation. Actually, I just changed the system so you could see it. So it really was a system-calculated value. I frowned. Then it happened. Survey available. Next to Consejin's chat pop-up, a status panel alert suddenly appeared. What the hell? Help. You can customize functions via feedback surveys. So, It jumped out to pitch itself when my stats were mentioned, offering to tell me what it could do. I stared at the glowing banner. Would you fall for that? Would you click it? I closed the pop-up without hesitation. You're toast once they harvest those system shards from you. That was the right call. Just as I nodded to myself internally. You've rested enough. Get up now. I'd only been lying there for 5 minutes, to be precise. I swallowed a curse and hauled myself upright. Limit stats or not, my dance stat was still B+. Fine. I couldn't whine at this stage. Let's grind as far as we can. Let's do it. That night, TSDAR's new dorm door opened with a limp creak. Byrie, click. A quiet voice spoke. I'm back. Park Mundy stepped inside. Hut up. Oh, Mundy. Lee Sejin, grabbing ingredients from the fridge to greet him, froze. Park Mundy simply said, I practiced. What kind of practice would leave him looking like that? He was the one who'd stayed up all night studying, who pushed through and didn't sleep while monitoring everything. So seeing him hang limply like a wet rag was unfamiliar and almost solemn. Wait a second. Lee Sejin suddenly realized what Park Mundy had been doing. You were practicing Chongryo's feature, right? Who asks someone to feature and then treats them like an in-house trainee. Does he not know any boundaries? Though Park Mundy's opinion of Chongryo had softened after recent events, he was still from another group, someone to be wary of. That made Lee Sejin all the more displeased. I should have protested more. He threw an arm around Park Mundy's shoulder in mock cheer. Mundy, aren't you doing someone else a huge favor? Why work yourself to death like this? It was then that Bae Sejin, luxuriating in solitary confinement in the other room, quietly emerged into the living room. I agree. Lee Sejin was stunned. Of all people, Bae Sejin, you didn't have to, yet you did. Bae Sejin spoke firmly. He genuinely disliked Tix Chongryo. The early debut ambush on Park Mundy had been the decisive factor, but it wasn't the only one. Something about him was off. Chongryo's aura was like that. Lee Sejin had rarely talked directly to him, but observing him was enough to feel it. Moments where he seemed devoid of emotional context, like someone without empathy. They reminded Lee Sejin of psychopaths he portrayed on screen, and someone as perceptive and sensitive as he would notice more keenly. That impression hadn't faded, even considering the help they'd received in the virtual world or during the collapse. It was a gap created by endlessly restarting over a long time, something unavoidable until he understood that. Lee Sejin watched Bae Sejin's stern face, then changed the mood again. No matter how serious this gets, Mundy won't listen if I lecture him. Keeping it light, right? Save your strength for our album, Mundy. Of course. That's it. Lee Sejin cheered inwardly as Park Mundy nodded. But Park Mundy wasn't done speaking. Do it properly. Then aren't you, no different from Kim Rae-bin, who stays up all night composing? Before he could scold his roommate Kim Rae-bin, Lee Sejin had Bae Sejin at his side to lay into. So, don't overdo it. Yes. Well, I did practice up to the point where it doesn't affect my health. Park Mundy answered evenly, then muttered under his breath. But that pisses me off even more. Nothing. He assessed his own tortured body in silence, then shrugged. And it does help. This style of choreography is new to me. And there's something I'll get in return. Get? Yes. There's something I want to take from this. Park Mundy nodded and gave a slight smile. It was a surprisingly satisfied expression. Our own content turned out pretty fun, but it'll be a bit less mainstream than before. He'd decided it catered more to a niche audience, even if Ryu Siren styled it to make it sensational. Deduction takes thought, so it's hard for light viewing. But to tie it into the next album's teaser, it needed symbolic, weighty elements, moving it further from mass appeal. At least it balanced it with horror elements. Timing it in late summer to early fall made that possible. So he said, we need to nail mainstream appeal on the next album, capturing both national pride and mass appeal. Park Mundy smiled. He had the big picture in mind, though he ended up sneaking off to his room after a final jab of, just rest already. A few days passed. Then, at last, TSDR's own content was unveiled in all its splendor. And the day of Chongryo's first live performance shoot, with Park Mundy featuring, was approaching. Tix fan community, especially Chongryo's, was buzzing with energy for his solo album promotions. Changryo had booked many broadcast appearances for promotion, so there was plenty of discussion. Jaehyun, your schedule is insane. Thank you. Cha Yulin's watching your performance. TikTok's K-pop connections are fundamental. Working like a beast at this stage and updating your career high. God Idol Changryo. How could anyone not love you? New livestream fan. Chat. Went wild video. In that atmosphere, news of Changryo's appearance on Nice to Meet You initially felt like just another promo activity. Some even coldly judged, ratings are dropping, so they might not need him. Still, most welcomed the schedule and were happy to get more time to watch his stage. They celebrated headlines reporting, Nice to Meet You. Audience applications hitting record highs. Naturally, some community members won tickets, too. Can't believe I got into Nice to Meet You. I'm taking my mom. We'll share a review LOL. Congrats. Jealous. How'd you get in? But that afternoon. OMG. Hey Jaehyun. Wow. The fans who planned to post reviews began dropping single-line impressions live. Fans waiting on the site to see reviews were stunned. Jaehyun? What's going on? What's the reaction right now? Minutes later, proper sentence-long audience reviews appeared. And then, insane. It didn't take long before Changryo's fan site was filled with screams and chaos. 498 chapter. Nice to meet you. Stage competition site. Weekend afternoon delight. Stars meet in a collaboration for the ages. Nice to meet you. As stage begins shortly. The MC read the year's refined script smoothly. From the audience, polite cheers and applause cascaded. This competition's theme is Millennial 2000. Stages are styled around the 2000s. Each contestant selected an artist from their preferred genre to collaborate. Let's see what stages were born. Then the MC quickly summarized the voting rules. It's simple. If you enjoyed the performance, press the button. A routine line for every recording. Yet this time many in the audience heard it for the first time. I can't believe I'm here. Thanks, Jaehyun. Taking a step back to honor duty. They'd all applied after hearing Changryo would appear. In other words, many VTIC fans who weren't regular viewers. And that was a double-edged sword for this contest. If Changryo failed to deliver a first-place-worthy stage, yet won by audience vote, controversy would erupt. But the fans seated there hardly worried. It's Jaehyun, after all. Years of fandom build unshakable faith. VTIC, especially Changryo, had never disappointed. Now, the curtain rises on that special stage. At last, Season 7's third themed contest began. Wah! With courteous cheers, singers and masters stepped on stage. Here, singers meant established artists favored by older viewers. No boy idols like VTIC. Oh, since the fields were so different, Changryo's fans watched without competitive tension. This is nice. They're all talented. Pure praise flowed. There were some daring stages. An opera singer and a veteran rapper performing a mid-2000s musical hit felt refreshingly hip, and a circus master with a dance artist, though slightly discordant, left an impression. Wow! Especially for younger VTIC fans, who rarely watched this show and didn't expect its tried-and-true audience-pleaser structure, it felt novel. They imagined Changryo's stage. Who would Jaehyun pair with? If it were an opera singer, that'd be amazing. Sometimes due to scheduling they paired singers together, but nobody thought Changryo would be one of them. To outshine these, he can't slip up. A few fans even quietly worried he'd have to be flawless. Time passed, and it was the sixth stage, second to last. The MC finally opened the awaited announcement. This stage's guest is South Korea's global K-pop artist, TikTok's Changryo. Wah! Ah! From the moment Global was announced, the fans' anticipation peaked. Even non-fan older viewers responded well. Everyone had heard TikTok's name on the news or YouTube. Fame brings expectations. Eyes gauging how well he'd perform. Amid that adrenaline, the MC kept pace. And Changryo's chosen collaboration partner is. A brief pause. Just as the audience's curiosity reached its peak. A thunderclap. Korea's national idol. TSDR's main vocalist, Park Mundi. Huh. Unlike the older crowds. Oh, two young idols together. Changryo's fans gasped in disbelief. Why was Taestar here? Changryo. Hey Jaehyun. Some fans screamed that a recorder playing Kindergartner would have been better. Now let's meet them. Collaborations start. Before fans could settle their thoughts, The MC's cry launched the stage. Lights pierced the darkness. Fans instinctively held their ink v right. Read more on our source. Breath. But no singer appeared. A single standing mic stood in the spotlight at the edge. Ho! A short breath of wind sounded. Amid that silence, a familiar piano riff filled the air. That well-known accompaniment. Then a minor key chorus cut through the hush. Snow falls in my winter, wrapping cold yet comforting warmth around my cheeks. And you, a mid-2000s sentimental hip-hop hit, remade with a famous female soloist feature part. That feature part began, carried on a refined male voice. A lonely hum, close to the original's bittersweet reflection on love after farewell. The singer wasn't Changrio, Park Mundy, yet the clear, refreshing tone of his minor key delivery drew the audience in. Soft piano and humming echoed gently into the seats. Yes, then the keys shifted major, and the original had a faster band section and rap. No. The note dropped more heavily. Thud. A graceful, somber piano beat anchored the moment. The tempo slowed, deliberately lazy, dark, nearly unsettling. And then a figure emerged. Dark night without lights. Our yearning hearts. Changrio. Wearing a head mic, he strode in from the edge. His presence seemed to fill the stage. Black slacks and a navy stage shirt looked striking. Even as muffled cheers erupted, some viewers tilted their heads. The song Changrio sang. The melody was familiar, but it wasn't this Snow Falls in My Winter track. I hear the voice of love. Another 2000s hit by a sexy female soloist. Unlike the original's fast techno dance tempo, this cover moved slowly over heavy accompaniment, unfolding with choreography. Pure contemporary dance or whacking hints matched Changrio's powerful build. A backup dancer mirrored moves, but only added flair. Lighting shifts, unwavering live vocals, meticulous dynamics, all delivered catharsis. The stage felt sealed. His stage-seasoned ease held every eye. I've waited, you know. He distilled the original's glamour and sexiness into a much slower, static, weighty tempo, infusing raw artistry. The inherent cheesiness of an old pop hit vanished completely. He's insane. I wish he'd just gone solo. Why is Park Mundy in front? Fans surrendered to the performance's flow. Turn a moment into eternity. Ignite love's flame. Summer night. The leisurely yet weighty performance drove the build. Verse and chorus flew by. Music paused. Changrio clicked his heels and walked to the standing mic at the opposite edge. Fans held their breath again, awaiting the next climax. Suddenly, from the other side, someone stepped into the spotlight. Park Mundy. With neatly styled blonde hair, he grabbed the mic at the far edge. The accompaniment resumed. My love is in winter, even when spring comes in my heart. The backing track from Changrio's seamlessly continued under Park Mundy's melody. Because the two songs shared mid-2000s compositional grammar, they linked perfectly. Yet the moods and lyrics contrasted sharply. Summer love against eternal winter's farewell, creating a surreal narrative. Snowdrifts that never melt. Eternal winter's warmth. His lonely voice strengthened and rose with the music, reaching a natural climax without showy riffs. Snow falls in my winter, wrapping cold yet comforting warmth around my cheeks. That high note soared effortlessly, elegant, beautiful. Yes, you. Then the lyrics and melody intertwined again. You and me. In summer night. Cutting back to Changrio's track. The two alternated their respective songs, as if sharing one piece. Don't miss your chance. At the final high note, two central spotlights blazed giant beams. The two moved center stage. Together, they matched the build, mirroring choreography. Summer night. Hot, ecstatic moment. Voices overlapped as lyrics mixed. My love is in winter. In summer night. They switched songs midline and flowed into each other. Turn a moment into eternity. Eternal winter's warmth. And in the last bar, and you. They stopped in mirrored pose, faces to face, then harmonized to lift the music. Yes, you. Yum. Strings swelled. Choreography hit its climax. Yum. The humming of two melodies formed exquisite harmonies as their mirrored movements wove complex partner work. Crossed feet. angled torsos, shoulder grips, filling empty space with precision like circus artistry. Every seemingly smooth move required absolute muscular control. And to hum perfectly in live ultra-high pitch while moving, unreal. Wow. Eyes fixed as if drawn in. Only a performer with profound K-pop dance mastery could craft such a stage. Some fans now understood why Changryo chose Park Mundi. I get it now. He'd pick an idol if he wanted this. But a misconception remained. In reality, Park Mundi couldn't solo that climax with his current stats. Yet, through sheer practice volume, he'd learned and perfectly mimicked the 30-second routine alongside Changryo. And with someone who'd spent decades refining effective teaching methods, personally drilling every move in, even an impossible level of synchronization became momentarily achievable. Then, atop that unreal sync, they soared with a short, precise high-pitch harmony over the dramatic accompaniment. Hot, ecstatic moment. I've waited, Catharsis. Whu. Back to back, bathed in brass, they faced the audience. The stage that began in winter ended in summer night. Thud. The stage ended there. An idol-style framework infused with artful composition suited to this show. That atmosphere, and the masterful rearrangement, live vocals, acrobatic choreography, the essence of performance. They tore it up. Insane. Wah. Scream-like cheers filled the hall, not just from fans, but a visceral reaction to the stage. That was truly an incredible performance. Even the MC's praise sounded heartfelt. Soon the two on stage smiled faintly, bowed politely several times toward the audience, and returned to their seats. Though voting was next, the result felt already decided. Fans knew. This one's a guaranteed vote. Even if aired later, no one would blame Changryo for taking first place. That certainty electrified the audience. Yet most fans in attendance still harbored confusion. How did that end up with Park Mundi? What kind of song choice was that? And those questions would soon be answered. In the weekend's broadcast, the process of their pairing would receive airtime. 499 chapter. I ended up featuring on Changryo's stage on the broadcast program Nice to Meet You, and the episode was scheduled without delay. And then, the day of the live broadcast. Naturally, they aired not the stage itself at first, but the part introducing the singers preparing for it. Ramjay, I've been interested in Panzori for a long time, so MCO. It's the first time someone interested in Panzori appears on this show. Let's see if the master of Panzori actually showed up. They had us introduce ourselves, chat about our genre interests, and then form the collaboration team. I sat through almost all of that segment. Finally, at the end, the other performer who would join me on stage appeared. Who is this Inyong stepping out of the car? Changryo, hello. They added artificial cheering in the background and put glowing lightstick effects all around. Then they slapped on massive captions. This man is handsome. I believe the caption creator came in from a time machine 10 years ago. If this stage was bad, the show would have tanked already, I thought with a sour face. I got up from my seat. Moonday, where are you going? I'm grabbing something to drink. By the way, I wasn't the only one monitoring. It just so happened to be our group's weekly training camp day. Perfect timing during our tour while preparing the new album. We'd rented a suite and gathered everyone there. I was watching the show on my phone. What's Moonday doing? Oh, so this is today's live broadcast. Yeah. The hotel TV can stream Korean terrestrial channels. Shall we watch on the big screen, if the others don't mind? Sure, of course. Oh, the show's today? Let's watch. Okay. So through that process, everyone sat down to watch this old-fashioned program together. KPOP's King, VTIC, Leader Changryo. They're really hyping each other up. Right. If you're going to watch with such unhappy expressions, why even turn on the TV? Well, I thought similarly myself. I admitted internally. No one protested as the show went on. Changryo's dazzling career was introduced, and finally she spoke about her desired collaboration genre. Of course, normally it's all scripted. Producers line up masters by popularity and experience, then match them. This time, however, she truly chose a person from the genre she wanted. She personally requested this collaboration on the show. Changryo, I'd like to collaborate with an idol. MC. Changryo, remember that you yourself are an idol. Changryo, of course. Laughs. But I've had plenty of chances to perform with artists from other fields, yet I've almost never done it with another idol. The MC pretended to be flustered. MC? Then a female idol. Chongryo? No, of course not. I'd like to do it with a male idol in the same position as me. Chongryo brushed off the question with a smile and shifted the focus. Chongryo. Also, since the members aren't here right now, doing the stage completely alone feels a bit lonely. That's why. You could hear VTSC fans cheering. Her image-making is top-notch. She's got the experience. I peeled my gaze away from the captions and headed back to the Sweet Entrance's mini-fridge. Inside, I spotted a can of dark beer. I realized I hadn't touched alcohol in years. Besides, there's no concert tomorrow. Maybe one can won't hurt. Park Monday. Yes. As expected, Bass Sejin had followed me to the entrance. Does he have some alcohol-sensing ability? I averted my eyes from the beer and grabbed a bottle of water. Might as well drink cold water while monitoring the show, I thought. Then suddenly Sejin asked, "Are you feeling bad or restless right now?" No. He wasn't suggesting my condition tanked because I was prevented from drinking, right? Well, if it's not that, then maybe having a can occasionally is okay. Wait, is he serious? The guy who confiscated every drop of alcohol from our lodging? Sejin continued, looking a bit embarrassed. I knew it was strange of me to meddle so much. I just thought alcohol's a bad habit. But if you no longer have that habit, then my interference would be pointless. Of course, only if you're sure you don't drink for stress relief. I paused, bottle in hand, recalling. Indeed, I haven't had the urge to drink to relieve stress in a long time. I remembered how he'd kept me from the fridge so many times. And now I really didn't want it for stress. I chuckled and nodded. Yes. All right. Sejin nodded crisply, as if acknowledging a win. I felt oddly certified, like I'd completed some addiction treatment program. Thanks to him, I broke the cheap stress relief crutch of alcohol. I admitted it to myself. You didn't meddle for nothing. It helped. Right. He couldn't hide his pride. I reached into the fridge, grabbed a can of the familiar dark beer brand I used to drink years ago, and popped it open. I see they changed the design. I took a swig. The carbonation stung. A cold barley beer slid down my throat. Refreshing. I returned to my seat, beer in hand. If I think you're overdoing it, I'll stop you again. Okay. I down more beer. Sejin looked like he wanted to say something else, but he held his tongue. Smart move. I settled in as the show continued. On TV, Ramjay was speaking. Ramjay, choosing someone in the same genre. I respect your dedication to the idol path. Chongryo, haha, thank you. I've poured my life into being an idol. An idol who takes idols seriously, VTIC Chongryo. Who will collaborate with her? They laughed. I admired her knack for showmanship. I quietly drank my beer. Popcorn. Sure. Cha Yujin offered popcorn as a snack. Thanks. I munched some. Eat more? It's fine. It wasn't fine. Popcorn is sweet. How does he stay fresh eating that? But Yujin, eyeing my bicep, exclaimed, "Oh, you've got muscle. Really? What did you do?" Nothing. The only variable is the training for the show. I pointed at the screen. I guess it's from practicing. Oh, perfect timing. My intro was next. VTAC Chongryo's collaboration artist. Hello. My apprehensive face, annoyed voice and all, appeared on screen. Park Monday. The main vocalist of Taystar, Park Monday. Taystar. They added flashy effects and introduced my career. Then Chongryo and I pretended surprise, shook hands, and began stage prep. Chongryo, nice to see you like this. I've been looking forward to it. Park Monday. Yes, senior. Please treat me well. Chongryo. Haha. Let's just be comfortable. Right. Park Monday. Please speak informally. A friendship already existed? It looked cheesy, but warm. Netizens, meanwhile, were screaming in the comments. Epic. Unreal. Can't wait till these kids get back from the military. I shrugged. It was part of the show's emotional playbook targeting the older audience. Everyone uses it. But our contrasting color on that canvas made us stand out. The 2000s pop aesthetic given a modern K-pop twist by Chongryo and me. It popped. If it bombed, it'd clash, but her masterful production carried it. She needed someone who'd work insanely hard at her direction, and someone from outside the military status quo. Plus, it boosted her agency's PR, as admitted before. I noticed Letty's viral hype starting already. Taystar just went independent, but Luti is clearly invested. Looks like they're staying. In the family LOL. Whoa. So are they under the same agency? I knew tomorrow there'd be articles proclaiming Taystar joins Luti, easing fans into seeing our future platform moves. A long-term plan to boost the label's standing. I got some benefit too. I told myself, hey, was it fun for you? Sun Ian asked. I shrugged. It was worth it. It's good experience, yeah. Sun Ian smiled. Oh, if you want to learn more of that choreography, I can teach you. I hesitated. Thanks. Maybe someday. For now, I'd take the offer on faith. Improving dance stats now was low efficiency. Other dancers outshine me there. Better to max Inc via LGT. Only on Inc via LGT, out my core vocal stats. Maybe someday, if I ever hit an EX level on vocals, like Eugen's charisma stat back in the Waterbomb days. I remembered Eugen tearing up the stage then. He munched popcorn, watching Waterbomb performances on his phone at night in the dorm's lounge. You okay? I'd scowled when I caught him. He's good on his own. I thought. Back to the show. Chongrio. He picked up the choreography fast. It's going smoothly. Is that really why? I asked. Don't be fooled. He practiced 7 hours a day. Whoa. Park Monday. Please anticipate the stage. Instinctive idol charm? Huh. They even kept my flub for natural effect. As the performance began. Now presenting. Wait, is he coming out? Now. Yeah. We watched intently. But when the stage ended. Comments. He's insane. Why is he so good? This is what KPOP's top tier tastes like. Why didn't they wait until the others were discharged? Loudly crying face. Everyone was stunned. Park Monday. That's why you practice so hard. Yeah. I realized Chongrio's tactic. The refined elegance stood out. They targeted mature viewers with that classic formula, but our bold color burst amid the usual gray. Unstoppable. And she chose me because I'd grind for her vision, plus boost her agency's narrative. Sipping my beer, I thought I could pop another can in celebration, but something came first. Setting the stage. The rookie group, after employing Taystar as a benchmark, they needed outshining Taystar. Strengthening the company's finances also. I switched my phone app and smirked at this morning's message. Spacer Kwan Heesung. Hyung, our practice is over LOL. Spacer's comeback prep was done. The proxy war begins. 500 chapter. Spacer's comeback was orchestrated under the direct leadership of Park Monday. At first, it seemed to be a clever move time to exploit the hiatus of top-tier boy groups. Just as Chongrio's comeback activities wrapped up for the season and tests were still only in the planning stages, speculation about Spacer's return surfaced in the press a few months ago. Something akin to Spacer to make comeback this fall, which failed to generate much buzz simply because it seemed inevitable. Months passed, and Spacer's anticipated return became a matter only their fans remembered. Then, another group launched a massive comeback campaign, Iter. Having made a dazzling impression with their debut, they aimed to strike while the iron was hot and promote once more before year's end. Hardly surprising. They're securing Rookie of the Year. Park Monday mused, guessing they'd already prepared more than one concept in advance. He noted, they needed time for year-end chart recognition, so a fall release made sense. Moreover, Iter's appearance at Summer Pool had been completely overshadowed by Testa's Waterbomb, which oddly turned out to be a boon. Iter's fans, sensing the unfavorable comparison, quietly refrained from making noise. Retaining their status as a major rookie, their agency, Wonderhall, confidently announced Iter's comeback and pre-sale date, the third week of October. Park Monday checked off the date with satisfaction. Soon after, headlines appeared in rapid succession. Orbit Stars Entertainment, Spacer's comeback set for early October. October sees clash of boy idols from Spacer to Iter. World Tour K-pop. Spacer's comeback pits male idol giants against each other this October. Spacer's precise comeback schedule was now public, and Iter's near-simultaneous return was subtly emphasized. Only 2 weeks apart, with Spacer first. The strategy of peaking and then undercutting declining Iter backfired. Now Iter would launch into Spacer's momentum. Netizens interested in idols showed far more excitement for Iter. Spacer was no longer a rookie. And from their formation, Spacer had always suffered in comparison to the flawless, higher-tier Testa. whose very existence cast a shadow over Spacer's buzz and image. Low-grade trolling aside, this kept Spacer's buzz alive. By then, idol-centric communities and social media were buzzing over Chongrio and Park Mundi's surprise collaboration stage, a heavier-than-air topic despite fans' mixed reactions. Yet the general public loved it. Two first-tier boy idols in an unexpected partnership performing two contrasting concepts drew huge interest, even charting in YouTube's trending worldwide. All the while, hardcore fans on both sides sank into despair at seeing long hostile rival groups sharing laughs on stage. Though no one dared voice it overtly, everyone circulated cropped GIFs and short clips of individual performances as a way to cope. Amid all this turbulence, Spacer and Iter's comebacks were barely right. Read more on our source. A blip. Testa's fans were only mildly annoyed, and the wider public barely cared. Thanks to Testa's album success and Waterbomb's mainstream appeal, Spacer's fandom remained calm. Everyone expected both groups to make unremarkable comebacks, until Spacer's teaser dropped. The teaser itself didn't ignite a frenzy. It simply showed the members going about daily life in pleasant clips over a catchy melody. Fans commented, "They're so handsome, their voice. OMG, this song will be amazing." The title track's addictive hook, crafted by Spacer's composer Top Note, arranged by Kim Rabin, and vetted by Park Mundi's keen ear, promised a sleek, polished result. But uninterested casual listeners rarely tread into boy idol teasers, and the usual domestic and international fan comments ensued. A few days later, SNS users posted a link asking, "Wait, is this our boys' song?" Curious clickers were stunned. The familiar melody and members' voices emerged not in a Spacer video by Orbit Stars, but as a 15-second commercial for a new sports drink called Honey Shake Water. Spacer had provided their title track, retaining only slight lyric tweaks, as the background music for this product's CM commercial, free of charge and under a non-disclosure agreement. Park Mundi, having nearly missed discovering the ad campaign's timing, logged out of YouTube to gauge its exposure frequency. Impressive, he noted. The ads would run for about a week, an arrangement Orbit Stars needed, given their strained TV slots thanks to conflicts with network T1. Lacking broadcast opportunities, they chose aggressive YouTube exposure via CM tie-ins. This non-idol-first strategy placed Spacer's catchy chorus directly into smartphone users' ears. Comments ranged from "What is this song?" to "Found it." By offering an uncontested promotional channel, they bypassed the image risk usually attendant on selling a title track to a commercial campaign. The members, excited by the prospect of maximum reach, had eagerly agreed. Moreover, Spacer's MV was stripped of elaborate concepts. No intricate world building or fiction, just a clean narrative of boys uploading their outdoor basketball court choreography on social media. This minimized barriers to entry, allowing the video's feel-good visuals to speak for themselves. Word of mouth began to build. Discussion threads asked, "Is this Spacer's song?" and praised the ad's music. 5 days later, Spacer's track crept up the charts, breaking into the top 40, the highest rank for any non-debut album post-Juice's run. Member Kwon Hee-sung's ecstatic messages to Park Mundi even read, "Will it go higher? Even if not, I'm happy, but should I aim for more?" Park Mundi, amused by Hee-sung's frenzy, foresaw the strategy's limits. Chart fatigue would set in as listeners recognized the song's idol origin and CM overexposure. Reverse virality is still serendipity, he thought. Testa's agency Wonderhall knew this too. But Mundi had laid a trap. By booking Spacer's comeback 2 weeks before Iter's and deliberately exposing their promotional weakness, he baited Wonderhall into complacency. When Iter announced their teaser reveal, they did not adjust their schedule, confident Iter would easily best Spacer. Male idols prioritize fandom over mass appeal, they reasoned. They didn't suspect that. Orbit Stars had spent months perfecting this chess move. That very night, a subtle post appeared on an internet forum. Spacer's track is doing well, but doesn't it kind of remind you of early Tiaholic? Soon, fans noted that Spacer's clean, uncomplicated vibe and hoodie-style stage outfits evoked Tiaholic's golden era. Rather than dismissing it, Orbit Stars seized on the comparison, framing Spacer as the spiritual successor to Tiaholic while casting Iter in Testa's image. And so Park Mundi began to repurpose ITER's own group positioning against them, turning the narrative in favor of Spacer, one strategic frame at a time. 501 Chapter. Spacer with a comfortable, Tiaholic-like concept. ITER with an intense, Testa-like concept. Articles about these two look-alike junior groups from opposing agencies sprang up like mushrooms, immediately fueling SNS and community chatter. The headlines were provocative, practically daring someone to refute them, and so everyone piled on for the sake of attention. Journalist, you've crossed the line. Link, what do you think about Spacer looking like Tiaholic this time? They're dragging these rookie boys into a clash. What nonsense, all concept freaks and in-heart freaks, self-praise on steroids. At first glance, both groups seemed placed on equal footing, but in reality, there was a crucial difference. Whether they had a segment of fans with fierce antipathy. Spacer did not, ITER did. Are they really said to resemble the old group? I'll go see. I kind of miss them. Spacer's position evoked Tiaholic's early to mid-debut concept, something from over a decade ago. Tiaholic's prime had long passed, and they'd since rebranded, so direct comparisons weren't natural. Instead, Spacer enjoyed a nostalgic promotional bump thanks to decent quality. But ITER? LOL, here we go again. Ugh, sick of it. Next we'll see move over, Testa headlines, right? The article claimed that ITER inherited their senior idol lineage from Testa, the idol who won last year's grand prize and just hit a career high in album sales a couple months ago. To claim a contemporary powerhouse and compare them to a group with under half that buzz was absurd. Park Mundi chuckled and scrolled his phone. Fans have already whispered that ITER reminds them of Testa once, or NVLIGHT twice. Now that Spacer existed as a legitimate comparison, the public noticed the difference. Seems like this rookie group is conscious of Testa, huh? The article didn't outright accuse ITER of copying Testa's concept. It simply noted that each group followed the lineage of a senior idol. Spacer after Tiaholic, ITER after Testa. Too blatant would backfire. Park mused, aware they had to avoid suggesting that either Testa or Spacer drove public opinion. But even the most tactful write-up couldn't quell the inevitable ridicule and controversy. Spacer's chart performance even rivaled